My elder sister is a superstar. Chapter 402 to Chapter 459. Xianxia looked at her husband whom she had spent most of her life with and was dazed for a moment. Yes, if he had a grandson, why would he need one? His grandson's surname was not Qin. His grandson was someone else's. On the surface, this man doted on his daughter, and in fact, he did. However, in his heart, his son was the one who would continue the Qin family's bloodline. He only needed to dote on his daughter as much as he wanted. Whether she was smart or not was secondary. However, his son had to be successful. His son had to be a dragon among men. Therefore, he hoped that his son would be successful. He expected better from him. Just like his father, he favored his grandson. Grandpa had always wanted a grandson even in his dreams. His yearning was beyond words. His father also wanted a son, but he told his wife that it was fine to have another daughter. Do you think what I said makes sense? The old man chuckled. Let's not talk about it. Let's sleep. Xianxia lay down and pulled the blanket over her, leaving the back of her head to her husband. The old man reached out to turn off the light. The room fell into darkness, leaving only the sound of their gentle breathing. Old Qin, I still feel uneasy, Xianxia said. Old Qin, old Qin? The old man snored softly. He had always been a good sleeper. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The whole family was envious of him. Xianxia sighed. After a whole day of thinking, she was very tired. Sleepiness gradually overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep not long after. Plus the sound of firecrackers and chatter could be heard. It was very noisy, but it was very lively. Everyone's voice was filled with joy. Xianxia opened her eyes and found herself at home. The sky was bright. The window and door were pasted with the word joy in red. Eh? What's going on? Is my family going to have a wedding? Then, she saw her daughter in a white wedding dress sitting by the dressing table. 2 makeup artists were putting on her daughter's makeup. The daughter in the mirror was beautiful beyond compare. It was all thanks to her hard work that she gave birth to such a beautiful daughter. Bao Bao is finally getting married. This is great, the sister-in-law said with a smile. I've been waiting for this day. Bao Bao, it's so good to marry a good husband. The eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. My daughter is finally getting married. I'm so excited that I want to cry. Old Qin almost cried tears of joy. Xianxia was speechless. Since all of you have said so much, then I'll be in charge of cheering 666. Xianxia couldn't help but wipe her tears. Finally. My daughter is finally married. Mom, I'm getting married today. You have to smile. Her daughter said. Mom is just too happy. Xianxia's long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. By the way, where's Ace? Where is Ace? Xianxia looked around but didn't see her precious son. What Ace? Where did this Ace come from? Eldest aunt and youngest aunt were at a loss. What was going on? What did he mean by where did this Ace come from? Ace, my son, Xianxia said. Her husband was at a loss. Little Lon, what are you talking about? We don't have a son. How can we not have a son? I gave birth to a son for you, Xianxia. His name is Xianxia. I've raised him for more than 20 years. Xianxia was anxious. Mom, are you feeling unwell today? Do you have a headache? Her daughter hugged her nervously and touched her forehead. She muttered, you don't have a fever. Bao Bao, your brother. Xianxia grabbed her daughter's hand tightly. Her face was pale. They forgot about your brother. Mom, don't joke around. I don't have a brother. You and Dad only have me. I'm the only child. Her daughter was at a loss. Xianxia was thunderstruck. At this time, the youngest aunt smiled. It's the auspicious time. The groom is here to pick you up. My son is missing. Mother Qin froze on the spot. Her joy had completely vanished. The groom came in. He was wearing a well-ironed black suit. He was tall and straight, and there was a gentle smile on his handsome face. Wait, isn't this my son? Qin Ma's hazy heart suddenly brightened. A's, you're back. Your father and sister said they don't know you. Qin Ma held her son's hand in surprise. Huh? The groom was stunned. Mom, although a son-in-law is half a son, Bao Bao is not my sister. If she's not your sister, then what is she? Qin Ma's heart skipped a beat. Of course she's my wife. The groom said. Of course she's my wife. She's my wife, her son's words echoed in Qin Ma's mind. Honey. Her daughter threw herself into her son's arms. Her son took the opportunity to hug his daughter. Both of them smiled happily. What an eyesore, Qin Ma looked at her son and daughter. She felt as though her heart had been pierced through. No, no. You can't get married. You're siblings. You'll be executed if you get married. Qin Ma said loudly. I don't care about being executed. Her daughter pressed her face against her son's chest. Bao Bao, be good. Give me a kiss. The two of them kissed passionately in front of their mother. No, no. You can't get married. You can't get married. Qin Ma screamed as she broke down. How can my son-in-law be my son? No, you can't marry your sister. Dog lead, you dog lead. How can you marry your sister, but no one cared about her? Her daughter happily married her son. Qin Ma was awakened by the crackling of firecrackers. She opened her eyes and found herself in her own home. The windows and doors were plastered with the word Xi in bright red. Her relatives and friends were all there. Their faces were beaming with joy. I'm marrying my daughter again. This thought surfaced in Qin Ma's mind. Mom, why are you in a daze? I'm going to fetch the bride. Her son, who was in a suit, walked over. Ace? Qin Ma turned agitated. Your sister is getting married. The groom isn't you, right? Huh? I don't have a sister. I don't have a sister. If I have a sister, why would I marry a wife? No, I don't have a sister anyway. Besides, I'm getting married, her son said blankly. All the relatives and friends in the house looked at Qin Ma with concern. They cared for a middle-aged woman with mental disabilities. Old Qin, our daughter is missing. Qin Ma said a very familiar line. We don't have a daughter. There's no need for a daughter. We just need a son, said the old master. All right, darn old man. You finally said what's on your mind. Are you unhappy that your first child is a daughter? If you're unhappy, just say it. Aren't you tired of pretending for so many years? Qin Ma said angrily. Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? The old master was dumbfounded. But we really don't have a daughter. Our first child was a son. I said that we should have a daughter, but you refused to give birth. You're pushing the blame to me? Qin Ma was so angry that she cried. Relatives and friends gathered around and said one after another. They all said that the Qin family only had a son. There was no daughter. A daughter didn't exist. Qin Ma was at a loss. She thought to herself, did I lose my son or my daughter? After a long time, her son, who had gone out to fetch his wife, came back. He walked into the house surrounded by everyone. His daughter-in-law's head was covered with a white veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her figure was amazing. She had a perfect S shape, big where it should be and slim where it should be. She also had a pair of long legs. The guests in the house were envious. Wait, they were all familiar with this domineering figure. The sister-in-law was all smiles. The sister-in-law said, Ace is so lucky to have married such a beautiful wife. The sister-in-law said, yes, but she's too gorgeous. I heard that her name is Bao Bao. Qin Ma was thunderstruck. She rushed over and lifted the veil of the bride. Wasn't it her precious daughter? Bao Bao, you can't marry him. He's your brother. You can't do this. Qin Ma broke down and cried. What? The bride was dumbfounded. Mom, I haven't married into the family yet. Don't worry. After A's and I consummate our marriage, you can show me who's boss. I'll definitely deal with the relationship between mother and daughter-in-law. Qin Ma was in tears. You stupid child. I knew you had feelings for your brother. I asked you to get a boyfriend, but you didn't. All you did was flirt with A's. My God, what sin have I committed? Hubby, your mom is crazy. It's okay. I'll send her to the mental hospital later. You're enough for me. Hubby, you're the best. Qin Ma said, A's, you can't marry her. She's your sister. Her son panicked. Mom, how do you know that I have a sister complex? Qin Ma stopped crying. You can't marry her. You're not allowed to get married. Qin Ma threw a tantrum. Who's not allowed? Her son said domineeringly. I'll even exterminate the gods. Wow, hubby, you're so manly. Humph, I'm not that coward. Hubby, wax. The two of them kissed passionately in front of their mother. Don't. How can you marry your own brother? Dog leash. Dog leash, Qin Ma cried like EC on the spot. Regardless of whether it was her son marrying her daughter or her daughter marrying her son, she couldn't do anything about it. She was in despair and fear, but she couldn't change anything. All of a sudden, both her son and daughter were gone. All the scenery disappeared. This is your retribution, a voice said. Qin Ma looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman standing behind her. Return the child to me, the woman said. That's my child, Qin Ma said angrily. You're the one who stole my child. The woman stared at Mrs. Qin. No. Qin Ma said sharply, if it weren't for me, would you have gotten married? Would Arong have had the glory he has today? That child isn't yours anymore. The woman ignored her and repeated, return the child to me. It sounded as if it was a malicious spirit that was demanding his life. Xiaolon, Xiaolon? A familiar voice woke Qin Ma up. She opened her eyes and found herself soaked in sweat. The chandelier was on, and the light was so bright that she couldn't open her eyes. What's wrong with you? Grandpa Shen handed her a glass of water with concern. Qin Ma propped herself up and sat on the bed. After drinking the water, she gasped for breath and collapsed. It was too scary. It was too scary. Fortunately, it was a dream. This is the first time I've seen you like this. What kind of dream did you have? Grandpa Shen frowned. On one hand, you said that you can't get married, and on the other hand, you said that you can't marry. Look at how shocked you are. Qin Ma's face stiffened. What else did I say? Grandpa Shen shook his head. I can't hear you clearly. One moment, you said Shanghai dialect, and the next moment, you said your hometown dialect. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. The dialect was so good. Grandpa Shen laughed. Did you dream that Bao Bao got married? It's really hard on you as a mother. Mother Qin's heart was tired. That's right. She married your son in a flash. Although it was a dream, she had to be careful. She had to think of a way to give him a warning. Yes, she had to think of a reason to let old Qin teach her son a lesson. Qin Ma looked at her husband. Grandpa Shen? On the other side, Qin Zhe, who was tossing and turning, suddenly felt a chill in his balls. He turned on his phone and looked at the time. It was 1:30 a.m. Although he pretended to be a man in front of his sister, as if this is just a small matter, don't be afraid, Qin Zhe was scared to death. He was afraid that his parents would suddenly rush in, one holding a rolling pin, and the other taking out a large Dharma artifact. It was too unrestrained. It was still too unrestrained. In the middle of the water, the waves stopped the flying boat. As the waves rolled, the boat capsized. Tisk, salted fish, the system said. What does it have to do with you? Why did you come out? Qin Zhe said impatiently. Even if you have a pet dog, there will be times when you bring it out for a walk. The system said. Although you're a dog, it's a bit inappropriate to describe yourself like that. Qin Zhe was stunned. The purpose of the system's existence seemed to have become purely to complain. It would occasionally give out missions, but now it was complaining about itself, Loa system evolution, complaining about the system? The pet dog I'm referring to is you. The system said. Qin Zhe was speechless. So what did you jump out to complain about? Xianxia said. The system usually did not come out. It was just a system. Even if it stayed in his brain for 100 years, it would not be bored. So if it came out, it must have something to say. I almost caught the opportunity of the mission just now. The system said regretfully, but you're too lazy. The desire that just arose disappeared again. I definitely don't have the desire to sleep with my sister. Don't give out missions randomly. Xianxia panicked. The system was silent for a long time. Host, you talk too much. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Xianxia sighed. Sigh, you don't have enough charm, so you talk too much. If you were like those flirtatious bitches next door, I wouldn't be so annoyed. The system said, you can't get hard, so you're blaming me? Long Out Yen is called Long Out Yen not because he has a system. Even if a lazy fish has a system, he's still a lazy fish. Xianxia was speechless. The system said, actually, even if you're worth 10 billion now and have countless fans, you're still that poor kid who likes to follow behind your sister. You have no ambition, no ambition. As long as you're with your sister, you'll feel that life is long and good. Xianxia said in a low voice, what are you trying to say? The system said, you always complain about me being low-ass, but you're actually complaining about yourself. You have abnormal feelings for your sister, you know that you're not related to her by blood, but you're afraid that your family will fall apart, so you don't dare to expose what happened back then. You like Suyu and Wang Zijin so much, but you think you're a poor kid. You don't have the confidence to enjoy the happiness of two people, but you can't give them up. So you pushed the blame to me, blaming me for not being able to activate Heavenly Dragon mode for you. In fact, you are not confident, because whether it is Suyu or Wang Zijin, they are all goddesses that you can only dream of. The system said, maybe you need time to settle down. After all, if an ordinary person were to receive 100 million RMB, he would only become a nouveau riche. He would never become a refined and cultured aristocrat. It's only been half a year since you got me. In other words, host, you know nothing about the power of this system. Xianxia, I only know that you tremble when you mention the hacking system. The system was speechless. Xianxia scratched his head. Maybe you're right. I've been trying my best to change. I want to change the world, change myself, change. Sorry, I accidentally sang it. The system was speechless. Actually, I just wanted to comfort you. You can't reach the sky with a single mouthful of milk. A boy growing up to become a man is bound to experience trials and tribulations. It's not like you're a man just because you've had sex. The system concluded, men and women are different. When a girl changes into a woman, it's just a matter of a membrane. When a boy becomes a man. Xianxia interrupted it and said, when the chrysanthemum blossoms? The system was speechless. It's going through trials and tribulations, you bastard host. Xianxia nodded. Thank you. A heart-to-heart between two salted fish can cause a psychological resonance. I feel like I'm suddenly enlightened. This time, the system interrupted him. The chicken soup for the soul I downloaded from the internet only said the beginning. What do you mean by enlightened? I'm afraid you're the evolution of salted fish Zay, accuse. Xianxia was speechless. It turned out that the system knew exactly what he was thinking just now. It was 2:00 in the morning. Xianxia looked up at the ceiling. Since he had to sort out his messy feelings, he might as well do it one by one. Maybe I should take some time to go to Shujia town or Wen City, he thought. After spending an awkward weekend at home, Xianxia and Qin Baobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. They did not know if it was a psychological effect, but the siblings felt that their mother was looking at them strangely. She was paying more attention to them than ever before. Once, Xianxia and his sister were chatting on the sofa in the living room. His sister was talking about the endless work for the past few days. She felt sad and leaned on her brother's shoulder. I'm so tired, sob sob, sob. Xianxia saw his sister's strange expression and turned to look. He saw Qin Ma standing at the kitchen door, silently observing. The siblings sat upright and still. This feeling was like when you were having sex with your girlfriend in a room and suddenly realized that there were countless onlookers silently watching. It was easy to be traumatized. Qin Baobao and her brother were chatting in the living room. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Bao Bao and her brother were eating chicken in the room. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Bao Bao and her brother were talking on the balcony. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Bao Bao and her brother went out to buy groceries. Qin Ma also wanted to follow and observe. As a result, when the two of them went to work on Monday, they were so guilty that they didn't dare to go out together. Qin Bao Bao left first, and Qin Zai left with Prince Su 5 minutes later. Qin Zai carried Sister Ziwei's bag. Wang Zijin held his arm. After getting into the car, she said happily, "A's, come to Uncle and Auntie's place next week, okay?" Qin Zai immediately gave her a sideways glance. "Sister Ziwei, you're really hopelessly evil. I'm asking you a question." Wang Zijin took out a rubber band from her bag and bit it in her mouth. She tucked her hair behind her head with both hands and tied it into a ponytail. Okay. Qin Zai nodded subconsciously. Then, he was stunned. This can't be. I have to be tough. I can't be so soft. What's okay? I don't like listening to their nagging. Let's talk about it later, he said with a straight face. Oh. Wang Zijin nodded. Then I'll bring Uncle and Auntie over. I'll bring the dogs over too. I just feel that they're not young anymore. They live in the same city, so why don't they go home every weekend? We can't forget the kindness of raising them, right? She was talking nonsense with a straight face, but I had nothing to say. Sister Ziwei. I thought about it. It's better for us to come over. Qin Zai forced a smile. Good boy. Sister Ziwei smiled generously and sweetly. She didn't get to see mewling monster pestering Qin Zai for 2 days. Qin Zai drove her to the company. Aren't you coming up with me? Wang Zijin frowned. I'll go to Baozi first. There's a meeting there, Qin Zai said. Oh, then go ahead. Have a safe trip. Wang Zijin waved her hand. Watching the car drive into the traffic, she thought to herself, should I come to the meeting a few times a week? These days, she went to the company with Qin Zai as a couple. Wang Zijin finally understood why Qin Bao insisted on Qin Zai going to work with her. It was because it felt good and happy. They lived together and went to work together, unlike most couples who lived in big cities. For them, home was a place to sleep every day. At dawn, they rushed to go to work. At night, they got off work and drove or took the subway. After dinner, they looked at the time and went to bed. On the other side, Qin Zai arrived at Baozi Investment, and the meeting was scheduled for noon. He had to write a draft in the morning. Of course, he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing. Usually, Suyu would help him draft a draft, and Qin Zai would polish it a little. After reading it once, he would have a good idea of what he was going to write. Then, he would speak frankly in front of the executives. Today, Suyu didn't help him draft, nor did she stay with him. Qin Zai went to her office to see what was going on and found Suyu typing in front of the computer. What are you doing? Qin Zai asked. I'm writing a novel. Suyu pushed the anti-radiation glasses on the bridge of her nose. Nanny, writing a novel? Why are you writing a novel? Qin Zai's brain didn't turn around. My 7 Lovers in a Night, Suyu said. I've been writing it for a week and published it on Lala Novel Network. Someone gave me a reward yesterday. Although it was only 10 yuan, I'm still very happy. It means that someone has read my novel. This is the biggest recognition. What the hell, 7 times a night? Can this kind of title pass the review? Is the website's review funny? And, although my kidneys are looking up to Teddy, I don't seem to have the experience of 7 times a night, right? Damn, who are you writing about? Call him out, I'm going to kill him. No, that's not the point. There's a meeting at noon. Have you finished the draft? Qin Zai said. What draft? You write it yourself. I'm now inspired to write a novel. Suyu's eyes were glued to the screen, and she tapped on the keyboard. You don't want to be a beautiful president, but you want to write a novel? Wake up, Teddy. Suyu, there's no future in writing a novel. You can't do anything except think about the plot all day. After a long time, people will become greasy. Because of the lack of social interaction, friends will alienate you. If you write a little over the line, they will lock you in a small dark room and let you barely make a living. Even the royalties will say goodbye to you. Writing a novel is a crooked path. Don't go down the crooked path. Working hard is the right thing to do. Can the website pay your social security? Pay your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? There are no guarantees or benefits. Be good, put down your keyboard and prepare the draft for the noon meeting. Suyu tilted her head and thought for a while. Don't worry, I'm not full-time. I promise I won't let myself become greasy. If I get fat, husband, you can exercise with me in bed to lose weight. In addition, I don't need any benefits or guarantees. I'm not short of money. Xianxia was speechless. Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson with an iron rod? Suyu stubbornly said, no, I'll write a novel. I'll write a novel and then pay to adapt it into a movie. I'll play the female lead and you'll play the male lead. Xianxia pinched his temple. He remembered that Suyu seemed to have said that she wanted to write a novel when he and his sister adapted the novel to film. But shouldn't this be a casual remark? Why did she really start writing novels? Be good. Hurry up and prepare the draft. I won't listen, King. Before Suyu could finish, she was picked up from the chair by Xianxia and thrown on the sofa. Ah, it's this kind of domineering feeling. Suyu said happily, handsome, sunny, gentle appearance, but in fact, very overbearing and strong. He spoils you and loves you in life, but in bed, he will overbearingly ask you to follow his posture. I'm full of inspiration. King exploded, Xianxia said angrily. Xianxia sat in front of the computer and wanted to close her Word document. At the same time, he glanced at Suyu's novel draft. It seemed to be about the bed scene, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The novel was written in the first person. After he rudely and unreasonably stuffed me into the car, he didn't say a word and drove silently to his villa. I looked at his side face. His eyelashes were long and dense, his nose was high, and his lips were thin. He was so handsome that it made people despair. At the same time, I felt angry and happy. He still cared about me, but he put on a sour face every day as if he hated me. Xianxia said in his heart, I was also very desperate. So handsome that it made people despair. It felt the same as his evil smile. What kind of handsome was it? He continued to read. Finally, we arrived at the villa. I was inexplicably nervous because I knew what he was going to do. This man, although he was usually gentle and humble, in fact, he was a violent maniac, overbearing and strong. He dragged me into the bedroom. I wanted to angrily scold him, but when I met his gloomy eyes, I felt as if a fishbone was stuck in my throat and I couldn't say anything. Xianxia said in his heart, this character setting is so familiar. Is it me? He forcefully pushed me onto the bed and said in a cold voice, Su Xiaolan, remember this. You are my woman. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. Don't let me see you dating other men again. Then, he unbuttoned my clothes roughly. Tears welled up in my eyes and I clenched my teeth. Qingyu, I hate you. His face was cold and he ignored my resistance. I'll omit 500 words here. You wrote this kind of thing, won't it be banned? Are you writing a novel or a pornographic novel? Xianxia was shocked. No, I've read other women's novels and they were all written like this. Suyu ran over in her high heels. Let me show you. I've written a lot of stories like this. The reader said that I described the details very well. Of course, it's good. I have practical experience. Xianxia, Suyu pulled up the Word document and showed him the previous manuscript. Xianxia saw a very familiar scene full of a strong sense of déjà vu. For example, come up yourself. No. Come up. No, come up. Another example, the shower head spurted out hot water, and he pushed me against the cold wall. Damn it, I'm looking at the stone again. Xianxia, no, there were too many things to complain about. He didn't know how to complain. How is it? My writing is good, right? The plot feels good too. It's very sadistic. Then, hubby, when I finish writing, let's adapt it into a TV series, Suyu said hopefully. Let me tell you, a book like yours can't be made into a movie or a TV series, because it will be finished sooner or later, Xianxia said. Then I'll delete some, but not too much. Suyu pointed her little finger with a serious expression. Just delete a little. The bed scenes can't be left out. Are you sure you can live until the end of the novel? Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm not allowed to publish it online, I can still write it. When I'm done, you can ask the scriptwriter of Tianfeng Film and Television to help me edit it. We can make a TV series ourselves. We don't lack channels, equipment, personnel, and funds. Suyu said. Shanghai's Naked Ass Bureau won't pass the review. You can give up this idea. Xianxia knocked on her head. We'll talk about this later. Help me see if there are any flaws in the writing and plot, Suyu said. The writing is okay, but I feel that the twists and turns are not natural enough. Maybe you haven't written a novel before and lack experience. Also, there's too much description of the female protagonist's psychological activities. When doing that kind of thing, don't write your feelings so clearly. After all, you're the one who wrote the romance novel, although I think it's a pornographic novel. Then, I'm wearing Zijin-colored clothes today. Excuse me, what is Zijin-colored clothes? Xianxia was confused. Green. Suyu said eloquently. I'll go. Xianxia felt very tired. Teddy didn't forget to criticize Sister Ziwei even when writing a novel. How much did she hate her, the hatred of stealing her husband, even if it was Sister Ziwei who hated her. Besides, why does the name of the protagonist feel weird? Xianxia frowned. Of course, Xianxia, it's a combination of the two of us. Suyu hugged Xianxia's neck from behind and blew in his ear. Are you surprised? F***ck. Xianxia suddenly shouted. Xianxia remembered. It wasn't the name of the male protagonist that was wrong, but the name of the female protagonist, Su Xiaolan, was very wrong. If he remembered correctly, Xiaolan was the pet name that the old man used for his mother. No, I can't look at this novel directly anymore. Xianxia covered his face silently. What are you doing? Suyu was shocked. The name of the female protagonist makes me feel out of character. Xiaolan is my mother's pet name. You can't give a name so casually, you bastard Teddy. Xianxia was speechless. Oh, I thought about the name for a long time. Then I had a flash of inspiration and thought of Xiaolan. No wonder I always felt that it was familiar, Suyu said. Xianxia sighed. You're just like that little bitch, Bao don't allow drugs. Sooner or later, you'll be done for. The title of the novel also needs to be changed. What nonsense is it? 7 times in a night? Xianxia said seriously. Suyu, tell me the truth. Is there anything that makes you dissatisfied with me? No, I'm very satisfied in all aspects. Suyu shook her head again and again. Xianxia said in his heart, good answer, I'll consider you saved your little life. In the end, Xianxia couldn't persuade Suyu. He went back to his office to write the manuscript. Suyu continued to type. She said that she would update 2,000 words every day without stopping. This is the integrity that an author should have. After Xianxia finished reading her novel, he didn't intend to persuade her to give up. It doesn't matter. This kind of novel won't live long. When she sees the horror of the river crab mythological beast, she will naturally dispel the idea of writing a novel. On the other side, after Suyu updated today's chapter, she didn't write anymore. Her update time was very casual. If she had inspiration, she would write a few paragraphs. If she didn't have inspiration, she would work at ease. Sometimes she would update at noon, sometimes she would update at night. Not many people read her novel. After all, it was only serialized for a week, but she was very satisfied. In this week, in order to write a good bed scene, she pestered Xianxia several times and then wrote out her feelings. Of course, Xianxia didn't know this. He only knew that Suyu wrote novels today. Suyu was a person who showed off. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent photos to the group so frequently. She finished writing the novel today and felt great, so she sent the link to the novel to the group. I wrote a novel, let me show you. After Suyu posted the link, she turned her head and busied herself with her own work. She wrote more than 10,000 words in a week. Sister Man and the others couldn't finish reading it in a short time. Later, she would ask Sister Man and the others for their opinions. Among the readers' comments on the website, 5 out of 10 were negative, 2 posted advertisements, 2 signed in, and 1 only shouted empty words, "Support the author, come on." There were no substantive opinions. As a novice, Suyu now needed the readers' opinions and suggestions. She was aiming to adapt the TV series, so the novel had to be written perfectly. At the noon meeting, it was pointed out that all company leaders should follow the footsteps of President Qin and President Su to create a harmonious company and develop a well-off and profitable level. While actively developing the business, they should pay close attention to the lives of the employees and understand that the employees are the foundation of the company. After listening to President Qin's speech, the company executives felt that today's President Qin was different. He became particularly high and mighty. In addition, the speech was inexplicably familiar. During the meeting, Suyu's mobile phone vibrated. She opened it and saw that someone in the chat group had replied. Nan Manpei, Suyu, you wrote it? Suyu, yes, what do you think, Sister Man? Nan Manpei, it's not very good. It's too explicit. Don't teach children bad things. Suyu, how can there be children? Nowadays, the youngest person who reads novels is a junior high school student. Nan Manpei, junior high school students are not considered young? If Ziqi Donglai reads this kind of book, I'll break their legs. Suyu, that's why Sister Man knows nothing about children nowadays. Haven't you heard that a chunibu needs to fall in love? Young people nowadays, it's very early. Junior high school students have already started rolling in the sheets. Nan Manpei, you only rolled in the sheets when you were 27 years old. Where did you get such a big sense of superiority? Suyu, you want to stab me in the heart? You wish. I'm not an illiterate idiot now. The Suyu of that year is dead. Now I'm Nyakalu, no, the topic can't be changed. Suyu, Sister Man, I asked you for advice. Nan Manpei, no advice. I don't read this kind of novel. I can't give you advice. Maybe you should ask the two of them. Qin Baobao Qing Qing Zijin Qin Zhe knocked on the table and frowned. Mr. Su, don't play with your phone during the meeting. Okay, President Qin. Suyu smiled and continued to look at her mobile phone. Qin Zhe was speechless. Let's continue the meeting, Qin Zhe said helplessly. In the group chat. I did. What kind of trash novel is that? Qin Baobao snorted. Also, can you please change the name of the female lead? Every time I see Su Xiaolan, it reminds me of my mother. Wang Zijin, covering face and crying, emoji. Wang Zijin, Suyu, what do you mean by Zijin is a pervert? I'm more concerned about this. I feel like you're mocking me. Suyu, you want to know? Wang Zijin, yes. Suyu, I won't tell you. Wang Zijin's negative emotions, plus 666 Suyu, don't complain about my novel. What's wrong with it? Please point it out. Qin Baobao, let's not talk about other things. I'm speechless about the bed scene. I'll take a screenshot for you to see. Screenshot. Here it is, I wasn't prepared at all. He took me violently. I felt pain, but there was also an indescribable comfort and pleasure. Are you kidding me? I slapped you, and you still feel comfort and pleasure after the pain? Although it's just a novel, it's too outrageous. Qin Baobao attacked, there are too many similar places that can't stand up to scrutiny. Wang Zijin, pushing sunglasses, emoji, yes, I think so too. Nan Manpei, Suyu wasn't angry at all. Instead, she pitted these two short-sighted women. Suyu, anything else? Wang Zijin, yes, I took a screenshot too. Screenshot. There's a problem with this paragraph, he pounded into my body again and again, making it hard for me to speak. Even breathing was a little difficult. Suyu, don't you think it's too exaggerated? Qin Baobao, it's too exaggerated. Nan Manpei. This seems to be a bit exaggerated. Suyu, so you're right, she silently deleted it and sent out a hee emoji instead. So you don't know anything about Xianxia's small motor. Xianxia knocked on the table again. Boss Su, don't play with your mobile phone during the meeting. The main reason was that Su Yu's smile was so weird that the executives at the table couldn't help but look at her. She didn't know how lethal her appearance was, and she mercilessly took away Xianxia's camera. Okay, Boss Qin. Su Yu smiled sweetly and continued to play with her mobile phone. The executives at the table looked at Xianxia sympathetically. Xianxia, mother asterisk cur. Then, let's continue. Where was I just now? Boss Qin, you talked about this year's performance targets, an executive said. Xianxia's face darkened. I think I just finished talking about this. The executive looked embarrassed and withdrew his gaze from Su Yu. In the group, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin went back and forth and attacked each other. Qin Baobao, I found another part that doesn't make sense. Screenshot, the female lead Su Xiaolan. Again, please change my mother's name, or I'll let Xianxia beat you up. Then back to the topic. The female lead Su Xiaolan is eating a cucumber at home, the male lead. Please change the name of the male lead, don't be surnamed Qin. Back to the topic, the male lead has a naughty smile on his face, saying that if you want to eat a cucumber, you can eat mine. My size is much bigger than it. Qin Baobao, Su Yu, you're referring to that thing, right? As far as I know, a cucumber is more than 10 centimeters long, and a man's, is that long? That's too fake. Wang Zijin, that's not scientific. Nan Manpei, in the office, Su Yu threw her mobile phone and laughed on the table. After laughing, she saw everyone looking at her. She coughed and said solemnly, continue the meeting. Everyone felt that Boss Su was strange today. Boss Su was laughing crazily in his heart, thinking, stupid Qin Baobao, that's your brother's size. Two illiterate idiots. In fact, many girls knew nothing about a man's size before they had a boyfriend. Unlike many men, who had all kinds of cavalry in their hands, as long as they dated a man, they would know. Some girls would watch Japanese action movies, but this did not include Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao was a clean freak and would not touch such things. Wang Zijin was a female hipster and would not touch such things. She liked to chase romantic and sad love. Chasing a cavalry movie was not in line with the style of a hipster. Xianxia was talking when his phone suddenly rang a few times. He glanced at it and thought, it's rare that Sister Man took the initiative to send me a message. So he picked it up and saw that Sister Man had sent a few screenshots of the chat history of a chat group. After Xianxia read it, he felt that his body was petrified, China was petrified, his mood was particularly complicated. He was not afraid that his affair with Su Yu would be exposed. After chatting with the low system, he really felt enlightened. The reason why Long Outyen was that he had a loving and confident heart. In fact, this was very dangerous. If Su Yu said that the content of the novel was purely personal experience, with the sisters' intelligence, they would have guessed it. At that time, Xianxia really wanted to be benevolent and die. Mainly because of the stupidity of the two sisters. Sister has always been a little fairy. She lived a clean and pure life. Xianxia has been with her for more than 20 years and knows it in his heart. But why is Sister Ziwei also illiterate? Isn't she an internet veteran? Oh, there will be number 18 pictures on the internet, but how come she doesn't even know a man's size? Half surprise, half funny. Let's adjourn. Xianxia announced the end of the meeting. The company executives got up and left. Su Yu also wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Xianxia, who pressed her on the conference table and slapped her. Don't you think your ass is not big enough? I'll help you develop it. Xianxia said angrily. Ouch. Su Yu's heart was full of grievances. Why did you suddenly hit me? I say, what were you doing just now? Sister Man sent me a screenshot. If you want to write a novel, just write it. What do you mean by showing it to my sister? Nonsense, I write a romance, not a pornographic novel. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Xianxia left Baoza in advance and drove to pick up Wang Zijin from work. Wang Zijin had the ideological awareness of a party member. She said that she wanted to respond to the country's call to live a low-carbon life, so she insisted on not buying a car. Qin Baobao thought that she actually wanted Qin Zhe to pick her up every day. Wang Zijin came to Shanghai in a fit of pique. She didn't plan to stay for a long time. Her initial plan was to stay for 10 days to half a month, and then go home to negotiate with her father. If he continued to meddle in her marriage, she would stay for a year and a half, or even longer. Anyway, she was her father's only daughter, and she had the confidence to be willful. She didn't expect that she would be addicted to living there. First, the Qin family was serious and full of warmth. Her father was strict, her mother was kind, and her sister and brother were a pair of clowns. Wang Zijin longed for this kind of family atmosphere. She didn't expect that she would be addicted to her best friend's brother in the end. She didn't try his glib tongue, nor did she experience his two-finger technique, but she was addicted. He was handsome, had the right temperament, and was very talented. He was interesting. Although he was a little timid occasionally, such a talented man should be strong and domineering. But because of this, he was cute and made women more curious. Moreover, a strong and domineering man didn't meet Wang Zijin's aesthetic standards. There was no lack of pursuers of the domineering CEO type in Beijing. Wang Zijin was very opinionated, and she was not stupid and sweet, so she was actually very disgusted with the domineering CEO type. On the contrary, a talented but timid type like the little red guy was in line with Wang Zijin's taste. Wang Zijin held the wall with her hand. When she took off her high heels and changed into cotton slippers, her mobile phone rang. "Aze, help me get my mobile phone." Her Louis Vuitton bag was hanging on Qin Zhe's shoulder. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID, "Mom." His expression was strange. "Who is calling?" Wang Zijin asked curiously. Qin Zhe looked at his sister in the living room and mouthed, "Our mother." Wang Zijin's expression immediately became strange. "I'm going to the room to answer the call." She took the phone and ran into the room. A gentleman is magnanimous, while a villain is sneaky. Qin Baobao curled her lips in disdain. She was wearing a cotton yoga suit with a very low neckline. It's right for a gentleman to be frank about his balls. The last sentence should be "a villain hides his dick." Qin Zhe sat beside his sister. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards her deep cleavage. It was white and alluring. Qin Baobao puffed up her chest. "What are you looking at?" Qin Zhe was taken aback. "I'm looking through the gap." Qin Baobao chopped his head with a knife. "What is she doing?" Qin Baobao bent over and took out a lollipop from the drawer of the coffee table, licking it. "Her mother." "Sister Ziwei's mother called," Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. "Let's go and eavesdrop." Qin Zhe said, "You have to respect people's privacy." He was also quite curious. Wang Zijin had been in Shanghai for more than half a year, and she rarely talked to her family on the phone. The siblings didn't know what the current situation was between her and her family. Were they still in a cold war, or were they willing to bury the hatchet? At the very least, it should have eased a little. Since her mother called, it means that their relationship has improved. Maybe Wang Zijin has found a boyfriend? Qin Baobao's eyes sparkled with the light of gossip. "Impossible," Qin Zhe said in his heart. "Her boyfriend is right in front of you, but she doesn't even dare to tell you, let alone tell her parents. Speaking of which, I haven't even touched this boyfriend of mine, let alone come in and out." After all, Wang Zijin wanted to be in a relationship but was afraid of being ked by Zijin. In the room, Wang Zijin stood by the window and looked at the night view of the Huangpu River. "Mom?" Her tone was calm, neither surprised nor cold. "Zijin, your grandpa is sick." A woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. It was a gentle and pleasant voice. "How is grandpa?" Wang Zijin frowned, and her voice was nervous. Unlike other cousins, Wang Zijin grew up with her grandpa in the military family area. Dr. Chen said it's nothing serious. "He just needs to recuperate for a while," her mother said softly. "Then, I'll come back?" Wang Zijin bit her lip. As if waiting for her to say this, her mother smiled and said, "Come back. Your grandpa is in his 80s. He hasn't seen you for more than half a year. He misses you." Wang Zijin hesitated for a moment and said, I'll come back to see Grandpa. Her mother sighed and said, still angry with your dad? It's been half a year. Although he doesn't say it, he misses you. Wang Zijin was silent. Her mother said again, bring your boyfriend back to see him. Wang Zijin, China petrification. Mom. How did you know? Wang Zijin panicked. It doesn't make sense. Other than uncle and auntie, no one knows about my relationship with A's. How did my mom, who's far away in Beijing, know? She couldn't figure it out. Not only me, but the Wang family also knows, her mother said. Wang Zijin, China petrification +2. What's going on? Wang Zijin's little soul roared. She couldn't figure it out. How did the Wang family in Beijing know when all the big cows outside were kept in the dark? And your little circle, they all know. Wang Zijin said carefully, did Dad send a secret agent to keep an eye on me? She couldn't believe it herself. But how did the people in Beijing know? As a mother, she naturally wouldn't keep her daughter in suspense. She told her everything she knew. It's that bastard from the Zhao family. Didn't he come to Shanghai to see you? His family also wanted to know about your situation here, so they kept an eye on it. Later, I heard that he told his friends that you were desperately in love with a man in Shanghai. You cried and begged him not to abandon you and that he must like you or something. You cried and begged for a man. You cried and begged him not to abandon you. He must like you. Zhao Taizhu said, Mom, I think. It's quite embarrassing. Her mother was a little distressed. My dear daughter, you have to be more careful. Wang Zijin held a mouthful of blood in her mouth. She wanted to splash blood in front of Zhao Taizhu. No, the smart Wang Zijin immediately realized. Zhao Taizhu knew that she was in love with Xianxia. That was right, but the last two sentences, you cried and begged him not to abandon you, he must like you. These two sentences had a strong sense of déjà vu. If she remembered correctly, it was that night when she used Zhao Taizhu to test Xianxia. She thought that she had gone too far and said those words when she lost control of her emotions. Then the question was, how did Zhao Taizhu know? Zijin? Why aren't you talking? Her mother said, are you shy? Shyness doesn't exist. Wang Zijin said softly, Mom, my brain is trembling. Huh? Her mother was confused. I know. I'll come back tomorrow and bring him back on the way, but... Wang Zijin said bitterly, I'll clean up the house first. Goodbye, Mom. Wang Zijin hung up the phone and looked at the night view of the river. Don't ask the person who loves me the most how deeply he hurt me. Reality is always too cruel. In the living room, Ying was practicing yoga. The little guy was admiring his sister's figure without looking sideways. Wang Zijin came to the living room and said as if nothing had happened, Bao Bao, my grandpa is in the hospital. In fact, he was not in the hospital. With old Master Wang's identity, there was no reason for him to be a doctor. But Wang Zijin wanted to make the situation more serious. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Are you going back? There's no other way. Wang Zijin sighed. Then my grandpa kept talking about my marriage and wanted me to get married early. My family used this reason to force me. I'm so helpless. Xianxia said in his heart, what are you crying for? Qin Bao Bao frowned and felt bad for her best friend. I told them that I have a boyfriend. My family didn't believe me and asked me to bring him back to meet them, Wang Zijin said. So you want my brother to pretend to be your friend? Qin Bao Bao understood. Xianxia said in his heart, he's actually your real boyfriend, sister. Wang Zijin nodded. I'll buy a plane ticket back to the capital tomorrow and stay for 2 or 3 days. Qin Bao Bao agreed readily. Then I'll lend you the little guy for a few days. Don't break him. Xianxia was speechless. Why did he feel like a toy? Bah, a toy? Then, he suddenly understood what his sister meant. The Wang family was such a big rich family. If the eldest daughter of the family hooked up with a wild man outside and brought him back, she would definitely be looked down upon. But since her best friend had spoken, Qin Bao Bao could not refuse. Then, she could not bear to see her brother being looked down upon for no reason, so she hinted to Wang Zijin not to break him. I'm not lending my brother to you purely to block arrows for you. You have to watch over him and don't let him suffer too much. Thank you, Bao Bao. Then, A's, come with me. I'll tell you about my family's situation, Wang Zijin said with a smile. Go, go. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand. Qin Zhe followed Sister Ziwei into the room in a hurry, wanting to take advantage of Sister Ziwei. But as soon as he entered the room, Wang Zijin pushed him onto the bed. Wang Zijin sat on top of him and looked down at him. Qin Zhe was shocked. He thought to himself, Sister Xian is so unrestrained today? Didn't she want to date but was afraid of being F***ked, then should I eat grapes first, or the fungus? Qin Zhe's heart stirred. Wang Zijin looked down at him and sneered. Tell me, how do you want to die? Okay, she's playing with emotions. Qin Zhe said with a smile, Yu Xian wants to die. I'll F***king slap you to death. Wang Zijin waved her hand and chopped his head. Seeing Qin Bao Bao waving her hand and chopping her brother many times, she also learned it. Don't hit me, the hand knife was quite painful. Qin Zhe blocked it a few times and grabbed Sister Ziwei's wrist. He was confused. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? I'm not the one who hit your grandfather and sent him to the hospital. Wang Zijin said with a straight face, I'll give you 3 seconds to tell the truth. Qin Zhe panicked. My affair with Suyu was finally exposed, yes, Sister Ziwei was so smart. After reading Suyu's novel, it was impossible for her not to have some ideas. She finally speculated. At this time I should snort coldly, yes, Suyu is my woman. Then Wang Zijin said, how can you treat your family like this? He said, but my heart for you is unchanged. Wang Zijin, I don't want it. He said, then you will lose me. Wang Zijin, don't leave me. As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care how many women you have. But the fact was that his little heart was trembling, and he was terrified. Forget it, since the matter has been confessed, then face it bravely. Although I am a salted fish, I am also a salted fish with responsibility. I'm sorry for this matter. Qin Zhe said in a deep voice. Although he had fantasized that the moment of confession would never come, just like 2012. How good would that be? But Qin Zhe felt that he could not be as unreliable as the master brick. If a salted fish was put into the sea, it would be the Hei's king. The Hei's king should be a king. I know I'm a scumbag. I shouldn't have hidden it from you for so long. Qin Zhe paused, took a deep breath, and gave himself 3 seconds to prepare. Wang Zijin snorted, you really have an affair with Taizhu. Qin Zhe, what? Zhao Taizhu? Qin Zhe was stunned on the spot. What does this have to do with Zhao Taizhu? How could I have an affair with him? Wait, Sister Ziwei said, you really have an affair with Taizhu. In other words, she was not talking about Suyu. I'm really a man with a system. I'm blessed everywhere. Do you want to say it yourself, or do I force you to say it? Wang Zijin pinched Qin Zhe's neck. She did not use much strength, but her eyes were fierce, and her lips were tightly pursed. She looked very delicate and naive. Sister Ziwei rarely lost her composure like this. I'll say it, Qin Zhe confessed, that day, when I was sleeping in your car, Taizhu texted me and told me about it. And then? Wang Zijin clenched her silver teeth. Sister Ziwei, tell me first, how did you know? Qin Zhe was more curious about this. My mom just called and told me, Wang Zijin pursed her lips, my family knows about it, and it's also spreading in my circle of friends. Everyone is probably laughing at me. Look, Wang Zijin has such a day, begging a man to like her. She's simply throwing herself at him. You don't know, I've taught a lot of people a lesson when I was young. Then how did your mom know? Zhao Taizhu said it. Qin Zhe did not understand. Didn't they agree to keep it a secret? Taizhu didn't look like a blabbermouth. Wasn't it good for this guy to be alive? Why did he have to court death? In that case, I could put the blame on him with a clear conscience. I was very happy at that time because my sister Ziwei didn't like another man. I was so happy that I wanted to shout to the sky. Acting mastery, activate. Qin Zhe said with lingering fear, if you really like another man, I will never be able to recover from this setback. I will never believe in love again. Wang Zijin was stunned. She thought to herself, this should be glib-tongued, but why are his eyes full of affection and joy? That is the expression of his true feelings. Sister Ziwei's anger immediately subsided. And then? Then Taizhu asked me why I didn't pursue Sister Ziwei boldly since I liked her so much. I said I was afraid that I am not good enough, afraid that we can't even be friends. Zhao Taizhu gave me an idea, Qinzai said. He told me to beat you at your own game, to test your reaction. I asked why you helped me lie to Sister Ziwei. He said that he wanted to make Sister Ziwei shed tears of regret. Even if he couldn't see it, it would be very beautiful just thinking about it. Qinzai didn't lie. At that time, I had a bold idea, was indeed Zhao Tiezhu's imagination. He only beautified himself a little and activated acting proficiency at the same time to make his words more convincing. Then why didn't you tell me later? Wang Zijin said angrily. Sister Ziwei was indeed not so easy to fool. Qinzai said in a low voice, Sister Ziwei, I didn't mean to lie to you. But it's all because I love you deeply. Wang Zijin hit his head twice with her hands and gritted her teeth. Zhao Taizhu, I didn't expect to be tricked by him. I was too careless. Looking at Sister Ziwei's expression, it seemed that he had to teach Zhao Taizhu a lesson on his way back to the capital. Brother Taizhu, as long as you are safe, everything will be fine. Qinzai silently prayed for Zhao Tiezhu's well-being. Just then, the door opened. Sister Ziwei's tall figure appeared at the door. Her charming face was full of shock. What are you doing? We're not doing anything. Wang Zijin heard the door open and quickly got up. Qinzai and Wang Zijin looked at each other, panicking. Sister's best friend rode on top of her, and rode on top of her best friend's brother. It was hard to explain. Why is your head red? Qin Baobao frowned and looked at her brother's head. I hit you just now. Wang Zijin had an idea. It's all his fault. I just told him that my parents are not on good terms. He said that my dad is keeping a mistress in front of him and will divorce sooner or later. You hit him so hard. Qin Baobao mumbled, it's red. Qinzai thought, Sister Ziwei, are you witty or stubborn? Is it really okay to curse your parents like that? How did you ride on top? Qin Baobao walked to the bed. Huh? Wang Zijin was stunned and didn't react. I was wondering how you rode on top. Qin Baobao repeated, let's show you. Although she was confused, Wang Zijin still did as she was told. Sit on the bed. Qin Baobao did as she was told. Wang Zijin straddled her body. Like this, ouch. Qin Baobao suddenly flipped her over. Her two long legs curled up and stretched out. Then, she put them on Wang Zijin's shoulders and squeezed her legs. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded, she was really dumbfounded. What are you doing? Don't squeeze me so tightly. My neck is going to break, Wang Zijin said. How dare you hit my brother? Even if you're my best friend, I won't hold back, Qin Baobao said. Let go, let go. Wang Zijin said, Aze, save me. Qinzai was speechless. He thought, Sister Ziwei, you're really dumbfounded. I haven't enjoyed such good benefits in a long time. I have to change the name of the deadly scissors kick. It's not appropriate enough. I'll change it to, dumbfounded. The plane flew across the blue sky and slowly landed at the capital airport amidst the loud noise. Qinzai and Wang Zijin each dragged their suitcases and took the shuttle bus to the airport. Sister Ziwei, how should I face your family? Or should I say, do your parents and grandpa prefer gentle, humble, and frugal young people, or do they prefer energetic and positive young people? Qinzai was a little nervous. It wasn't because of the power of the Wang family, but because he was going to meet his girlfriend's parents. You just have to act as yourself. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. No, you're too cowardly. You'll be looked down upon by the elders. You might even be bullied by my cousins. Wang Zijin rubbed her chin. Qinzai was speechless. Was it really okay to call him a coward in front of her boyfriend? Sister Ziwei, don't I care about my reputation? Then what should I do? Qinzai asked humbly. As for my father, he's a rather serious and unsmiling person, but his style in the officialdom is swift and decisive, forceful and domineering. My grandpa fought on the battlefield when he was young. He has a bad temper and a strong personality, so they prefer young people with a sharp edge. They don't like gentle, humble, and frugal young people. They also don't like scheming boys who can remain calm and even smile when they're being ostracized. Wang Zijin pondered and said, so you have to act like a strong young man. Don't be a coward and just do it. If anyone dares to provoke you, you have to fight back. Xianxia frowned. That's not very good. It's very rude. In his opinion, he should be humble and amiable as a newcomer. He shouldn't show off too much. It depends on the person. Wang Zijin analyzed. Let's not talk about the elders first. The juniors of the Wang family are like flowers in a greenhouse. They're used to being arrogant and superior. You can't expect them to be too humble to you. Well, it's not that they're domineering, as long as your identity is more troublesome. She took Xianxia's arm. After all, he's a wild man I hooked up with outside, right? Then, my circle of friends is made up of a bunch of successful second-generation officials. On the surface, they will be your friends and brothers, but in their hearts, they might not think highly of you. So, you can't be too cowardly, too humble. You should look down on them when you need to. You have your sister standing behind you. Xianxia complained, is your friend called Smile or Reuben Tail? Wang Zijin, huh? Nothing. Xianxia patted his chest. I know what to do. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Although I like cowards, you can't be cowardly in front of outsiders. You have to be domineering, fierce, and sharp. So, get up, you little pervert. As they spoke, they took the elevator to the departure floor on the second floor. Wang Zijin looked around and pointed at the black car not far away. Let's go. My second uncle is here to pick us up. She pulled the suitcase with her left hand and took Xianxia's hand with her right. They walked towards the car. In the car, a young man lowered the window and waved at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin narrowed his eyes and said to his father in the driver's seat, Dad, that man looks a little familiar. The middle-aged man said calmly, go down and help your sister with her luggage. The young man answered happily, okay. The young man was like a wild dog. He first shouted with a face full of smiles, sister. Then, he reached out to help Wang Zijin carry her luggage and stuffed it into the trunk of his father's car. Then, he closed the trunk with a bang. The little brat ignored Xianxia and went back to the car. He opened the door of the passenger seat and said, sister, get in. My cousin, second uncle's youngest son. Wang Zijin said. Not bad. You're trying to intimidate me as soon as we meet? Xianxia opened the trunk and stuffed the suitcase in. Second uncle's youngest son should be called Wang Zijin. Xianxia had an excellent memory. On the plane, Wang Zijin roughly introduced the elders and juniors in her family. If the children of her second and third grandfathers were included, there were about 40 to 50 people. Wang Zijin was a second-year high school student. He was praised by his grandfather as being very intelligent and not an arrogant and despotic second generation. However, according to Wang Zijin, because he often followed behind her when he was young, he didn't learn any open strategies. Instead, he learned a lot of conspiracies and tricks. His weakness was that he had a bad temper and liked to insult people. When they met for the first time, Xianxia had a general impression of him. He was a relatively sinister and conceited young man. He seemed to be very unfriendly to him. It was written all over his face. Of course, a second-year high school student couldn't be too scheming and shrewd. It was unrealistic. On the other hand, second uncle was very calm. He was a middle-aged man with good facial features. When he saw Wang Zijin, he revealed a gentle smile. He took a few more glances at Xianxia and also greeted her with a smile. Zijin, we know that you're coming back, so we prepared a table full of dishes. Let's go back and make it in time. Uncle Wang smiled. Then, is there second aunt's specialty spicy chicken? Wang Zijin also smiled. Of course there is. I specially asked Mom to make it. Wang Zijin's tone was as if he was asking for credit. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to eat a hot meal at home. I'll be eating my father and grandfather's punishment. Wang Zijin sighed. Uncle Wang laughed. Wang Zijin, you still know how to be afraid? Wang Zijin hugged Qinzai's arm. Nah, I found a scapegoat. Uncle Wang followed the topic. Right, little Qin, right? What does your family do? It was a very proper question. Every elder would ask such a question. What does your family do? How many siblings do you have, were all questions that elders would ask. Wang Zining was a little puzzled. The Wang family actually knew Qinzai's identity and background. His father's question was unnecessary. Qinzai replied, my father is a university professor and my mother is a housewife. If I were to do it myself, I would open a company. Wang Zining interrupted. Nonsense. You're clearly an actor. You're an actor. Wang Zijin frowned. Uncle Wang said unhappily, Zining. If it were any other time, Qinzai would just laugh or find a chance to beat him up. However, it was different now. Sister Ziwei had just spoken. Whoever dared to provoke her would have to go all out. Uncle Wang was on the side. If he acted too cowardly, he would go home and tell the elders. Wouldn't he die before he could even achieve victory? It's not like I don't know how to insult people. Qinzai chuckled. Shizi is your brother-in-law. Uncle Wang was stunned. Wang Zining said angrily, are you worthy? Qinzai shook his head. I'm not worthy. Wang Zining sneered. At least you know your place. Qinzai said, as long as she's worthy of me. Wang Zijin changed the topic. Zining, how are your grades? Have you improved this semester? Uncle Wang said unhappily, same as always. Neither good nor bad. Wang Zining was unconvinced. He was about to speak when that annoying fellow said leisurely, it's impossible to improve. You won't improve in this lifetime. You're not smart enough either. You can only rely on cheating to maintain your grades. Wang Zijin, Uncle Wang Zining said angrily, what does it have to do with you? Qinzai laughed. Just kidding. Wang Zijin glared at him. Ace is very good in science. I heard from Sister Man that her nephew has a chance to enter the University of Finance and Economics. Thanks to you tutoring him, he's improved a lot. Wang Zining's face was full of disdain. Uncle Wang was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, that's good. Little Qin, why don't you help guide him these few days? Wang Zining sneered. Dad, can't I work hard? Who needs him to teach me? Qinzai added, yeah. If you don't work hard, you'll never know how useless you are. Wang Zining, Uncle Wang Zijin. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became quiet and awkward. Wang Zining was furious. He wanted to jump out of the car and fight this guy in person, but he could only hold it in. After all, he didn't have the courage to jump out of the car at 60 kilometers per hour. Wang Zijin secretly pointed at her phone, hinting at Qinzai to look at his phone. Qinzai took it out and saw that Sister Ziwei had sent him a message. What are you doing? Did you take the wrong medicine? Qinzai was stunned for a moment before he typed a reply. Didn't you tell me to fight back? Wang Zijin covered her face. I only told you to be more strong-willed, not to become a mobile complaining machine. I wanted to beat you up just now. You're so cheap. Qinzai curled his lips and replied, to be honest, when faced with a disobedient little brat like your brother, I can either ignore him or beat him up. I can't hit him, right? That's why I can only fight back. Wang Zijin, okay. Maybe we deal with things differently. Qinzai, how did you deal with it? I'll study. Wang Zijin, watch me. Wang Zijin put away her phone and said calmly, actually, whether or not he studies well doesn't mean anything. Grandpa said that Zining is smart. He just didn't put his intelligence into studying. When he grows up and wants to start a career, he'll be smart enough to do it. So, Sister Zijin, what are you trying to say after laying out so much? Qinzai didn't know what she was trying to do, but he knew that it wasn't as simple as just praising his cousin. Uncle Wang nodded with a smile. Wang Zining was overjoyed. Sister, you know me the best. My parents only told me to study hard. They don't know what I like. Wang Zijin smiled faintly. So you like women? Uncle Wang? Wang Zining was dumbfounded. Wang Zijin said, although I'm in Shanghai, I know a little about what happened at school. I heard that during PE class, you blocked a girl in class at the toilet door and kissed and hugged her. You even threatened her not to tell the teacher or the school would expel her. Second uncle definitely doesn't know about this. Second aunt won't tell you either. Zining, I'm afraid that you'll go astray. Uncle Wang stared at his son with a murderous look. Wang Zining was stunned. He wondered if he didn't check the almanac before he left. Wang Zining's negative emotions. Wang Zijin took out her phone and typed a message. That's it. Complain under the banner that it's for their own good. Slander them and make their parents shed tears of gratitude. Your way of doing things is too easy to attract hate. Learn from it. In his heart, sisters asterisk 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 s asterisk 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 s star. Sister Ziwei's actions were like a scheming bee asterisk tch in a TV series. She would act weak, kind, and sensible in front of men. She would try her best to harm the female lead and say innocently, Sister, what did I do wrong to make you hate me so much? Please hit me and scold me. Don't be angry with me. Wang Zining was completely honest now. He felt that Sister Ziwei was doing it on purpose. She was taking revenge on him for finding fault with her boyfriend. Then, there was a logic that was really good. Birds of a feather flocked together. Sister Ziwei's boyfriend was RBQ. Sigh, I should worry about myself first. If Dad finds out that I flirted with a girl in school, I'll probably get a beating when I get back. It wouldn't be good to tell Dad that the girl is my girl now and we're in love with each other. Silence fell again. Xianxia looked at the scenery outside the window. Although there were often smog and sandstorms in Beijing, the city's greenery was actually quite good. It was even better than Shanghai. He had been here once when he was young. His parents had brought him and the girls to the capital to play. They visited the Forbidden City, climbed the Great Wall, climbed the Fragrant Mountain, and ate roast duck. He didn't want to eat roast duck a second time. His biggest impression was the street outside Tiananmen Square. It was so spacious that tanks could drive there. It was said that the people here had big hats. They could even hit a government agency if they threw a brick. Xianxia had never tried it before. Just like Shanghai, the capital wasn't a good place to live. Young people could come here to make a living. There was a phrase called Beijing drifting. Tens of thousands of young people came to Beijing with dreams. They lived in basements and small houses with a salary of a few thousand yuan every month. They thought that they could make a name for themselves, but after a few years, they went back to their hometown with their tails between their legs. Those who clenched their teeth and survived would rent houses and drift around. Why bother? How many of them could really make a name for themselves, unless you had a system? Soon, they arrived at their destination. It was a place that disappointed Xianxia greatly. He had thought that it would be a typical courtyard house with a tree in the yard. That would be very interesting. But that wasn't the case at all. The car drove into a neighborhood. Let's call it a neighborhood. There were soldiers guarding the entrance. The neighborhood wasn't an ordinary neighborhood. It was more like a villa district. Uncle Wang's car drove into the neighborhood without any obstructions. It drove along the road and finally stopped outside a luxurious villa. Xianxia looked around. The villa was very grand. There was a 4-story villa in the middle and a 3-story building on both sides. There was also a huge backyard. TSK, TSK, TSK. This scale, if it was outside, would be worth at least 100 million. Sure enough, courtyard houses were a feature of the 80s and 90s. The leaders of today wouldn't live in such a place. He got out of the car and went in. He went through the wrought iron gate. He didn't push open the brown solid wood door directly. Instead, he followed the small path beside the villa and went to the backyard. Only then did he see the main hall. There was an evergreen tree in the backyard and a row of colorful bonsai plants in the southeast. Perhaps because they knew that Wang Zijin was coming home today, all the direct descendants of the Wang family's old master were present. This showed how important Wang Zijin was in the Wang family. Excluding the branches left behind by the old master's deceased brothers, there were 4 in the second generation of the Wang family. Wang Zijin's father was the eldest. He had a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. In the third generation, the eldest, Wang Qingfu, only had a daughter. The second, Wang Qinghao, had a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter died young. The second, Wang Lingyan, had a son. The youngest, Wang Linghua, had 2 daughters. The Wang family wasn't exactly flourishing, but it wasn't to the extent that there was no successor. Wang Qingfu was successful in his career and was recognized as the successor of the Wang family. Wang Qinghao was slightly worse, but his career was stable. As for the 2 daughters, they weren't in the system. They were doing business. Wang Zijin didn't feel guilty about running away from home at all. She greeted the elders with a smile. The elders had different expressions. Some were angry, some were smiling, and some were shaking their heads helplessly. Then, Wang Zijin hugged Qin Zai's arm. "My boyfriend, Qin Zai." The gazes of the elders and juniors all fell on him. Qin Zai thought to himself, at this time, according to the routine, I should show off in front of everyone. However, the uncles and aunties were all looking at him curiously. Other than Wang Zining, who was glaring at him fiercely, no one mocked him. This made him very anxious. They didn't give him a chance to show off in front of everyone. As soon as he left the airport, he felt Wang Zining's deep malice. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be very popular. However, whether it was the elders or the juniors, they didn't seem to hate him that much. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, they were from a wealthy family. They wouldn't be so unstylish. Since that was the case, why was Wang Zining's deep malice? With that thought, Qin Zai followed Wang Zijin's order. He first called her parents, uncle and auntie, then second uncle, second aunt, and third aunt. He ignored the young people of the same generation. Wang Zijin's father, Wang Qingfu, was a more old-fashioned and serious middle-aged man. He was very energetic and didn't have the dignified temperament of a superior. His facial features were regular, and he was somewhat similar to second uncle Wang. He couldn't be said to be very handsome. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Qin Zai observed him hard, trying to find a look of disgust or displeasure, but there was none. He didn't know if he was too good at maintaining his composure or if he really didn't hate him. Logically speaking, he was considered to have come out of nowhere. Father Wang wanted Wang Zijin to marry a guy whose name Qin Zai forgot. "Mom, where's my grandpa?" Wang Zijin asked. Mother Wang was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. She had an oval face and was dignified and generous. It could be seen that Wang Zijin inherited her mother's looks. Also, he felt that Mother Wang's gaze was a little hot. She stared at him in a daze for a while. Mother Wang retracted her gaze and chuckled. "He's upstairs." Wang Zijin said, "I'll go up to see Grandpa." She walked through the hall and disappeared. She unfairly threw Qin Zai, who had just arrived, into the crowd of family members. The nanny brought some fruits. The elders sat in a circle, and the juniors sat in a circle further away. Qin Zai was a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, he should have mixed in with the juniors, but everyone's attitude was so cold. Mother Wang said not to be polite and to treat it as his own home. Second aunt and third aunt smiled at him. Father Wang and second uncle Wang didn't say anything. Then, the young people of the same generation ignored him. So, did they treat him coldly? The living room of the Wang family was really big. It was twice as big as the living room of her sister's mansion. The elders sat on one side and the younger generation sat on the other. If they didn't talk loudly, they couldn't hear what they were saying. Qin Zai sat alone on the long brown leather sofa between the two sides. Wang Zijin had a total of 6 brothers and sisters of the same generation. They gathered together to chat about their daily lives. Wang Zining was the youngest and was still in high school. His brothers and sisters were either graduating from university or working. He couldn't join in the conversation, so he lowered his head and played with his phone. Wang Zining was the only male in this generation of the Wang family. Although he couldn't be considered to be the moon surrounded by the stars, the elders were more or less partial to him. His status in the family was second only to Wang Jin. Wang Zijin was the eldest daughter of the Wang family and was raised by Old Master Wang. These brothers and sisters didn't disrespect her, so she wasn't afraid. Although Wang Zijin was a little unscrupulous, she had inherited the art of controlling people from Old Master Wang. She knew how to use the carrot and stick. For example, Wang Zijin was a troublemaker. He learned his little tricks from his cousin. Unfortunately, he only learned how to be sinister. He was young and didn't know how to combine right and wrong, so he was always causing trouble. Sometimes, even a doting mother couldn't stop a furious father from beating him. At times, as long as Wang Zijin helped him say a few words, although it wouldn't let him escape punishment, at least his father would soften the blow. For example, Wang Xining's sister, Wang Xiren, who was ranked second in the Wang family, had a gentle personality. She was really gentle, and Wang Zijin's fake gentleness and generosity were all learned from her sister. They ate and lived together when they were young. Wang Xiren would go to her grandfather's place every weekend and sleep with her sister, Wang Zijin. For example, Wang Lingyan's son, Su Yuan, was very naughty when he was in school. He fell in love in junior high and was in a relationship all the way until high school. In the end, his first love, who he planned to date all the way until college and then get married, slept with a guy who was also a second-generation official. It was a bolt from the blue. After 4 or 5 years of dating, he never explored his girlfriend's depth. In the end, someone else found out about it. Su Yuan fought with the son of an official, but the other party outnumbered him and he didn't like to form cliques, so he was beaten black and blue. Later on, Wang Zijin came forward to settle the matter. She gathered a group of rich second generations and gave that guy a beating in school. 2 of his teeth were knocked out, and when he returned home, his parents didn't even recognize him. Then, there were the 2 daughters of Wang Linghua. Wang Linghua's husband was a businessman who relied on the Wang family's connections to make a name for himself in the business world. However, he had always been on the fringes of the Wang family's circle. Therefore, Yang Ping and Yang Shui, the 2 outer daughters, had no right to speak. The Wang family's indifference was expected. After all, if any family's daughter suddenly brought home a boyfriend of her own accord, her parents would definitely be unhappy. She might even doubt the authenticity of this boyfriend. Couldn't he be a shield pulled back by her daughter? If that was the case, then there was no need to treat him warmly. Qinzhe did not care about this. He was more concerned about the number of children in this generation of the Wang family. Damn it, didn't they agree on family planning? Second Uncle Wang had a son and a daughter, while Aunt Wang had 2 daughters. Things like policies were indeed targeted at us commoners. My poor mother specially went to the countryside to give birth to me. Before I was even born, my motherland could no longer tolerate me. Could this be considered an alternative version? This child must not be allowed to live. As the few youngsters chatted, the topic turned to Qinzhe. They were all rather curious. Although they did not chase after celebrities, they were familiar with the matters of the entertainment industry and liked celebrities. He can keep his composure. Wang Xiren glanced at Qinzhe, who was not far away. This is called being thick-skinned. Wang Xining looked up and said disdainfully. I like him a lot. I like his role as Mo Chenfeng the most. Yang Shui said. Compared to her sister who liked Qinzhe, Yang Ping did not seem to have a good impression of Qinzhe. She said softly, what's so good about him? He's just an actor. How can he be worthy of cousin? Su Yuan, who had been in the political system for a year, lowered his head and drank his tea. He did not express his opinion. Yang Shui retorted, so what if he's an actor? There are actors who enter the CPPCC. What era is this? Besides, acting is just his side job. He's already rich. Wang Xining snorted. Is he as rich as cousin's family? Yang Shui rolled her eyes. The others shook their heads and laughed. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. Xining, it's different. Qinzhe was certainly not as rich as his family, but the nature of the 2 was different. Their starting point and resources were not equal. The difficulty of earning money was also different. There was no comparison at all. Su Yuan actually admired Qinzhe. It was incredible for him to have such achievements at such a young age without any help. Yang Ping said, the truth is the truth. Zhang Mingqing is more worthy of cousin. Xianxia said, "Yo, you're so close to his sister that you don't know your surname? See if cousin will beat you up if she hears this." Xianxia spat. Little chest sister. Yang Ping was furious. Although she was the elder sister, she was left behind by her sister in terms of chest development. Her sister went from A to B, and now C, and her little lotus was just showing her tip. The two sisters used to quarrel, and the younger sister would always say such words to hurt her. At first, she was furious, but now that her skin was thick, it didn't matter. Yang Ping snorted. "I'm flat, I'm proud. I'm saving cloth for the country." Xianxia was speechless. Everyone turned around in shock. Xianxia stood behind them and nodded kindly. Pfft. Yang Ping laughed unkindly. The others also tried to hold back their laughter. Wang Zining opened his mouth and suddenly thought of something. He held back his words. Yang Ping, who came back to her senses, was furious. She felt that she had been ridiculed and her self-esteem was severely hurt. "She's just an actress. She has no quality," Yang Ping retorted. Xianxia glanced at her. Horizontal line, flat as a wash. After that, he saw Yang Ping's chest rise and fall violently as if she was about to explode. He thought to himself, this retort is 666. Yang Ping was completely furious. Just as she was about to speak, Xianxia spoke first and smiled kindly at Xianxia. "You're so nice to have a sister and a brother." Xianxia didn't react. If it was a brother, she only had one cousin, Su Yuan. She glanced at Su Yuan. In the next moment, both of them understood. Xianxia, Su Yuan. Yang Ping's lungs were about to explode. There was nothing wrong with the sister, but the brother at the end was still mocking her. Yang Ping looked down at her chest. She felt wronged. Xianxia returned to his seat in satisfaction. He might not be able to gain their friendship by doing this, but he could gain their fear and perhaps even disdain. But no matter what, if they wanted to talk back to him face to face, they had to think twice. Wang Zining whispered, "Cousin, this person is especially despicable. He's not to be trifled with. We can't hit him, and we can't talk back to him." Yang Ping, among the younger generation of the Wang family, only Yang Ping and Wang Zining didn't like Xianxia. Yang Ping and Zhang Ling were best friends, so her heart was definitely on the Zhang family's side. Wang Zining admired Zhang Mingqing and hoped that brother Mingqing could be his brother-in-law. The others didn't like or dislike him and remained neutral. Xianxia was the only one who admired Xianxia. On the other side, Uncle Wang smiled and said, "This young man is quite interesting." It was indeed unexpected. Since he was approved by his eldest niece, it was impossible that he didn't know about the Wang family's background. But he didn't seem to be reserved at all. He directly insulted his son in the car and even insulted Yang Ping in front of his elders just now. Didn't he care about his image? Wang Lingyan frowned and whispered, "He's too showy. He's neither humble nor reserved. How did he earn hundreds of millions with such a temper?" A few 100 million was what she heard from Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was just being perfunctory with her aunt. Moreover, Wang Zijin really didn't know how much Xianxia's net worth was. "Although I have the opportunity to become the boss's wife, 1/3 of my future husband's property is occupied by the crying monsters, and 1/3 of it is managed by Su Taidi." At this moment, a voice sounded behind Wang Lingyan, "Aunt, it's 20 billion. Wang Lingyan jumped in fright and turned her head to look. Xianxia was standing behind her silently. "Wang Lingyan," Xianxia said again, "I used my hands to achieve my dreams." With that, he went back. Wang Lingyan's face darkened. She could tell that Xianxia was mocking her. He was mocking her for leaning against a big tree. The elders could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. They were speechless. Wang Linghua smiled and said, "Big brother, this young man is quite similar to you. Weren't you like this when you were young? Showing off his ability and not willing to suffer any losses." Uncle Wang nodded. "That's why Big Brother was the one who was beaten the most when he was young." Wang Lingyan said, "He's the most like Dad. But I still prefer humble children like Mingqing. He's polite, capable, and responsible. This Xianxia is still lacking in both ability and self-restraint." Besides, Mingqing and Zijin were childhood sweethearts. They studied together from primary school to university. They know each other well and have a good relationship. Big brother, don't you think so? Wang Qingfu smiled. Zhang Mingqing was the most promising member of the Zhang family in this generation. He graduated from Peking University with a doctorate. Of course, he had a good character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Wang family. Currently, he was a smooth and slick junior who didn't lose his edge. Big brother, don't you think so? Wang Lingyan asked. Wang Qingfu nodded. At this moment, Wang Zijin walked over with a white-haired old man. Wang Qingfu's brothers and sisters stood up one after another, and the juniors even straightened their backs. Qinzhe followed the crowd and stood up. Old Master Wang was much older than expected. He was 85 years old this year, while Qinzhe's grandmother was only 72 years old. On the plane, Qinzhe joked that Old Master Wang was born late. Wang Zijin said that Old Master Wang got married when he was 18 years old, but not long after, he went to North Korea with the army to fight the Eagles. The fight lasted for 8 years, and his new wife was with another man. After that, he went to Vietnam and married Wang Zijin's grandmother when he was 30 years old. Old Master Wang had been in the military all his life and had experienced many vicissitudes. Wang Qingfu's siblings were very reserved in front of Old Master Wang, not to mention the younger generation. Even Wang Zining, the only male in the Wang family, didn't dare to be arrogant when he was praised for being smart. He didn't dare to be alone with Old Master Wang. However, Old Master Wang himself didn't have any imposing aura. He was just an ordinary old man with silver hair and wrinkles, but his eyes were clear and not cloudy. Qinzhe, who was proficient in basic Chinese medicine, judged that he didn't have cataracts. Old Master Wang was in good spirits. In the entire Wang family, Wang Zijin was probably the most doted on, and she was the least afraid of old people. Her identity as the eldest granddaughter of the eldest son was definitely a plus. She was also brought up by Old Master Wang. Why did Wang Zijin grow up with Old Master Wang? It was because when she was in kindergarten, her mother wanted another child, but her father didn't agree. Her mother went back to her parents' house in a fit of pique for half a year. Wang Qingfu was also an official in a foreign country, and it wasn't good for him to bring his daughter who had just reached his knees. So, she lived with her grandparents. Later, her mother came back and wanted to bring Wang Zijin to live with her, but was sent away by Old Master Wang. Hence, Wang Zijin's mother was also quite afraid of Old Master Wang. Wang Zijin told Qinzhe all these things, no matter how big or small. Apart from some of her dark history, such as purposely taking off her fat ci and slandering Zhao Taizhu, the incident was very serious. Zhao Tiezhu's father was beaten up by Old Master Wang. Although Tiezhu's father's military rank wasn't low, he still had to stand at attention. After school, Taizhu had fun outside, and even more so when he came home, he was hung up and beaten until midnight. Brother Tiezhu's negative emotions flowed like a river. I don't even know why, but I've taught him a lesson to the point of doubting life. Later on, when he found out the truth, he was dumbfounded. It was the 4th grade of primary school. At that time, the children were very simple-minded. He had never seen anyone play like that. In Brother Taizhu's pure and innocent years, a black-hearted one sneaked in. Everyone in the house called him Dad, Grandpa, and Grandpa. Qinzhe felt a bit of a headache. What was he supposed to call Grandpa, Grandpa, Lord Wang, Lao Wang? Actually, there was no need for him to shout, because the old man only glanced at him indifferently and then retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention to him. Qinzhe thought to himself, both father and son are like this. Wang Zijin's father ignored me, and Wang Zijin's grandfather also ignored me. The nanny brought the dishes to the table, and the whole family sat at the long dining table, eating in silence, occasionally whispering to each other. Qinzhe was like a mascot at the dining table, attracting the attention of the elders and juniors. The old man's meal was different from others. It was bland, with little meat and fish. Wang Zijin occasionally picked up some meat and put it in the old man's bowl. Wang Qingfu tried to hold it in but failed. Zijin, your grandpa should eat less meat. Wang Zijin said indifferently, it's not like he won't eat less. Wang Qingfu said angrily, you've already eaten 3 times. Wang Zijin's tone was still indifferent. 3 times is enough. Wang Qingfu's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do. The old man laughed. Zijin, you're more promising than your father. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Yes. Otherwise, wouldn't I be worse with each generation? The old man laughed even louder. That's true. Wang Qingfu, Qin Zhe thought to himself, if even the old man is like this, then what I said just now was not too much. The old man said, now that you're back, don't go to Shanghai. Grandpa is old, and his days are numbered. You should stay at home and accompany Grandpa. Wang Zijin pouted. Then I'll bring Grandpa to Shanghai. Wang Zijin's mother said angrily, nonsense. How is it nonsense? It's only right to support your parents. The old man seemed to be hinting at something. It's also right to have children. Mr. and Mrs. Wang lowered their heads and ate. The old man's words implied that the two of them did not have a good relationship. For example, when Mrs. Wang abandoned her daughter for half a year. For example, Mr. Wang refused to have a son no matter what. The old man patted the back of his granddaughter's hand and said kindly, Grandpa only likes you in this generation. The others are not promising. Grandpa thinks that you shouldn't get married. Find a son-in-law who lives with your family. The Wang family is counting on you after your father. Wang Zijin lowered her head and did not say anything. Qin Zhe swallowed his food and said seriously, old man, that won't do. I'm the only male in my family. The task of carrying on the Qin family's bloodline is on me. I can't be the son-in-law of the Wang family. The air suddenly went silent. The elders had strange expressions. Wang Qingfu even looked at Qin Zhe with a rare look of admiration. He did not know if the other siblings understood his father's meaning, but he did. This sentence was directed at Qin Zhe. If Qin Zhe agreed, the Wang family would most likely accept him as their son-in-law. Qin Zhe understood, but he didn't agree. The old man smiled at Qin Zhe. Among the younger generation, Su Yuan understood but not the others. Wang Zining, on the other hand, had a whole new level of respect for Qin Zhe. He dared to talk back to his grandfather. Indeed, he had guts. No wonder he could woo his cousin. After dinner, Wang Zijin helped the old man upstairs to rest. Wang Zining returned to his room to play games, Su Yuan watched the news, and Yang Ping, Yang Shui, and Wang Ziren chatted. The elders chatted in the living room on the second floor, deliberately avoiding the younger generation. Not long after, Wang Zijin came downstairs and sat beside the isolated Qin Zhe on the sofa. Did your grandfather sentence me to death? Qin Zhe asked. I don't know. How can I guess what grandfather is thinking? Wang Zijin said faintly. Actually, I hope you agree. Then I'll call you hubby and you'll call me wifey? Qin Zhe said unhappily. Wang Zijin chuckled and leaned her head on his shoulder. Rationally, I hope you agree. Emotionally, I don't want you to agree. I'm happier marrying into the Qin family than the Wang family. Qin Zhe felt a little ridiculous. He hadn't even tested Sister Ziwei's depth, and they were already talking about marriage? On second thought, it was an opportunity. After meeting her parents, did it mean that Sister Ziwei's door would be open for him? The door would be opened for him. Will this make things difficult for you? Qin Zhe asked. Yes, Mom and Dad will definitely cut ties with me. It's always like that on TV. I'll be all alone in the future. Wang Zijin pretended to be pitiful. It's okay. I'll steal an electric car to support you in the future. Qin Zhe was full of manliness. Ace is so nice. Wang Zijin said. Wang Linghua was speechless. Little Aunt, who was standing behind the two of them, accidentally overheard their conversation. She felt very upset. Are young people flirting like this nowadays? In my era, they only know how to write sentimental love poems. Zijin, come upstairs. Your father wants to talk to you. Wang Linghua coughed. In the small living room on the second floor, her aunt, second uncle, and second aunt were all there. Her two uncles couldn't leave because they couldn't come. Her mother was also there. Wang Qingfu wasn't there. He was in her father's room. Why did he want me here? Wang Zijin didn't see her father, but she knew in her heart. How could she not know what the elders were thinking? Your boyfriend is too immature. I'm afraid your grandpa won't approve of you too, Wang Lingyan said. That child probably hasn't realized it yet. Zijin, you should talk to him, Wang Linghua said. He knows, Wang Zijin said. Then what do you plan to do? Break up? Her two aunts and second aunt were all talking at once. Young and impetuous, Uncle Wang commented. The elders didn't have any opinions before, but now they didn't think highly of Xianxia. However, their attitudes were different. Uncle Wang and aunt stood from the perspective of the elders and expressed their opinions. That was all. Second aunt Wang Lingyan was different. Her husband was in the organization, and the Zhang family was in charge. Mom, what do you think of A's? Wang Zijin asked. Pretty good. Mother Wang smiled. But I don't have the final say in your marriage. It depends on what your father and grandpa say. All these years, Mother Wang had lived a carefree life in the Wang family. It felt like she had become a monk. Her long-term lack of security made her choose to ignore everything. The only thing she cared about was her daughter. But her daughter's surname was Wang. Her marriage was still decided by her husband and the pillar of the Wang family. But Wang Zijin didn't agree. She felt that her parents' opinions could only be used as a reference. There was no reason for her to marry someone she didn't like just to cater to her parents. Her parents weren't forcing her to marry. For example, her father once said that it didn't have to be Zhang Mingqing. She could find someone of equal status, or a live-in son-in-law. In fact, Wang Zijin knew that it was her grandpa's idea to have a live-in son-in-law. But now, it seemed that neither of them was possible. Grandpa and Dad don't have the final say. I still have to decide who I want to marry. Wang Zijin was still strong even in front of her elders. Is that Xianxia that good? Wang Lingyan asked gloomily. Yes, very good. What do you mean? Second aunt was actually on second aunt's side. It wasn't because of benefits, but because she was more conservative. She felt that having an equal status was the most important thing. Will Zhang Mingqing wash my clothes? Will he cook for me every day? Will he drive me to and from work? Can he write songs? Can he play the piano? Can he make movies? Can he talk? Wang Zijin listed Xianxia's strengths in one breath. Talking is a strength? Second aunt couldn't understand. But after all, she was an experienced woman. After thinking for a while, she understood. Suddenly, her expression became strange. Wang Zijin thought to herself, did second aunt misunderstand? Is second uncle very good at talking? She looked at second uncle. Second uncle's mouth twitched. He already knew about your family background? Wang Lingyan asked. Wang Zijin nodded her head. Wang Lingyan clapped her hands. It's most likely because of our family's power. The elders didn't rule out this idea. Just like how women liked rich men, men were saints. Who the hell would choose an ordinary woman when there was a woman from such a good family background who could save him half a lifetime of hard work? Wang Zijin said with conviction, then why doesn't he like other people's power? Isn't it because he likes me? Wang Lingyan, second uncle, second aunt, she felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It was a large suite that took up almost half of the third floor. The old man's personal secretary was drinking tea in the living room. The door to the room was closed, and the Wang father and son were talking inside. On the balcony, the old man was lying on a recliner, bathing in the warm spring sun. Half a meter away, Wang Qingfu was sitting upright with his hands on his knees. Even though the father and son were alone, he was still meticulous in his actions and expression. That kid's information should be very detailed on your desk, right? I'm too lazy to look at it. Tell me about it, Grandfather Wang said. Wang Qingfu nodded. After hearing that his daughter had found a boyfriend, he checked Xianxia's background and family background. With Wang Qingfu's status, it was easy to find out. For a government agency, as long as the person was not an illegal resident, it was easy to check on anyone. Wang Qingfu spoke tirelessly. From his family background to his school record, Xianxia's 24 years of life could be summarized in a few dozen words. But since July of last year, this unknown young man suddenly changed. He began to become overflowing with talent. Fine songs were like free street stalls. One by one, he released them to the public. He made his sister Qin Baobao famous, and he also made himself famous. Then, he stood out in the increasingly popular stock market. He was jokingly called the stock god on the internet, but in the end, he was wholeheartedly acknowledged as the stock god. He made a lot of money in the stock market. Then, he withdrew from the collapsing stock market. At that time, he was already worth more than 10 billion yuan. In addition, he had a thriving entertainment company. There were many industries that made money faster than money printing machines. Entertainment companies could barely be considered one of them. Of course, the premise was that he could manage it well. Like Sister Man, who was struggling at death's door, it was impossible. Then there was the ransomware incident a while ago. Even Wang Qingfu had heard about it. Compared to the entertainment industry, the birth of Golden Shield antivirus was another way to benefit society and save the people's property. Throughout the whole process, Grandfather Wang closed his eyes and listened quietly. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest. He's quite interesting. His new company is called Amethyst. Zijin called her mother and said that she was managing the company. It seems like the company was given to her. But in the registration of the company, neither the legal person nor the shareholder is Zijin. Wang Qingfu smiled. If the legal shareholder was Wang Zijin, he would have some objections. No one in the Wang family wanted Wang Zijin to do business. How was she going to enter the system in the future? Which family's money tree is this? Finally, Grandpa Wang spoke. I thought so too at first, but later I realized that it wasn't the case. Wang Qingfu said, but he is very close to the sister-in-law of the Li family in Shanghai. However, they are only business partners, not dependent. Old Master Wang frowned and muttered to himself. This time, Wang Qingfu guessed what his father was thinking. He had the same question before, but he still hadn't gotten an answer. How did Xianxia do it? It had only been a year or so since this person had suddenly risen to the top and earned a net worth of 10 billion. This was a terrifying figure. This was not the era of reform and opening up. Some people said that even a pig could fly at the head of the tide. That was an era where current events created heroes. Many people's success and sudden riches were due to the spring breeze of reform and seizing the opportunity. There was a certain degree of coincidence. However, in the current era, if you wanted to become a billionaire from scratch, you needed to accumulate an unimaginable foundation, life experience, social experience, knowledge, and so on. None of these could be missing. A young person who could reach this step was very scary. Xianxia, who could walk the path of half a lifetime or even a lifetime in half a year, was even scarier. What do you think? Grandpa Wang opened his eyes. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Wang Qingfu nodded. I'm even more satisfied than Zhang Mingqing. Previously downstairs, Wang Lingyan asked him if he agreed with her. She said that Xianxia was inferior to Zhang Mingqing in terms of ability, accomplishment, and talent. Wang Qingfu didn't say anything the first time. He nodded the second time because he didn't want his second sister to continue this topic because it was embarrassing. Family members could say anything behind closed doors, but with Xianxia beside them, wasn't it embarrassing to say such things? However, his second sister didn't know much about Xianxia, so it was normal for her to have such thoughts. Zijin still doesn't know that I'm the one who wants to marry into the Zhang family, not you. Do you have any resentment in your heart for letting you be the bad guy? Grandpa Wang laughed self-deprecatingly. I've been strong for most of my life, but when it comes to thinking about the future generation, I still admit defeat. I'm enough for the Wang family. Wang Qingfu said in a deep voice. Grandpa Wang glanced at him. What about you? Wang Qingfu, just as you said, Zijin is smart, scheming, and resourceful. What's rare is that she has the perfect combination. How far she can go in the future is up to her. It doesn't matter whether the Zhang family marries into the Zhang family or not. Grandpa Wang nodded and didn't say anything. After a while, Grandpa Wang said calmly, I didn't bring this up because I wanted you to force Zijin to marry into the Zhang family, but you didn't allow her to refuse and caused her to leave home in a fit of anger. Wang Qingfu was silent. The father and son were silent. After a while, Grandpa Wang sneered. You want to use this method to provoke her and make her slap my face, right? Am I a failure as a father? Why did you hold a grudge for so long? Wang Qingfu shook his head. No. Grandpa Wang said softly, you're just like this, stubborn. You'd rather gamble for half your life than say it out loud, and you're even more unwilling to quarrel with me. Wang Qingfu was dazed. What's the use of quarreling? Grandpa Wang said faintly, I'm used to being strong all my life. This is a habit that I developed when I was in the army. Whether it's managing the army or fighting a war, I can't tolerate any weakness. You're competitive because you can't afford to lose. Back then, there were many battles that you couldn't afford to lose. When a group of old men like us went into battle, we never thought about what would happen if we lost. We only thought that we had to win even if we had to die. If no one cherished their lives, they wouldn't be able to live to this day. If you cherished your life, the backbone of the nation would collapse. I'm also competitive towards all of you. I won't allow any disobedience. In our era, marriage was decided by the parents and the organization. How could you make the decision on your own? You're my son. This is fate. You have to accept it. Wang Qingfu smiled bitterly. You don't want a son. You're also angry with me. The more I wanted a grandson, the more you disagreed. You clenched your teeth and insisted on being stubborn to the end, Grandpa Wang said. You could have had a grandson. Wang Qingfu stared at his father. And let you marry that woman? Grandpa Wang said softly, then where do you think Xijin is? Parents treat each other like ice. After all, they're living under the same roof. Wang Qingfu said, so what? She'll still treat Xijin as her own. Grandpa Wang slapped the armrest and shouted, that will be a stain on your life. Your career is over. Wang Qingfu clenched his fists. They fell into silence again. The knot between father and son had been there for decades. Under the warm sunlight, Grandpa Wang sighed. That child is not fated to be with the Wang family. Afternoon, 1 o'clock. After finishing his game, Wang Zining strolled to the hall. Although he hated Xianxia, he was happy to stay with his cousin. He hoped that his cousin could teach him how to manage people. Wang Zijin had conquered the world before she graduated from primary school. Wang Zining had heard of it since he was a child. He worshipped her. Wang Zijin received a call from Zhao Taizhu. Brother Taizhu called and said that he had paid his respects to the queen. Wang Zijin's face darkened. She said, if there's anything, go to hell. Zhao Taizhu smiled cheekily. Don't do that. Sister Ziwei, can you bear to lose me, a tiger general? Everyone knows that you're back. They want to ask you out to have some fun and meet the man who made Sister Ziwei so distracted. Wang Zijin glanced at Xianxia beside her and said with a fake smile, does that mean that you're prepared to be cut into pieces? Aya, Sister Ziwei, I think I can still be saved. I'm willing to lick your shoes. Zhao Taizhu was very thick-skinned. Go F*** King sh** T. Xianxia shouted into the phone. Hey, you teased Sister Ziwei. Xianxia from the Exploding Heavens faction also had a part to play, Zhao Taizhu shouted. Exploding Heavens faction? Wang Zining was confused. After a while, Xianxia and Wang Zijin went out. Wang Zining insisted on following them, so Wang Zijin had to take him along. Xianxia first went to the underground garage to pick up the car. Only then did he find out that Wang Zijin had her own car, a red Audi. He came from a well-off family, but he couldn't afford a car. Until now, he still didn't know much about cars. He only knew about well-known brands like Audi, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Lamborghini and Porsche. Wang Zijin walked around her car and said with satisfaction, you're a good mistress. Not bad. Wang Zining said, sister, I usually drive your car. It's not good to leave the car for too long. I help you fill up the gas every day. The car drove out of the neighborhood. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of startling people. Wang Zijin, who was driving, said with a smile, I feel that your words are ironic. Xianxia laughed. It's good that you understand. Don't say it out loud, Sister Ziwei. Wang Zining curled his lips. Angry youth. Wang Zijin frowned. If you continue to be so sarcastic, believe it or not, I'll kick you out of the car. Wang Zining immediately shut up. Qinzhe asked curiously, Yangping doesn't like me because she has a good relationship with Zhongling. What about you? Why? Wang Zining was about to speak. Qinzhe said, for the tribe? Wang Zining couldn't figure out why his cousin liked this guy who talked too much. She wanted to beat him up. Wang Zining held it in for a long time before saying angrily, for Dalmatia. Qinzhe chuckled. Young man, it seems that you're very familiar with swords. Do you want to talk to your brother-in-law some other day? Wang Zining rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with him. Qinzhe was puzzled. Sister Ziwei, is your brother also a sister complex? Wang Zining said angrily, sister. Wang Zijin glanced at Qinzhe from the rearview mirror. Why also? Qinzhe was stunned. It seemed that he had shot himself in the foot. The high school student, Wang Zining, gnashed his teeth in anger. If he was a bit older and more experienced, he would have been able to understand the hidden meaning behind his sister's words. Then, if he was a bit smarter, he would have been able to understand some incredible secrets. However, he was only a scheming boy who was more shrewd and scheming than an ordinary high school student. This was also the reason why Grandpa Wang said that he was intelligent but said that Wang Zijin would be able to carry the Wang family flag in the future. His cousin's methods and scheming were already outstanding in elementary school, but he only revealed them in high school. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Qinzhe was satisfied with this trip to Beijing. He was originally prepared to be ridiculed by the Wang family, but he didn't expect that he would only receive a cold reception. Although the Wang family didn't pay much attention to him, he firmly believed that his tall figure had already been firmly imprinted in their hearts. His entire body exuded the message of I'm your daughter's man. There were many people who didn't have a good relationship with his wife's family, such as his old comrade Qinzhe. However, Qinzhe probably wouldn't have the chance to show off in front of his father-in-law. The appointed place was a bit far away. It was a leisure club in the suburbs that looked like a resort. If one looked down from the sky, the layout of Beijing was square, with 6 rings around 5 rings, 5 rings around 4 rings, 4 rings around 3 rings, and 3 rings around 2 rings. The inconspicuous Audi drove into the club. After parking, the 3 of them opened the door and got out. Wang Zijin said, this place has a complete range of tea leaves. They have all the famous brands outside. They even make their own flower tea that tastes good. Usually, he would come here on weekends to drink tea and exercise. It was more leisurely. There's also a swimming pool, but I've never been in the water before. I'm not used to wearing a swimsuit. In this aspect, she was very similar to her elder sister. As a woman, she was beautiful and did not have a strong sense of vanity. She did not like to show off in public. When great beauties like Wang Zijin and her sister came out in swimsuits, men couldn't help but stick their eyes on them. This kind of experience was terrible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying, what are you looking at? As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a girl waving at them from not far away. Qinzhe knew this girl. She was Zhang Ling, who had come to Shanghai once. She was a young and lively girl who was a little scheming and shrewd. She had once threatened that if Qinzhe continued to hook up with Wang Zijin, she would kill him and Qin Bao. Wang Zining was bursting with joy as he went up to greet him. Zhang Ling stood in the distance and waited for them to come closer before shouting, Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin replied with a cold Zhang Ling stuck out her tongue. Sister Ziwei, everyone is waiting for you on the grass over there. The sun was just right today. There was a large grass field to the south of the leisure club. The green grass reflected the rainbow-colored sunlight, and there were many white pavilions on the grass field. There were many people barbecuing there. In one of the pavilions, there were 10 young people who could do whatever they wanted in the capital. The manager of the club personally served them tea, poured wine, and was in charge of barbecuing. However, he was sent away by the group of second generations. These days, the elders advocated being close to the people and did not want to be special. They also had to follow in the footsteps of their parents, even if it was just for show. Moreover, they were almost 30 years old and were not lawless 18 years old. They really did not like to stand out too much. When they saw Wang Zijin, they smiled. Zhao Taizhu jogged all the way to greet her. He was indeed the #1 lackey of the queen. Sister Ziwei, a day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Zhao Taizhu flattered. Wang Zijin waved her hand and slapped him twice. Go away, I'll deal with you later. Wang Zijin ran to hug her best friend whom she had not seen in a long time. Qin Zhe and Zhao Taizhu stayed behind and chatted. Brother Taizhu, are you unhappy? Qin Zhe asked. Sigh, don't mention it. A single mistake can lead to everlasting regret. Zhao Taizhu sighed. I'm afraid that this time I'm going to lose a lot of money. What happened? I was drunk and excited, so I bragged to them that I tricked Zijin in Shanghai. Zhao Taizhu covered his face. Drinking makes things worse. Can you be a little more stupid? I almost got killed by Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe also covered his face. Hearing you say that, I feel better. Ha ha ha, we should face difficulties together. Zhao Taizhu gloated. Haha, I made Sister Ziwei forgive me with just a few words and pushed the blame to you. Qin Zhe sneered. F***CKU. Zhao Taizhu said angrily. The ancients used a mantis to block a car, but you are an embroidery needle angrily blocking a big iron rod. Qin Zhe said disdainfully. As they talked, they walked into the pavilion. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Some pretended not to care, but they also glanced at him frequently. Wang Zijin's man, this label was too unusual. Wang Zijin patted Qin Zhe's chest and said loudly, This is my boyfriend, please take care of him. There were 4 women and 6 men present. A particularly dressed sister smiled and said, Zijin, with your taste, you like celebrities. You should have said so earlier. If I knew, Mingqing would have gone to the sea to shoot films. Laughter rang out. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone. They were all laughing. Did that mean Zhang Mingqing was not here? Wang Zijin said, Where's Mingqing? Zhang Ling said crisply, My brother had something to do at work, so he was a little late. He's rushing over now. Wang Zijin nodded. Qin Zhe, do you have any new songs recently? Why don't I go inside and get a guitar, and you can sing a song for everyone? A brother joked. Qin Zhe, how did you manage to get Zijin? I'm more curious about this. A bespectacled brother smiled and said, Zijin was very fierce when she was young. In our circle, there was no man who was not afraid of her. I used to hang out with her, and we were the only ones who bullied others. No one dared to bully us. How did he manage to get her? Qin Zhe thought for a moment. She's good at it? The laughter suddenly disappeared. In the silence, Prince Ningxin thought, here it comes, this guy's mouth. Qin Zhe smiled and said, just kidding. Everyone laughed along. Wang Zijin hit him. Qin Zhe thought to himself that the result of this probing wasn't too good. How should he put it? When people interacted with each other, they would probe each other, and they could detect each other's attitude from many details. Often, it could only be understood and not explained. For example, the few sentences that this group of people said at the beginning were all jokes. But when Qin Zhe made a joke, everyone collectively lost their voices. Did they feel that his joke was abrupt? In the end, it was probably a psychological advantage of being superior. For example, when a newbie joined the group, the big shots in the group would tease him. Newbie, quickly change into female clothes. Newbie, quickly give out red packets. Newbie, quickly greet the big shots. But this newbie disdainfully said, everyone here is trash. They were all joking, but the big shots felt that it was only right for them to joke with the newbie. If the newbie joked with them, they would feel unhappy. Zhao Taizhu stood up to smooth things over. This brother of mine is a quick person. You guys will like him after getting to know him. The others all looked at him and thought to themselves, when did he become your brother? Wang Zijin nodded in satisfaction. With Zhao Taizhu's help, she would be saved a lot of trouble. The group of people ate barbecue and drank beer. After a while, a well-built man placed a beer bottle in front of Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, do you dare to brag to the end? Qin Zhe said, brag? The well-built man, this person was so annoying, he pointed at the beer bottle. This guy had a bad temper and was aggressive. Do you dare? Xianxia raised a finger. I usually only drink like this. The well-built man, 1 glass? Xianxia said, until the end. The well-built man, how arrogant, the eyes of a few men of high status suddenly lit up and they clamored to drink with Xianxia. In a circle, in a circle. Xianxia placed the beer bottles on the table one by one. The men who were ready to drink with Xianxia came over and formed a small circle. Not far away, Wang Zijin was leisurely eating a skewer of chicken wings with her 4 best friends sitting beside her. The gorgeously dressed Zhao Qian elbowed Wang Zijin. Why are you so calm? Don't tell me he's your boyfriend. Wang Zijin nodded. Yes, it's only 998 yuan. It's cheap and affordable. Zhao Qian had a strange expression. Really? Zhao Qian, you're still so brainless. The apple-faced Yang snorted. If Sister Ziwei wanted to find a fake boyfriend, would she have to go to Shanghai? In Beijing, there are too many men who would be willing to block arrows for her. Zhao Taizhu walked over while gnawing on a skewer of kidney. Wang Zijin glanced at Zhao Qian. Are you happy that I found a fake boyfriend? Actually, I still hope that you and Mingqing can be together. After more than 10 years of friendship, I will definitely stand on Mingqing's side. Zhao Qian pointed at the men surrounding Xianxia and said, they are the same. They all hope that the 2 of you can get married. We grew up together, so it's best to digest the beauties in our own circle. Don't let the goodies flow into other people's fields. Look at them, bullying their boyfriends. Don't feel bad when your boyfriend is drunk later. The apple-faced Yang laughed and said, of course, he dares to steal our Sister Ziwei. Who else can we bully if not him? Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu pursed his lips. Forget it. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't control my pants well back then and married another woman, Sister Xian would be mine now. Zhang Mingqing wouldn't have a chance. Wang Zijin kicked him and said, what are you doing here? Go and block the alcohol. Zhao Taizhu sighed and said, my wife and I are planning to have a child this year, so I quit smoking and drinking. Sister Ziwei, please be magnanimous and let me go. Wang Zijin pouted at Xianxia and said, you know. Zhao Taizhu immediately said, don't worry, Xianxia's business is my business in the future. Taizhu thought that Sister Ziwei had really changed. If it was in the past, he would have to promise countless benefits and pay a lot of money to beg for her forgiveness. There was no other way. Sister Ziwei had a lot of information that could be used against him. Now, Sister Ziwei was much more restrained. For a woman, the best way to please her was to please the person she liked. Zhang Ling walked over with her phone and said, I called the club to bring some hangover medicine, Sister Ziwei. Ling is still so obedient. Zhao Qian pushed the hangover medicine in front of Wang Zijin and joked, remember to feed it to your man later. The big sisters laughed out loud. About half an hour later, the smiles of the sisters gradually disappeared. The guy who had threatened to drink beer with Xianxia was the first to fall. His record was 6 bottles of beer, and he had vomited twice in between. At this time, he was lying on the grass, gasping for breath. He was not drunk, but his stomach could not hold any more. Moreover, the alcohol would gradually get to his head. Then the second, the third. After 5 of them died, no one dared to drink with Xianxia anymore. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot and his face was flushed red. However, he still had some strength left. It wouldn't be a problem for him to drink 1 or 2 more. Again? Xianxia looked around at the crowd. Those who weren't completely drunk had actually drunk quite a bit. They were burping and drunk and didn't dare to fight. Wang Zining watched the entire process of Xianxia drinking everyone to the ground. His heart was filled with admiration. Wang Zijin threw the hangover medicine back to Zhang Ling with a smile. Here, go and give your brothers some hangover medicine. Wake them up so that they can continue playing later. Zhang Ling opened her mouth and ran over with her tail between her legs. The 4 sisters were stunned. Zhao Qian said in surprise, not bad, your little boyfriend can drink quite well. Yang Ying nodded. Wei Hu's alcohol tolerance is the best among us. He's already passed out. Zhao Taizhu curled his lips. he didn't pass out. He didn't get drunk that quickly. He just drank too quickly and his stomach couldn't take it. Xianxia's body is really good. Sister Ziwei, you're not bragging, are you? Wang Zijin squinted. You're getting carried away again? Zhao Taiji waved his hand. I'm just joking, just joking. Wang Zijin said, I think he's almost done drinking. I'll help him to the toilet to vomit. Wang Zijin went to help Xianxia. Xianxia shouted, help me up, I can still have one more round. Wang Zijin thought to herself, this little punk is really a punk. Just a little alcohol and he's already showing his true colors. If I let him continue, he'll spit out all kinds of nonsense. Be good, don't mess around. I'll help you to vomit. There's no need to vomit. My kidneys are teddy bears. I'm not afraid. Wang Zijin was speechless. What does drinking have to do with kidneys? Shouldn't it be the liver, because when you're forcing the system, if you continue to train, the times are calling, your kidneys will be comparable to teddy bears. Xianxia was 182 meters tall and weighed 150 pounds. In the past, he only weighed 130 pounds. After continuous training, his weight increased to 20 pounds. His body was even more well-proportioned. Wang Zijin had a hard time supporting him. There was no one in the men's toilet. Wang Zijin helped him in. Xianxia leaned over the toilet and vomited. After vomiting, he felt much better. Previously, his stomach was overturned and he felt uncomfortably bloated. However, even if he lost, he couldn't lose. Those guys were obviously targeting him and trying to get him drunk. Xianxia couldn't back down. A bunch of cowards. I can still drink one more box. Xianxia bragged. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. Zijin took out a tissue and handed it to him. Xianxia wiped his face casually and rushed to the sink to wash his face. Wang Zijin handed him another tissue. Xianxia raised his wet face. Sister, help me wipe it. Wang Zijin glared at him. She raised her head and carefully wiped his face. Xianxia hugged her and smiled. Sister is the best. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. Which sister? Xianxia said, Sister Ziwei. After all, he wasn't drunk to the point of losing consciousness. He was just a little excited. Not only was his body floating, but his emotions were also floating. However, Wang Zijin's words had a hidden meaning. His brain froze for a few seconds before he reacted. Wang Zijin snorted. Good boy. Xianxia buried his face in her neck and kissed her. Sister Ziwei is the best. I'll leave a mark for you. Don't mess around. Wang Zijin pushed him. It'll be embarrassing if our family sees this. Just leave a mark. Xianxia sucked hard. At this moment, he felt that there seemed to be someone standing at the door. He looked up and saw a handsome man standing at the door in a daze. Xianxia quickly moved his face away from Wang Zijin's neck. It wasn't good to show off their affection in the men's washroom. It was fine if there was no one around, but it would be awkward if there was someone around. Wang Zijin turned her head and was stunned. She squeezed out a smile. Mingqing, you're here. Zhang Mingqing was in the state of having his primordial spirit out of his body. He was in a daze, and his eyes were empty. So he was Zhang Mingqing. Xianxia looked at him with pity. Mingqing? Wang Zijin called again. Zhang Mingqing forced a smile. You're back? Yes, I'm back. Wang Zijin's signature dignified smile was on her face. Hey, buddy, how are you? Xianxia greeted him. Buddy, did it hurt your heart? Zhang Mingqing nodded and remained silent. We'll go out first. Wang Zijin let Xianxia put his arm around her and walked past him. When they walked past each other, Zhang Mingqing heard that guy humming a song. My heart is in a mess, it's blank. God, are you here? I forgot to arrange it for me, Zhang Mingqing's mouth twitched. After they walked for some distance, Wang Zijin said, You're so bad. Xianxia said, Hey, you feel sorry for your childhood sweetheart? Wang Zijin pecked his head, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I feel sorry for him. Xianxia's face darkened. Then I'll beat him to death today. Wang Zijin laughed heartily, overjoyed. I like to see you jealous, she said. Shallow, Qinzhe said. I like to see you naked. Bah, you're the shallow one, Wang Zijin said. While the two were flirting, Zhang Mingqing touched his chest in the men's washroom. It hurt. When he returned to the barbecue pavilion, Zhang Ling jumped over. Sister Ziwei, did you see my brother? He's here. Wang Zijin said, I saw him. Qinzhe, want to drink again? The guys who were still drunk came up to him excitedly. They were intimidated by his aura and thought that his alcohol tolerance was really high. But when they saw Wang Zijin help him to the washroom to vomit, they realized that he was almost there. Wang Zijin shouted, Taizhu. Coming. Zhao Taizhu nibbled on his kidney and ran over. Drinking, right? Come, I'll break my vow today. Zhao Taizhu slammed the table. Their faces darkened. Whose side are you on? Of course, I'm Sister Ziwei's trusted subordinate, Zhao Taizhu said. Zhang Mingqing adjusted his state of mind. When he returned to the barbecue pavilion, Zhao Taizhu had already replaced Qinzhe to fight with the crowd. Qinzhe sat on a chair and basked in the sun. Wang Zijin was a good wife and mother. She grilled chicken wings for him and roasted kidney with eggplant. Damn, the kidney was almost finished by Zhao Taizhu. Zhang Mingqing didn't join in the fun. He had always been a very self-disciplined man. He didn't smoke or drink. He was handsome and gentle. There were a lot of girls in the unit who were chasing after him. Some liked his family background, some liked his appearance, and some liked his temperament. But in the eyes of women, the abstinent Prince Charming never showed any interest in flirtatious women. Even in Zhang Mingqing's small circle, there were many girls who had been secretly in love with him for many years. It was just that everyone had played together since they were young and knew him very well. They knew that he was deeply in love with Wang Zijin, so the girls did not have the confidence to snatch the man from the big sister. Brother, what do you want to eat? I'll grill it for you, Zhang Ling said. Zhang Mingqing looked at Wang Zijin. With a serious expression, he pretended to be casual. Zijin, can you grill chicken wings for me? The four girls all looked at Wang Zijin. Qinzhe opened his eyes and squinted at Zhang Mingqing. The sun was shining brightly, and the spring breeze was warm. Qinzhe squinted his eyes and thought to himself, damn it, if my system wasn't so low, I would have made you doubt your life. Alright, it wasn't the system's fault. According to the mission trigger conditions, there should have been a mission to kill Zhang Mingyu, but there wasn't. That was because he didn't have the psychological desire to do so. After all, he was the winner, and the winner only needed to look at the loser with contempt. Just think about it. His childhood sweetheart, a beautiful girl, was snatched away by this Qing Yaojin who appeared out of nowhere. How much hatred would he feel? Ha ha ha. Oh no, isn't this the template of a main character? Looking at it from another perspective, if Zhang Mingqing had the system, the one who would have been beaten to a pulp today would have been him, salted fish say. I'm busy. Why don't you ask Zhang Ling to grill it for you? Or I'll grill it for you after I feed my A's, Wang Zijin said with a smile. Wang Zijin thought to herself, I'm not grilling it, get lost. Sister Zijin's barbecued meat can never fill my stomach for the rest of my life. Qinzhe said, Sister Zijin, let me try your abalone. Do you want it spicy? It's definitely spicy. Wang Zijin placed the spicy abalone skewers in front of Qinzhe, and the two of them started to show off their love. Zhang Mingqing's expression darkened. Zhang Ling's pretty face was filled with anger. She wanted to say something, but Zhang Mingqing shook his head at her. She held it in and gave Wang Zining a look, then stood up and walked to the side. Wang Zining followed her obediently. Seeing this, Qinzhe suddenly understood why Wang Zining hated him so much. It was to please his little lover. The apple-faced Yang Ying tried to smooth things over. She picked up a chicken wing skewer and said, Mingqing, I'll grill it for you. Zhang Mingqing thanked her with a smile and looked at Wang Zijin. They were still showing off their love. Qinzhe ate half of the abalone and passed it to Wang Zijin. They took a bite. Zhang Mingqing's heart was pierced. Qinzhe did it on purpose. He wanted to show off to Zhang Mingqing. It would be best if Zhang Mingqing could give up and stop thinking about his girlfriend. Sister Ziwei was so cooperative. They must be thinking the same thing. I clearly know that you're coveting my girlfriend, and I'm still being polite to you. A man's magnanimity should not be used in such a place. If he was too magnanimous in this aspect, he might just wear a hat one day. Zhang Mingqing felt very uncomfortable. All these years, Wang Zijin treated him more and more coldly. She could laugh and curse with Zhao Taizhu, but she was reserved and polite to him and kept a distance. Zhang Mingqing would rather Wang Zijin do everything she could to trick him. He felt pain and happiness at the same time. There was nothing more heart-wrenching than the woman you liked deliberately keeping a distance from you. True non-love is turning a blind eye. On the other side, Wang Zining was whispering to Zhang Ling, "How's your family?" "Nothing." Zhang Ling frowned. "What do you mean nothing? Isn't your family trying to matchmake my brother and your sister?" Wang Zining said helplessly, "So what? He's my sister's boyfriend. Are you going to chase him out? This isn't a novel where a rich young lady brings a man home and treats him like an enemy. Second, Aunt dislikes Qinzhe so much, but isn't she still nice to him? She has to consider my sister's feelings." Zhang Ling sneered. "Why not? My brother is so nice. He likes your sister and is willing to treat her well. What does Qinzhe have to do with it?" Wang Zining was unconvinced. "That depends on whether my sister is willing or not." Zhang Ling was furious. "Wang Zining, what are you talking about? Go away. Don't come looking for me this year." Wang Zining was silent. Zhang Ling snorted. Wang Zining had always wanted to chase after her. He listened to everything she said. When she said that Qinzhe was despicable, Wang Zining patted his chest and said that he would help her deal with him. Wang Zining was a spy she had infiltrated into the Wang family. However, this spy was not firm and easily swayed. But it didn't matter. As long as she was angry, Wang Zining would listen to her obediently and coax her. As she was thinking, Wang Zining got up and walked towards the barbecue pavilion. Zhang Ling was stunned. "What are you doing?" Wang Zining turned and said, "My sister doesn't like your brother. Even I can tell. I don't care what the adults in the family think. I feel that I will only be happy when I am with the person I like. So even if I like Qinzhe, as long as my sister likes him, I will support him. I help you because I like you, but Wang Zijin is also my sister." After that, he walked back to the barbecue pavilion, leaving a stunned Zhang Ling behind. After the barbecue, the men suggested that they play boxing. The boxing room was as big as 2 basketball courts. There was a ring in the middle and sandbags were hanging from the 4 corners of the room. This group of second-generation heirs had already broken away from the low-level fun of cars and dancing. It was the hobby of the Punk family to play with pancakes. They preferred drinking, climbing, swimming, horseback riding, shooting, and playing golf. It was both fitness and entertainment. A well-built guy went on stage, took off his coat and shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Then he put on his boxing gloves and bumped his fists together. He looked around at the crowd. "Who wants to play with me?" Beside Qinzhe and Wang Zijin, Zhao Qian praised, "Great body." The apple-faced Yang Ying said, "Well, I like this kind of man with a good body. Unfortunately, my boyfriend doesn't like to work out. He has a small belly." The other 2 sisters said, "Wei who didn't waste his time in the army these years." Zhang Mingqing took off his coat and jumped into the ring. "Let me." After he took off his coat, unexpectedly, he had well-proportioned muscles. It was not the kind of explosive muscles that could be trained in the gym. It was very beautiful. Mingqing's body is also good. Very sexy. I haven't seen him fight for a long time. His body is still so good. The sisters whispered to each other like men admiring girls' long legs, thin waists, and big breasts. Zhang Ling said proudly, "My brother works out every day." While talking, the 2 people in the ring began to fight. It was particularly fierce. At least, it was more intense than Qinzhe hitting Suyu's butt. Both sides had a solid foundation in fighting and boxing. You punch me, I punch you. Occasionally, they could make a few beautiful dodges by leaning back and leaning over. Zhang Mingqing was particularly fierce today. He had a stomach full of anger and was about to vent it in the ring. Old Tai's heart was pierced through and blood gushed out. Accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing, Zhang Mingqing's thoughts flew. Zhang Mingqing had liked Wang Zijin for many, many years. It had been so long that he had forgotten how many years it had been. Zhang Mingqing was different from the children living in the military district. He was like a young master since he was young. He wore shirts and suspenders, and his hair was meticulously combed. His mother grew up abroad and instilled aristocratic ideas in Zhang Mingqing. Zhang Mingqing felt that he was different from the flirtatious B***cheese in the military district. He was a young master and had etiquette. He was nobler than others. Therefore, he was arrogant since he was young. He disdained to play with fat tigers like Xiao Taizhu who rolled around on the playground. The children all knew that Zhang Mingqing was arrogant. He was different from everyone else. He was smelly all day long. He said this was rude and that was a bumpkin. Later, he saw Wang Zijin fooling around with a group of naughty children all day long. He said, "Wang Zijin, you don't look good at all. My mother said that girls should write, draw, practice piano and be a lady. You look ugly now." Zhang Mingqing was disappointed. He thought that Zhao Taizhu was a fat tiger. He was cute and spiritual. He was his own Xianxia. But he never showed his affection. He didn't even talk to Wang Zijin. He deliberately ignored her, hoping to attract her attention. At that time, Wang Zijin said, "I don't care about being a lady. Little ones, beat him." 8 or 9 naughty children swarmed up and rubbed Zhang Mingqing on the ground. There were 4 or 5 little girls applauding. Among them, Zhao Taizhu beat Fat Tiger the most. His head could be broken and blood could flow, but his hair couldn't be messed up. Zhao Taizhu deliberately messed up his hair. For the first time, Zhang Mingqing tasted the deep malice of this world. It was brought to him by Wang Zijin. His straps were broken, his hair was messed up, and his striped shirt was covered in mud. He cried and went home to find his mother. But his parents knew that it was the eldest daughter of the Wang family who taught their son a lesson, so they chose to keep quiet. The next day, Wang Zijin brought people to surround him again on the way home from school. "You can be my little brother, or my little brothers will press you to the ground and beat you in front of the girls in school." Wang Zijin put her hands on her waist and threatened him. Of course, he couldn't do such a shameful thing. Since then, Zhang Mingqing followed Wang Zijin. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. He watched her grow from a cute little girl to a beautiful young girl, and then to a graceful young woman. Wang Zijin always had a place in his heart. Her footprints were too deep in his life. When he was 13, he broke his grandfather's precious antique. Feeling that the world was ending, he ran to big sister Zijin for help. When Wang Zijin heard that, she crossed her arms and said, "It's okay, leave it to me." She brought 2 of her little brothers and Zhang Mingqing himself. They found Zhang Mingqing's cousin and went to the scene of the incident. Then, everyone said the same thing and put the blame on the cousin. They called the parents on the spot. The 9-year-old cousin was ignorant. Suddenly, he felt the deep malice of this world. Like his cousin, it was brought to him by Wang Zijin. When he was 16, he confessed to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin didn't agree or reject him. She suddenly asked him out for a drink at night. That day, everyone was there. The 15-year-old boy had already learned to smoke and drink. Only Wang Zijin held a 50-cent glass bottle of Coke alone. Unknowingly, Zhang Mingqing was drunk. Then, someone said, "Let's go." Zhang Mingqing was shocked. "I'm not going. I'm not going." Zhao Taizhu said, and Zhang Mingqing said he would go too. Zhang Mingqing said, "No, I'm not going." The little boys said, "Yes, you said you want to go." Then, everyone helped the drunk him up. He forgot what happened next. When he woke up, he found himself on an unfamiliar bed. In a small room, a big sister was drying her hair in her pajamas. It was dawn. The big sister gave him a flirtatious look. Zhang Mingqing hastily put on his clothes, covered his face, and left heartbroken. After that, he didn't touch alcohol for 10 years. Later, Zhang Mingqing found Wang Zijin and wanted to beg for forgiveness. Wang Zijin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Congratulations, Mingqing. You've graduated." Zhang Mingqing was surprised. "You don't care?" Wang Zijin said, "No, if my man is a big sword, I'll break his legs." Zhang Mingqing's heart was broken. For a long time, Zhang Mingqing, who felt that he was tainted and impure, didn't dare to say that he liked her. "Look, we're childhood sweethearts. Look, I've loved her for so many years. After so many years, I should have feelings for a dog. If I could, I wish I was a dog." It didn't matter that Wang Zijin didn't like him. He felt that he would have a chance. But now, today, she was in the arms of another man. She was kissed on the neck by another man. They were showing off their love in a frenzy. Zhang Mingqing roared and knocked down his opponent with a punch. He turned around and shouted at Xianxia, "If you're a man, come and fight me. Xianxia, I'm going to beat you up until you doubt your life." With Zhang Mingqing's status, he had many ways to deal with Xianxia. Don't be jealous. In this day and age, one's future was mostly determined by one's family background. Unlike Zhang Ling's bravado, the resources and power that Zhang Mingqing could mobilize were far beyond Xianxia's. Of course, if they really fought, the Wang family would most likely help Xianxia. Wang Zijin's attitude was definitely the Wang family's stance. In Shanghai, Nan Manpei was determined to help Xianxia, and the Li family would most likely help too. It would be a fight between the gods. However, Zhang Mingqing disdained to use such methods. If he had to resort to schemes for love, then he would be too pathetic. Moreover, if he did that, he would lose Wang Zijin completely. That was why he preferred to fight like a warrior for the girl he loved, hot-blooded, simple, and hardy. He hated Xianxia to the core. How many unforgettable girls could a man meet in his life? Even now, he had not thought of giving up. As long as he worked hard enough to grind an iron rod into a needle, Wang Zijin would not agree to his pursuit. Perhaps he did not put enough effort into it, or perhaps Wang Zijin was too thick and could not be ground into a fine iron rod for the time being. In the spacious boxing room, Zhang Mingqing's roar echoed. He was sweating profusely, his muscles were bulging, and his expression was crazed. Those who were familiar with him knew that Zhang Mingqing was serious. Zhang Mingqing was a very proud person. He did not want to fall behind others in any aspect and wanted to be number one in everything. He had trained hard in boxing and had always been the famous boxing kangaroo in the circle. To put it in a more pretentious way, I, Zhang Mingqing, have never been weaker than anyone. Even Wang Zijin could not make him bow down to her willingly. Therefore, Zhang Mingqing had always wanted to be the man of the big sister. At the sight of the ring, Xianxia, who was whispering to Wang Zijin, was dumbfounded. He did not know why he was called out. Looking at Zhang Mingqing, who was bursting with anger, there was a message all over his body: "You can't control our fury." "Xianxia, do you dare to go up?" A guy on the side jeered. "Let me tell you, Mingqing has liked Zijin for many years. If you want to be with her, you have to go through him first." Another person said. "You can even tolerate this?" "If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to bear it." The bespectacled guy was also perverted. "Go on, if you're a man then draw your sword," the short and skinny guy said. The group of second-generation heirs who didn't mind watching the show cheered excitedly, fanning the flames. In comparison, women were always kind and honest people. Maybe it was because of Xianxia's celebrity aura that increased their favorable impression of him. Zhao Qian frowned and said, "I don't think that's a good idea." If Mingqing doesn't control his strength, the apple-faced Yongying nodded. "You might accidentally break the bridge of your nose or your teeth." As she spoke, she poked Wang Zijin's waist and said, "Don't be in a daze. Go and tell Mingqing that it's best if he doesn't hit him. If he does, he should hold back a little." The other two sisters also tried to persuade them. They were on Zhang Mingqing's side. After all, they had been friends for decades. However, if Xianxia was beaten up too badly, it wouldn't look good for everyone. Zhang Ling walked over lightly and looked at Xianxia as if she was announcing something big. "My brother is angry. You know the consequences." Xianxia grunted. "This is the legendary anger of a single dog." Zhang Ling glared at him angrily. Wang Xinin was right. This person was despicable, and his mouth was even more despicable. Everyone was speechless. The sisters rolled their eyes. They were all thinking of how to persuade him, but he was still fanning the flames. Was he happy to be beaten up for no reason? Or did he think that he had a chance of winning? Zhang Mingqing's muscles were not just for show. He was proficient in boxing and taekwondo. One punch from him would be the end of the match. Those who were more flexible would think that it was probably because Wang Zijin was present that Xianxia wasn't afraid. Men didn't want to appear too cowardly in front of the woman they liked. Wang Zijin glanced at Xianxia. Did you hear that? Hold back a little. Xianxia nodded and vowed, I'll end it quickly. I won't make things difficult for you. Wang Zijin nodded in satisfaction. Towards Zhang Mingqing, she could only express her apologies. Big sister Zijin had a feeling of helplessness that it was the hardest to accept the grace of a beauty. She confessed her feelings, but Zhang Mingqing's unwavering determination made big sister Zijin's heart ache. She could only deliberately keep a distance. Zhang Mingqing liked her. She knew that Zhang Mingqing couldn't wait to kneel down and propose to her. He would say, Zijin, you're lightning, you're light, you're the only legend. I only love you. I don't know how to speak English later, I forgot, she still knew. However, when it came to relationships, it wasn't about giving and receiving. If you didn't like me, you didn't like me. Did I have to marry you and bear your children for the rest of my life just because you were faithful to me? Wang Zijin didn't want to bear children. If she wanted to, she wanted a bunch of salted fishes. Zhang Mingqing was indeed outstanding. However, Xianxia wasn't bad either. In fact, he was even more outstanding. Moreover, she was happy to be with Xianxia. However, if she were to marry Zhang Mingqing, she would feel that she was ked by her brother. Every time Wang Zijin thought about it, she would slowly shiver. Zhao Taizhu shouted happily, wait, let's open a banker. I'll be the banker. If we're talking about the odds, Xianxia and Zhang Mingqing will be 50-50. He glanced at his childhood friends and then at the women. Do you guys want to play? Zhang Ling was the first to raise her hand. I'll play. I'll bet 50,000 on my brother. Yo, where did you get so much money from? Zhao Taizhu looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Why do you care? You won't be left out, Zhang Ling said. Zhang Ling had 200,000 yuan in her savings. The elders in her family gave her a lot of pocket money. Her expenses were huge. Every month, she used up half a year's salary of an ordinary white-collar worker. Don't go back on your words if you lose, Zhao Taizhu said. Humph, someone is so eager to give me money. Why don't I play? Zhang Ling looked at him disdainfully. Hey, what about you guys? Zhao Taizhu asked his childhood friends. Xianxia, have you ever trained in fighting? Out of caution, one of his childhood friends asked. Do you think this is a wuxia novel where you can find someone to practice martial arts? That doesn't exist. Zhao Taizhu waved his hand. Then why 50-50? His childhood friends asked. Zhao Taizhu had always been rough on the outside. Why would he do a losing deal? Because we're brothers on the surface. Huh? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xianxia doesn't care about his reputation. This is a friendly payout. It's good for everyone's reputation, Zhao Taizhu said. Then, a few of his childhood friends whispered, are we going to buy it? Buy it. They play upstairs, we play downstairs. Haha, earn some pocket money from Taizhu. The bespectacled guy raised his hand. I'll buy 100,000 yuan. Zhao Taizhu rolled his eyes. Are you crazy? 20,000 yuan at most. It's just for fun. The bespectacled guy asked, then why did Zhang Ling buy 50,000 yuan? Zhao Taizhu said casually, she's a little girl. I have to take care of her. He thought to himself, this girl's words are harsh and unlikable. Of course I have to cheat her. The bespectacled guy was relieved and said, looks like it's not a trap. Otherwise, he would be more than happy to cheat us. That's right. Let's buy it. Then, everyone raised their hands. I'll buy 10,000 yuan, Mingqing. I'll buy 20,000 yuan, Mingqing. I'll buy 5,000 yuan, Mingqing. I'll buy 20,000 yuan, Mingqing. After a round of bidding, 2 of the 12 or 13 friends bought 2,000 yuan for Qin Zhe and 20,000 yuan for Zhang Mingqing. The others only bought Zhang Mingqing. The sisters all bought Qin Zhe, but then bought Zhang Mingqing. Obviously, buying Qin Zhe was to save Wang Zijin's face. Zhao Qian asked Wang Zijin, "Zijin, you're not buying?" Yang Ying said, "Of course not. Are you going to bet on Zhang Mingqing? That'll hurt my boyfriend more." The other two said, "If it were me, I'd bet on my boyfriend even if I knew I was going to lose." Wang Zijin shrugged. "Forget it. It's not easy for Taizhu to earn money. Let's not cheat him." She had seen Qin Zhe in action before. Back then, in the commercial and residential area, Qin Zhe had easily taken down 2 pickpockets. He was so fierce. Also, Zhao Taizhu had said that he wanted to fight with Qin Zhe over dinner. Qin Zhe casually crushed a bone porcelain cup and Zhao Taizhu backed down. At that time, Qin Zhe was still a Bu Jingyun who had been single for 23 years. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Zhe went up to the stage. He put on the boxing gloves and didn't take off his clothes. Otherwise, everyone present would have seen what it meant to be sexy and fit. The system's gift of gymnastics was constantly tempering his body, making him far more energetic than ordinary people. Correspondingly, his speed, strength, and reflexes were all improved. Although the essence of this matter was that the system was working hard to turn him into a power bank, Qin Zhe automatically filled in the worrisome truth that the system was helping him become Superman. If he wanted to live a good life, he had to wear a little cuckold. It was not accurate. He had to have the spirit of AQ and know how to entertain himself. The guy who was defeated by Zhang Mingqing was the referee. After Qin Zhe put on the gloves, he asked, "Aren't you going to take off your clothes?" "No." Qin Zhe shook his head. "Clothes can also become your weakness and restrict your movements," he advised out of kindness. "No." Qin Zhe shook his head again. The audience below the stage was both angry and amused. Not only was he a layman, but he was also freaking arrogant. Zhang Mingqing raised his hand, indicating that he had something to say. He stared at Qin Zhe and said, "I've liked her for many, many years. It doesn't matter if that person is you, as long as it's her boyfriend, I want to beat him up." Qin Zhe replied, "She's my girlfriend. It doesn't matter if you're the one who's coveting her. As long as someone tries to steal her away from me, I want to beat him up." At this time, Wang Zijin patted the guardrail and whispered, "A's, go easy on him." Negative emotions from Zhang Mingqing, negative emotions from Zhang Ling, Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Sister Ziwei, this is not the time to play mind games. Let's begin." Zhang Mingqing gritted his teeth. "I'll let my fists fall on every corner of your body." Qin Zhe was stunned. "Including the balls?" Zhang Mingqing was speechless. The referee got into a horse stance and swung down with one arm. "Begin." Zhang Mingqing raised his fists and jumped slightly towards Qin Zhe. He tested him with his fists first. When he saw that Qin Zhe did not move, he immediately knew that he was really an idiot in boxing. He immediately let out a low growl, took a step forward, and punched straight at Zhang Ling's face. The battle began and the audience was excited. Then, Qin Zhe waved his hand casually as if he was swatting a fly. Bam! Zhang Mingqing's face was punched. He did not even have the chance to stabilize himself and fell to the ground. The battle ended and the audience was dumbfounded. What happened? What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. KO with one punch? They even suspected that Zhang Mingqing and Qin Zhe were acting. Even if Zhang Mingqing had missed, he shouldn't have been knocked out with one punch. The shock came too fast, like a tornado, so everyone was dumbfounded. In reality, Zhang Mingqing was lying on the ground. His mind was in a mess. He had been beaten silly. The feeling just now was like a battering ram wrapped in a boxing glove hitting his face. At that moment, he heard the sound of the sea in his head. Qin Zhe took off his boxing gloves and threw them to the referee. "Take off your clothes. It's just a matter of one punch." Qin Zhe equals Hai Zhe King equals Sensei Saitama. The referee, who was 1.8 meters tall with a lasso pole, was so shocked that he looked like a mantis shrimp. He stared at him in disbelief. Is this the legendary miracle of strength? How much strength does it take to knock a grown man to the ground with one punch? This Xianxia, as expected, had a big tool and a good job. Extraordinary. Xianxia felt the burning gaze. He turned his head and asked, "You want to spar with me too?" The referee shook his head and said in shock, How did you do it?" Even if he had practiced boxing, he couldn't have done it. This was the strength of a professional boxer, and not a lightweight one. "Don't you know my nickname?" Xianxia said lightly, "For a fast shooter, there is no fastest, only faster." What a master! The referee, Sun Weihu, looked at him with admiration. "Brother, how are you?" Zhang Ling climbed into the ring and helped Zhang Mingqing up. She glared at Xianxia. The onlookers rushed over and took a closer look at the bruised left side of Zhang Mingqing's face under the pretext of passing him mineral water. Well, it's a real injury, not an act. No wonder he's Big Sister's man. Everyone looked at Xianxia differently. You hit him too hard. Wang Zijin whispered beside the ring. I'm already very careful. Xianxia shrugged. His grip was strong enough to crack a porcelain cup. He had only used 40% of his strength in this punch. Xianxia, do you know Kung Fu? Sun Weihu's eyes were burning. Sort of. Xianxia nodded. Is he practicing the internal martial arts? Sun Weihu asked with a burning gaze. If you are referring to the inner force, then yes. Xianxia thought for a while and nodded. She was also considered inner force, right? Actually, he didn't understand either. The purpose of qi was to nourish the 5 viscera, tendons, and bones. It was not something that could be used for external release of qi. If the internal martial arts in Chinese martial arts wasn't a lie, then its effect should be the same as the system's gift of gymnastics, using the temperature to nourish the body. Not only could it strengthen one's body, but it could also increase one's stamina and strength. So there really was such a thing. Sun Weihu was excited and asked, what kind of internal martial art do you practice? Tai Chi? Xianxia shook his head. Xingyi? Xianxia shook his head. Gossip? Xianxia shook his head again. Sun Weihu was curious and puzzled. What's that? Xianxia's face turned red. The times are calling. Sun Weihu dug his ears. What? Xianxia explained, the second set of radio gymnastics for elementary school students. The times are calling. Sun Weihu was speechless. He said with a disheartened look, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. I know you have rules and have to keep it a secret, right? Comrade Sun sighed and turned around sadly. He still wanted to ask Xianxia for some guidance, but he thought too much. If he didn't want to teach, he could have said it. If it wasn't convenient for him to reveal it, he could have said it. Why did he have to push the blame to the radio gymnastics? What, are you the only one who received 9 years of compulsory education? Have I never practiced the times are calling? It's true. I'm not lying to you. Xianxia said. Xianxia thought to himself, hey, I'm not lying to you. It's really the times are calling. I swear on my integrity that the system can testify for me. Sun Weihu turned around and said angrily, the times are calling is not the second set of radio gymnastics for elementary school students. It's the second set of radio gymnastics for middle school students. With that, he left in a huff. Xianxia was speechless. Wang Zijin was speechless. After a while, Wang Zijin said, it seems like it's really the second set of radio gymnastics for middle school students. Xianxia was speechless. So the low-life system has been lying to me all this time? Xianxia looked at Zhang Mingqing, who had a dispirited expression despite being cared for by his childhood friends. He pinched Sister Xian's waist and whispered in her ear, aren't you going to comfort him? Wang Zijin shook her head. Zhang Mingqing can't keep pestering you. Tell him that you have no hope in this lifetime. Stop pestering me and get lost. You're crazy. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. I've already told him everything. He confessed to me when I was 16 years old, and I didn't talk about it anymore. I came to Shanghai to study in high school, and I thought that he would forget about me after seeing so many forests. Who knew that when I went back to Beijing to study, he would pester me again? Why did I do that? I've always treated him like a brother since I was young. Xianxia suddenly thought of a saying, I treat you like a brother, but you want to *ck me. This was the biggest malice between brothers. It was even scarier than the wife running away with the brother. It was really difficult for Sister Ziwei. She wanted to be in love but was afraid of being *ked. I've always treated you like a brother, but you want to *ck me. The former's target was Xianxia, and the latter's target was Zhang Mingqing. Zhao Taizhu nimbly climbed up the ring and laughed wildly 3 times towards the sky. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him as if he was crazy. Zhang Mingqing was beaten up. Why are you so happy? Zhang Mingqing's face darkened. Speaking of which, he and Zhao Taizhu had always been rivals. They both coveted Wang Zijin and wanted to be the big sister's man. However, Zhao Taizhu gave up. Zhang Mingqing didn't even turn back. Pay up, pay up. You lost. Zhao Taizhu said happily. This time everyone's face darkened. This son of AB*TCH. He's really a scammer. Zhao Taizhu is so evil. Damn it, my secret stash is gone again. Taizhu, get up the ring. Let's fight. Zhang Mingqing's childhood friends reacted and were furious. There's still 50,000 left. Don't go back on your words. Zhao Taizhu said. Zhang Ling pretended not to hear and squatted beside her brother. Hey, Zhang Ling, you want to go back on your words? Zhao Taizhu looked at her disdainfully. I don't have money now. We'll talk about it later. Zhang Ling pouted. Actually, she wanted to go back on her words. She could totally go back on her words. After all, she was a girl and was still studying. If Zhao Taizhu didn't let her off after she threw a tantrum, he wouldn't be a man. Moreover, he was 6 or 7 years older than her. They were no longer of the same generation. 50,000 yuan. Even Zhang Ling, who never thought about money, would feel the pinch for a long time. Her source of income mainly depended on the gifts from her elders. She had no way to earn money herself. However, she underestimated Zhao Taizhu's shamelessness. Zhao Taizhu said, ha ha ha, if you think you can go back on your words like this, then you're too stupid. I'll give you 2 choices. Alipay or WeChat? Take out your phone and scan it. What day and age is this? Who wants cash? You. Zhang Ling puffed her cheeks. Zhao Taizhu had already opened Alipay and handed his phone to her. The manager of the clubhouse personally delivered a spray for bruises and a small bucket of ice. Zhang Mingqing rested for 15 minutes and had to leave because he had something to do at work. Zhang Mingqing left the clubhouse and sat in the car in a daze. What a terrible day. Actually, he had nothing to do at work. The reason why he was late was because he was excited and nervous. He didn't know how to face Wang Zijin and how to talk back to Xianxia. When Zhang Ling came back from Shanghai last time, she said that her future sister-in-law had been seduced by a wild man. Zhang Mingqing didn't think much of it. Wang Zijin was such an outstanding woman. How could she be seduced by an ordinary man? Later, Zhao Taizhu said that Wang Zijin was heartlessly forgetting her love for a man in Shanghai. She cried and begged him to like her. At that time, he was shocked. For the first time, he looked up Xianxia's information seriously. After reading the information, Zhang Mingqing was shocked again. He roared in his heart. How could there be such an outstanding man in the world? How could there be such an outstanding man? He shouldn't be called Xianxia. He should be called Long Outyin. He had been holding back his anger until today. When he heard that Wang Zijin had brought her boyfriend home to meet her parents, Zhang Mingqing was sad and depressed. At the same time, he was full of fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to see Xianxia. He wanted to compete with him to see who was the most flirtatious peacock. Recalling everything that happened at the clubhouse, he suddenly felt like crying. At this time, Zhang Mingqing saw 2 people walking out of the clubhouse. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. It was Wang Zijin, whom he had been thinking about day and night, and Xianxia, who should be called Long Outyin. For some reason, Wang Zijin didn't follow them. They walked to the car. Wang Zijin took out the car key to unlock the door. Just as she was about to open the door and enter the car, Xianxia looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he suddenly hugged Wang Zijin from behind. Wang Zijin was stunned. She didn't even resist and went limp in his arms. They kissed passionately as if there was no one else around. They showered Zhang Mingqing with affection. Every bit of affection was like an arrow that pierced through Zhang Mingqing's heart. I can't take this anymore. I'm not Xia Wujing. Xia Wujing only has to endure one heart-piercing arrow every day. How many times have I been pierced today? Zhang Mingqing held his pierced heart, stepped on the accelerator, and slowly approached them. Beep beep, a loud horn sounded. Wang Zijin immediately pushed Xianxia away, and the two looked in the direction of the sound. Zhang Mingqing slowly lowered the car window. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were infinitely close to those of a dead fish. Mingqing, you haven't left yet, Wang Zijin said awkwardly. Zhang Mingqing didn't say anything. He looked at Xianxia with his dead fish eyes. Xianxia thought to himself, what are you looking at? Do you think you're Secretary Dakong? The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. Zhang Mingqing vented his anger on these two guys. Hey, old Tai, we're leaving first. In the end, it seemed that Xianxia was the first to give in. Zhang Mingqing was a little proud of himself in the spirit of AQ. Suddenly, he heard this guy sing a song without saying anything. I should be under the car, not in the car. Seeing how sweet you guys are. This way, it's easier for me to give up and give me the courage to leave. As he sang, Xianxia got into the car, lowered the car window, and waved. Let's go, old Tai. In the future, you must come to my wedding with Sister Ziwei. The car drove away. Zhang Mingqing was speechless. I should be under the car, not in the car, I really want to cry. Wang Zijin stared straight ahead, her bright lips curled up. You sure know how to say it. She didn't sympathize with Zhang Mingqing at all. Perhaps in Sister Ziwei's opinion, it was best if Zhang Mingqing was disappointed in her, so that he wouldn't think about her all the time and waste his good years. And she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. After all, she had a brother who wanted to rape her by her side. Sometimes I'm also annoyed. Why is she always so talented? Xianxia sighed. Wang Zijin almost lost her grip on the steering wheel. She said angrily, why are you acting cool in front of me? Yes, I shouldn't show my slight skill in front of an expert, Xianxia said. Wang Zijin was stunned. After driving a few hundred meters, she suddenly reacted and used one hand to hit Xianxia's head. Watch the road, I'll hit you when we get home. Xianxia quickly defended himself. Wang Zijin snorted and pouted, but her eyes and eyebrows were smiling. There were many reasons why she liked Xianxia, but one of them couldn't be ignored. Xianxia was sometimes flirty, but when they were together, they could laugh and play, and they were very happy. The reason was probably that she had enough of her parents' cold and indifferent treatment since childhood, which created a psychological shadow. She hated and even feared the respectful relationship between husband and wife. Zhang Mingqing was elegant and polite. In other people's eyes, he was impeccable, but in Wang Zijin's eyes, he was a fatal flaw. She would never like such a man. To paraphrase the popular protagonist model a few years ago, the female protagonists all liked bad boys. Wang Zijin didn't like bad boys, and Xianxia wasn't a bad boy either. Another reason why she liked Xianxia was that Xianxia was more lazy. Such a man could be hard or soft. No, he could be a domineering CEO, but he could also be a little boy who relied on his sister. Wang Zijin had a sense of responsibility and dependence. Sometimes she felt that she was more like Qin Bao's sister than Xianxia's sister. She didn't have the dignity of an elder sister at all. Xianxia and Wang Zijin wandered aimlessly in the capital. They purposely took a stroll in front of Tiananmen Gate to experience the majestic view of the Tiananmen Gate and admire the portrait of the great man. In the CBD area, they bought clothes, Beijing specialties, souvenirs, and other things. Xianxia did not want to go as he said it was not delicious. But Wang Zijin told him that Beijing roast duck was like street food and could be found everywhere. Foreigners only know to go to Quanjude. But Quanjude was like Starbucks, which was becoming less and less classy. There were chain restaurants everywhere, and it had become an assembly line business model. Only the locals of the capital knew where the delicious roast duck was and where the famous roast duck was. After a while, they arrived at Uniqlo. Uniqlo is a good place, good scenery, good scenery, good scenery, good place, good scenery, good place, there are girls everywhere, enter the house and have sex. Speaking of Uniqlo, Xianxia wanted to complain about it. The quality of the clothes was as bad as their mother. When he was in school, he accompanied his sister shopping and bought a few short-sleeved shirts at a discount. But the shirts were out of shape after one summer. Wang Zijin held Feng Yu's arm and walked from the first floor to the second floor. This time, she was the one who bought the clothes. Ever since she came to Shanghai, she had not been to Uniqlo, a small brand clothing store. Qin Baobao dragged her to buy clothes, and they only went to international brand stores. She did not even look at the clothes that cost less than 5 digits. His sister was also corrupted. When Xianxia bought her 50 renminbi short-sleeved shirt, she also wore it for the whole summer. But money must be spent to make money, and it was meaningless to keep the money in the bank. The money could not catch up with inflation, and it could still increase the country's GDP. Wang Zijin looked for a long time and finally settled on a dark blue sweater with a cartoon bear printed on the chest. She was paired with a pair of light blue jeans and a loose cartoon bear sweater. Wang Zijin had changed from a 26-year-old woman to a 16-year-old girl. Kawaii. What do you think? Wang Zijin stood in front of Xianxia, her eyes shining like stars. Cute, I want. Xianxia gave her a thumbs up and blurted out. What do you want? Wang Zijin tilted her head and asked playfully. Want. Xianxia had an idea and sang, I want to ask if you dare to be crazy for love like me, Wang Zijin? The second dress was a white dress. Wang Zijin herself preferred light green, but Xianxia recently was allergic to Zijin's color. No, green. It was all Suyu's fault. Wang Zijin felt that wearing clothes was for her boyfriend to see, and she respected her boyfriend's preference, so she chose the white dress. Xianxia stood at the door of the fitting room and heard Wang Zijin, who had just entered, whisper, Ace? Is Ace outside? Xianxia replied, yes, what's up? You come in for a while, what? Her voice was so soft that Xianxia didn't hear it clearly. Come in for a while. Wang Zijin raised her voice. Xianxia's cock was moved. What was the meaning of this? Let him into the fitting room or where? This wasn't important. It was just a matter of order. Once he entered the fitting room, he would definitely be able to enter. Xianxia couldn't help but be moved. There was a story behind this. There were many people around, shuttling back and forth. Xianxia's expression was normal as he lifted the curtain and went in. In the fitting room, Wang Zijin had one hand on her chest and the other on her back. Her face was red. My bra's button seems to be undone. She turned around and said, You help me button it. Xianxia saw a white back. Her skin was white and tender, her back was perfectly curved, and her waist was small. Was this Sister Ziwei's hint? Xianxia slowly approached her. His hand slipped into her dress and held her waist. What are you doing? Wang Zijin was surprised. Doing it. Xianxia nodded. Sister Ziwei was so embarrassed that she hit the back of her head. She was angry and amused at the same time. I asked you to help you button your bra. Xianxia covered his nose in disbelief. Just button my bra? Nonsense. Wang Zijin sneered. Xianxia found that the button was made with special leather. Unless he stood with both hands behind his back, he couldn't button it by himself. He silently buttoned her bra and said unwillingly, Isn't this your hint? Sister Ziwei, there's no need to be pretentious between us. There's no such thing as a hint. I don't believe you. Does a woman's bra have to be buttoned by someone else? Because this bra is sexy. It was designed for a husband and wife to wear together. You bought it for me? It's none of your business. Your sister bought it for me. You didn't even ask for my opinion. Xianxia quietly left the fitting room. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin came out. She turned around and her skirt fluttered. Does it look good? Qin World Tasteless nodded, nice. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they returned to the Wang family. Only Mrs. Wang was at home. Grandpa Wang was enjoying the cool breeze in the yard. The mother and daughter chatted. Wang Zijin told her about the Qin family in Shanghai. Qin Ma's father was a very serious but not old-fashioned university professor. Qin Ma's mother was very gentle. There was also her best friend, Qin Baobao, who sat next to her for 3 years in high school. I remember her. Baobao, isn't she that beautiful girl? Mrs. Wang almost blurted out the word gorgeous. Others dressed up gorgeously, but Qin Baobao's facial features were gorgeous. She had a sharp and pretty oval face, cherry lips, and especially charming and lively eyes. Wang Mama had seen Qin Baobao once when she picked up her daughter from school. Back then, Qin Baobao had left a deep impression on Wang Mama when she was 17 or 18. Mrs. Wang hated that kind of girl. She hated women who reminded people of vixens. Vixens were often equated with mistresses. However, Mrs. Wang noticed that whenever that gorgeous girl was mentioned, her daughter would be very happy. Her eyes would sparkle and the corners of her mouth would curl up. Mrs. Wang thought to herself, that girl has a deep place in her daughter's heart. Qin Zhe saw the old man on the rocking chair in the backyard waving at him. He paused for a moment and walked over obediently. When he got closer, the old man closed his eyes and rocked slowly with the rocking chair. Qin Zhe had always been in awe of the old man. He stood upright. However, after a few minutes, the old man seemed to have fallen asleep. Qin Zhe thought to himself, are you crazy? Did you ask me to come here to do the most romantic thing with me? Sit in a rocking chair and chat slowly? Just as he was thinking this, the old man suddenly said, Qin Zhe, have you ever thought of going into politics? Qin Zhe immediately shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Why? Crabs in the river shine in the sky, flowers smile at me, little birds say good morning. You'll die sooner or later. The old man? The air was quiet for a few minutes. The old man asked, what do you think of the current society? What do you think of the country? Qin Zhe gave him a thumbs up. Socialism is good. Qin Zhe wanted to sing a song. Without the XX party, there would be no new China. The old man, if I ask you to be the Wang family's white glove, would you be willing? The Wang family doesn't lack white gloves, right? There are many white gloves. Qin Zhe smiled. No problem. The old man looked at him carefully. You don't dislike it? Qin Zhe grinned. We each take what we need. After being in the business world for so long, he finally understood that the business world was like a battlefield. There were many cases of swords and knives secretly causing trouble. An environment of fair competition did not exist. With his current scale of capital, he could only make a small fuss in front of the big bosses of the capital. But in the future, unexpectedly, the old man changed his words. We'll talk about it in the future. Qin Zhe probed, then, Grandpa, have you agreed to let me be your grandson-in-law? The old man did not say anything. He closed his eyes and slowly rocked with the rocking chair. During dinner, the direct descendants of the Wang family all arrived. The uncles who were absent at noon also came. Second uncle was a middle-aged man who was smooth and slick. According to Wang Zijin, second uncle's family should be on Zhang Mingqing's side. However, during dinner, second uncle frequently chatted with Qin Zhe and did not neglect him at all. Little uncle was also a wily old fox and always had a smile on his face. Qin Zhe guessed that little uncle should be one of the Wang family's white gloves. After dinner, Qin Zhe was arranged to stay in the guest room of the small building in the south. It was thousands of miles away from Sister Ziwei's room. Wang Zijin stayed on the second floor of the main building, next to her parents' bedroom. Qin Zhe lay on the bed and recalled what happened today. From lunch to dinner, the Wang family's elders' attitude toward him had obviously improved. Father Wang still did not speak. This was understandable. Fathers did not like pigs who took advantage of their cabbage. Mother Wang said a few words to him during dinner. As for the other aunts and uncles, they were ignored. They had no right to criticize him. Who the hell would consider the feelings of their aunts and uncles when looking for a partner, unless you're marrying my cousin? However, Grandpa Wang's attitude was a bit unpredictable. What did "we'll talk about it in the future" mean? Was he prepared to observe him for a long time? Regardless, he did not directly reject him. This was a good sign. The phone screen lit up. There was a message. Wang Zijin, the night is long. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. No mood to sleep. Wang Zijin sent a thumbs up emoji. Sister Ziwei, this thumbs up is so flirtatious. Qin Zai was pleasantly surprised. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, and sneaked toward the main building. He knew where Wang Zijin's room was. She had taken him there earlier in the day. Qin Zai was familiar with the place and soon found Sister Zijin's room. But just as he was about to knock on the door to the master bedroom at the end of the corridor suddenly opened. A beam of light poured out of the room and shone on Qin Zai. It was like a demon mirror, exposing him. Qin Zai froze on the spot. It was Father Wang who opened the door. Father Wang was stunned to see a pig sneaking into his daughter's room. Then, a sharp light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Qin Zai panicked. Father-in-law, listen to me. Without any precautions or concerns, you just appeared like this. Qin Zai was once again petrified in China. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Mr. Wang stood at the door, and the sound of the television broadcasting the news came from the room behind him. Mr. Wang's back was facing the light, so Qin Zai couldn't see the expression on his face. However, he knew that his expression would be seen by Mr. Wang, so he had to keep his cool. Luckily, I'm proficient in acting. He was in despair. Mr. Wang had been unsmiling the whole day, and his favorability towards him was zero. Now, his favorability was probably in the negative. He was already disliked as his future son-in-law, but this time, good things were really hard to come by. Wang Qingfu's favorability towards him, 10086. Before opening Sister Ziwei's door, Qin Zai was still singing in his heart, my passion is like a fire. In the blink of an eye, a basin of cold water was poured over me. What should I do? She rushed over and said, Father-in-law, please listen to my explanation. Sister Xian and I are innocent. Innocent? Why would a boyfriend and girlfriend want to be innocent? But I haven't received the approval of the Wang family. In the end, I sneaked into Sister Ziwei's room in front of Mr. Wang. Qin Zai had 24 years of life experience, but he didn't know how to deal with this awkward situation at all. Uncle, he said with a dry smile, the night is long. I'm here to talk to Sister Ziwei about the glorious deeds of the revolutionary martyrs. Terrible lines, lame excuses. The corner of Mr. Wang's mouth twitched. He gently closed the door and turned on the lights in the corridor. Do you like to drink? Qin Zai was stunned and answered honestly, just so. Mr. Wang's study was at the other end of the corridor. On the entire second floor, other than Mr. and Mrs. Wang's master bedroom and Wang Zijin's boudoir, there was only this study. The study was F*** bigger than Qin Zai's living room. A room within a room could be used as a place to rest. Father Wang's room was decorated exquisitely and elegantly. The furniture was of the highest quality. There were also some rare trinkets, such as the brass and gold beasts on the antique shelf, the blue and white porcelain plates, and the sandalwood table by the balcony. The table was covered with rice paper, paperweights, and inkstones were all of good quality. Qin Zai had known for a long time that those in high positions in novels had simple private residences and simple study furnishings. It was all nonsense. Sitting in the study that many people could only dream of entering, he felt a little flattered. There was a bottle of Maotai and a plate of peanuts in front of him. The housekeeper had specially heated up the braised beef for them, cut it and served it to them. Qin Zai thought to himself, Father Wang is a person who knows how to enjoy life. After drinking half a glass of white wine, Mr. Wang finally spoke, Wang Zijin has caused trouble for your family in Shanghai. As he spoke, he poured some wine for Qin Zai. Qin Zai quickly picked up his cup. No, my parents like her very much. He was flattered again. Father Wang looked directly at him. What about you? Qin Zai was stunned. Of course, I like her. I like her very, very much. Father Wang nodded. That's good, that's good. When he said this, his eyes were a little dazed. Xianxia scratched his head. He couldn't figure out what Father Wang was thinking. It was 10:30 at night when they finished drinking. Father Wang didn't pour his heart out with Xianxia. He only talked about some very ordinary things, such as politics and business, but he didn't overdo it. Most of the time, he asked about Xianxia's family situation. Then, Father Wang would talk about the Wang family. It was like two families of different social status trying to find the right place to start a conversation. Xianxia found this strange. He felt that Father Wang didn't seem to dislike him or his relationship with Sister Ziwei. Strange. Didn't Sister Ziwei say that Father Wang liked Zhang Mingqing and was very firm about it? Father Wang turned off the light in the study and closed the door. He said faintly, "Go back to sleep." Xianxia didn't know what to say. The meaning was obvious. Don't even think about chatting with my daughter tonight. The glorious deeds of the revolutionary martyrs, go to hell, that was a pain in the ass. A lot had happened today, especially after the meeting at the club. His relationship with Wang Zijin had obviously improved. Otherwise, Sister Ziwei wouldn't have sent him a message. He also wanted to be intimate with Sister Ziwei. Have you ever seen a man who didn't want to be intimate with his girlfriend? Xianxia nodded sullenly and turned to leave. After returning to his room, he turned on his phone and saw that Wang Zijin had sent him several messages. Where are you? Ace, are you asleep? Little bum, if you don't reply, I'm going to get angry. Maybe the room was soundproof, but Sister Ziwei didn't hear the conversation outside the door. Xianxia typed a message and replied, Sister Ziwei, I was at your door just now and was caught by your father. Wang Zijin sent him a string of ellipses. Ace, how did you survive? Humph, of course it's because of my strong moral character. Bragging, ha ha ha. My father might have thrown you into the cold palace. Sister Ziwei, you're really wrong this time. I'm not that unlucky guy who sold newspapers. Your father and I have a good chat. Xianxia thought of a question. Sister Ziwei, if your father insists on opposing our relationship, what will you do? Wang Zijin sent an emoji of rolling its eyes. I'm getting married, not him. Just like I won't marry someone I don't like because of his request, I won't leave the person I like because of him. Then, what about you? Xianxia replied, me too. Wang Zijin replied, what if Bao Bao opposes it? Xianxia pressed his fingers on the screen and couldn't type for a long time. What if it's his sister? What if she opposes it? 10 seconds later, he typed, me too. Wang Zijin sent a smiley emoji. In the room, Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, holding the phone high with both hands. The fluorescent light illuminated her oval face. Idiot, your silence has already told me. Xianxia was about to go to bed when Sister Ziwei sent him another message. Come over. My parents should be asleep. What's wrong with Sister Ziwei today? Did the sheep die? Xianxia said happily, I'll be right there. You didn't lock the door, did you? Why do you lock the door at home? Come over, idiot. Wang Zijin sent him a picture of Brother Funny lying on the bed and taking pictures of the empty bed next to him. Xianxia lifted the quilt and put on his clothes. X2 this time, Xianxia crouched down, stuck close to the wall, and moved as fast as a mutant. He quietly swept across the corridor, opened the door to Sister Ziwei's room, and quickly entered. Perfect, the light in Wang Zijin's room was turned off, and the bedside lamp was lit with a dim yellow light. She was leaning against the headboard, reading a book. Xianxia took off his pants and clothes, leaving only a pair of boxers, and pounced on Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin pushed him away. Don't, Xianxia pressed Wang Zijin on his body and kissed her passionately. Wang Zijin gasped and tried to respond to his enthusiasm. Sister Ziwei's mouth was also soft, but different from her sister's shy avoidance, she would respond implicitly, giving Xianxia a great kissing experience. Sister only knew how to avoid, and kissing. When filming a kissing scene, she would be very nervous, and her two small hands pinched his arms tightly. Then it was Suyu. Suyu's response was the most enthusiastic and bold, often turning from defense to offense. After sucking for a full 5 minutes, Xianxia didn't let her go until Wang Zijin punched him a few times. Sister Ziwei, can I test your depth? Xianxia expressed his love implicitly. Next, I may have a chance to shoot like a dragon. Non-combatants should evacuate immediately. No, scram. Wang Zijin panted and said angrily. She touched her lips, which were burning. Then I'll touch, Xianxia said. Sure enough, Sister Ziwei could accept kisses and touches at most now. It's okay, I'll teach her slowly in the future. No. Wang Zijin was a little shy. Then you touch me? Xianxia held her hand. No, no. Wang Zijin struggled violently. Xianxia was not disappointed. After all, she was not Suyu's sibling demon. You can only touch through the pajamas. Wang Zijin bit her lips, and her face blushed. She was super cute. On the other side, Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang were actually not asleep. They were talking about Xianxia and their daughter. It was only on this matter that they could talk for so long. Mr. Wang's impression of Xianxia wasn't bad, especially since he knew of Xianxia's talent. He admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, Mrs. Wang, who had always been amiable, didn't think much of Xianxia. Although the times had changed due to the reform and opening up, it didn't mean that the views of the ancients were wrong. From ancient times to the present, it was important to have a well-matched family. This was the truth of life and practice. Xianxia was from an ordinary family. Even if he was rich. So what if he was rich? His family was still not well-matched. Not well-matched? Wang Qingfu sneered. That's right. Back then, it was because their families were not compatible that the gentle Jiangnan girl had brushed past him. Because of the consideration of their families being well-matched, he listened to his father's arrangement and married a woman whom he had only met a few times. He didn't think much of it. In that era, everyone was like that. Marriage was arranged by the parents and the organization. What did Dad say? Mrs. Wang frowned. I don't know what Dad means. Mr. Wang shook his head. Forget it, just treat it as a relationship. Mrs. Wang said, after a long time, maybe Zijin will realize the distance between the two families and understand. Do you think with Zijin's character, she will give up her man because of the distance? Mr. Wang said. What do you mean? Mrs. Wang raised her eyebrows. When I went out for a drink, I saw that boy trying to enter Zijin's door. Mr. Wang's tone was calm. I sent him away, but they have been living together in Shanghai. His meaning was simple. He felt that his daughter and Xianxia lived together before marriage. Impossible. Mrs. Wang said loudly, I asked Zijin during the day, she said no. Mrs. Wang suddenly paused. She felt that she was too lax. How could a girl admit to such a thing? How could she have the face to admit it? Mrs. Wang wanted to say something but stopped. She lifted the blanket and put on her sleeping robe. No, I think I should ask her and make her explain it clearly. As the daughter of a well-educated family, she should resist premarital sex. The Wang family had always been strict. Such things were not allowed. In the room, Wang Zijin lay limp in his arms, panting heavily. She was a little shy, a little nervous, and a little sweet. The room was filled with the sour smell of love. Sister Ziwei was 26 this year, and Xianxia was 24. They were 2.5 years apart. Technically, they were both adults, but the way they talked about love was similar to that of high school students. They held hands, kissed, and touched. The cycle was gradual, but they were careful not to cross the bottom line. It was completely unlike the way adults in their 20s fell in love. Enough, enough, enough. Wang Zijin pressed his hand, her face burning. She couldn't let him touch her anymore, or her sheep would really die. You're so bold today. She gasped. This is called drinking to strengthen one's courage. Xianxia burped at the right time. Just now in the study, he drank 2 glasses of white wine with Father Wang. Good Lord, the alcohol was too strong, and now his brain was a little excited. Before drinking, he was a salted fish. After drinking, he was Hei's king. Now, even if Father Wang and Mother Wang were here, he could still smile and say, Yo, bro, how are you? A glass of ergwotu would make him choke on his tears. A salted fish would never look back. I'm the only one in control of the battlefield now. Xianxia held Sister Ziwei's breasts, feeling like he was floating. Please call me Tuanai Heavenly King. At that moment, there were two clear knocks, followed by Mother Wang's faint voice. Is Zijin asleep? The room was soundproof, and Heiai's king, who was in control of the battlefield, didn't hear it clearly. Wang Zijin's body shook, and her blurry eyes instantly sobered up. Quick, let go of me and hide. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of the doorknob being turned. The prince was startled. Mother, don't come in. The latter half of the sentence was stuck in her throat. Mother Wang had already opened the door and entered. The moment Mother Wang opened the door and saw the scene in the room, her heart sank. The dim and soft light of the bedside lamp illuminated the young man and woman on the bed. The bedding was messy, and her daughter was lying in the arms of a shirtless man. The young man she looked down on was holding her daughter's chest with both hands. The light from the corridor shone into the room. Heavenly King Tuanai's mind finally cleared up. If he hadn't been drinking and hallucinating, then the angry woman standing at the door was Sister Ziwei's mother. Oh my God, why is my mother-in-law here? Isn't she asleep? What was she doing here? Are you here to have fun? Come on, let's have some fun. Anyway, there's still a lot of time ahead of us to such a mother-in-law. I would give her a knee. Auntie, you haven't slept yet? Xianxia said awkwardly. He wasn't afraid at all. He was just a little embarrassed. I got into bed with my own ability, so why should I be a coward, unless the one standing at the door was a wailing monster? Mother Wang took a deep breath and put on a fake smile. Aren't you awake too? We were just about to sleep. Mom, if you don't have anything else, you can leave. Xianxia said. Wang Zijin was speechless. Mama Wang was speechless. Who's your mother? Mama Wang was furious. A mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law? No way. She didn't like Xianxia, and premarital sex didn't conform to her views. Auntie knows that you young people are open-minded, but sometimes being open-minded isn't necessarily a good thing. Mama Wang was a cultured woman. She forced a smile. Auntie hopes that you can control yourselves. When you get married, at least get engaged first. Xianxia said happily, no problem, Auntie. When do you think Zijin and I should get engaged? Mama Wang was stunned. That's not what I meant. Xianxia nodded. I also think that an engagement is unnecessary. Then, when are we getting married? I'll get my parents to come to Beijing someday. That's not what I meant either. Xianxia shrugged, feeling wronged. Then, Auntie, are you deliberately making things difficult for me, fat? Xianxia? Mama Wang was speechless. She thought to herself, why am I the one making things difficult for him? Mama Wang walked to the bedside and sat down. She crossed her arms and looked at Xianxia as he put on his pajamas. Mama Wang said, Xianxia, to be honest, I don't like you. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I can tell. Sometimes, coldness was enough to explain everything. Mama Wang said in a low voice, so, before the two of you get engaged, I don't want you to do that. Give Zijin a way out, and give yourself a way out. Xianxia shook his head. Auntie, there's an abyss in front and hell behind. Seeing that the situation was a little awkward, he laughed. I'm just kidding. There's no need for a way out. I believe Sister Ziwei doesn't need one either. Young man, don't be so full of yourself. Mama Wang warned. Middle-aged man, don't be so arrogant. Xianxia said, Auntie, don't you think it's sad if you have to think about a way out even for love? Love isn't a business. Before investing, you have to think about a way out. It's also not a job. Before resigning, you have to find a new job. I like her and she likes me. If you still want to think about a way out, it'll only cause a gap between us. Xianxia hugged Wang Zijin in his arms. Wang Zijin snuggled up to him cooperatively. Mama Wang was speechless. This Xianxia was so thick-skinned that she couldn't believe it. Logically speaking, after being caught red-handed in this situation, shouldn't he be scared and embarrassed like a child who had made a mistake? The two of them weren't married, let alone engaged. Xianxia should know about the upbringing of the Wangs. There was no way Wang Zijin didn't tell him. Coupled with the halo of the Wangs. Where did this person get his confidence from? At that thought, Mama Wang's expression changed. She glared at her silent daughter. Mama Wang said in a low voice, Zijin, how long have you two been like this? Wang Zijin said shyly, 3 months. 3 months. Mama Wang's heart sank. Xianxia looked at her in surprise. She was too cunning. How could she lie to her mother? Xianxia immediately said, Auntie, Zijin and I are actually planning to have a child this year. Wang Zijin, who was in his arms, froze. However, when she met her mother's angry and questioning gaze, she nodded vigorously. Mama Wang came over to ask her daughter about this matter. Now, there was no need to ask. They were already 3 months pregnant and they were still planning to have a child. What was it? Did they want to get married with a child and return to the Wangs with a big belly so that the Wangs would have no choice but to accept this son-in-law? Mama Wang's thoughts made sense. She even suspected that this was her daughter's idea. How could she not know how smart her daughter was? Mama Wang was boiling with anger. However, she felt helpless. Her daughter was biased towards Wang Zijin. Hence, she told them to rest well. Then, she turned around and left. Mama Wang left her daughter's room and strode back to the master bedroom. She stared at Papa Wang and sneered, Didn't you say that you sent him away? What do you mean by sent him away? When I entered the room, he was holding your daughter's breasts. Papa Wang was confused. What do you mean? He's in your daughter's room. Mama Wang sneered. You'd better go take a look. I heard that you're going to be a grandfather this year. Papa Wang was shocked. He picked up his spectacles from the bedside table and rushed out of the room. When he knocked on his daughter's door, he saw her leaning against the headboard and flipping through a book elegantly. She was really quiet. Where is he? Papa Wang asked in a low voice. I knew that you were coming, so I sent him back. Wang Zijin said calmly. Her attitude towards her father was obviously cold. Back then, her father's attitude towards her marrying Zhang Mingqing was really firm. Wang Zijin didn't like to talk to her father. However, she was afraid that her father and Xianxia would fall out too much. Hence, she sent him back quickly. After Mother Wang left, Xianxia once again left at a speed comparable to that of a mutated Zhong. He brushed his clothes and left, hiding his identity and name. What's with being a grandfather? Papa Wang asked. I'm preparing to have a child this year. Wang Zijin said. Papa Wang's mouth twitched. If you want a child, you'll have to wait until you settle down in the system. Not now. Papa Wang's face was sullen. I won't agree to it. Your grandfather won't agree to it either. Why is this kid so naughty? Mama Wang came in from the door and complained, You told him to go back and he came back again. He doesn't care about you at all. Papa Wang's face darkened. This matter had indeed embarrassed him. Even his good impression of Xianxia had dropped. I was the one who told him to come. Wang Zijin said. Her face was slightly red. Fortunately, the lights were dim and her parents couldn't see it clearly. Although Wang Zijin was a little black-hearted, she had always been a well-mannered and sensible child at home. How could such a sensible daughter suddenly invite a man into her room in the middle of the night? You. Mama Wang was exasperated. What did I teach you when you were young? Did you remember it in your heart? Papa Wang shook his head. He definitely wouldn't agree to this matter. You're not even engaged yet. If you leave everything to him, what if in the future? What will you do? Mama Wang reprimanded. The older you get, the more immature you become. I don't like this kid at all. He's both human and talkative. Look at what he said to your siblings today. Also, I heard from Zining that he beat up Mingqing. He's not polite at all. Is he good enough for you? Does he have the right to be smug with his little achievements? Yes, he should be proud of his status at such a young age. But what is our Wang family? Is his little bit of money and achievements good enough for us? Mama Wang was furious with Xianxia just now. And his family. His father is only a teacher. Is his family good enough for our Wang family? Mama Wang blabbered. Some words were inconvenient for her to say when Xianxia was around. But now that the family was closed, she could speak freely. These words were a little harsh. Wang Zijin said angrily, "You're so annoying." Mama Wang and Papa Wang were stunned. Wang Zijin scolded, "I'm asking you a question. Are you annoying?" Mama Wang and Papa Wang were stunned again. Wang Zijin threw the book on the floor and said loudly, "Speak, are you deaf?" This was the first time Wang Zijin had shown her vicious side in front of her parents. Even Mr. Wang, who had been through a lot, was stunned, let alone Mrs. Wang. He thought to himself, "My daughter didn't drink tonight, right?" Mrs. Wang said angrily, "What's wrong with you?" Mr. Wang said unhappily, "Zijin. You want me to marry Zhang Mingqing, right? Do you think I'll be happy in this way? Like you?" Wang Zijin's current state could be summed up in one sentence: "You can't control my anger." "Do you think I'll be able to live a happy life if I'm matched with the both of you? Like you only have one daughter? Cold relationship for life? Pretending to be harmonious in front of my family? Why are you pretending? If you're tired, just say it. Divorce, you're pretending to consider my feelings. I feel that you're hypocritical." Wang Zijin looked at her father. "You slept in the study for 3 years. Do you know how much Mom hugged me every day and cried? If you like another woman, go find her. What do you mean you can't go against your father's orders? You're just selfishly doing it for your career. How many times have you hugged me?" Wang Zijin looked at her mother. "Don't come back if you go back to your parents' home. Am I not happy with Grandpa? What's the difference between you and me? You only know how to cry in front of me. What else can you do? I don't want to see you cry. Every time you cry, I feel sad and depressed. Where are you when I'm crying for Mom? Have you ever considered my feelings? Have you ever thought about how much damage you've caused me?" Other children have their parents accompanying them to the amusement park. They visit the Forbidden City and climb the fragrant hills. Their family is happy. What about me? Now you're telling me what to do with my marriage. Do you have the right? Wang Zijin's eyes reddened. After so many years, she didn't care anymore. However, she couldn't bear to hear her mother badmouthing Xianxia. She looked disdainful. "Your marriage is such a failure, and now you're interfering with my marriage. Xianxia's family isn't on par with our Wang family, but at least his family isn't as hypocritical as you guys. His family can sit together, eat happily, and chat happily. But what about you? When you were giving me emotional abuse, did you ever think about what was good for me?" The words that he had been holding back for so many years were finally spoken. "Can you stop criticizing my marriage?" She cried and said, "I like him. I've never liked someone so much before. Whether it's his family background or his money, is it important? I've been very happy in Shanghai for the past 6 months. I only know how to laugh all day. I don't even think about the mess at home anymore. I'm even willing to drink water with him. I don't care about you guys anymore. You can do whatever you want. I just want to be happy." Wang Zijin hugged her knees and cried. Mother Wang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but at this moment, any words would be useless. No amount of apology or consolation could make up for the trauma left in her daughter's heart. Most of the time, adults only cared about themselves and neglected the sensitive and delicate heart of their children. She only knew that she couldn't get her husband's love. At night, she hugged her daughter and cried night after night. She thought about how she was the victim in her marriage and how wronged she felt. However, she ignored the dim eyes and pale face of her daughter in her arms. A child's tolerance was very, very low. The trauma of childhood often followed them for life. Therefore, Wang Zijin had been very evil since she was young. She didn't leave any leeway for others. She vented her negative emotions, but at the same time, she was afraid that she would be hurt. She would rather kill others than get hurt herself. Father Wang felt that it was tragic that he had to spend the rest of his life with someone he didn't love. It was tragic that he would lose his true love and have regrets for the rest of his life. However, he didn't think that his indifference and the cold atmosphere in the house he created were equally tragic for his daughter. Wang Qingfu looked up at the ceiling and remained silent for a long time. Wang Zijin wiped her tears and said softly, "Dad, Mom, go back to sleep. Ace is very good. He will love me very much. Please accept him." Father and Mother Wang left in silence and gently closed the door. Wang Zijin lay on the bed and sniffled. Her eyes and nose were red. She sent a message to Xianxia. "My parents don't like you. What should I do?" "Salad. What's the meaning of salad? Let them do whatever they want. As long as you like me." "What if they force you to give up your sister?" "Which sister? People are all forced. Who's afraid of who? At most, we can elope. Maybe if you give up on me, you'll have a bright future?" "Is that so? Then I'll give up on you quickly." "Hey, beauty, who are you? Get lost. I think we can consider plan B." "What plan?" "If we can't cause trouble, we'll kill someone. How about it? Get lost." Wang Zijin wiped her tears and couldn't help but laugh. She hugged her phone and fell asleep. The next day, Wang Zijin took Xianxia back to Shanghai. She left in a hurry. She only said goodbye to Grandpa Qin and left at dawn. The noon flight arrived in Shanghai at 2:30 p.m. Qin Baobao came alone to pick them up. She drove her little red horse and wore a large brimmed hat, a mask, a pair of sunglasses, and a very loose sweater that covered her iconic 36D. However, her pair of long legs that stood out from the crowd, as well as her round and perky butt, still attracted the attention of many male comrades on the second floor. Xianxia and Wang Zijin dragged their luggage and walked side by side. Qin Baobao waved her hand. "Zijin, a day apart feels like 3 years." Qin Baobao shouted happily and ran over with open arms. Wang Zijin smiled and threw her luggage aside. She opened her arms to welcome her best friend. But just as the two were about to hug, Qin Baobao turned 180 degrees and dribbled the ball. She then dribbled the ball and crashed into Xianxia's arms. "Ace, I missed you so much." Her soft body was in his arms. Wang Zijin froze in the wind. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qin Baobao hugged her brother's waist and turned her head, pretending to be innocent. "I'm holding a maggot in my arms." Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. "I'm going to strangle a certain black-hearted maggot." "Ace, she's going to strangle you," Qin Baobao complained. Xianxia was speechless. "Sister Bao, have you equated me with a maggot in your heart?" The three of them walked toward the car. Along the way, Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm and rubbed her big chest. She said coquettishly, "Did you miss me?" "I missed you so much." Xianxia said, "I've only been in the capital for a day." Qin Baobao said sadly, "I didn't wash the clothes for a day. I didn't wash the bathtub for a day. I didn't dry the sheets for a day. I didn't turn on the stove for a day." Xianxia said sympathetically, "Sister, you've worked hard. I'll make it up to you when we get home." Qin Baobao nodded vigorously. "Okay." The real girlfriend, Wang Zijin, dragged her luggage and gritted her teeth. Steady aura, whenever the siblings were together, her presence as the real girlfriend would be infinitely reduced. Every time she thought about it, Wang Zijin wanted to cry. Xianxia acted as the chauffeur while the sisters sat in the back and ate the local snacks Wang Zijin brought from the capital. The two best friends chatted happily. Wang Zijin talked about Xianxia's performance in the capital yesterday. Qin Baobao talked about the interesting things that happened in the entertainment industry recently, things that were not in the entertainment news. Their bell-like laughter echoed in the car. Xianxia occasionally interrupted, but he did not succeed. The sisters did not let him. Every time the two of them talked about topics between best friends, his presence as the real boyfriend and dear brother would be infinitely reduced. Every time Xianxia thought about it, he wanted to cry. They reached home smoothly. Wang Zijin dragged her luggage back to her room to pack. She had planned to stay in the capital for a few days, but she did not wear any of the clothes she brought with her because of the argument with her parents. Wang Zijin hung the clothes back in the wardrobe one by one and took out a small plastic bag from her luggage. Inside were the clothes she wore yesterday. She had no chance, so she brought them back directly. The bra was inside. Every time she wore this bra, she would run to Qin Baobao for help. Then, Qin Baobao would mock her wantonly and call her small breasts. In fact, her breasts were not small. They were above average. But that guy was crazy. They were 36D. Wang Zijin took the dirty clothes into the bathroom and threw them into the laundry basket. She usually did not wash clothes. Like Qin Baobao, she just threw the clothes she changed out of into the basket. The little red guy would obediently help them wash and dry. In the bathtub, the curtain was drawn. Qin Baobao's voice suddenly came from inside. It was soft and very soft. "You're here? I was just about to take a shower." Wang Zijin thought in her heart. Why is she taking a shower in the middle of the day? Just as she was about to speak, she heard Qin Baobao say timidly, "Can you lock the door?" "I am a little nervous." Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. Why was she so nervous? She frowned and walked closer to the curtain. Qin Baobao said again, "I missed you so much the day you went to the capital." Wang Zijin was stunned. Her face suddenly became serious. Who was she talking to? Wang Zijin turned serious. First of all, she was sure that Qin Baobao was not talking to her. The two of them had shared a bed for half a year. They had bathed together, soaked their feet together, and played ball together. If Qin Baobao knew that it was her, she would have lifted the curtains and hooked her finger at her with her 36D. Come on, have fun. Since she was not talking to her, there were only two possibilities. First, Qin Baobao was in the bathtub with someone else. Second, Qin Baobao had mistaken her for someone else. The first possibility was unrealistic. If she walked in and made a sound, Qin Baobao would definitely know that someone had entered and would not ignore her. Knowing that someone had entered but not lifting the curtains meant that she was avoiding them. There were only 3 people in the house. Other than her, who else could it be? Wang Zijin frowned. She realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. The sinister Wang Zijin purposely kept quiet. She wanted to hear what she had to say next. "Actually, I don't want you to go to the capital. You should belong to me alone," Qin Baobao said. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. "Good, you big cow. You finally let me hear your inner voice. You even agreed so quickly the day before yesterday. Brother Khan. Damned Brother Khan. I'm about to take a shower. I've already taken off all my clothes. Do you want to come?" Qin Baobao asked gently. Wang Zijin, "I've never seen such a shameless sister before." "Oh, you're still shy?" "It's not like this is the first time," Qin Baobao giggled. "What's there to be shy about? Where have you not touched me before?" Wang Zijin's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all trembling. "If you keep acting dumb, I'm going to get angry. Come on, let's take a shower together. You can do whatever you want." "It's all up to you," Qin Baobao's soft voice rang out. Then, Qin Baobao added, "But you must keep it a secret from everyone." What a terrible line, what a shameless sister. Wang Zijin was furious. She strode towards the curtain. When she reached out for it, the curtain opened on its own, accompanied by Qin Baobao's charming laughter. "Come on, Wang Zijin, let's take a shower together." Wang Zijin was speechless. Behind the curtain, Qin Baobao was fully dressed. She shook her butt and laughed arrogantly. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Wang Zijin was stunned. You knew I came in? Were you talking to me just now?" "Why not?" Zijin, are you thinking of something bad?" Qin Bao covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Aside from you, there's only A's in the house. Did you think that I wanted to take a bath with A's?" "Oh, so this is how you are, Zijin?" Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. She had just come back, but she had been tricked by Qin Baobao. What was the reason? Wang Zijin was well aware of the palace intrigue. Yesterday, she had gone shopping with Qin Zhe, walked the dog in front of Tiananmen Square, flirted in Uniqlo, sat in a row in a roast duck restaurant, had a drinking competition in the barbecue hall, and fought in the boxing room. Anyway, she had taken pictures of everything. She posted more than 10 messages on her WeChat moments. Drinking in the barbecue pavilion. P.S. These guys are so useless. They wanted to get someone drunk, but they got drunk first. Photo of the boxing room. P.S. Aze is so skilled. Awesome. Tianfeng Gate. P.S. Walking through Tiananmen Square together is like walking through the long years of the revolution. I hope we can still walk hand in hand in the future. Uniqlo fitting room. Wang Zijin was wearing a white dress. She looked dignified, elegant, and beautiful. P.S. A's picked the dress. Beautiful. Taking advantage of her boyfriend, Wang Zijin showed off her PDA in her WeChat moments. She was not afraid that Qin Baobao would find out that there was something fishy going on between them. Anyway, it could be explained by acting, and it could also discuss the big cow. Yes, that was what Wang Zijin thought at that time. The big cow's jealousy was stronger than expected. First, she gave her a warning when she picked her up at the airport. Then, she teased her in the washroom. But Wang Zijin touched her chin and pondered. Was she teasing her or secretly declaring her sovereignty over the salted fish? Didn't you say you were going to take a shower? Why didn't you take off your clothes? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Oh, you can't wait to take a shower with me? Qin Baobao retorted. I'm not taking a shower. You take a shower yourself. I'm going out to watch TV. Wang Zijin swayed her slim waist and left. On the balcony, Qin Zhe bathed in the warm sunlight. He got into a stance and practiced his the times are calling calisthenics. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow would be the day when the system would recharge. The system would extract energy from his body. As for what kind of energy it was, scientifically speaking, it was the energy of the cells. Damn, actually, this was just Qin Zhe's imagination. The system did not mention it, so he did not know what the theory was. He could only speculate based on his own experience. Every time the system finished extracting energy, his legs would turn to jelly and he would feel weak all over. This would be accompanied by a short period of muscle soreness. It was just like when he was in middle school during the boys' 1000m race. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe was envious of the system that ignored the law of conservation of energy. Did they not need to be recharged? Humph, stupid host. You're just like those peasants who guessed that the emperor used a golden hoe to farm. Stupid and ridiculous. The system said. If you're not stupid, then explain it to me. Qin Zhe was not convinced. They don't need to be recharged. They're a bug. The system said. Then why do you need to be recharged? The system was silent. Oh. Qin Zhe suddenly understood. He laughed sinisterly. What a sad story. You're so low. You're indeed a configuration that's 500 years behind. The system, who are you calling low? Wang Zijin stood at the balcony with a dark face. I'm not talking about you. Qin Zhe explained. About your sister? Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. No. Qin Zhe hurriedly explained. So you're talking about me? Wang Zijin's face darkened again. Qin Zhe, where's my sister? Qin Zhe could not explain this. He could not say that he was talking to the system in his brain. It was a low level. He was alone on the balcony. He could not help but blurt it out. He could have communicated with the system in his brain. In the bathroom. Wang Zijin said, help me wash my clothes and wipe the bathtub. I need to take a bath tonight. Okay. Qin Zhe ran to the bathroom. Qin Zhe equals Hai Zhe King equals little henchman. Wang Zijin lay on the single-seater sofa and basked in the sun comfortably. See, Zhang Mingqing can do this? Qin Zhe entered the bathroom. The lavish bathroom was 50 square meters. It was comparable to a small or medium-sized house. He saw the bathtub curtain was drawn and the sound of water splashing could be heard. He thought that Sister Ziwei asked him to clean the bathtub. Then, he remembered that his sister was also in the bathroom. He thought that his sister was cleaning the bathtub. He was touched. It was rare that his sister, who had never done any housework, took the initiative to share the housework with him. Sister, let me do it. Qin Zhe was touched and pulled the curtain open. His sister stood in the water. Qin Zhe stood beside the bathtub. The brother and sister looked at each other speechlessly. The sister standing in the water was naked. Her curly hair was tied up, and her bangs were tied up with bangs. Her charming face, snow-white neck, round shoulders, slender waist, and the lower half of her body was twisted by the waves. Xianxia swore that this was the first time his sister met him. They were a family, so they should be honest with each other. I just came back, and she's already giving me benefits? No, that's not right. This scene, it's not because my sister is giving me benefits, but because I accidentally barged into the bathroom and saw my sister bathing naked. Why is she bathing? Didn't Sister Ziwei say that the bathtub was going to be cleaned? She even tricked me? Or is it because I pulled the curtain the wrong way? Xianxia pulled the curtain back and pulled it open again. He repeated it several times. Yes, there's nothing wrong with the way I pulled the curtain. Sister is really bathing. Xianxia laughed awkwardly. Qin Baobao was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, she had met her brother face to face. She was not on guard at all. She really wanted to take a bath just now. Her clothes were indeed unwashed, and no one cooked for her. But in a neighborhood like Royal View Mansion, a phone call could get a professional cleaner to come up and clean, so the bathtub was cleaned. So, Ace did it on purpose? In the name of cleaning the bathtub, he did the dirty things openly? Impossible. This is definitely not the style of her salted fish. After a few seconds of sluggishness, Qin Baobao roared, "Get out!" She grabbed the wooden brush hanging by the wall and threw it hard. The other party didn't want to talk to you and threw a wooden brush at you. The wooden brush hit the bridge of Xianxia's nose, causing him to stagger. Qin Baobao took the opportunity to pull the curtain and screamed, "Get out, get out!" Although she hoped that salted fish could get hard, she was not ready to be honest with him. "It hurts, my nose is bleeding." "Get out." "It hurts a lot, sister." "Get out." "I didn't do it on purpose." "Talk more nonsense and I'll kill you." On the balcony, Wang Zijin stretched, squinted, and enjoyed the sun. She hummed a little tune, "Today's weather is good, and there's so much scenery everywhere." This kind of weather was the best for sunbathing and sleeping. How wonderful. After Qin Bao came out of the shower, she started to have a cold war with Xianxia. She knew that she didn't have the dignity and image of an elder sister in front of Xianxia, but an elder sister was still an elder sister. Was the extra 2 years of living a dog's life? Therefore, when Xianxia saw her bathing picture of a beauty, she felt very ashamed and lost face. "I'm the elder sister, right? Don't I have face?" But she didn't realize that other than feeling embarrassed, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was as if being seen naked by her younger brother wasn't something unacceptable. Wang Zijin fell asleep on the balcony, curled up like a cat. Xianxia covered her with a blanket. The wind was strong, so it wasn't suitable to sleep here. He didn't know what happened after last night, but Wang Zijin knocked on his door at 6 in the morning. She also said that she had quarreled with her parents. When she knocked on Xianxia's door, she said with 2 dark circles under her eyes, "A's, we're going back to Shanghai today." Then Xianxia followed her back. Thinking back, his performance in the Wang family was commendable. If he was too cowardly, the Wang family would look down on him. If he was too tough, they would think that he was rude. In fact, they didn't love him as a son-in-law, so they could find fault with him. "Oh, how considerate. If I didn't know better, I would think that she's your real sister." Qin Baobao sneered and said with a sour tone. "No, you're my real sister." Xianxia scuttled to his sister's side like a pug. Qin Baobao snorted and prepared to continue the Cold War. "Imperial concubine, I rashly barged in just now and offended Imperial concubine Bao. I deserve to die." Xianxia apologized. Qin Baobao grabbed a pillow and hit his head, scolding as she hit, "Where's the holy light? Where's the holy light? Didn't you say it was worth a fight? Come on, come on." Xianxia said in his heart, "What fight? Do you believe that I will lick your bones until they break?" Hugging his head, he ran from the living room to the bedroom. Qin Bao chased him into the bedroom. He then ran from the bedroom to the bathroom. Qin Bao chased him into the bathroom. Along the way, he was beaten up violently. After beating up salted fish, he felt refreshed. Qin Baobao held her waist, straightened her 36D, and let out a long sigh of relief. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Xianxia rushed to the company with bags of specialties, not for employees, but for Suyu. food, necessities, and some gifts from men to women. They were definitely not strange things like electric sticks and bouncing balls. When Suyu saw that he had brought back so many gifts for her, she would definitely be overjoyed. She would throw herself into his arms and call him her husband. Thinking about it, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Xianxia was the most distressed for Suyu, and his feelings of pity were even more than his sister and Wang Zijin. When he rushed to the company, he found that Suyu was not there. The assistant explained that Suyu had gone out to discuss the acquisition of the company and had made an appointment with two bosses of the entertainment company. Xianxia had discussed the acquisition of the entertainment company with Suyu half a month ago. He could not count on Tianfeng in this aspect, so he needed a professional teddy bear to handle it. He was really not short of money now. Tianfeng was thriving in the entertainment industry, and a few good artists had appeared. After If I Become Memories was released, the star actress Qin Bao's fame increased. This movie, which had a better reputation than the box office, made Xianxia famous in the film and television industry. Bao's investment was now fully involved in the securities market, investment banking, and other financial industries, and the profits were considerable. Suyu was planning to invest overseas and was preparing to operate on two fronts. The entertainment company would be acquired by Bao's investment and merged into Tianfeng, which could deepen the relationship between the two companies. Now, only Sister Ziwei's company was alone outside. Xianxia had not found a joint for the three companies for the time being. He was only relying on the support of an antivirus software. It was difficult to find an overlapping field with Tianfeng and Baoza in terms of business and cooperation. He had thought of making a self-media platform, browser, and so on, but these industries were dominated by the leading bosses. Not to mention the time, effort, and money, he might not be able to succeed. At this time, he had to rely on low skills to force the system to help. Low skills, punches, and cheat, infinite magical power, kill Ao Tian. However, he had no points and refused to recharge. His recent considerable income was to wait until the end of April to complete the top 3 box office and 5 reputation mission. In the next year, Tianfeng would become one of the big bosses of the domestic entertainment industry. Just these 2 missions alone would give him tens of thousands of points. Did Suyu say when he will be back? Xianxia asked. I'm not sure. The female assistant shook her head. I heard from Suyu on the phone that he had invited them to dinner. He probably won't be back to the company today. Where? Xianxia asked. This kind of social entertainment was generally arranged by the assistant and the time and place were set. The assistant told Xianxia the location, hesitated for a moment, and said, Boss Qin, would you like to go to the conference room? What's wrong? Xianxia looked at the female assistant. Suyu had 2 assistants. Their work efficiency was high, they were very competent and professional, but they had one thing in common, they were mediocre. Not to mention Suyu, even the girl at the front desk was more beautiful than them. Suyu herself said righteously that as long as the ability was outstanding, appearance was not important. In fact, with Baoza's capital, it was not a problem to recruit 2 talented and beautiful female assistants. As the president, Xianxia did not have an assistant so far. The position of the president's secretary was held by Suyu. Xianxia saw through her little thoughts but did not say anything. It was the same as Qin Bao. When she first entered Tianfeng, she directly sent the 2 beautiful assistants to the general manager's office. Zhang Fu was flattered and wondered if he was too handsome to be favored by the beautiful president. The truth was that she didn't like to have a coquettish bitch around her brother. Well, it's Boss Su's relative. The assistant whispered, he's been here for 2 days. He came to our company to get investment, but Boss Su ignored him and left him in the conference room. Which conference room? Xianxia frowned. Number 3. It's been sitting since noon. The assistant said awkwardly, it's not that I'm meddlesome, Boss Qin, it's not very good, the worst was Suyu. She didn't look good with or without money. What did Boss Su say? Boss Su said she was too lazy to care. While talking and walking, Xianxia came to the door of conference room number 3. Inside, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting with his hands on his knees, gently tapping and humming a tune. In front of him was a cup of tea that had long been cold. This man was very familiar. Xianxia recalled and remembered that he was Suyu's uncle. "Oh, uncle, why are you here?" Xianxia was surprised. The man was also surprised to see Xianxia. "Xianxia, you're finally back. I heard from you that you went to Beijing. Uncle has been waiting for you for 2 days." Xianxia turned his head and reprimanded the assistant. "The tea is cold. How can you treat guests?" Uncle waved his hand. "Hey, I didn't want it. I've been drinking it all day." Xianxia nodded and waved his hand to let the assistant leave first. He pulled out a chair and sat down with a smile. "Uncle, you're here this time? Don't you run an investment company?" Uncle rubbed his hands. "Investing in others is investing in your own people is also investing. Don't let the fertile water flow into other people's fields. Uncle wants to invest some money in a business." "Uncle, what kind of business do you plan to do? The economy is not very good now. Have you done any market research?" Xianxia took out a cigarette and handed it over. "I can't smoke here. Your company doesn't allow me to smoke. I've been holding it for most of the day." Uncle happily took the cigarette and lit it for Xianxia. Uncle took a puff of the cigarette with the posture of an old smoker. "Your cousin's baby is 1 year old. It's too expensive to raise a child now. It's not like us at that time. We used to use a few diapers. Now, we have to change 3 diapers a day. The cost of milk powder is even more expensive. One can cost a few hundred, and it costs 2,000 a month. Your cousin and cousin-in-law are not promising. They're ordinary office workers. Think about it. In the future, the child will have to go to school, buy a house in the school district, and so on." Unknowingly, Xianxia had turned on his hypocritical good boy mode in front of the elders. He agreed with him with a sincere face. Topics like how it was not easy for a man to be the head of the family had touched the bottom of Uncle's heart. Uncle almost forgot the purpose of this trip to the company. He turned his head and looked at the sky. It was almost dark. Only then did he force himself to return to the topic. "It's like this. I'm thinking of opening a supermarket. It's best to open it in an office building. A few of my friends have made a fortune this way. Of course, Uncle has done market research. This supermarket has to be opened in an office building to make money, right?" Xianxia said in his heart, "Damn, you want to open a supermarket and come to my company to seek investment? I thought you wanted to open an aircraft carrier. Uncle's idea is not bad." "Uncle, how much money do you have?" Xianxia asked. Uncle stretched out a peace sign. 200,000. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Uncle said, "I've asked my friends. From the supermarket to the storefront, then to the stock, hiring staff, and finally to the normal operation. The rent of the office building is very expensive. The total investment is about 1 million. "I understand." Xianxia pressed his hand. "It's a small matter. I'll let someone do it." "Uncle, you invest 200,000. I'll invest 800,000. If our supermarket receives dividends, I'll give you 20%. Uncle was stunned and waved his hand. "No. In this case, the supermarket will become your company's." "I mean, tisk, uncle, you're making it difficult for me," Xianxia said. "The company is not mine and Suyu's. There are other shareholders. If you want to invest, you have to go through the formal process. I think you want to open a supermarket yourself, right?" Xianxia said. "You see, the company can lend you 800,000. The supermarket is yours, and the money is also yours. When the supermarket is operating, you can repay it in installments." Uncle was stunned again. This was not what he thought. Why was it the company borrowing money and not private borrowing money? This is the best way. "Uncle, you choose one. Either the company invests in the shares, or you pay in installments. Then borrow the money," Uncle said. "President Jing, if you want to invest, we can give you a chance. As long as this acquisition is successful, you will be a member of Tianfeng." Last year, Tianfeng and Feiyang Entertainment were still the same company. Everyone can see how it is now. President Su, I know that your daughter has a lot of resources in Huawei. For your sake, Tianfeng will definitely take care of her. In addition, I promise that Miss Qin will tailor a few good songs for her. I promise to reverse the audience's impression and restore her reputation. Suyu raised her wine glass and motioned to the two middle-aged men. With President Su's words, I'm relieved. President Su, please take care of us in the future. We will do our best to facilitate this acquisition. President Xing and President Su nodded and drank. This was a luxurious private room of a 5-star hotel. 6 uniformed waiters served on both sides. The lights were bright and shone on the beauty drinking. The light passed through the red wine in the glass, refracting a diamond-like red light, reflecting on the snow-white neck when she raised her head to drink. President Xing and President Su were the major shareholders of the two entertainment companies that Baozi Investment was preparing to acquire. Acquiring a company required repeated negotiations. The acquisition of these two companies was not easy. There were always shareholders like Nan Man Pei who were unwilling to fail, so they encountered a little trouble in the acquisition. But it didn't matter. For Suyu, it was only a matter of time before 2 pieces of fat meat were in her mouth. With sufficient financial support, she was very confident. In addition, she could also cater to their interests. For example, President Xing, who wanted to continue working in the entertainment industry, Suyu could promise to let him transfer his money into shares and place him in Tianfeng. President Su, who was wholeheartedly paving the way for his daughter, his daughter was in the entertainment industry, like Qin Bao Bao, a little bitch, singing. Suyu drew a big cake and promised to let Qin Zhe write a few songs for his daughter. Who didn't know that a song by a fast shooter could easily make a singer popular? The gimmick was big and didn't cost money. Although Suyu was smiling like a flower, she was actually in a bad mood these 2 days. For example, her husband accompanied another woman to Beijing, and a black-hearted woman even posted on Weibo to show off their love. Suyu was so angry that she couldn't wait to post a little red door or a teddy door to PK with her. Suyu was a little sad. They ate, drank, and played in the capital. They went shopping hand in hand. They were in love. While they spent the whole day laughing and chatting, she was all alone in her work. Just thinking about it made him sad. Today, Qinze came back. He should be at home with his sisters, cooking and being intimate with each other. On the other hand, she had to attend social events for the sake of the acquisition of the company and was even pestered by her uncle. Just as she was thinking about this, her uncle called. Suyu frowned slightly. She had a cold relationship with her family and relatives. She hated those poor relatives who ate and took. She felt that her uncle was just trying to get money from her. Today, he was going to open a supermarket. Tomorrow, he was going to buy a house. The day after tomorrow, he was going to buy a new car. Day after day, what was he doing? Was she close to him? We only see each other during the holidays, but you don't usually care about me. Can't we just go our separate ways? She answered the phone. I know you're busy. Did I disturb you? Her uncle laughed twice. I've got the money to open the supermarket. Your aunt and grandma insisted that I call you to say thank you. What money? Suyu was stunned and then became angry. Did the company's people give the money to her uncle without authorization? It was possible. If they followed the investment process, the company's department managers had the power to casually set up a project and give the money to her uncle. They could also please her. Didn't Qinze come back? He gave it to me. Her uncle laughed and said, your boyfriend is really good. He has a better eye for men than your mother. When I left, he caught up with me and said that the loan treaty was just a process, and you don't have to pay it back. Uncle received this kindness. When the supermarket makes money in the future, you have to pay it back. After all, it's the company's money. Come home for dinner some other day. Your grandma and grandpa miss you very much. Suyu hung up the phone blankly. After talking about things, the dinner party was over. Suyu drank wine and didn't bring a driver. President Xing and President Su enthusiastically wanted to send her home, but Suyu declined. The April evening breeze blew on her face, cool and comfortable. Suyu stood at the door of the hotel and made a phone call. Hello, come and pick me up. Where are you? I'm at Huijin Hotel. It's too far away. The person on the other end of the phone refused. But I drank. Aren't you afraid that I'll meet bad people? In a society ruled by law, what are you afraid of? You don't love me at all. Suyu angrily hung up the phone. The night wind blew on her face and messed up her hair. Suyu stroked her hair, sighed, walked through the flower bed in front of the hotel, and was about to take a taxi home on the side of the road, but saw a black car parked on the side of the road. Xianxia was squatting by the wheel and smoking, with his back to the hotel. Suyu's eyes immediately shone, she bit her lip, walked over, and deliberately stomped her high heels. "Hello!" Suyu shouted. Xianxia ignored her and smoked. "Hello!" Suyu stomped her feet. "I heard you. Wait for me to finish this cigarette." Xianxia threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it, and then picked up the cigarette butts on the ground one by one. Only then did Suyu find that nearly half a pack of cigarette butts fell on the wheel. She was moved. Have you been waiting for a long time?" "Just arrived." Xianxia said, "Nonsense. You just arrived and smoked so many cigarettes? Smoke one by one, pretend that you have waited for a long time, just to let the little lady be moved." Xianxia said, "Are you moved? Dare to move." Suyu's eyes were red and she threw herself into his arms. "If you dare to move, move quickly," Xianxia said, "it seems to be raining, I'll take you home." Suyu twisted her small waist and said coquettishly, "Don't take a car, go shopping, walk back." Xianxia scratched his head, "Your home seems to be 10 kilometers? Suyu rarely had a small temper, "I don't care, I have to walk back." Xianxia said in annoyance, "Get up, I'll park." Suyu smiled as brightly as a little girl. Xianxia parked the car in the hotel's underground parking lot and trotted back. He saw Suyu standing on the side of the road, carrying a bag in her hands and hanging on her lower abdomen, a black office suit, a white shirt, and black hair flying in the night wind. It was as beautiful as a beautiful scenery. As night fell, street lights and signboards formed a gorgeous neon light. The cars in the evening rush hour flowed endlessly. The white-collar workers who were rushing to get off work crossed the road in groups, forming a long stream of people, like a group of ants seen on the ground when he was a child. Good things don't come true, bad things come true. Halfway through, it really started to drizzle. Not long after, a crystal and fine raindrops condensed on Suyu's hair. Spring rain is as precious as oil. Suyu stepped on high heels and rushed forward for a distance. She turned around and looked back at Yanran. Xianxia, who witnessed this scene, was lost for a long time. The style of this turn, the drizzle in the long street soaked the eyes. Suyu ran back and hugged his arm. "How long have you been shopping with Wang Zijin?" Without waiting for Xianxia to answer, she pointed to the front and turned to look back. "Is it 10 kilometers? How could it be?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That's good." Suyu was very happy. "Well, are you sleeping at my place tonight?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. In order to wait for her, he turned off his mobile phone. When he sent Suyu home, he would go back immediately. "Be conscious and be ready to kneel on the keyboard. It must be that you are tired of playing with the uniform, but it doesn't matter. I bought tiger underwear, the kind with stripes." Suyu whined, but raised her two fists to her chest and made a catgirl's action. "I'm afraid of tigers." He rolled his eyes. "How can you get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den?" Suyu smirked. Xianxia, he glanced at Suyu's belly subconsciously and felt that he couldn't look at these two idioms directly. "Xianxia, I'm afraid it will be hard to get off." Suyu, after 5 minutes of walking, Suyu rubbed her feet and said bitterly, "I can't walk, let me die." It was hard for her to walk for 20 minutes in high heels. Xianxia squatted down and said angrily, "Come up." Suyu cheered and threw herself on his back, almost pushing Xianxia down. Fortunately, her scale was not as abnormal as her sister's. This wave of ball-hitting people, Xianxia could still withstand. Suyu carried the high heels and hung them on Xianxia's chest. The two shuttled through the drizzle, crossing the intersection, through the crowd, and through the traffic. "I like you," Suyu whispered. "Isn't it love?" Xianxia said angrily. "Love?" Su trembled. I dare not love, I'm afraid that one day I can't live without you. My world only has you. Do you want to love me? Yes. Su nodded. I'm happy to be the brightest star in your night sky, he said. At home, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were living too comfortably and looking for excitement. They hugged their pillows and stared at each other on the sofa. Why are you looking at me? Qin Baobao asked calmly. Aren't you looking at me too? Wang Zijin was expressionless. Okay, let's continue watching TV. Let's watch then. A Thai horror movie was playing on the 65-inch LCD TV. These days, with the suppression of the mythical river crab, the domestic horror movie market was stagnant. They were all suspense movies disguised as horror movies. Therefore, if one wanted to watch horror movies, the first choice was Japan and Thailand, followed by South Korea. Western horror movies were like the national football team. The former focused on blood and gore, while the latter focused on soy sauce. They were all useless and could not be supported by a wall. Qin Baobao was very afraid of horror movies. When she was young, she would hug Qin Zhe tightly when she watched zombie movies. Wang Zijin was also afraid of horror movies. Female hipsters could not accept such movies. Then, why did the two of them want to die? After Qin Zhe left the room, the two best friends began to quarrel again. New worries and old hatred made their brows turn green. The battle would start at 8 p.m. sharp. If you're sisters, come at me. The Thai movie was scary and bloody. The plot was old. It was set in an old tube-shaped apartment. A few main characters lit candles in a dark room and played a game of summoning the pen spirit. At the crucial moment of the game, a girl in white on the rooftop couldn't take it anymore and jumped off the building. Before she died, her eyes were fixed on the window of the room where the main characters were. After that, they were haunted by the pen spirit. The main characters died one after another. Their deaths were tragic and bloody. The two men and one woman who survived were so scared that they peed their pants. They asked a witch to exorcise the spirit, saying that they were haunted by the ghost of the girl who jumped off the building and begged for help. The witch performed a ritual to help them and successfully exorcised the ghost of the girl in white. They thought that they had escaped death. However, the next day, one of the men died in his own house. The lower half of his face disappeared. The male and female leads were so scared that they pooped in their pants and asked the witch for help again. Said the enchantress, allowing me to ponder. As soon as the male and female protagonists left, a little girl with disheveled hair suddenly appeared in the witch's dark room. The little girl killed the witch and crushed her chin. Just like that, she muttered to herself to death. The male and female protagonists felt that the witch wasn't very reliable, so they tried to think of a solution themselves. First, they had to determine what kind of evil spirit was bothering them. Therefore, he went to the old residents of this tube-shaped building to ask for information. Finally, they found out the true face of the evil spirit. It turned out that before the building was built, a cute little girl passed by and was dragged in and out of the building by an evil lolicon uncle. Then, she was killed. It was said that her chin was smashed. This lolicon was said to be called Nauchi. He had yet to be arrested and was on the run. It turned out that the pen spirit summoned by the protagonists wasn't a girl in a fluttering white dress, but a little girl without a chin. The little girl kept following them. The sky gradually darkened. The male and female protagonists went to the witch for help, only to find that the witch was already dead. They fled back to the apartment in fear. The male and female protagonists ran down a long corridor. Just then, the corridor lights flickered a few times and went out. The male and female protagonists saw a little girl with disheveled hair appear at the end of the dim corridor. The little girl was still very far away at first, but in the blink of an eye, she was standing in front of them. She raised her head. Her face was badly damaged. Her chin was shattered and there was still black blood. Only the whites of her eyes were missing her pupils. The little girl's appearance was extremely frightening. Qin Baobao picked up her teacup and sipped on it expressionlessly. However, her hands were shaking as if she couldn't hold her blanket properly. Wang Zijin pretended to look at her phone as if nothing had happened. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. The two girls were actually so scared that they peed their pants. After watching the horror movie, the pale-faced girls tacitly went back to their rooms to sleep and turned on the lights. However, they didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but they felt that the house was especially quiet. Sometimes, they would hear strange noises in the living room. Qin Baobao's room was big, so it was even worse. She turned on the lights in the bathroom and opened the door. Every 5 minutes, she would step into the bathroom in her slippers and take a look. She was afraid that something would appear in there. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." After calling her brother for the 10th time without any results, Qin Baobao threw her phone on the bed and sat cross-legged. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Where the hell did you go? Don't come back tonight if you dare." After thinking for a while, she changed her words. "If you don't come back, I'll cut off all ties with you." In the room opposite, Wang Zijin covered the mirror on the wardrobe with a blanket. She was playing a funny variety show on her phone, but it couldn't get rid of the shadow brought by the horror movie at all. From time to time, she would dive under the bed to take a look, afraid that something would appear under the bed. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." After dialing for so many times, Wang Zijin quickly switched her phone back to the variety show and bit her lip. She couldn't rely on her boyfriend at the crucial moment. The Thai movie was too scary. At 10 o'clock at night, Xianxia returned home. The lights in the living room were dark. His sisters had gone to bed early today. That was good too. He didn't want to kneel on the keyboard until the middle of the night. Very good, very good. Time to wash up and sleep. After taking a shower, Xianxia returned to his room. Just as he lay down, the door opened. His sister, who was wearing pajamas, was standing at the door with a pillow in her arms. His sister called out softly. "Sis, I came back late because of a company dinner. Don't be angry." Xianxia said the lines he had prepared as fast as he could. "What nonsense are you saying? Why would your sister be angry with you?" Qin Baobao entered the room. "Your sister loves you so much. How could she bear to be angry with you?" His sister was unexpectedly gentle today. "What's the matter?" Xianxia was confused. Chat for a while," Qin Baobao said. "No, let me sleep." Xianxia refused. Qin Baobao said happily, make way, make way." She threw off her slippers and crawled under the blanket. Xianxia was speechless. Hey, boss, did you misunderstand me?" At this moment, the door opened again. Wang Zijin stood at the door. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia was cold. No, his heart was cold. "Sister Ziwei is not like what you see. Why didn't you knock on the door? At least give me time to crawl under the closet." Wang Zijin hugged the pillow and glanced at Qin Baobao, who was next to her brother. She curled her lips and walked to the other side with the pillow. She threw off her slippers and crawled under the blanket in one go. "Sleep over there." Wang Zijin nudged Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. It was late at night. Xianxia, who was enjoying the happiness of having 2 wives, lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, not daring to move. On his left lay his 36D seductive sister, and on his right lay his dignified and gentle girlfriend. The sister slept on her side facing him. Her big breasts were shockingly hot, and her breast volume was shameful. Wang Zijin's back was facing him. Her butt was shockingly hot, and the distance was shameful. She was just touching his waist. What's wrong with the sisters? Are they giving me benefits? Are you touched? I don't dare to move, I don't dare to move. The distance is too scary. If I move even a little, I'll rub against sensitive parts. Usually, it's fine. But now, my pajamas are thin, and the sisters will definitely slap me to show that they are pure. When that happens, if Xianxia moves, they'll slap me. Slap me every time I move, slap me every time I move, so, this is their plan to play with me, punish me. Aren't they underestimating me too much? To the sisters, I want to be big. To Sister Ziwei, we're already boyfriend and girlfriend. I just need to wait for the good weather." Xianxia tilted his head slightly. With the faint light outside the window, he scrutinized his sister's sleeping face. Her facial features were exquisite, her eyelashes were like brushes, and her lips were red and moist. What are you looking at? Qin Baobao opened her eyes and said angrily. Without waiting for Qin Zai's reply. What's wrong with looking at you? Wang Zijin continued the conversation. She turned over and raised her head slightly. Try looking at me again. I'll try. Qin Zai, what are you doing? Qin Zai was confused from the beginning to the end. Why are you squeezing into my bed all of a sudden? Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin couldn't think of an excuse, so they said in unison, stop talking and go to sleep. The sisters were still shy. Although he didn't know what went wrong that made the two of them unable to control themselves, this didn't hinder Qin Zai from feeling pleased in his heart. Ying Freak, although she usually didn't act like an older sister, she had wholeheartedly relied on him since they were young. She raised him for 3 years without caring for him. If he was the brightest star in Suyu's night sky, then he was his sister's son. Other than indulging her, he was still indulging her. Black-bellied sister, although she usually pretended to be gentle and generous, she always exposed her black-bellied side from time to time. When she got jealous, she would even dig a hole for her boyfriend. But overall, she was considerate and had a good temper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated Ying Freak for so long. Presumably, she would be a good wife in the future. Thinking about this, he fell asleep in a daze. The next day, early morning. The first to wake up was always Qin Zai. He slept very tiredly last night. The 3 of them squeezed into one bed, so everyone was quite tired. Moreover, the current Yuan Chun was hot from my warming. Qin Baobao kicked the blankets twice in the middle of the night, and Sister Ziwei was pushed out of bed twice by him. She angrily beat him awake, apologized, and continued to sleep. As for Qin Zai, he was the most tired. When people sleep, they automatically adjust to a comfortable sleeping position, so he squeezed in with all his might. In this aspect, Qin Baobao's large but had an absolute advantage. Then, the squeezed Qin Zai subconsciously squeezed in the other direction, causing Wang Zijin to flip out twice. But during this process, Wang Zijin also continuously squeezed in, so Qin Zai, who was in the middle, was the most tired. The first time he enjoyed the happiness of having multiple partners, he didn't want to try it again. Qin Zai pushed his sisters awake and chased them away. It's daybreak. Qin Baobao rubbed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't sulk in the future. Wang Zijin looked at her. Huh? You squeezed into my bed to sulk? Qin Zai was at a loss. Whoever climbs into my bed first wins? Qin Baobao sneered and glanced at him. She hugged her pillow and left with Wang Zijin side by side. This guy is too arrogant. I don't know what he was doing last night. His phone was also turned off. He said something about a company gathering, but he clearly didn't drink. Why don't we just beat him to death? Qin Zai. In the past few days, there had been many discussions to bribe the 2 major shareholders to contribute, facilitate, and be willing to spend money. The acquisition process was progressing smoothly. Suyu personally sent the information to Tianfeng for 2 reasons. As a minor shareholder of Tianfeng, she had never been here before and wanted to take a look. Qin Zai was in Tianfeng today, not at Baoza and Purple Crystal. Suyu knocked on the company's door. When the receptionist saw the cold beauty, she was stunned. Then, she remembered something and quickly opened the door. At last year's annual meeting, Suyu sat at the same table as CEO Qin. She was on the same level as CEO Qin. Moreover, her beauty alone left a deep impression on people. The male and female employees present at that time should have a deep impression of Suyu and Wang Zijin. There were many beautiful women in Tianfeng and Baoza companies, especially the former. As an entertainment company, any artiste or model would be better looking than an ordinary person. Not to mention a B-list artiste like Li Wei. But even a B-list artiste was not qualified to sit at the main table. Hello, how can I help? The receptionist asked cautiously. Where is CEO Qin's office? Suyu asked. It's in the innermost area. I'll take you there. The receptionist welcomed her. The entire floor of the office area was Tianfeng. The total area added up to more than 800 square meters, not including the 2 offices downstairs. Suyu followed the receptionist and walked through the office area of various departments. Many male comrades stopped their work and stared at her with excited and amazed eyes. Suyu was also looking at them, or rather, the layout and scale of the company. At present, Tianfeng's funds were certainly not as good as Baozi's, but the company's staff was nearly twice as much as Baozi's. Different industries had different divisions of labor. Investment companies did not need too many post-production and logistics personnel, but in the entertainment industry, they were basically logistics personnel. The ones who were really on the table were actually just stars. Next, the two entertainment companies were merged into Tianfeng. How would Qin Baobao manage it? Would it be integrated together, or would it remain in place and exist in the name of a branch company? If it were Suyu herself, she would undoubtedly choose the latter. A few minutes later, she came to Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's exclusive big office. Suyu said thank you, I'll go in by myself. The receptionist nodded and turned to leave with her low-heeled shoes. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Suyu, who had sharp ears, suddenly heard a soft conversation inside. Well, there's a lot coming out. Qin Baobao's voice. Suyu had a strong sense of déjà vu in that tone of complaint and surprise. Hey, don't suck so hard. Qin Zhe gasped. Suyu's face changed, and she couldn't believe what she heard. It's all your fault. How did I know there was so much inside? It's white and sticky. Qin Baobao complained, it's all over my face and hands. Sister, I'll help you get it. Qin Zhe gasped for breath. No, you keep moving. You can't stop if I don't let you. Qin Baobao snorted. But even if it's me, I can't stand such intense movements. Qin Zhe's gasping became more and more intense. You can't stand it just a few hundred times? Are you a man? Qin Baobao said. Suyu's raised hand froze in the air and couldn't fall. If she remembered correctly, the two inside were brother and sister, right? They must be brother and sister, right? They were so evil, her outlook on life suddenly collapsed. If Wang Zijin was inside, Suyu would be very angry. But the person who was exercising with Qin Zhe inside was actually Qin Baobao. Suyu's hand trembled slightly. Oh, there's so much coming out, I can't eat it at all. Qin Baobao said. The taste was really bad, and it was hard to swallow. Suyu's brain twitched and resonated uncontrollably. Isn't there a paper towel? You wipe it clean, don't lick it. Qin Zhe said. It's quite sweet, delicious. Qin Baobao enjoyed the sound. How can it be sweet, it's obviously very fishy. Suyu thought. No, now is not the time to think about this. Although I like Qin Zhe very much, she can't accept the fact that her sister threw her clothes. It's even more evil than the grass python hero Su Xian. Suyu took a deep breath, twisted the handle, pushed the door open, and shouted, What are you doing? In the office, Qin Zhe was doing push-ups, while Qin Baobao took off her high heels and sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a sweet like bread in her hand. She took a bite, and immediately white cream flowed out. Qin Baobao licked it clean and squinted, What we do is none of your business. Why are you here? Qin Zhe took the opportunity to get up. Hey, I didn't ask you to stop. Qin Baobao threw the crumpled paper towel over, Keep moving, 200 more. Suyu walked to the sofa and her eyes fell on the dessert. Do you want to eat? A's bought it, I'll give you 2, and the rest are mine. Qin Baobao said. It turned out that the white, sweet, and relied on sucking, was this thing. Suyu's heart was tired. How long have you been doing it? Suyu turned her head and asked Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe looked at his sister, who thought for a while, almost 500. Don't do it, tomorrow your muscles will be sore. Suyu was distressed. It's none of your business. Qin Baobao raised an eyebrow. How is it none of my business? Suyu retorted. Oh, you tell me, I'm training my brother, how is it none of your business? She threw the contract on the table, If you want to train, go home, now, discuss things. Qin Baobao glanced at the contract. She knew about the acquisition of the entertainment company. She hooked her finger, Little Zhe, come here, push-ups, go home and continue. Okay, thank you, sister. Qin Zhe came over. Suyu secretly kicked him, hating iron for not becoming steel. Why should my man be bullied by Qin Baobao like this? Qin Baobao focused on looking at the information and did not find Suyu's little movements. She roughly went through it and frowned. How is the attitude of the artists of these two companies? Suyu said, the communication passed, and the contract was automatically extended to Tianfeng. The two companies added up to only one second-tier artist, a third or fourth-tier artist, and they are eager to enter Tianfeng. By the way, the second-tier female singer is the daughter of the general manager of Xiaxia Entertainment. I promised to let Qinze write a few songs for her. Mr. Su has made a lot of efforts in the acquisition. Is there any problem? Qinze nodded, no problem. Qin Baobao looked at him in surprise. As we all know, the fast shooter is famous for being stingy. Other singers eagerly ask for songs, but don't even think about it. But Suyu's words made her brother agree. When Qin Baobao looked at Suyu again, her eyes were secretly vigilant. Qin Baobao's biggest imaginary enemy was Wang Zijin, and then Suyu. Wang Zijin's biggest imaginary enemy was Suyu, and then it became Qin Baobao. Only Suyu foolishly thought that after she got Wang Zijin, she would embrace the whole world. After the acquisition, what are you going to do? Suyu looked at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao looked at Qinze, rent the whole floor below? Qinze shook his head, the office area downstairs is full. Qin Baobao, then change the address. The three discussed for a few minutes, and Qin Baobao said, the program Let's Play invited me to participate. I asked Li Wei for a place, but she had a personal matter to deal with and couldn't get away. How about you go on her behalf? Can't you give this opportunity to the other artists in the company? Qinze frowned. Because the program has a lot of interaction between men and women. It's super interesting. Qin Baobao twisted her body and said coquettishly, go. Okay, I'll reward you with a piece of bread. Ah, thank you, sister. Suyu was speechless. On a sunny weekend in spring, the warm sunshine made people sleepy and lazy. After dinner, Suyu and Wang Zijin sat in the coffee shop, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. Wang Zijin gradually took over Amethyst Network technology. Unlike Tianfeng, even if Qinze didn't know much about business management, he could write songs and make movies to help his sister. Not to mention Baoza. At the beginning of the company's establishment, Qinze carried the performance of the whole company alone. In the area of network technology, Qinze couldn't help. In the management of the company, he was also a dabbler. He told Wang Zijin that she should consult Suyu more when she had time. She was a professional in business management. They left, leaving you poor soul, and went to Hangzhou to eat, drink, and have fun. After teaching for a long time, Suyu didn't forget to satirize Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin curled her lips and leaned lazily on the rattan chair. The sun shone in from the floor-to-ceiling window. She was bathed in the sun, and her face was crystal clear like white jade, flawless. Work is important, Wang Zijin said insincerely. After that, she glanced at Suyu. Hey, why do I feel jealous? Suyu, do you like Qinze? Of course, I like him. Don't you see how tacit and cooperative we are? We worked together to create such a big family business. Suyu was proud. Wild lovebirds. Wang Zijin sneered and suddenly her small face became serious. Then tell me, how far have you and him developed? She silently dug a hole for Suyu, just like Qin Baobao regarded her as a wolf in the house. If Suyu was interested in Qinze, no doubt, then she would definitely bluff and anger herself. It was better to let her misunderstand. Eat all day long. Suyu said. Wang Zijin? Then, she came to her senses, and two sharp rays of light shot out of her eyes that were like peach blossoms. What do you mean? She said. Just kidding. Suyu laughed and said, do you think I have an affair with Qinze? Stop fooling around. I'm such a pure and innocent little fairy, a pure and untainted white lotus. That's right, there's something going on. She paused for a moment, and before Wang Zijin could say anything, she smiled and said, what about you? Are you having an affair with Qinze? She was exaggerating so much that Wang Zijin didn't believe her. Wang Zijin pretended to be relaxed. How is that possible? I only treat him as a younger brother. I'm not some kind of brother complex. It doesn't exist. She thought that she couldn't let Suyu know her relationship with Xianxia. Otherwise, Suyu's big mouth would turn around and tell Qinbao. The big cow was going to explode. Wang Zijin was not ready to have a showdown with the big cow. Suyu was confused at that time. What was going on? Wasn't she Xianxia's official girlfriend? Why did she cower faster than her? What was she afraid of? It didn't make any sense. Was he worried about something? Anyway, it was impossible to worry about her, Suyu. Suyu frowned and realized that things were not simple. Today's training will end here. I'm going home to write novels. Suyu stretched. Wasn't your novel banned? Wang Zijin asked curiously. Suyu's novel was 404 because of too many illegal content. At that time, she was heartbroken and called Xianxia with tears in her eyes. She cried and said that she wanted to buy that novel platform and then fire all the employees. Xianxia comforted her that it was useless to do so. The power of the number one beast in the world was not something you could compete with. Just go to work obediently. Suyu was not reconciled and secretly started a new book. At the same time, in Hangzhou Stadium, the program group of Let's Play officially started recording. It was a relatively popular reality show. There were 4 permanent guests in the program, 2 men and 2 women. 2 of the female stars were acquaintances, Xianxia, who was in the variety show, and Guling, a very popular female singer in Wanwan. It was the sister who posted Xianxia's picture, Pigeon, the sheep below is dead. They met when they participated in the Golden Melody Awards. Of the 2 male stars, one was once a big star in the music industry, called Li Guangxing. The other won the Best Actor award, called Sun Chen. In the stadium, hundreds of audience members were looking forward to it. At this time, there were 2 male guests standing in the stadium. Yes, there were only 2. Following the director's speech, a man came out of the entrance. Lin Jiao. Ah, it's him. I love him. The stadium was noisy and the audience cheered in. Surprise. Lin Jiao, a popular young actor in recent years, debuted as a singer and then transferred to the film and television industry. He was often criticized for having no acting skills, but it did not prevent him from being popular. The classification of the entertainment industry was actually very vague now. In the past, the classification of A-list and B-list stars was very clear. With the development of the times and the emergence of young actors, this classification faded away. In the past, the level of stars was divided according to the work and salary. After the young actors, this method did not work because good work did not mean high salary. Lin Jiao went on stage and exchanged pleasantries with the 2 male stars. The director raised the microphone and shouted, "Let's welcome the next guest." There was a puff of air from the entrance and a tall voice walked into the stadium. Several male guests exclaimed in surprise. Then, there were hundreds of audience members exclaiming. The person who came was Xianxia. As soon as he appeared, he overshadowed Li Jiao. Not only did the female audience scream, but the male audience also howled excitedly. It was because of the rampant popularity of young actors that the audience was particularly partial to those with talent and acting skills. Xianxia, as a young actor with acting skills and no scandals, could be said to be popular with both men and women. It was not that there were no scandals. In fact, recently, there was a scandal about Xianxia running rampant on the internet. Someone took a picture of him carrying a woman on his back and strolling down a drizzling street. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin did not know about the scandal for the time being. Xianxia himself did not know about it either. Because it was not a major scandal, it did not make the headlines, so Xianxia could still smile so brightly. Sun Chen, who had the most experience, rushed over to hug him first, followed by Li Guangxing and then Lin Jiao. The latter 2 were obviously more enthusiastic than the former because they were half singers. "You're my idol," Lin Jiao said. "I'll give you my autograph after the show," Xianxia joked. Alright, now that the male guests are all here, we have 4 female guests for this episode. The next segment is called Fated Pairing, the director announced. Each female guest will give a hint on the board, and the male guests will choose a female guest they like. Sun Chen said, 2 of them are Guling and Xianxia. I don't know about the other 2. Li Guangxing teased, definitely don't pick either of them. He patted Lin Jiao on the shoulder. I'll leave them to you guys. There was a roar of laughter. With that said, 4 tall and sexy female models went on stage, holding 4 boards. The 4 boards were Werewolf Kill, Golden Melody Award, Watching Childhood from Afar, and Black-Hearted Maggot. Sun Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of trick is this? The production team must be up to something. I can't tell Guling and Xianxia's styles at all. How are they going to choose? Li Guangxing said, what does Werewolf Kill mean? Are they hinting at the game they like? Which female celebrity especially likes to play Werewolf Kill? Xianxia touched his nose. He felt that these 4 female guests were up to something. Lin Jiao said, Golden Melody Award. Does it mean that she won the Golden Melody Award before? Watching Childhood from Afar. What does that mean? The last one is Black-Hearted Maggot. Which female guest has such a strong taste? Sun Chen rubbed his hands. I know that Qin Baobao came to our show this week, but I don't know which one she is. It's definitely not Werewolf Kill. I've never heard that she likes to play this game. I think it's most likely to be the Golden Melody Award. She won the Chinese Best Female Singer Award before. Lin Jiao said, can we ask the audience for help? Xianxia. Werewolf Kill is Xianxia, the audience shouted. Sun Chen was still confused. Li Guangxing suddenly understood and explained, Xianxia is a permanent guest of Werewolf Kill. But I remember that Qin Baobao also participated in it before. There's no need to say more. It's another smokescreen by the production team. Watching Childhood from Afar is Xianxia's Weibo name. A female audience member in the front row shouted with her hands as a loudspeaker. That was his old name, but now his real name was verified on Weibo. Sun Chen clapped. Then this could also be Qin Baobao. The director announced, now, let's invite the male guests to choose. Sun Chen took the lead and snatched the Golden Melody Award. Lin Jiao and Li Guangxing snatched the Watching Childhood from Afar writing board. The 2 of them pushed each other and fought for it. Xianxia silently took the last writing board. There was no need to say anything. Evil Maggot, his sister's catchphrase. If he didn't choose this, his sister would kill him. In the end, Watching Childhood from Afar was snatched by Li Guangxing. Lin Jiao had no choice but to take Werewolf Kill. The little fresh meat was a little dejected, but when he saw the writing board Xianxia chose, he immediately laughed. I'm sure it's Guling. Qin Baobao is one of them. Your taste is a little heavy, ha ha ha. Sun Chen and Li Guangxing laughed as well. You siblings don't have any chemistry at all. The audience roared with laughter. The director said, now, let's invite the female guests on stage. As soon as the director said that, gas was released from the entrance and a petite female artist walked in happily. She was Xianxia. As expected, she came in the order on the board. The hundreds of audience members cheered and applauded. Sun Chen said, it's Xianxia indeed. Haha, the Golden Melody Award will definitely go to Qin Baobao. Li Guangxing wasn't convinced. Nonsense. This is Qin Baobao. On the other side, Lin Jiao went up to Xianxia and gave her a small hug. Then, Xianxia glared at Xianxia and said jokingly and bitterly, I've already given you such an obvious hint. Don't tell me you can't guess who I am. Xianxia played dumb. I really can't guess. Lin Jiao held his pierced heart. Don't be like this. You're mine now. Then, the second female guest came on stage. According to the order on the board, she was the female guest for the Golden Melody Award. Sun Chen said nervously, Qin Baobao, Qin Baobao, Qin Baobao. After the gas was released, the female guest came. She had a medium figure, long hair, and a cute oval face. It was Guling, the sheep is dead version of Wang Zijin. Oh, my God. Sun Chen hugged his head exaggeratedly. He went up and hugged Guling. He teased, seems like it's my fate. I was just short of praying that it wasn't you. In the end, I really fell for it. Guling stabbed back without hesitation and looked at Xianxia bitterly. I thought I could confuse you and make you think that I'm a Baobao and choose me. Sun Chen was speechless. The third female guest came on stage. Li Guangxing said excitedly, haha, she's here. Bao Bao, she's mine today. The next second, he was dumbfounded. It wasn't Qin Bao Bao who came on stage. Instead, it was a tall female artist who was 1.7 meters tall. She had the goddess signature long black hair and a bright smile on her face. She had an oval face and big eyes. Her name was Yi Lu. She was a very popular movie star. Li Guangxing quickly adjusted himself and greeted her with a bright smile. After losing Qin Bao Bao, he felt that it was not a loss to exchange for another long-legged beauty. She didn't know if it was the production crew's special arrangement or if Yi Lu was really Qin Zhe's fan, but she walked past Li Guangxing and opened her arms to hug Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, I'm your fan. I'm very happy to meet you on this show, she said. Li Guangxing was speechless. Qin Zhe was speechless. The audience roared with laughter. If it was arranged by the production team, then it was really full of evil intentions. If it was her own doing, then the operation was too much. Qin Zhe knew that he was very popular as a salted fish, but once his brand was revealed, he really underestimated his own charm. He just wanted to be a quiet handsome man. Xianxia's werewolf kill was definitely a hint to him, hoping that he would choose her as his partner. There was no need to talk about Galing. She had been eyeing him for a long time and wanted to recommend herself to sleep with him. Qin Zhe knew that Galing had a few boyfriends. Some were from the entertainment industry, some were from outside. Although her private life wasn't as messy as other celebrities, she was definitely experienced. She had so many boyfriends already. Why would I hook up with her? I don't want to be in the same boat with too many brothers. Qin Zhe was already a strange man. If he hooked up with this experienced driver, would they be racing with each other? Also, Yi Lu. He felt that this sister shouldn't be his fan. Before he changed his Weibo name, he wasn't a god of stocks or a fast shooter. At most, he was a little famous. Yi Lu was already a famous celebrity. How could she be his fan? With that thought, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. She was wearing the same sportswear as the other female celebrities, which was given out by the production team. But because she was wearing the same clothes, she stood out. The other female celebrities' breasts weren't obvious or barely protruded, but when it came to her sister, they were heavy and eye-catching. She also had a pair of long and straight legs. They were pleasing to the eye and there was nothing to say about her looks. After Qin Bao Bao went on stage, the cheers exploded. Qin Zhe ran up and held his sister's hand. Sun Chen raised his hand and said loudly, "Director, did you purposely put Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao in the same group?" The director said no. But the guests didn't believe it and protested. Qin Bao Bao laughed. This wasn't arranged by the production team. I promise. Li Guangxing didn't believe it. They purposely wrote such a non-mainstream slogan and the other two are just smoke bombs. Their Weibo names and Golden Melody Awards. Shady, shady. Qin Zhe smiled. I'll testify for the director. They definitely didn't arrange it. After a pause, he smiled bitterly. That's her catchphrase. She calls me that at home. Xianxia, pft. Galing, pft. Yi Lu, ha ha ha. Are you two siblings? Ha ha. A few male guests laughed. Lin Jiao said, "Sigh, I feel that this catchphrase is going to be popular after this episode." Sun Chen said, "Then how do you usually call your sister?" Moaning monster, Qin Zhe obviously wouldn't say it. I don't have such a weird catchphrase. I usually call her sister and call her by her name when I'm angry. When everyone was here, the director said, "Now, we'll enter the next segment. In order to train the team's chemistry, we'll have a question and answer game." The question and answer game was very interesting. The men and women who weren't familiar with each other made fun of each other. This game was scored. 10 points would be awarded if the answer was right and points would be deducted if the answer was wrong. After this round, Xianxia and Lin Jiao's team had 0 points. Galing and Sun Chen had -10 points. Yi Lu and Li Guangxing had 20 points. The two were very smart. Yi Lu's question was, "Who is my idol?" Li Guangxing wrote Qin Zhe. The two compared their answers and scored 10 points. Li Guangxing's question was, "Who is the female celebrity I like?" Yi Lu wrote Qin Bao Bao. She scored another 10 points. This small segment basically revealed their IQ. Since they weren't familiar with each other, they obviously had to ask questions that both parties knew. For the other two teams, Xianxia's question was, "What color do I like?" Guling's question was, "The food I like." As for Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao, they were considered bugs in this segment. They scored 40 points. Both teams asked 2 questions each and the two answered them correctly. Qin Baobao's question was, "The food I like the most." Qin Zhe obviously knew that. He wrote chicken stewed with mushrooms. When he usually cooked, it was definitely chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Baobao's second question was, "The thing I dislike the most." Qin Zhe originally wanted to write horror movie. But when the sister touched her nose, the younger brother understood. After hesitating for a long time, he wrote tissue. In the end, the answers were correct. He hoped that Sister Ziwei wouldn't watch the show. Qin Zhe could only pray in this way. Next, they left the stadium and took the bus to Westlake. Along with them was a large group of fans. The show quickly booked the top floor of Leifeng Pagoda to film the show. The top floor of Leifeng Pagoda had great scenery. The sun was shining brightly. Standing there, one could see the green waves of West Lake rippling like folds. Further away were the Su Causeway and the Bai Causeway. The willows were green and there were many tourists. The Su Causeway divided West Lake into 2. In the smaller part of the lake, boats with black awnings slowly sailed past. In the larger part of the lake, boats competed with each other. The reason why Qin Baobao came to this show was because she wanted to freeload on the show's travel activities. The show filmed all over the country and sometimes even went abroad. She originally thought that even if she didn't go abroad, it would be great to go to Xianxia or something. She didn't expect the show to be set in Hangzhou. The Hangzhou siblings had already been here many times and played everything they wanted. It was only an hour away from Shanghai by high-speed train. They didn't have the thrill of traveling together at all. On this point, Qin Baobao was very disappointed. As everyone knows, there is a beautiful legend about Leifeng Pagoda. It is said that White Snake is imprisoned here. Now, we will choose the most beautiful White Snake and the most handsome Su Xian. Everyone can show off their talents. Finally, the show's 10 audience members will give the score. The audience members were randomly selected from the fan group. The order of appearance was decided by drawing lots. Let me. Qin Baobao rolled up her sleeves, indicating that she would draw lots. Reality proved that her sister's luck was terrible. The siblings were the last to appear. Even a beautiful and cute little fairy-like sister has times when she stumbles. Qin Baobao leaned against her brother and sighed. "Brother cameraman, cut this part later." Qin Zhe silently covered his face. Soon, the talent show of each group was decided. Xianxia and Lin Jiao's group chose to act in a skit. They acted out the meeting of White Snake and Su Xian. The two of them were movie stars. Sun Chen and Galing chose to sing a song. It was a classic song by White Snake and Su Xian. The two of them were singers. Yi Lu and Li Guangxing both chose to sing. Li Guangxing was once a very popular singer. Then what should we sing? Qin Baobao glared. The good things were all chosen by the others. Xianxia smiled. You guys got so many points in the last segment. This time, it's our turn to make a comeback. Lin Jiao agreed. Luckily, we chose all the songs. The two Miss Qin are both capable singers. Yilu smiled and teased, how about Qin Zhe write a song on the spot? Haha, good. That's a good idea. Miss Qin, if you can write a song on the spot, we'll admit defeat without any hesitation. The guests chatted and laughed. Even though fast shooters were famous for being fast, writing a song in a few minutes. He seemed to have done it before. But it might not be better than the classic song they were going to sing. How about you write a song? Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm out of habit. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. The director and assistant director of the show talked. If Qin Zhe writes a song on the spot, our show will have a lot of gimmick. That's a bit difficult. It's actually not that difficult. I heard from Huang Yuding's studio that Qin Zhe can write a song in 10 minutes. There's a high chance. After all, he's a fast shooter. To the show, Xianxia being able to write a song on the spot was definitely a hot topic. The fame of a fast shooter was like thunder in the entertainment industry. The fans only knew that he was fast, but they didn't know how fast he was. They would write the title, "Xianxia writes a song on the spot" on the show to let you know how fast a fast shooter is. Just this gimmick alone would make the views for this episode explode. The director gave everyone a few minutes to change their clothes. The female guests put on a vintage white dress while the male guests put on a scholar's shirt. The four teams stood together after changing their clothes. They looked at each other and joked around. Sun Chen pointed at Xianxia and laughed. "This is definitely the shortest white snake in history." Xianxia retorted, "You're the fattest Su Xian in history." Xianxia was around 1.5 meters tall. Compared to Yi Lu and Qin Baobao, who were around 1.7 meters tall, she looked especially petite. Li Guangxing said, "They're both beautiful. They're both the most beautiful white snake." Guling laughed. "You're too old. There's no reference value." "Xianxia, who do you think is the most beautiful?" Xianxia didn't hesitate. "Of course it's my sister." He paused and added, "If I don't say that, she'll call me a black-hearted maggot." Everyone laughed. Qin Baobao kicked her brother lightly. The cameraman quickly captured the scene. Li Guangxing stepped forward and posed like an ancient scholar. "Bao Bao, who's the most handsome Su Xian?" Qin Baobao chuckled. "Did you forget my nickname? Brother Dazzling Demon." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The audience who were blocked outside took photos and videos excitedly. The crew was pleasantly surprised. Qin Baobao and Xianxia had a good sense of variety. Then, the first group's performance began. Xianxia and Lin Jiao acted. They acted out the scene where White Snake and Su Xian met for the first time. Both sides spoke awkwardly and exchanged glances. It was very funny. All the guests and the audience laughed. The 10 judges gave a score of 90 points. Then, the two groups performed singing and dancing. The artists present all had good singing skills, especially Guling and Li Guangxing. When they debuted, little fresh meats weren't popular yet. Singers couldn't rely on their looks to get paid. Movie stars mostly relied on their acting skills. Guling's voice was soft and beautiful, like the cry of an oriole. Li Guangxing's voice was deep and long. Both groups received warm applause. Xianxia sighed. "If Guling and Li Guangxing were in the same group, we would definitely lose." Lin Jiao agreed. "That's good. Miss Qin and her brother are also very good at singing. If their performance could be repeated, we would all lose." For Guling and Sun Chen's team, the audience gave them 88 points. For Li Guangxing and Yi Qing's team, the audience gave them 92 points. Right now, Li Guangxing and Yi Lu were leading. Everyone looked at Xianxia and Qin Baobao. It was their turn to perform. Qin Bao and Xianxia were still whispering. She said, "Brother, you look quite handsome in this outfit." As she spoke, she helped Xianxia straighten his collar. Xianxia thought to himself, "Of course, I'm not Salted Fish Zay or Hei's king now. Please call me Grassland Hero." Today, his sister wasn't a whimpering monster either. She was a snake that was good at swallowing and spitting. "Sister is also very beautiful," Xianxia said. "Not as handsome as you. Not as pretty as you. Not as handsome as you." Sister twisted her body. Cameraman, they definitely wouldn't cut out this part. They had to let the entire country see how shameless the two of them were. They had heard of businesses praising each other, but they had never heard of siblings praising each other. Seeing that it was their turn soon, Qin Baobao couldn't help but stop praising each other. She asked, "Have you finished writing?" "Cameraman, you can go first. We need to talk about business secrets." The siblings chased the cameraman to the side. Xianxia said, "Not yet." Qin Baobao complained, "You're not fast at all today." "Xianxia, will you cry if I'm too fast one day?" Actually, he could just search for songs in the point store, but the system didn't have any missions. If there were no missions, he wouldn't waste points. Xianxia smiled. "Don't worry. I'm confident." Qin Baobao said in disdain, I'm the one with a big chest. Heh, when did this girl become better at complaining than me? Do you remember a palm technique that came down from the sky? Qinzhe asked mysteriously. I only remember a hand blade that came down from the sky. Qin Baobao waved her hand and lightly hit her brother. What's your plan? Try to recall. Have we ever sung a song like this before? Qinzhe winked at him. Qin Baobao racked her brain and thought seriously. She couldn't remember and shook her head. You posted it on Weibo, Qinzhe reminded her. Sister shook her head. I used to be ashamed of it, Qinzhe said helplessly. Sister shook her head again. Think about it. That day when I wanted to hit you, you hid behind Sister Ziwei and trembled in fear. Qin Baobao remembered. It was the shameful video that was posted at the same time as Qinzhe's photo. She posted it without Qinzhe's knowledge. After that, the exasperated Qinzhe pounded on the door. Open the door, open the door. If you have the ability to post on Weibo, then open the door. He was really yelling like that at that time. Fortunately, Wang Zijin helped. Otherwise, she would have been beaten by her brother that day. Do you remember that song? Qinzhe asked. I don't remember. Qin Baobao frowned with a bitter expression. That song was written by Qinzhe. At that time, she wasn't a big star in the music industry and he wasn't a famous composer in China. The song wasn't the complete version. That song didn't become popular, and Qin Baobao, one of the people involved, didn't take it seriously. It's time for the complete version of this song to appear. Qinzhe raised his hand and said loudly, Director, give me 10 minutes. No problem. The director made an okay gesture. Qinzhe pulled Qin Baobao to a corner. The director hurriedly asked the cameraman to follow them. They couldn't miss such a crucial moment. The fast shooter wrote a song live. I'll teach you how to sing it. You follow me twice, Qinzhe said. Okay. Qin Baobao leaned her face close to him and pecked his head. She was very cute. How many words do you remember now? I forgot all. It's useless. Oh, I didn't remember. Qin Baobao punched him. Fast shooter. Qinzhe glanced out of the corner of his eye and turned his head. Good heavens, 2 cameramen on the left and 1 on the right. The 6 guests were sneakily bending over and whispering into their ears, as if they were eavesdropping. Hey. Qinzhe said. Hey. Qin Baobao said. Do what you want to do. Pretend we don't exist. Everyone waved their hands. Director, we can't record this show, Qinzhe shouted. No, no, no. Qin Baobao slapped her thighs with her 2 small hands. The siblings chased all of them away, leaving only 1 cameraman to shoot without any distractions. I'll write down the lyrics first. You look at the lyrics and sing at the same time, Qinzhe said. 10 minutes later, Qin Baobao memorized the tune and lyrics. As the talented and beautiful maggot Qin, her memory was so strong that Qinzhe before the system's modification could not compare. Every day, when Qinzhe stayed up late with the table lamp to memorize English words, his sister would recite them several times on the balcony, during meals, and on the way to school. She would memorize them all. His sister's brain was so big that the old man wanted to pluck his daughter's brain and put it on his son's neck. Old comrade Qin Jianzhong often lamented that although his daughter was smart, girls were born to be disadvantaged in academic research. Getting married, pregnant, and having children, they still had to take care of the children. Especially when the country allowed for a second child, women did not have time to devote to academic research. Qinzhe was envious when he heard that. 2 thoughts came to his mind. First, they were not disadvantaged. They were clearly the welfare group. Why not let him take care of such a happy thing at home? Second, his father was fine. In the future, his sister would go to academic research, and he would be a stay-at-home dad and full-time husband. He could not say either of these thoughts. The former would be dragged into the study by old comrade Qin Jianzhong for ideological modification. The latter would probably be hospitalized. Seeing Qinzhe and Qin Baobao return with confidence, the guests couldn't wait to ask, singing or acting? Is it an original? Xianxia, you can't really write a new song in 10 minutes, right? Come on, sing, I can't wait. The onlooking fans also couldn't wait. They talked about it all at once, and the scene was particularly hot. Xianxia and his sister looked at each other and nodded. Director, we have no problem. Wait a minute, Qin Baobao blinked and said with a smile, let me give you a hint. We have sung this song before, and we even filmed a video and posted it on Weibo. Among the people present, some frowned, some pondered, and some recalled. But no one could remember what song it was. When Qin Baobao made a splash on the program I Am a Singer, she was still a newcomer with no foundation and no fan base. The famous stars who had been famous for a long time did not pay attention to her, so they did not know about the video. Xianxia said, don't keep us in suspense. Let's start. Sun Chen patted his head. Io, they are so naughty. Yilu pondered for a while and suddenly thought of something. She said excitedly, I know what they are going to sing. Xianxia looked at her in surprise and thought, no way. Is this sister really my fan? Io, am I going to become a fan? He wouldn't become a fan. Not in this lifetime. But that didn't stop Xianxia from fantasizing about it in his heart. Actually, in the eyes of many artists, Xianxia was a big shot who was so heartless that it made people's hair stand on end. He was a pure white lotus. Female celebrities couldn't figure it out. Other big shots in the entertainment industry might not be lustful, but when beautiful female celebrities willingly threw themselves at them, they couldn't help but harden slightly to show respect. It would be a waste not to sleep with them. But Xianxia went from being a top composer to the CEO of an entertainment company. He went from a female singer wanting to sleep with him to a female celebrity willing to sleep with him. But it seemed that there weren't any rumors of Xianxia sleeping with a female celebrity in the industry. Actors would even open a room to talk about the script. You're a big shot, yet you don't sleep with a female celebrity. Aren't you giving face? Some men were flirtatious but weren't really flirtatious. Some men were serious but weren't actually that serious. Yilu pouted in front of everyone's questioning. Hey, they're singing. Qin Baobao, who was wearing a white dress, had already started singing. Her voice was as magnetic and pleasant as ever. Waiting for 1,000 years, waiting for 1,000 years. Waiting for 1,000 years, I have no regrets. Qin Baobao took 2 steps forward. Her right hand formed an orchid shape and her left hand formed a trumpet shape as she sang. Who said in my ear, love me will never change? Just for this sentence, aha, I have no regrets even if my intestines are broken. The rain is heartbroken, the wind is crying. The dream is lingering, the love is distant. La, 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 there was no lack of professionals present whether the song was good or not. Right now, there were only 3 words in their hearts, convinced, just from these few lines, everyone could tell that this song wasn't popular recently. But it was very interesting and chewy. She lived up to her reputation as a fast shooter. Qin Baobao's singing also made everyone's eyes light up. It was especially charming and sad. Especially the last la sound. It was just one sound but the tune was sweet. TSK, this singing. Xianxia continued singing, the water of the West Lake, my tears. I'm willing to turn into a ball of fire with you. Xianxia's singing was even better. Although the guests didn't want to admit it, his singing was not only better than Qin Bao, but also better than Li Guangxing and Galing, the 2 professional singers. After all, she was a cheater, he got it from the system. Everyone had a hunch that after this episode of the show was aired, not only would the ratings skyrocket, but the fame of the siblings would also rise to another level. Galing exclaimed, once in 1,000 years. There's no white snake or Su Xian in the lyrics, but you'll understand after listening to it. It's about White Snake and Su Xian. It's really nice. Li Guangxing sighed. If I had known Xianxia 7 or 8 years earlier, I might still be in the music industry now. Xianxia curled her lips. Come on, quick. Xianxia's songs are notoriously hard to book. Galing nodded. You're good if you can get one. The long-legged sister Yilu's eyes sparkled. After he finished singing, there was thunderous applause. The audience and judges all gave him full marks. Everyone got 10 points, so the total was 100 points. They won without any pressure. The director said, for this segment, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe's team win. They get 10 points. The guests who just finished congratulating and admiring them raised their hands in unison. Director, we're not recording anymore. The director was speechless. This is too depressing. Our team still has 0 points. Xianxia was the one who spoke. She was extremely dejected. They must be bugs. The previous segment was already very unfair. They still won this segment. Sun Chen and Galing, who only got 10 points, protested. The director ignored their protests and announced, the winning team will enter the lucky draw segment. A staff member carried a turntable up. There were many options on the turntable. There were 5 points, 10 points, and some special skills. For example, skills that could randomly draw the other team's points or skills that could command a team to help their own team in a certain segment. I'll do this, I'll do it, Qin Bao Bao said excitedly. I'll do it. Don't forget your terrible luck just now, Qin Zhe warned. Let me do it, Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly. Qin Zhe, who liked this the most, immediately nodded. It's decided on you, Maggot Bao Bao. Maggot Bao Bao heard this and strode forward with her long legs. She stretched out a fair finger and flicked it hard. The needle spun rapidly and gradually slowed down. Finally, it stopped at the bright red option, all members regroup. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Qin Zhe was speechless. His sister's luck was really terrible today. Xianxia put her hands on her hips and laughed. Regroup, regroup. Not bad. Our team got 0 points. Ha ha ha, brothers and sisters, I'm here to freeload your points. Sun Chen's expression was exaggerated. Really, Bao Bao's luck is already heaven-defying. I played so many seasons of shows, but I've never seen anyone get this. Galing laughed out loud. No, really. Qin Bao Bao stuck her tongue out. At Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said, then, Director, how do we regroup? Director, okay, let's draw lots to decide. Lots were drawn, Sun Chen, Lin Jiao, Li Guangxing, Galing Xianxia, Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe, Yi Lu. Yi Lu was very happy. She was actually in the same team as Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao and Xianxia left Leifeng Tower arm in arm. Sure, it's not bad to team up with you. It's much better than with him. Qin Bao Bao comforted herself like this. But can we win in the next segment? We're 2 weak girls. Xianxia said. I'm here. Qin Bao Bao patted her voluptuous chest. The next stop was the Sisi wetland. It was a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. It was a rare secondary wetland in the city. 6 rivers intersected in the entire park. The waterways were like alleys, the streams were like nets, the fish ponds were like scales, and the islands were like chess pieces, forming the unique wetland scenery of Sisi. The group arrived at their destination. Qin Zhe stood side by side with Yi Lu and smiled. It's a good place. There's a stream and smoke. Yi Lu naturally held onto his arm. It's my first time here. Have you been here before? Qin Zhe nodded. I came here once when I was young. I don't remember too clearly. It's barely an old place. The production crew was busy arranging work. The celebrities had nothing to do for the time being, so they looked around. Qin Zhe and Yi Lu sat side by side on the bench. Qin Zhe, let's walk around together after recording the show. Yi Lu held onto his arm and sat next to him. The production crew brought us here, so we'll definitely play around. Qin Zhe smiled and enjoyed the beauty's warm chest. In the show, it was very common for female guests to hold on to male guests' arms, especially when they were partners like this. Qin Zhe had just finished speaking when he saw Qin Bao and Xianxia walk over. The older sister's eyes were filled with power. The little pervert was instantly terrified. He broke free from Yi Lu's hand and said, sit further away. You're pressing on my invisible wings. Yi Lu was speechless. The older sister's threatening gaze swept over him. Then, she pulled Xianxia elsewhere to play. The production crew took half an hour to prepare and it was close to lunchtime. But the production crew remained silent about lunch. The petite and lively Xianxia rushed over. "Director, where's the food?" The director said, "There's no food." "What? Why?" "Director, you said the wrong line." The guests were in disbelief. "Even if you don't bring us to a restaurant, there should be packed food." "I want chicken drumsticks." "Damn, the production crew is stirring up trouble again." Sun Chen and Li Guanxing, the two permanent guests of the production crew, started arguing. Then, Galing and Xianxia joined in. "We're not recording anymore. Let's go home." Qin Baobao, Yi Qing, Lin Jiao, and the other guests also joined in. "Let's go home. We're not recording anymore." Just as they were making a ruckus, the staff members carried boxes of lunchboxes over. The program crew's staff members went forward to distribute the lunchboxes. "That's right. Come, let's share." Sun Chen smiled. "I don't want spicy food. I don't care about vegetables." "I'm not picky," Galing said. "I like spicy food," Yi Qing said. The director held the microphone. "No, this is our packed food. You don't have it. Now, let's move on to the next segment." The director swept his gaze across the guests. "You need to make lunch on your own. The production crew will provide you with the cost of buying groceries and a stove, but you need to do it yourself." "I don't know how to cook." "Can you?" "I don't know either." "What about you?" "Don't worry, I can." The guests asked their partners. Xianxia panicked. "Bao Bao, can you cook?" Qin Baobao shook her head. "No." Xianxia said, "Then what should we do?" "There's no food for us." Qin Baobao said confidently, "Don't worry. My noodles are delicious." Xianxia asked, "Really?" Qin Baobao said, "Even A said that my noodles are delicious." Qin Zhe, who said that his sister's noodles were delicious, promised Yi Lu, "Leave lunch to me. I know how to cook a little." Yi Lu nodded. "That's good. I don't know how to cook." "Then," she added, "just make do with it." Qin Zhe smiled. The production team was kind enough to give each team 200 yuan. 200 yuan was enough to buy a lot of vegetables. As for meat, it was enough for 2 people to make a sumptuous lunch. The group of people set off in a hurry. The production crew had their meals on the spot. The ones who had it the hardest were the brothers who were carrying the cameras. When the celebrities ran, they had to run too. They still had to carry the equipment. The other program crew members had already eaten, but they did not leave. They would wait for the celebrities to finish cooking and start eating before they could switch to other people to eat. "Well, where is the market? Where are we going to buy groceries?" "I don't know. Didn't I follow you guys? How would I know where to buy it?" Sun Chen, who was leading the way, said innocently. "If you didn't know, why did you charge to the front?" The guests looked at each other, dumbfounded. This was a tourist area. How could there be a market? Also, CC Wetland was huge. Even if there was a market, it would take a long time for them to go back and forth. Everyone was hungry now. The smart Qin Baobao was probably the most educated and had the most beautiful certificate out of all the celebrities present. She had an idea. She whispered something to Xianxia and the two sneaked into a restaurant. Yi Lu's eyes were sharp. She pulled Qin Zhe's arm. "Look at her. Let's go to the store to buy groceries." Everyone slapped their heads and went their separate ways. Qin Zhe and Yi Lu walked into a restaurant. The moment they entered, the customers in the restaurant went into an uproar. This person said, "Look, Qin Zhe." That person said, "Look, Yi Lu." Their second reaction was to take out their phones to take photos. They stopped eating. Qin Zhe and Yi Lu communicated with the cashier in the restaurant. The cashier was an auntie. She was full of smiles and was a bit reserved in front of the camera. She turned around and called the boss over. When the boss came out, he got a shock. All the customers in the restaurant stood up and took photos in all sorts of poses. The man and woman at the cashier were very familiar too. After looking at them for a while, he recognized Qin Zhe and Yi Lu. "Boss, we want to buy some groceries," Qin Zhe said. Sure. Come with me. The boss didn't say anything else and brought them into the kitchen. At times like this, the halo of a celebrity was very important. They could get convenience wherever they went. The boss enthusiastically stuffed all sorts of meat and vegetables into plastic bags and handed them all to Xianxia. Yilu said gratefully, "There's no need for so much. There's no need for so much." The boss didn't care. It was a fortress. It's just a few dishes. It's not worth much. The boss chuckled. He was determined not to take Xianxia's money. He kept saying, "I'm your fan and I like your songs a lot." In the end, Xianxia gave him $200. On the way back with Yilu, the long-legged Yilu smiled and said, "Let's cook some vegetables. As for meat, it's hard to cook it well without enough seasoning." Xianxia said, "The production team will take care of the seasoning. We just have to bring back the vegetables." Yilu said, "It's different. Although I don't know how to cook, meat dishes are different from vegetables. Meat dishes are harder to cook." Xianxia said, "Oh. Then you're a vegetarian." "I'll eat meat." Yilu glared at him. "I'm helping you reduce your burden." Xianxia froze for a moment. This sister was quite flirtatious. She was pretty and charming. He watched her shows in the past. Her acting skills were average and she won because she was pretty. Thus, she had a lot of fans. When they returned to the empty space where they came from, there was already a table, kitchen knife, plate, chopsticks, and other kitchen utensils. The annoying thing was that there was no natural gas here. There was only a charcoal stove. This meant that they had to start the fire themselves. Lin Jiao and Sun Chen, who were the fastest, started the stove together. Smoke filled the air. The smoke made the two of them cough. The celebrities present had probably never used this kind of stove in their lives and didn't know how to start a fire. They kept making mistakes. They finally managed to light up the paper scraps. When the charcoal balls were put in, the fire was immediately extinguished. Xianxia and Yilu split the work. One of them washed the vegetables while the other cut them. Xianxia realized that this sister was quite reliable. Looking at her technique and speed, she probably wasn't good at washing vegetables. However, she washed them very seriously and made sure that the vegetables were clean. Unlike Sister Ziwei, Xianxia had to wash them again after she washed them. Yilu rolled up her sleeves to her forearm. As she washed the vegetables, she looked up at Xianxia and realized that he kept glancing at Qinbao's group. She smiled and said, "Xianxia, when I saw your sister's interview last time, you guys were still living together. What about now?" Xianxia cut the vegetables aggressively. Yilu was impressed by his knife skills. He replied, "We're living together now too." Yilu smiled and asked, "You're not living with your girlfriend?" Xianxia laughed. "You're really my fan? You even know about this?" Yilu said, "Yes. You said that you have a girlfriend before. I even saw a rumor about you 2 days ago. The girl you're carrying is your girlfriend, right?" The sound of the knife suddenly disappeared. Yilu asked, "What's wrong?" Xianxia forced a smile. "What, girl?" Yilu glanced at him and teased, "The girl you carried on your back on the street. Her photo is all over the internet." She shook off the water droplets on her hands and wiped her waist. She took out her phone and searched for it. A moment later, she handed it over. Xianxia looked at it and suddenly panicked. He really wasn't prepared at all. It was on the news just like that. How should he explain it to his sister and Sister Ziwei when they see it? "My excuse is that it's a company gathering." Bastard. How should I explain that I carried Suyu in the rain? What a mistake. Cut the vegetables. Why aren't you cutting anymore? Yilu took back her phone and saw that he was still in a daze, so she asked. Oh. Xianxia continued to cut the vegetables. Yilu? It felt as if Xianxia had suddenly lost all of his energy and vitality. "Where were we just now?" Yilu asked. "I live with my sister," Xianxia said. "And you two have a really good relationship." Yilu sighed. "I have a sister too. Our relationship isn't bad, but we're not too close either. I really envy you too." Xianxia glanced at her and thought to himself, it's only normal if you have an 18 centimeters iron rod. I've been living with her since university. It's convenient for me to go to school and she pays for my living expenses, Xianxia said casually. We're used to living together. No wonder you two have such a good relationship. Yilu nodded and joked. But no matter how good my sister is, she's still someone else's. Xianxia glanced at her again and chuckled in his heart. This girl definitely hasn't heard of the priceless advice of my sister's daughter is my daughter. Who dares to take my maggot? I'll kill him with one hand. Don't treat bean buns as dry food. Don't treat Lo as a system. The two chatted casually and Xianxia realized that Yilu was quite talkative. Yilu was from Beijing while Xianxia was from Shanghai. Unknowingly, they talked about the differences between the two cities. Actually, even though the two places are thousands of miles apart, they have one thing in common. Xianxia said, their mentality is the same. What mentality? Yi Qing asked. People in Beijing see everyone as grassroots, but people in Shanghai see everyone as bumpkins, Xianxia said. Yilu laughed out loud. After laughing, she immediately applied what she had learned. Hey, grassroots. Xianxia retorted, hey, bumpkin. Yilu continued, to be honest, the people in Beijing don't have as much money as you people in Shanghai. Although the houses on both sides are valuable, one is a financial city while the other is the capital. The higher-ups don't care. For the commoners at the bottom, Shanghai has more business opportunities. Xianxia said, one makes money, and the other collects money. Yilu pretended not to understand and continued, I have a relative who is getting married and the bride's family wants 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. He has no money. Let's just say, if your two sons get married in the future, each of them will cost 500,000. What are you going to do? Xianxia continued, then, the mother-in-law raised the betrothal gift to 1 million yuan. The long-legged sister Yi was stunned for a moment before she laughed out loud again. On the other side, Qin Baobao and Xianxia were still trying to light the fire but to no avail. The two coughed and squatted on the ground, trying hard. Qin Baobao's eyes were suffocated by the smoke. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and her eyebrows were stained with black ash. She was truly disheveled, she had just boasted that her underwear was delicious. In the end, she realized that even if it was so delicious that everyone praised her, she couldn't even make a simple fire. The charcoal balls were so black. How could they burn something so hard? This stumped Qin Baobao, a top student from Fudan University. The fire made from paper was too easy to extinguish. Since they had never come into contact with something like a stove, Qin Baobao and Xianxia had already been doing useless work for more than 10 minutes. When they saw Xianxia's laughter, the maggot Baobao gritted her teeth in hatred. Maggot with a black heart. Maggot with a black heart, she muttered as she lit the fire. Xianxia thought to herself, Xianxia wasn't lying. She really did have such a weird habit. The cameraman pointed the camera at Qin Baobao and recorded her muttering without missing a single word. These were all funny points. The cameraman was about to cry from the two girls' stupidity. Everyone else had already started the stove and was about to cook, but the two of them were still standing there. Xianxia, let's work together in a movie if there's a chance, Yilu said. Your pay is too high. I can't afford it, Xianxia smiled. Yilu pouted. Then I won't take your pay. Xianxia was puzzled. Why? Yilu said matter-of-factly, I'm your fan. It's great to be able to film with my idol. We'll talk about it when there's a chance, Xianxia said. What do you like to eat? I like to eat this. Yilu pointed at the gizzards. Xianxia heated up the pot, poured oil, and poured the cut gizzards and green peppers into the pot. The fire immediately lit up, scaring Yilu so much that she took a few steps back. Xianxia was the one who lit the stove and spent a lot of effort. He also hadn't done this before, but men were naturally better at doing things than women. While his useless sister was still stomping her feet in anger, he had already successfully heated up the briquettes. The briquettes were heated up piece by piece. A few briquettes were thoroughly heated and the fire was burning fiercely. Xianxia performed his fancy cooking skills for Yilu. Wang Zijin usually helped out in the kitchen and liked to watch him cook. She found it pleasing to the eye. Xianxia was good at cooking. In the past, he learned from Qin Ma. Later on, he spent some points and leveled up his cooking skills. Now, he was definitely at the level of a chef. Soon, the fragrance of the dishes floated in the air. It smells so good. Whose cooking skills are so good? Sun Chen sniffed. I'm starving. Lin Jiao's stomach grumbled. Did you guys cook? Guling came over to take a look and immediately denied her guess. Definitely not. It's Xianxia cooking. It smells so good. I'll steal some later. Li Guangxing chuckled. I'm not eating noodles. Let's go eat. Qin Baobao washed his hands and gave up. Is this okay? Xianxia was tempted and said pretentiously. Follow me. I'll bring you to eat a feast. Qin Baobao said proudly, he's the one who cooks at home. After Xianxia finished cooking a dish, his sister and Xianxia were at the dining table. After cooking the second dish, Guling was at the dining table. After cooking the third dish, all the guests sat down. Director, I want to report them. They didn't follow the script, Xianxia said loudly. Yi Lu felt wronged. How can you be like this? Go away. Director, we won't cook anymore. We admit defeat. Sun Chen said sneakily, we'll just sit here and eat all your dishes. That's right. We won't leave even if you chase us away, Guling said. Can we start eating now? I can't hold it in anymore, Li Guangxing said. Xianxia was already swallowing her saliva. The director didn't say anything. He just let the cameraman stand at the side and shoot. Xianxia thought for a moment. There are too many people. Bring the ingredients over. I'll cook together. Everyone cheered. Xianxia cooked a total of 9 dishes. Dishes that didn't require soup or heat control could be cooked very quickly. He automatically filtered out some of the more time-consuming dishes like bones and fish. Compared to the feast he usually cooked at home, the dishes today were considered simple. But right now, everyone was so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. When Xianxia said to start eating, the guests picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. Delicious. Xianxia, you graduated from New Oriental, right? Sun Chen joked. He's definitely at the level of a chef, Li Guangxing continued. The guests were touched. They were like passers-by who ate Chinese food and wanted to rip their clothes off. He was simply a god of cooking. This standard was definitely at the level of a chef. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Yi Lu ate quietly. The food was provided by the production team. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that she was very shocked. She was indeed Xianxia's fan. That was true. She admired Xianxia's talent. She didn't really care about other things, but after interacting with him for half a day, she felt that Xianxia had a lot of shining points. He was multi-talented, had a net worth of 10 billion, had a good reputation, had a good character, and was humorous. He wasn't hard to get along with. She knew that some bosses were hard to get along with. They were gentle on the outside but cold on the inside. Actually, they might not look up to celebrities. What was more disgusting was that they would use different methods to hint at you and promote you. Xianxia gave her a completely different feeling. She could tell if he was faking it or not. This segment was considered useless. But from another perspective, the effect of the show would be better. This was also the reason why the director didn't stop them. They were filming a variety show, not a competition. All the competition rules were just for the effect of the show. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the high-end van sped on the highway. It was 2:30 p.m. The first day of the program recording had ended, and they still had to continue tomorrow. They were not returning to Shanghai. Although the two places were close, a round trip would take 4 hours, so it was unnecessary. The van was driving in the opposite direction. They were going to Xuzhou town. After the program recording, Yi Qing invited Xianxia to tour Hangzhou. Xianxia declined under his sister's murderous gaze and said that he wanted to wave his invisible wings and fly freely. You're so obedient. I'll wear a swimsuit for you tonight. Qin Baobao was very satisfied with her brother's tactfulness in private. Xianxia lit a cigarette and said softly, "I'm going to Xianxia town." The tall sister with long legs stood behind him and was silent for a long time. "Okay, I'll accompany you." Xianxia was touched. "Sister, you're so nice." Qin Baobao said seriously, "I'm afraid that you'll turn around and secretly ask that long-legged monster out." Xianxia, on both sides of the highway were tracts of farmland and fish ponds. The water was blue and the sky was blue. The vegetation was lush and the crops were thriving. Nowadays, transportation was getting more and more convenient. More than 10 years ago, before the highway was built, Xianxia's mother took him to Xianxia town. First, they took the green train for 6 to 7 hours to get to the village of Ham. Then, they took the bus for an hour to get to the county, and then took the bus to Xianxia town. They set off in the morning and arrived at night. If you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. Qin Baobao curled up in the comfortable big chair and talked on her phone for half an hour. Feeling rather bored, she stretched her body and squeaked. Her elder sister, who was wearing thin spring clothes and a white shirt, stretched her waist, revealing a patch of white skin around her waist, as well as her cute belly button. Xianxia took the opportunity to take a few glances. When his sister finished stretching, he resumed his sitting posture. Qin Baobao muttered, "Salted fish." Xianxia did not hear clearly. "What?" "Nothing." Qin Baobao pulled the hem of her shirt. "I'm so bored. Let's watch a movie. My eyes are tired from playing with my phone." "Sleep?" "I can't sleep." Qin Baobao blinked, her eyelashes fluttering. Tell your sister some jokes." Xianxia thought for a moment and looked at his sister's face. "Sister is the most beautiful fairy in the world." Qin Baobao was taken aback for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. Xianxia changed the topic. "What a joke, ha ha ha." The smile on Qin Baobao's face gradually turned ferocious. She waved her hand to beat him up. "You're the one who told me to tell jokes," Xianxia protested. When Qin Baobao heard this, she became even angrier. She pounced on him and started to wrestle with him. Her heavy chest rubbed against his face, it was the genuine facial cleanser. "No, that's not right." Looking at sister's murderous look, "This isn't a facial cleanser, this is a chest murder." "How do you want to die?" Qin Baobao pinched his ears with both hands and puffed up her cheeks. "You can't say that you want to die of pleasure, you can't say that you want to die of old age, and you can't say that you want to die of lust." His Xianxia gasped. "I choose to be dumbfounded." Qin Baobao, ? Xianxia, suffocate me to death. Although I don't know what you're talking about, I reject. Qin Baobao bent her finger and flicked him hard on the forehead. "Then I'll tell sister another serious joke." "I saw it on the internet and laughed until my stomach hurt," Xianxia said. "Then tell it." Qin Baobao crossed her legs. "Do you know who the most selfless person in the world is?" Xianxia asked. "I don't know," Qin Baobao said. "It's Kai Luan." Xianxia smiled wickedly. "Why?" Qin Baobao asked. "Because he's a eunuch, but he invented paper and benefited thousands of fellow otakus." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "Qin Baobao, what was so funny?" She couldn't get it at all. Isn't it funny?" Xianxia scratched his head. "I think it's very funny." "Then I'll tell you another one." He pondered for a long time and his eyes lit up. "I'll tell you a joke that I made up. There's a story behind it." Instantly, Qin Baobao's interest was piqued. And she nodded vigorously. Xianxia cleared his throat. When Li Bai was young, he didn't work hard in class and ran out to play. He saw an old granny sharpening an iron rod. Li Bai ran over and asked, "Granny, why are you sharpening an iron rod?" The old granny said. He paused and looked at his sister. His sister blinked. "As long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle?" "No." Xianxia paused for a few seconds. The old granny said, "What do I need this iron rod for?" After he finished, Xianxia was overjoyed. "Qin Baobao, isn't this funny?" Xianxia saw his sister's confused expression. Qin Baobao pouted and nodded. I think it's quite funny, and I feel that I'm very smart to come up with such an interesting joke. Qin Baobao thought to herself, you're just being self-absorbed. Then I'll tell you another joke. I've made many jokes. Qinzhe was not satisfied that he couldn't make his sister laugh. No. Qin Baobao looked dispirited and forced a smile. Actually, I don't like jokes at all. I was just joking with you. She would never joke with A's again. I can really tell a big joke this time, Qinzhe said. I don't want to hear it. Get lost. Qin Baobao turned sideways and turned the back of her head to her brother. After 2 hours of driving, they arrived at Xianxia town. They didn't drive into the town but stopped by the roadside. Qinzhe got out of the car with a bouquet of white chrysanthemums he bought. The siblings walked side by side on the weedy field path in the middle. They passed through the crops, the pond, and a small city god temple. He climbed up a small mound and looked down. What entered his eyes was the rising and falling of tea trees, arranged very neatly. Women with dustpans around their waists and sleeves on their hands were scattered in the tea forest in 2s and 3s, picking spring tea leaves. It's so beautiful. 10 miles of tea forest. Qin Baobao took out her phone and took 3 consecutive selfies without saying anything. Then, she raised her phone and took selfies in various positions. After taking the selfies, she looked at them and felt unsatisfied. She asked Qinzhe to help her take more. There are more tea forests in the mountains, and they're more beautiful. When the spring rain ends, the mist lingers in the tea forest. It's like a fairyland. Qinzhe took a few selfies for his sister and returned the phone to her. Qin Baobao held his arm and walked towards the cemetery below the tea forest. When we don't want to work in the entertainment industry anymore, we'll buy a house here. No, we'll build a villa. Then, we'll pick chrysanthemums and go to the southeast. Before she finished, Qinzhe interrupted, Love Maple Forest Night. Qin Baobao said angrily, Get lost. We're talking about serious business. Serious business is. Qinzhe flicked his sister's forehead. Don't be a hipster. It's not realistic. Why? First of all, if you want to build a villa, you'll need approval for the foundation. However, you're not a local, so you can't get approval for the foundation. Now, if you use your connections and build a big villa, someone will report you. Although the villages are rich now, there are more and more shallow people who can't bear to see others living well. If you want to build a house here, you'll need the approval of your neighbors. If you're not close to them, you'll have to spend some money. If the neighbors are jealous and refuse to agree, don't even think about building a brick. We people in the city always yearn for a rural life and envy the villagers. Actually, it's easy for us to say that. Fortunately, our mother brings me to the countryside for a few months every year. It's not as leisurely and carefree as the people in the city say. When I was young, whoever raised chickens, ducks, and geese would have a smelly yard. When it rained, it would be like dung hitting water. It's also not like now where there are so many factories. The villagers all live in the fields, facing the yellow soil and the sky. They don't have the time to appreciate the natural scenery. They're all dog-tired. No matter how cold it is in winter or how hot it is in summer, they have to go to the fields. Why would the people in the city come to the countryside? After spending all their money, they still have to go back to work in the city. We're rich. We have enough money to spend in the countryside for 8 lifetimes. However, the countryside is short of supplies. There's no 24-hour convenience store, no shopping mall, no subway. There are all kinds of restaurants in Thailand, Japan, Korea, and France. If you want to have a cup of Starbucks with me, you have to drive to the city to buy it. I'm just saying. Why do you have to dampen my enthusiasm? Qin Baobao was confused and helpless. She glanced at her brother. What's wrong with you? Qinzhe shook his head and stood in front of a tombstone expressionlessly. Qin Baobao put her palms together and bowed a few times. She didn't know Auntie Sue, but in the past, she occasionally came to Xianxia town with her parents. Her mother would call her and Qinzhe together. Standing in front of a weather-beaten tomb and facing an elder who had passed away more than 10 years ago, Qin Baobao didn't feel the slightest ripple in her heart. But she knew that Auntie Sue had a very important place in her brother's heart. Every year after the summer vacation, Xianxia would tell her how good Auntie Sue was in Xianxia town. She bought him snacks and toys. Every time Xianxia showed off like this, Qin Baobao would kick him and say, "Go and get food for me." The little red guy would obediently run to get fruits and snacks. After a few times, the little red guy realized that this couldn't make his sister envious, so he rarely showed off in front of her. "You black-hearted maggot, why are you in a daze?" After Xianxia was in a daze for more than 10 minutes, she finally couldn't help but speak. "You're the maggot." Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "I'd rather shit than maggot." Xianxia said, "You came to the wrong place." Qin Baobao was confused. "What?" Xianxia pointed to the tombstone. "Auntie Sue's birthday is on June 5th, not May 5th. I remembered it wrong. I didn't come for the New Year, and I didn't have time to come for the Qingming festival. I wanted to wait for her birthday to come and see her." After that, he bent down and put the white chrysanthemum in front of the tomb. "I'm sorry, Auntie Sue. I haven't come to see you for many years. How are you doing down there? My mother always said that you were unlucky, but when I saw you when I was a child, you were smiling very happily, very happily. Do you know, I'm rich now, a lot of money. How good would it be if you were still alive now? I can also be filial to you. You're so good to me, I'll remember it in my heart." Xianxia town has changed a lot now. The asphalt roads and yellow houses in my memory are gone. A few years ago, I wanted to go to the reservoir to see it, but I found that it was full of weeds and there was no road. Other than playing computer games at home, kids these days don't go swimming. Most of the trees have been cut down, so I can't fish for eggs anymore. The stream is also gone. I don't know which mayor dug up the sand and sold it. I used to catch crabs to cook for you. The market outside the town has also been sold. If you want to buy groceries for me, you won't be able to find another place. All the items in the town had been sold out, and all the money had gone into their own pockets. Look at the nearby towns, they are almost more prosperous than the suburbs. The changes in Su town can't keep up with the times. Xianxia muttered to himself for a long time, and then he seemed to remember that his beautiful sister was standing beside him. He pulled his sister to his side and said with a smile, "She's my sister, Aunt Sue. You haven't seen her before, but she's very beautiful, very beautiful. Therefore, you have to be at ease." Qin Baobao didn't understand. What did her beauty have to do with Aunt Sue's uneasiness, but she still smiled sweetly at the tombstone. After staying for about half an hour, Xianxia and his sister went back the way they came. His sister took out a mask from her pocket and put it on. Xianxia also put on a mask. The two of them went to buy spring tea from the auntie who picked tea nearby. "Auntie, we want some freshly fried tea. Do you have it at home?" Xianxia smiled. "Yes, how much do you want?" The auntie looked at the strange man and woman wearing masks. "I'll buy 20 caddies," Xianxia said. Xianxia town's tea was famous in the whole county, and the price was not cheap. Aunt Sue's family had planted tea before, and Xianxia had also picked summer tea when he was young. At night, he would fry it in the big pot on the stove, and it was very fragrant. In addition to drinking it himself, he could also give it to the employees as a company benefit. He, Salted Fish Zay, was the boss of 3 companies and had 600 to 700 employees. The old man also liked tea, so he gave him 1 or 2 caddies. It was enough to last him half a year. The tea auntie was very happy. She didn't want to do this business. Although tea was not cheap, it was not as expensive as it was in the market. Moreover, it was not a particularly famous tea. If the customer bought a few taels, it would only cost a few dozen yuan. It was not worth it to go back and forth from here to Xianxia town for half an hour. Looking at this scene, Qin Baobao suddenly recalled their childhood when their parents took them to Hangzhou to play. They swam past the Lion Peak mountain, and the village was in sight. The old man could not restrain his poetic spirit. "Mountains and rivers, there is no road," Luan points to another village. "It's really a beautiful place. There's no such environment in Shanghai." Shanghai was a flat area, and there were generally no mountains. Xishan was the highest peak in Shanghai, and it was 100 meters above sea level. In Jia province, there were mountains that were 100 meters high everywhere. At this time, a rural woman caught up with them and said with a smile, "Are you tourists?" The old man said, "Yes, we're here to play. We're from Shanghai." Along the way, the rural woman and the old man talked about the tea leaves of Lion Peak Mountain and tea culture. The old man was a tea lover. They chatted about this topic for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that they were about to reach a modern village, the woman warmly invited the four of them to her house. "Come in and have a cup of tea. You must be tired after walking for so long." The old man laughed heartily and said, "Not only is the scenery here good, but the people are also hospitable. It's a good place." Then, the woman poured a cup of tea for the four of them and said, "Try it. It's authentic Lion Peak Longjing tea." They were all picked and fried by themselves. The old man was full of praise. "The fragrance lingers in the mouth and the aftertaste lingers. Good tea." The woman said, "It's not expensive. One tael to 120. Buy some if you like." The old man was speechless. The old man looked at the tea in his hand, then at the tea in his wife's hand. Then, he looked at his son and daughter in elementary and middle school. The smile on the old man's face gradually disappeared. "The village is full of tricks. I want to go back to the city." After drinking the tea and chatting so happily, he was too embarrassed to say, "Sorry, I'm not buying." The old man was a cultured person. He was black-bellied, but he was thin-skinned. Therefore, he bought 2 taels of tea. After that, he comforted himself by saying, "Lion Peak Longjing tea is famous. I came to Hangzhou to buy it. This is not a loss." He was completely unaware of the disdainful eyes of his wife and child beside him. Qin Baobao couldn't help but look at her brother. With salted fish Zay's thick skin, if he was as old as he was now, he would definitely take the initiative to say, "Thousands of mountains and rivers are always love. Can't you give me a discount?" On the way to Xianxia town, the auntie said, "You two aren't from the town, right?" Qin Zay nodded. "No, we're here to pay respects to my mother's old friend." The auntie asked, "Which one? Do you want me to take you to their house?" "No need." Qin Zay smiled and said, "Suru, do you know her?" The auntie thought for a while and suddenly realized. "Her? I know her. When I came to Xianxia town for a few years, I often came here with her to pick tea." Qin Zay smiled and said, "My mother and her were good sisters. They grew up together." The auntie said, Oh. She didn't have any reaction. She was not from Xianxia town. She was married here. If she was a native of Xianxia town, she would ask, "Is it Sulan?" The auntie changed the topic. "Now in the whole town, her house is the largest and most beautiful. It's a pity that she passed away early. She's not blessed." Qin Zay smiled and said casually, "Yes, she didn't marry a good husband." The auntie said, "Zhang Hanqing is okay. He's just a gambler." "But she used to what?" "Nothing. She's been gone for more than 10 years. I won't talk about her behind her back." On the way, they passed by a 5-story villa. Qin Zay ignored it. The siblings followed the auntie to her house. They stood at the door and didn't go in. After about 10 minutes, the auntie came out. "We don't have enough new tea. Why don't you wait for me? I'll borrow some from other houses." Qin Zay, who was squatting at the door and smoking, nodded and smiled gently. "Sure." The auntie put the tea leaves in a brand new woven bag and hooked it on the old-fashioned scale. "Look at the weight. It's exactly 20 kilograms. Qin Baobao. Qin Zay thought to himself, "Auntie, I'm just a kid who weighs 75 kilograms. I don't understand this scale. She did it on purpose, right?" But it didn't matter. He didn't care about the weight. But he regretted buying so much. How was he going to bring it to the company with the woven bag? Boss Qin's arrogance instantly fell to the bottom. It was replaced by a strong rustic aura. When he returned to Shanghai, he still had to find someone to buy tea cans and put the tea leaves in them. Then, he would give boxes to the employees. 20 kilograms wasn't heavy. But for tea leaves, it was very large. Qin Zay carried the tea leaves on his shoulder and brought his sister back the way they came. Qin Baobao shamelessly surrounded him and took photos of his back, front, and side. Qin Zhe said helplessly, "Get lost." Qin Baobao laughed until she couldn't straighten her back. When they passed by the beautiful 5-story villa, Qin Zhe suddenly stopped. "This is Auntie Sue's house." "It used to be." Qin Baobao asked foolishly, "What about now?" "The hostess has changed," Qin Zhe said. "Where did Zhang Hanqing get the money?" Qin Zhe muttered, "Suyao? Do you want to go in?" Qin Baobao asked. "Forget it." Qin Zhe shook his head. "Things have changed. Why should I go in? I haven't been here for more than 10 years. I'm afraid she won't recognize me. Besides, the mistress of this house has changed. I don't want to go in." As he said that, he squatted down at the door of the villa and smoked. "When I came here when I was young, there was no villa. It was a 2-story red brick house. Except for the bedroom that was painted white, the second floor was an empty shell. Mom and I lived in the ancestral home. We ate at Aunt Sue's house. She gave us some money for food. My mom and Aunt Sue didn't need to do that. But Aunt Sue's husband was narrow-minded and calculative." Qin Zhe exhaled a puff of smoke. He was a very unscrupulous man. He was not ambitious and liked to gamble. But he could bear hardships. He farmed and worked. It was not a problem for him to support the family. The relationship between the husband and wife was not very good. They often quarreled. They had a son who was 3 years younger than me. Auntie Sue is really good to me. I remember one year, I fought with her son and beat him up. Zhang Hanqing was very unhappy, but guess what Auntie Sue said first? Qin Baobao tilted her head. "Why did you fight?" She asked me, "Where did it hurt?" Qin Zhe took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled. After asking, he slapped his own son. Zhang Hanqing was so angry that he almost died. At that time I was almost in junior high school. Her son was still in elementary school. I could beat 10 people with one hand. How could it hurt? Qin Baobao also smiled. Aunt Sue was a good person. Anyway, as long as she was good to her brother, she would think that she was a good person. Next month, I'll come to Xianxia town again. I might meet someone. Qin Zhe paused for a long time. The cigarette gradually burned out. He looked up at his sister. "Are you coming?" "We'll see," Qin Baobao said. "Okay." Qin Zhe nodded and got up. He put the tea leaves on his shoulder and took his sister's hand with the other. "Let's go back." The next day, at night. After the dinner banquet, the celebrities exchanged contact information and followed each other's Weibo. These were all connections in the entertainment industry. As long as they were properly managed, they would definitely be useful in the future. Even if it was just on the surface, it was still profitable. In the future, no matter what event he attended, he would know 9 out of 10 celebrities. It was a completely different concept from only knowing 1 out of 10 celebrities. In any circle of society, if you had connections, you would have a way. If you didn't have connections, you wouldn't be able to make any progress. It was worth mentioning that although Qin Bao didn't like Yi Lu secretly flirting with Qin Zhe and was even more disgusted by Ge Ling eyeing Qin Zhe covetously, she hid her emotions very well. On the surface, she was chatting happily with Yi Lu and reuniting with Ge Ling. Her gaze and tone were especially sincere. Sisters on the surface, 666. Qin Zhe wanted to go back to Shanghai directly, but Qin Bao said, "Oh, it's rare for us to come to Hangzhou. Let's go shopping tonight and go boating tomorrow. We can play for a few days before going home." The nanny van was too eye-catching. Qin Zhe gave the driver 2,000 yuan and told him to play with it however he wanted. He called a business partner in Hangzhou to borrow a car. The other party was in the bill business and acted as an intermediary between companies and banks. So you built a department in Baoza that specialized in bill business. It only dealt with banknotes and not business bills. Currently, it had added electric bill business. When Suyu invited this bill intermediary for a meal, Qin Zhe also attended. The big boss said regretfully that if he had entered this industry 6 or 7 years earlier, he could have become a millionaire in 1 year. After a few years, his assets would be a few 100 million yuan. It was a profiteering industry with no cost. The profiteering was so high that the country was jealous. He started his business in the bill business. In just 5 years, he had a net worth of 7 to 800 million yuan. The salesman under him had several houses in Hangzhou. However, this industry rose quickly and fell even faster. The country intervened and the threshold was low. It was gradually mature and on the right track. Now, it was just bitterly holding on and eating some small profits. The big boss of the bill intermediary was thinking about transformation and holding the thighs of Suyu and Xianxia, so he readily agreed. He drove a particularly domineering Land Rover and handed the car key to Xianxia. His face was full of smiles. "Boss Qin, feel free to use it. You can drive it back to Shanghai. Let me know where to park, and I will send someone there." Xianxia waved his hand, 2 days at most. Xianxia drove around the Wulin Square with his sister, bought a few clothes, a pair of jade bracelets, and a ring in the Hangzhou building, and then went to Tianhong shopping center. Wearing a cap, a mask, and sunglasses, his sister was tall, her long hair fluttered, and her hot figure always attracted attention. It was not winter, but spring, and the thin clothes could not hide her 36D big breasts and invincible long legs. Xianxia was dressed in the same way, hiding himself tightly. When he saw something he liked, he swiped his card and took it away. He knew that his sister was enjoying the pleasure of shopping, and she did not really want to buy clothes. Qin Baobao took him around and seemed to be looking for something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she ran into a swimsuit shop. Xianxia did not know what brand it was. It would be too weird if he knew. At most, he knew that it was Victoria's Secret, which sold underwear. "A's, what style do you like?" Qin Baobao held his arm and strolled around the shop with great interest. Xianxia, it felt weird. It was not his sister who wanted to buy swimsuits, but he wanted to buy, white, with a string. Xianxia said. "Didn't I buy a set? But you have never worn it in front of me. You only wore it once when you swam in the Thousand Island Lake. How can I wear it at home?" Qin Baobao blushed. Xianxia could not figure it out and said angrily, "Then what are you doing in the shop?" She was not going to wear it anyway, so why would she buy it as a decoration at home? "Bah, pervert who wants to see my sister in a swimsuit all day long." Qin Baobao played the blame game. The salesperson who followed them happened to hear it, and her expression was very strange. "Miss, what style do you like?" The salesperson put on a professional smile and was ready to promote the swimsuit. Qin Baobao waved her hand, "White, with a string. Give me as many as you have." "What about the size?" 36D. "What?" The salesperson was stunned, and then she reacted, thinking that she knew how to brag. At this time, Qin Baobao puffed out her chest, 36D. The beauty showed off her hidden weapon. The salesperson, at the same time, she felt a little sad. While she was still dreaming of getting promoted from A to B, someone else was already AD, and a 36D. Qin Baobao said again, secretly glancing at Xianxia. Xianxia played along and pretended to be shocked. Qin Baobao was immediately proud. In fact, Xianxia knew his sister's cup size. Once when his sister used his phone to shop online, he saw her size, but his sister didn't know that his brother had already found out about her talent. He had to play along and pretend that he didn't know. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too creepy? The salesperson cursed in her heart, "I know you're a 36D, okay? Do you have to repeat it so many times? What's the point? You're bullying us A-class big shots, right? Do you only buy the bra for your swimsuit?" Other sizes were not mentioned at all. Qin Baobao bought 6 or 7 swimsuits in one go, of the same color but different styles. She left happily with her brother. When they passed by a coffee shop, Qin Baobao said that she wanted to drink coffee, but she had to go to the toilet first. She asked Xianxia to buy the coffee and wait for her to come back. "Drinking coffee in the middle of the night, what do you want to do? High until dawn?" Xianxia, who was carrying bags of various sizes, was not very willing. Go. Qin Baobao pushed him. "It's moldy." Xianxia said subconsciously. "Are you standing or squatting?" Xianxia asked. No, a woman would always squat no matter what. Xianxia changed his words and asked, "How long?" "Very soon." Qin Bao said. Xianxia carried his sister's shopping bag and squeezed to the front of the coffee shop. "Waiter, 2 cups of coffee." "What do you want?" the waiter asked. "A cup of cabbage, a cup of vanilla latte, with cream." Xianxia said. Vanilla latte with cream, his sister's favorite. "Cash or credit card?" the waiter asked. "Can I pay with my face?" Xianxia said. The waiter looked at Xianxia, who was wearing sunglasses and a mask, and was stunned. "Just kidding." Xianxia took out his credit card. After paying, he received the ticket and stood aside to wait for the coffee. At this time, a burly man came over and was surprised. "Qinggu? Who was this guy?" His face was full of surprise and excitement, as if he had just reunited with an old friend. But Xianxia didn't know him. Primary school classmate? Impossible. Primary school classmate wouldn't call him Qinggu. Xianxia was an unknown passerby during the 9-year compulsory education and the first 3 years of college. At most, he was famous for fighting, but he never had any underlings. Maybe this guy had mistaken him for someone else. "Who is it?" Xianxia asked. The guy's smile froze. "It's me, Bai Guowei." "Qinggu doesn't remember me?" Xianxia suddenly realized. "It's you, Guowei." "Who are you?" Bai Guowei, Ziki and Donlai's friend. "We were at the KTV that day." Bai Guowei scratched her head. "If it wasn't for Qinggu, we would have died miserably. We haven't seen each other for more than half a year. It's normal that Xianxia doesn't remember me." Xianxia just remembered. At that time, he had just started tutoring Li Donglai. Once, Li Donglai asked him to go to the KTV and wanted to introduce him to his friends in the circle. But his friends were polite on the surface, but they didn't accept an outsider. How could they be friends with different family backgrounds? It was just like the circle of rich people. There was no such thing as a country bumpkin. Bai Guowei was one of them. Her family's elders were in the public security system and were quite powerful in Shanghai. She was also very good at fighting and had practiced taekwondo. In the beginning, Xianxia did want to make friends with her. At that time, Sister Ziwei only had a good impression of him. He didn't have money or power, but his beautiful sister had already made a name for herself in the entertainment circle. For a long time, Xianxia worked hard to become the man behind his sister. He wanted to ride on Nan Manpei's coattails. You couldn't expect him to have a backbone since he was indeed a salted fish back then. He had no money, no power, and yet he was so arrogant. That was a fool. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. At that time, he had helped them because he wanted to do them a favor. It might be of great use in the future. He did not expect that in just half a year, he was no longer the salted fish he used to be. He had become the king of salted fish, the Hei's king. This group of brats could no longer provide him with any help. Both sides were not on the same level. Not only did he give her a free favor, he even gave her a piece of sticky candy that she couldn't get rid of, Chen Qingyuan. "How did you recognize me?" Xianxia wondered. He thought to himself, my handsome face is covered by sunglasses and a mask, how can she recognize me? I was behind you the whole time and listened to you for a long time. "I could tell," Bai Guowei said. "You've changed a lot. I can't even recognize you." Xianxia laughed dryly. He remembered that Bai Guowei at that time. Although he was tall and strong, he could still tell that he was a high school student. Now, Bai Guowei's physique was twice as strong. He had muscles all over his body and was tanned. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a migrant worker who had just come out of a construction site. There were many acne on his face. "It's all my dad's training. I'm preparing to enter the police academy," Bai Guowei said. Xianxia thought to himself, so it's your dad who trained you. "Training? Are you planning to follow your father's footsteps? Why are you here?" Xianxia asked. "My sister and I accompanied my mother to travel. She dragged me out to go shopping at night and just went to the washroom," Bai Guowei said. "What a coincidence. My sister went to the washroom too." By the way, Qing Ge, have you made any progress with Chen Qingyuan? Bai Guowei winked. Qinzhe laughed bitterly. Tsk. It seems that Chen Qingyuan didn't succeed. But she's very annoying and stubborn. Bai Guowei said. She was indeed a stubborn little girl. When he first met her at his cousin's school, Qinzhe had already communicated with her frankly and expressed his aesthetic standards subtly. I'm not a siscon. I don't like girls with flat chests and small butts. I only like girls with big boobs and big butts. It's best if they have a pair of long legs. Who knew that not only was the girl not discouraged, she even seemed to have a goal and worked hard to cultivate herself into a mature little sister. On the one hand, she wanted to make a breakthrough with his cousin Suyu. On the other hand, she continued to send him caring text messages, called him from time to time, and occasionally sent video requests. Once, Qinzhe was bored, so he agreed. It was a stormy night. There were no kisses from his sister, no sister Ziwei, and no Suyu. Qinzhe clicked on the video of the girl who was pursuing him. In the video, Chen Qingyuan was wearing low-cut pajamas and lying on the bed. The angle of the phone's camera was very tricky, and it just happened to be aimed at her chest. What a deep ravine. Qinzhe was dumbfounded at that time. He thought that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. He hadn't seen this girl for only a few months. How did she upgrade from a cup to be cup? She was definitely an inspiration to thousands of flat-chested girls. Chen Qingyuan said shyly, Qing Ge, what do you think of me? Qinzhe said, your chest is the same as Eris, patted. Chen Qingyuan blushed with shame and said, Qing Ge, you are so annoying. I don't want to video with you. After saying that, she hung up. No, she turned it off. Qinzhe breathed a sigh of relief. I really don't know what this girl likes about me. I'm not lively and enthusiastic like teenagers, and I don't have the vicissitudes of life like mature uncles. I envy those who have inner qualities, unlike me, who only has the word handsome throughout my life. What's so good about me? Why does she like me so much? Chen Qingyuan is very beautiful, and her family is rich. Oh, although Qing Ge, you are also very rich. Bai Guowei said, let me tell you a secret. This girl has had 2 boyfriends, but they were just in name to show her maturity. At that time, she was in her rebellious period. She was unhappy with her family and used boyfriends to annoy her parents. But in fact, she is still a virgin. Bai Guowei's tanned face revealed a smile that all men understood. In this era of war, it is not easy to find a girl who can hit the nail on the head. This child was full of flirtatious words. Qinzhe waved his hand. Chen Qingyuan is not my type. I can't persuade her. Do you have a way? What? Bai Guowei found it hard to understand and asked in bewilderment, such a fresh little girl with a fair and pretty face and a soft and beautiful figure. How good is that? How could there be someone who doesn't like a little girl? Qinzhe was speechless. I have a sister complex. I'm sorry. You have a sister complex? Qinzhe laughed. Hee. Bai Guowei laughed. Useless. Qinzhe said. Bai Guowei was dumbfounded. Young man, your thoughts are dangerous. I have to change your mind. Qinzhe gestured for him to go to the side to prevent his flirtatious words from being heard by too many people. There is no future in a sister complex. You should give it up. A beautiful big sister is the king. She has legs, breasts, and buttocks. That style and taste is not something a little girl can compare to. Of course, a peach tastes better when it is ripe. If it is too green, it will be hard to chew, right? Qinzhe was good at teaching others. He guided him patiently. In terms of style, a big sister will give you a flirtatious look if you spank her buttocks. In bed, if you spank her buttocks, she will know to change her position. For a little girl, if you spank her buttocks, she will say, why did you spank me? That is the difference, brother. In terms of figure, is it interesting to have a girl who is flat to the bottom? If she is flat, I have a flat chest. What is the point of rubbing a washboard? It is boring. If her buttocks are too small, there is no feeling or flesh when you spank them. Is that right? Bai Guowei was not convinced. But little girls are cute. Qinze said in annoyance, do you eat cuteness for a living? If she is cute, wouldn't she be cuter if she gave birth to a daughter? Bai Guowei, Qin, your thoughts seem to be more dangerous. Bai Guowei said again, maybe it is because I have a big sister. I am not interested in big sisters. Me too. Qinze quickly stopped himself. He almost said the truth. You don't understand. With a capable big sister, you can do whatever you want. My big sister has a bad temper. I am quite afraid of her, Bai Guowei said. Qinze was actually just bored. He kept talking to Bai Guowei to pass the time while waiting for his big sister. Just then, he saw Qin Baobao coming out from the corner. This girl was finally done with the toilet. If a man is not sweet, how can he have a happy childhood? Qinze patted him on the shoulder. If a man is not sweet, how can he have a good relationship with big sister? Watch carefully. Qin Baobao walked over. Qinze said listlessly, big sister, I am dizzy, nauseous, and want to vomit. Qin Baobao was shocked. She asked with concern, what is it? Do you want to go to the hospital? Qinze said seriously, no, I am just a little dizzy. Qin Baobao was stunned. Then, she reacted and hit him with her little fists. You are so annoying. His sister hugged his arm and used her free hand to hit his chest, pouting coquettishly. Bai Guowei was dumbfounded. There was such a thing, he thought of his big sister. Since young, she liked to bully him and hit him in all sorts of ways. His big sister had a bad temper. Bai Guowei was always afraid of his big sister because of his psychological trauma when he was young. He either did not talk to her or was serious. He never dared to be flirtatious. Was it because he was too serious and did not know how to flirt? Was that why his relationship with his big sister was always lukewarm? Just as Bai Guowei was in shock, another short-haired big sister came out from the corner. It was Bai Guowei's big sister. Bai Guowei looked very mature. In fact, he was just an 18-year-old young man. He was a real 150-pound kid. His big sister was 22. Big sister said, why are you drinking coffee so late at night? If you can't sleep at night, you won't be able to wake up tomorrow. We still have to go to Jiushi. Bai Guowei mumbled, I can sleep, I can sleep. Big sister frowned. If you can't wake up tomorrow, Mom and I will go play by ourselves. Bai Guowei hurriedly said, oh. He suddenly remembered the scene of Qinze and Qin Baobao interacting. He was very envious. Hence, his brain twitched and he said, big sister, I'm dizzy and nauseous. I want to vomit. Big sister asked with concern, what's wrong? Bai Guowei recalled that Qinze was staring at Qin Baobao's big breasts when he said that. He also stared at his big sister's not-so-full breasts. Imitating Qinze's expression, he said seriously, I'm not going. I'm just a little dizzy. Big sister Bai Guowei thought to himself, will sister blush? She definitely won't act coquettishly. That's not his big sister's style. But she will definitely blush. Then, she will think that this little brother of hers is very humorous and interesting. Big sister Bai blushed. Then, she raised her hand and slapped his scalp loudly. You think I'm giving you face? You must be out of your mind. If you want to die, just say so. Big sister Bai grabbed Bai Guowei and slapped his scalp repeatedly. Big sister. I didn't do it on purpose. Listen to me. Bai Guowei defended himself while casting an interrogating gaze at Qinze. What happened to the promise that if a man was flirtatious, he would be able to build a good relationship with his big sister? Only then did he realize that Qin and his superstar big sister had already left, leaving him with a sweet back view. As they walked, the two of them were still talking. Do you know that person just now? Qin Baobao asked. No, Qinze said. From Bai Guowei's distress, +10086. Most of the audience who liked were looking forward to this episode. Through the Easter egg at the end of the last episode, the audience knew who the guests for the next episode were. The popular Queen Qin Baobao, the popular little fresh meat Lin Jiao, and the popular movie star Yi Lu. Of course, the audience looked forward to the most was the appearance of the fast shooter Xianxia. People were always interested in new things. Compared to the celebrities who had a high exposure rate, they looked forward to seeing Xianxia appear on the stage of the variety show. As the famous fast shooter and the highly respected god of stocks, the legend of Xianxia swept through every corner of the industry. However, he didn't appear in public often. He didn't hold concerts, commercial performances, or participate in shows. Occasionally, he would film a few movies. Speaking of movies, after became popular, Xianxia's popularity rose. The girls who liked him could fill up the Huangpu River. Xianxia equals salted fish equals Haizai King equals 900 million girls' dream. Therefore, when the Easter egg of Xianxia participating in the reality show was broadcasted, it instantly became a hot topic. In a week, there would often be spoilers for the next episode. The editors of the online media would find pictures from all over the place, pictures taken by the audience on the spot. Then, the editors would use their intelligence to create the first few pictures and make up the content. Xianxia and his sister sat in the luxurious living room. Qin Baobao curled up on the sofa and held a bowl of pudding. She scooped a spoonful and it was sweet and soft. His sister, who liked sweets, narrowed her eyes happily. Xianxia made the pudding. The main ingredients were milk, condensed milk, and egg yolk. It was paired with a small amount of strawberries, honey, and vanilla. Then, it was placed in the oven for 5 minutes. Tonight, it was just the two of them. Wang Zijin had a business appointment with a client. Xianxia wanted to accompany her, but Wang Zijin was arrogant and thought that she could handle it herself. Therefore, she only brought 2 assistants with her. 9 p.m. Looking from the living room to the balcony, the night was dark and there were no stars or moon. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It's going to rain. Xianxia looked at the balcony. Okay. Qin Baobao was eating the dessert after the meal. She kicked him lightly with her little foot in white stockings. Help me wash a bunch of grapes. Don't eat so much at night. You'll get fat, Xianxia said. Don't you practice dancing every day? Qin Baobao frowned. Just do whatever you want. The most important thing in life is to be happy and live in the present. Xianxia eagerly entered the kitchen. After washing the grapes, he came out and saw Qin Bao closing the glass door of the balcony. Outside, it was raining cats and dogs, accompanied by rolling thunder and blue lightning flashing in the clouds. In this kind of weather, if you are alone at home, you must be very scared. Qin Baobao returned and sat cross-legged on the sofa. But there were 2 people who felt warm. It was raining heavily outside, but it was warm and peaceful inside. But even so, she would not share the grapes with her brother. Qin Baobao stuffed the half-eaten pudding into her brother's mouth. She held the fruit plate, picked the grapes, and ate them. It's fine if you don't give me your grapes, but you also want to take my grapes. You black-hearted maggot. Xianxia ate the pudding and thought angrily. By the way, the rain is so heavy and there is thunder. I don't know if Sister Ziwei brought an umbrella or not, Xianxia said. Why do you care about her? Can't your sister alone satisfy you? Qin Baobao gave him an aggrieved look. Xianxia, what a terrible line. But Sister Ziwei had 2 assistants with her, so she shouldn't have to worry about these trivial matters. Half an hour later, the show started. Wang Zijin is not here today. You have escaped, Qin Baobao suddenly said. I'd like to hear about it, Xianxia said. Have you forgotten what you did on the show? What did I do on the show? Tissue. Qin Baobao took out a tissue and waved it in front of her brother like a girl in a brothel. Damn, Xianxia remembered. During the quiz segment, his sister had a question, what is the most annoying thing? At that time, his sister gave him a hint. Xianxia understood and wrote a tissue. In the blink of an eye, he had forgotten about it. Damn, this piece of sh*t stinks. Fortunately, Sister Ziwei had something to do today. His sister might have thought that he would be scolded by Sister Ziwei, but they were actually boyfriend and girlfriend. Sister Ziwei would definitely beat him later. Now that Sister Ziwei had left, she couldn't come back to watch the show. She would be busy with the company later, so she didn't have time to watch the variety show. I am indeed a man with a system. I am blessed by God everywhere. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound from the electronic lock at the door. Since a key was inserted into the keyhole, the door opened with a click. It's raining heavily and there's thunder. The flight has been cancelled. Wang Zijing complained. Qin Zai, Qin Bao Bao, there shouldn't be a problem for a man with a system to be blessed by God, but the same couldn't be said for a host with a low-level system. Qin Zai felt very tired. Where's the remote control? Where's the remote control? Change the channel for me. Qin Zai looked around and finally found the remote control behind his sister's butt. He reached out to take it, but a fair and tender hand took the remote control first. His sister glanced at him and casually stuffed the remote control into her cleavage. Qin Zai, come and take it. If you dare to touch me, I will tell Dad that you touched my breasts. Qin Zai's sister's words appeared in his mind. Flip the table. One day, I, the monkey son, will roll around on my sister's Mount Longhu. Yo, isn't this the variety show you were on? Wang Zijing, who had changed into slippers, came over and poured herself a cup of hot tea with a few goji berries and dried red dates. She was very happy. Bao Bao, why did you put the remote control there? Wang Zijing saw the head of the remote control in the cleavage and asked curiously. The black-hearted maggot wants to rob me of the remote control. Qin Bao Bao was very calm. Qin Zai's mouth twitched and changed the subject. Sister Ziwei, do you want me to accompany you tomorrow? Wang Zijing shook her head. No, Suyu has told me the skills to pay attention to in business negotiations. This time, Wang Zijing is going to buy a network technology company. The current users of Golden Shield antivirus software have surged to 300 million. Compared with the industry leaders of antivirus software, there is still a long way to go, but it can already look down on small and medium-sized antivirus software. Today's computer users may use 2 or even 3 antivirus software at the same time, but as long as the computer has a problem, Golden Shield antivirus is absolutely the first choice. The storm of ransomware has caused customers to be very sticky, and Golden Shield is the first antivirus choice. But Golden Shield antivirus has a serious drawback at present. It is just an antivirus software, so Wang Zijing is going to buy a professional company this time to help Golden Shield improve itself, such as making a Golden Shield guard. This is the real way to make money. When this client software is made, there will be countless software developers flocking to it. With Golden Shield's huge customer base, it will be lying down and counting money. At present, some large software download websites on the internet can make an annual profit of tens of millions, but these are all small fries for the guard client. The most important point is that Golden Shield antivirus has an advantage that local antivirus software does not have. It has a huge user base in foreign countries. The ransomware has only subsided for a few months. Who knows when it will come back, so no one dares to uninstall Golden Shield antivirus. At that time, Golden Shield Guard will be online at home and abroad. The advertising fees collected will be astronomical. In the near future, it will even surpass Baozi and Tianfeng. Qin Zai told Wang Zijing so. Sister Ziwei thought, oh, it turns out that her company has the greatest potential, far exceeding Suyu's Baozi and Qin Bao Bao's Tianfeng. She was happy for a long time, and her oval face was smiling all day. Do you have enough funds? Qin Bao Bao frowned. Not enough, we just bought 2 entertainment companies, and Baozi doesn't have so much funds. Qin Zai said, but you, Tianfeng, have money. Including the box office earnings of our movie, Tianfeng earned more than $1 billion this quarter. It's more than enough to buy a small to medium-sized company. Not to mention 1, even 10 would be enough. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and said slyly, okay, then I'll buy a stake in Purple Crystal. No. Before Qin Zai could say anything, Wang Zijing rejected. Then I won't give you a single cent, Qin Bao Bao glared. Tianfeng was also given to you by A's. Your money is his money. Are you qualified to say no? Wang Zijing said. Well said, my money is his money, and his money is my money. What's wrong with me buying a stake? Qin Bao Bao said. I'm the CEO of Purple Crystal. If I say no, then no. What a coincidence, I'm also the CEO of Tianfeng. If I say no money, then you can't take a single cent. The two of them stared at each other without backing down. Look at how unreasonable she is. The elder sister used her unique skill of acting cute and even pouted. As long as it's A's decision, I'll agree. Wang Zijin nodded. She was as virtuous and gentle as she could be. Qin Zhe, how dare you? I'm not dead yet. My Qing dynasty isn't over yet. Are you two trying to rebel? Qin Zhe said this in his heart. How about this, we'll just take it as a loan. Purple Crystal will issue a 100 million bond and buy it from Tianfeng. After the profits are made, we'll buy it back. That should be fine, right? Qin Zhe gave a sunny, flattering smile. He couldn't be stubborn. He had suffered in the past. He remembered one time when he was stubborn in front of his sisters. After that, he shivered for a week and everyone ignored him. So, I'm not born to be a salted fish. It's because I consider my sister's bad temper that I have no choice. I have no choice. Qin Baobao, humph. Wang Zijin, humph. Both of them were dissatisfied, but they could accept it. I'm indeed a man with a system. Smart. Qin Zhe sighed. His sisters were fighting for power more and more frequently. His sister was not stupid. Once she heard the name Purple Crystal Network Technology, she probably knew what was going on. She was definitely unhappy and wanted to interfere. His sister, of course, would not allow her territory to be occupied by others. She guarded it to the death and was determined not to back down. Let's watch the show. Qin Zhe tried to smooth things over. The smile on Qin Zhe's face disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. While the sisters were arguing, the show had already been on for more than 10 minutes. The guests appeared one after another and entered the first game segment. Qin Baobao's question is, what is the thing I hate the most? Please write down your answer, the director said. Seeing this, Wang Zijin's interest was piqued. She said, Baobao, what do you hate the most? Horror movies or bugs? Qin Baobao smiled faintly. No, guess again. Wang Zijin thought for a moment. Don't lie to me. When you were in school, you cried when you saw a caterpillar on the lawn. Qin Baobao said angrily, don't take the opportunity to expose my dark history. Anyway, it's not the case. Qin Zhe listened at the side and thought to himself, sister, we've known each other since we were in diapers. It's not like I don't know your dark history. Why are you so angry? Qin Baobao chuckled. It's something you're very familiar with. Wang Zijin? Then I can't think of anything. She shook her head. On the screen, Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment. Then, he wrote 2 words. Please show your answer, the director said. Qin Zhe flipped the writing board over and pointed it at the camera. 2 words that blinded Wang Zijin's eyes, tissue paper. Female guest, please show your answer, the director said. Qin Baobao followed suit and showed her answer, tissue paper, Wang Zijin suppressed her anger in her heart. She felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to chop this adulterous couple with a knife. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao used to call her tissue paper because of their southern accent. Wang Zijin had to correct them for a long time before she could get them to come back to their senses. The thing they hated the most was tissue paper. It could also be understood that the person they hated the most was Zijin. Forget about the big cow. After all, she and I had a tacit understanding and were secretly competing with each other. We loved and hated each other. But why was Qin Zhe able to write tissue paper so tacitly? I might have gotten a fake boyfriend. Yo, you siblings really have a tacit understanding. Why do you hate paper towels so much? We can't live without paper towels, Wang Zijin said sarcastically. Qin Baobao whistled loudly and coquettishly, pretending to look at the scenery around. Wang Zijin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. It just so happened that her period was coming in a few days. She had to feed them 2 big bowls of iced menstrual juice to vent her anger. Hei's king switched to his salted fish state and cast a weak glance at Wang Zijin, saying, Sister Ziwei, I was forced to do this. Wang Zijin gave him a look, haha, salted fish Zhe, madam, this person forced me. Wang Zijin, cut the crap. Brother, let's finish this bowl of ant juice. For this episode of the reality show Let's Play, the TV ratings reached a new high and the number of clicks on the internet far exceeded the previous episodes. At midnight, the netizens who weren't used to watching TV watched the show on their computers. The bullet screen was filled with comments. Lin Jiao's fan club reporting for duty. Qin Baobao's fan club reporting for duty. Yi Lu's fan club reporting for duty. Then, the comments above were covered by Qin Zhe's fan club. The show soon started and the 4 male guests appeared. The comments were filled with "My husband is so handsome" and "Marry me, my husband." Yellow words, Qin Zhe, "Why am I yellow?" Green words, Qin Zhe, "Why am I green?" Qin Zhe didn't watch shows on the internet anymore. Otherwise, he would definitely be angered to death. The more popular a person was, the easier it was to become the target of ridicule. The show started and the male guests chose their partners based on the female guests' hints. The male guests were arguing about which brand was written by Qin Baobao and they all fought over the brand that they thought was most likely to be written by her. Qin Zhe chose Black-Hearted Maggot without hesitation. When the female guests appeared one by one, it turned out that the most unpopular brand was written by Qin Baobao. Comments: There's a script for this, right? How could my goddess write such disgusting words? Did you deliberately put the siblings in a group? In the show, director, did you deliberately put Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao in a group? She deliberately wrote such a non-mainstream slogan and the other two were just a smokescreen. It's a Weibo name and a Golden Melody Award. Shady, shady. I'll testify for the director. They definitely didn't arrange it. That's her catchphrase. She calls me that at home. At this point, the comments were filled with Black-Hearted Maggot. White words, red words, and green words. They were colorful and covered the video completely. The full screen floated for a few seconds before it ended. The netizens were happy to see this. They loved to watch gossip about celebrities. When they heard Qin Zhe say this, they immediately changed their view of the word. It wasn't disgusting. It was funny. They felt that a female goddess like Qin Baobao was so cute in private. It was such a contrast. The phrase Black-Hearted Maggot would probably be popular online for a long time. It might even become Qin Zhe's third nickname after Fast Shooter and God of Stocks. Some netizens also commented, Qin Zhe is really popular. A few female celebrities like him. Xianxia's Wolf Killer was a hint to Qin Zhe because he was also a guest on Wolf Killer. Guling wrote the Golden Melody Award to mislead Qin Zhe. Yi Lu even wrote Qin Zhe's old Weibo name. Damn, I'm envious of his luck with women. That's true. If the production team didn't follow the script, it would be amazing. Of course. Qin Zhe isn't a normal little fresh meat. His level is much higher than celebrities. A bunch of flirtatious sluts. They only know how to think about my husband. The next stop was Leifeng Tower. The guests would dress up as White Snake and Su Xian for a talent show. Someone immediately commented, is Qin Zhe going to compose a song on the spot? That's what the promo said at the end. F***ck, we can finally see the glory of Fast Shooter. High energy ahead. For the first few talent shows, the comments were quiet. Occasionally, there would be a few comments praising their idols. But most of the comments were silent as if they were holding something back. Among the guests for this episode, Qin Baobao was the most famous. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were bound artists in the eyes of the fans. The combination of the two of them was eye-catching enough even in the Golden Horse Awards and Golden Melody Awards, where all the big names gathered, not to mention this show. Finally, it was Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe's turn to perform. Qin Zhe pulled Qin Baobao to the side and whispered. Their words were edited by the production team and the lyrics were cut out. Everyone only saw the two of them huddled in a corner and whispering. The camera showed their backs to the audience and couldn't hear what they were saying. The comments were full of curses. Damn the production team. Didn't they say they were going to compose a song on the spot? Why the F***ck are we looking at? We want Fast Shooter to compose a song on the spot, bastard. Where's his composing idea? Where's the draft? Were the lyrics carefully edited or done in one go? How was he going to compose a song? But in order not to reveal any spoilers, the production team cut out the part where Qin Zhe taught Qin Baobao how to sing. Waiting for 1,000 years, waiting for 1,000 years. Waiting for 1,000 years, I have no regrets. Who said in my ear, love me will never change? Just for this sentence, aha, I have no regrets even if my intestines are broken. The moment the song started, the bullet screen was filled with fast shooter in various colors. Once again, the entire screen was filled with bullet screen comments. But this wasn't the highlight. The highlight was that when the two of them were singing, the image was replaced by a video. It wasn't the image of Leifeng Tower, but an old video with AV quality. In the video, Xianxia was covered with a blanket and Qin Baobao had a white scarf wrapped around her head. The two of them played the role of Whitesnake and Su Xian with simple equipment and sang the same song. Qin Baobao was beaming with joy as she sang and cooperated with Yan Yi's performance. Xianxia, on the other hand, kept a straight face throughout the whole process and looked reluctant. Haha, I've seen this video before. I laughed like crazy at that time. At that time, Qin Baobao had just become a little famous. She updated her younger brother's photo on Weibo. This video was posted at that time. Later, Qin Baobao deleted it. Full of memories. At that time, I felt that her younger brother was really pitiful and looked reluctant. I still keep the photo to this day and change it every day to use as my desktop. The one who said the photo, don't go. Where's the photo? Quick, send me the seed. The program continued. The guests were cooking at Cici Wetland. Qin Baobao and Xianxia didn't manage to set the fire for a long time. Instead, they made themselves dirty. The audience laughed crazily on the bullet screen. They were crying because of their stupidity, but they also felt that it was especially cute. As for the scene of Xianxia cooking and the other guests running over to freeload the food, it shocked countless audience members. Although they couldn't smell the fragrance of the dishes, even the simple stir-fry looked good and gave people the feeling that it was cooked by a chef. The female fans screamed in the bullet screen and liked Xianxia even more. He could make money, write songs, was multi-talented, was handsome, and could cook well. He was simply too outstanding. After Xianxia and Wang Zijin finished their morning run, Wang Zijin occupied the large bathroom and said she wanted to take a comfortable hot bath. Xianxia had no choice but to knock on his sister's door with a towel in his arms. Little Baobao, be good. Open the door. Open it quickly. I want to come in. Xianxia made all kinds of noises. After a while, the sleepy sister with messy hair opened the door and stood in the doorway. Stupid pft, I'll give you 10 minutes. His sister was very angry when she woke up. After scolding him, she went back to sleep. Enough. Before Xianxia entered the bathroom, he stretched out his leg and lightly kicked his sister's big round butt under the thin blanket. You're looking for trouble. Ha ha ha. Xianxia slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. He was too lazy to lock it. In any case, Almouthy King's sister wouldn't dare to open the door and enter while he was bathing. 10 minutes was enough for him to wash his face, brush his teeth, wash his hair, and take a bath. He even had time to pee. In less than 10 minutes, Xianxia finished bathing. His whole body was relaxed. He stood in front of the mirror in his bathrobe and used a short sleeve to wipe the mist off the mirror. He tilted his head and looked at his neck through the mirror. After looking to the left, he looked to the right. There were hickeys on both sides. They were done by Wang Zijin. Last night, he had sneaked into Wang Zijin's room and was prepared to beg for forgiveness. He would do his best until he died. Wang Zijin was indeed a magnanimous girl. Not only was she not angry, she hugged him and bit him, leaving 2 hickeys on his neck. Xianxia didn't notice at the time. I forgive you. Hurry up and go back. Wang Zijin had achieved her goal and sent Xianxia away. Xianxia was floating. He hugged Wang Zijin and didn't let go. Wang Zijin said, "You're going to die soon. I have a flight tomorrow." Xianxia said, "Don't worry about those things. Sister Ziwei just needs to be in charge of being beautiful." Wang Zijin felt a little sweetness in her heart. She said, "What about you?" Xianxia said, "I'm in charge of the flower arrangement. It's all because of my cheap mouth." Xianxia stood in front of the mirror and rolled up his sleeves. There were bruises on his arms. The wound on her arm was an accident, but the hickeys on her neck were intentional. When Xianxia saw the two hickeys, he realized that the generous sister Ziwei did not exist. To think that he didn't even know that he had been tricked last night. He was even King moved. I can't be seen by my sister later, otherwise, the house will become a scene of carnage. Dong dong dong, someone knocked on the door. Qin Bao Bao, that's enough, I need to go to the bathroom. Xianxia said, okay, come in. Qin Bao opened the door and came in. She was stunned. Why are you wearing a short-sleeved shirt around your neck? Xianxia said, this is the punishment for being impulsive. Qin Bao Bao? Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best stratagem. While his sister was dawdling in the bathroom, Xianxia finished his soy milk, held a bun in his mouth, and went to work. After thinking about it, it was not good to go to Baoza. Suyu, that jealous jar, saw the two hickeys and went back to settle the score with Wang Zijin. He turned a corner and went straight to Purple Crystal. Wang Zijin went out to discuss business, so he would be in charge today. At noon, Xianxia received a call from the dorm leader, Li Liang. Xianxia, we're going to have a farewell meal. I know you're busy, do you have time to come? Li Liang said. Farewell meal? Xianxia did not understand. Zhao Guoshan is going back to the northeast. Li Liang sighed. I have time. Tell me the location and I'll come over now. Xianxia said. After graduation, the four guys in dorm 303 parted ways and went their separate ways. Xianxia occasionally chatted with them in the group, but they had never met. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Xianxia drove to the agreed location, a gourmet city in the CBD area. He parked, put on a mask, and opened the door to get out. A small yellow car passed by and stopped outside the gourmet city. The guy on the bike stopped the car while talking on the phone. I have an appointment with a client at noon, but I'm not going to pick you up. Okay, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. I can't talk to you anymore. The parking here is full. I'm looking for a parking space. I'm hanging up. Xianxia glanced at the yellow car and thought, this guy is awesome. He's even better at showing off than I am. At this time, the guy on the yellow car suddenly turned his head and saw Xianxia. Xianxia, Lu Zicheng recognized Xianxia at a glance. Although he was wearing a mask, they had been classmates for many years. Unless Xianxia covered his face tightly, he would be easily recognized by people familiar with him. This was King awkward. You brat, have you paid the tax for showing off? Xianxia joked. Haha. Lu Zicheng grinned. He barely managed to resolve the awkwardness. Xianxia was a little emotional. Back then, it had only been half a year. Lu Zicheng was the most reserved in the dorm. He would occasionally watch videos with the AV maniac Zhao Guoshan and smoke on the balcony with the heavy smoker Li Liang. His persona was similar to Xianxia on the surface, but they were different on the inside. Xianxia looked calm on the outside, but he was flirtatious on the inside. For example, Zhao Guoshan's AV resources and Thunderbolt membership were all provided by Xianxia. The cigarettes in the dorm were provided by Li Liang. He even led Xianxia astray. Lu Zicheng was really reserved and self-disciplined. Who would have thought that such an honest and reserved man would become a pretentious maniac after entering society for half a year? On the third floor, in a private room. After half a year, the four of them from dorm 303 reunited. The rich second generation Li Liang had obviously put on weight and his face was rounder. Zhao Guoshan from the northeast was still tall and strong. Speaking of which, Xianxia used to think that the men from the northeast were all tough men. After meeting Zhao Guoshan, he thought so even more. Later, he realized that was not the case. It was purely an illusion. TSK, now you're a big boss and a big star. I'm afraid that I can't ask you out. Li Liang poured wine for everyone. It's a farewell dinner. No matter how busy I am, I still have to take time out. Xianxia asked, what have you been doing recently? I'm slacking off at my dad's company. When I was in school, I played to my heart's content. Since I have graduated, I should learn something so that I can inherit my father's business in the future. Li Liang took a sip of wine. My family is quite rich. But compared to the real tycoons, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. That's why I don't have the confidence to take over when I'm 30 years old. Xianxia turned to look at Zhao Guoshan. Why do you suddenly want to go back to your hometown? Young people from all over the country were trying to squeeze into the first and second tier cities to earn money. It would be best if they could settle down in a big city and buy a house. That's why the first and second tier cities' population was expanding rapidly. The property prices were rising, and the country's policies were constantly changing. In the past, if you have money, you can buy a house. If you buy a house, you can move your household registration. Now, if you want to buy a house, you need to pay a few years of social security. This policy had started to be implemented in the second-tier cities. I have thought about it. If I stay in Shanghai, I will only waste a few years of my youth. It's meaningless. Zhao Guoshan drank his wine and shook his head. Everyone says that if you have more opportunities in Shanghai, you will be able to make a name for yourself. But I feel that this is a big pie. Most people are just looking at it and can't eat it. Also, the rent and expenses here are too expensive. If I stay here for 5 to 10 years and achieve nothing, it will be too late to go back to my hometown. Zhao Guoshan said, I will go back next week. We might not have the chance to sit together and drink in the future. Cheers. The four of them raised their glasses. Let's keep in touch. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. There is a saying, all good things must come to an end. A person's circle of friends radiates out from him. The people around him are his friends. But people can't stay in the same place forever. That's why when some friends leave, they may never see each other again. Friendship, or love, will be worn down by distance and time. They will become a scenery and a memory on the journey of life. Fortunately, you didn't ask me to follow you. Otherwise, I will not recognize you as a friend. Zhao Guoshan punched Xianxia's chest hard. Friends are equal. If there are too many interests and relationships involved, it is easy to change the taste. Xianxia laughed and said, we are not the same, we are not the same. Everyone has different circumstances. He waved his hand and slapped himself. Bah, quick-hand idiot. Oh right, do you have a girlfriend in Shanghai? Are you going to break up? Xianxia asked. Zhao Guoshan waved his hand bitterly. Let's not talk about this. Sitting alone in an empty room and being a wife, he did not mention this to outsiders. What about you? Xianxia looked at Li Liang. Other people's children can eat, but mine is still eating paper. Li Liang's tone was sad. Get lost, get lost. Believe it or not, I will beat you. I hate people like you who say 9 out of 10 things. Xianxia was impatient. He was a rich second generation who went around hooking up with white-collar women during his university days, but he liked to pretend to be a loser. Before he met Li Liang, his world was colorful. After he met Li Liang, his world was only left with yellow. What about you? Xianxia went one round and finally pushed the topic to Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang hesitated. This guy hooked up with this super beautiful goddess. Li Liang's big mouth said first. How beautiful is she? Xianxia asked. She is a model. Her legs are as long as your sister's. She has an oval face and curly hair. Her height is about the same as mine, about 1.7 meters. Li Liang said. Lu Ziqiang raised his glass. Let's drink. The meal ended a little early. At 11:30, the 4 people who had eaten and drunk to their heart's content settled the bill. Xianxia paid. Since it was a farewell dinner, there was no reason for Zhao Guoshan to pay. According to Li Liang, this guy was now a rich guy. If they didn't rip him off, who would? If one meal wasn't enough, they would continue to rip him off. All the expenses for today's program were paid for by Xianxia. Zhao Guoshan and Lu Ziqiang seconded the motion. The so-called program was, in fact, an online game. They had spent more than 3 years together and had a lot of memories. But online gaming was their most frequent program. When the winners in life were getting a room, the 4 losers of room 303 were gaming. When the winners in life gave roses, they gave heads. When the winners in life pushed girls, they pushed high ground. Li Liang, who was pretending to be a loser, put his arm around Zhao Guoshan's shoulder and walked toward the entrance of the food city. In room 303, only you and I abide by the rules. There are 2 traitors among us. There was a rule in room 303, the 4 men were of one mind. The status of gay friends was as heavy as a mountain. He only loved 5 girls in his life. Whoever left the single life would die first. The 4 single men kept each other warm. Zhao Guoshan said angrily, "We are different. You are a playboy, I am a virgin." Stepping out of the food city, Lu Zicheng's yellow car parked in the food city was still untouched. He scanned the QR code and unlocked it. "Let's ride." Before he could finish, Lu Zicheng suddenly froze. When Lu Zicheng saw the tall girl walking towards him, his face turned slightly pale. Li Liang's face also changed, and finally, the tall girl. This girl was called Xia Chu, a model. She wasn't a runway model, nor was she a high-end print model. She was a fashion model for Taobao and a cosplay model at comic conventions. She made a lot of money, but not a lot. This type of model was on the same level as car models, but more conservative than the latter. Lu Zicheng met Xia Chu by chance. In October last year, Li Liang opened an online store to sell women's clothing for fun. He wanted to spend some money to manage the store so that his pocket money would be secure in the future. The rich second generation asked his father for 600,000 yuan as the initial capital. At that time, Lu Zicheng happened to resign, so he asked him to run the store together. Lu Zicheng met the model girl, Xia Chu, at that time. Lu Zicheng fell in love at first sight. Li Liang, who had tasted countless abalones, chose to help his roommate. Therefore, Lu Zicheng acted like a rich second generation in front of Xia Chu. When the model fee was paid, Lu Zicheng gave Xia Chu an extra 1,200 yuan, totaling 5,200 yuan. Don't ask why, 5,200 is suitable for you. Lu Zicheng followed Li Liang's instructions. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled wickedly. Xia Chu took the money and left in a daze. Since then, Lu Zicheng began to crazily ask Xia Chu out. Li Liang taught him face to face and imparted his experience. Spending hundreds or thousands of yuan to chase a girl every day might not be enough. Many men choose to go with the flow and enjoy the full service. After that, they could even buy a skin and have fun in the game. But in the eyes of the rich second generation, Li Liang, hundreds or thousands of yuan were not considered money. To him, this was a game, an interesting game. Once, Lu Zicheng asked Xia Chu out to play and bought a lot of gifts. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. Suddenly, a silver-gray Audi A8 stopped in front of the 2 of them. Li Liang, who was in a suit, got out of the car and respectfully said, "Young master, the boss asked me to bring you home." "Who is he?" Xia Chu asked. "He's the son of my father's old subordinate." Lu Zicheng said the lines he had prepared beforehand. In addition to the Audi A8, Li Liang also drove the Porsche sports car at home. It was a gift from his father to his mother for their 30th wedding anniversary. Going in and out of large shopping malls, expensive restaurants, and gifting branded bags. This girl named Xia Chu quickly fell into the gentle land that the 2 of them weaved with money. She fell in love with Lu Zicheng, who was packaged by Li Liang. "Li Liang, what do you think we should do in the future?" Lu Zicheng asked one time when he was drunk. "She thinks I'm Prince Charming, but I'm actually the Frog Prince. But she's not Snow White, and definitely not Cinderella." Li Liang replied. In the eyes of the rich second generation, who cared about the future? They just needed to live in the present. Xianxia felt that Lu Zicheng had become more pretentious than before. In fact, he didn't even have the right to be pretentious. Lu Zicheng had imagined the awkward ending after being exposed many times, but he didn't want to lose Xia Chu. He would rather let this lie continue. Who knows, maybe they would really fall in love with each other after a long time. But he didn't expect such an ending to happen under such circumstances. There was a saying that went, "Look up if you don't believe, who will be spared by the heavens?" Xia Chu was holding the arm of a middle-aged man. "Xia Chu." Lu Zicheng's eyes were red. Panic flashed across Xiachu's pretty face, and she quietly let go of her hand. It wasn't easy for her to hook up with a rich second generation. Chu, who is he? The middle-aged man looked at the young man in front of him and frowned. I'm her man. Lu Ziqiang clenched his fists. I thought you didn't have a boyfriend. The middle-aged man looked at Xiachu. Xiachu's expression was extremely awkward. She forced a smile. Ziqiang, you. Why are you here? Aren't we talking business? After saying that, her gaze fell on the other three people. She knew Li Liang, the tall and burly Zhao Guoshan. He was too rough and dressed ordinarily. He didn't look like a big boss. There was also a guy wearing a mask. His dressing was too different from the successful people in suits and leather shoes. Moreover, he was too young. I lied to you. The silent Li Liang suddenly spoke. He sneered and said, what rich second generation? I'm just playing with you. There's no sports car, no Audi, and no business. Xiachu was stunned and immediately looked at Lu Ziqiang. Just now, she was thinking about how to calm Lu Ziqiang down. After getting along with him for a few months, she was very familiar with Lu Ziqiang's temperament. He was introverted, calm, good-tempered, and loved her very much. Now you're telling me that you're not a rich second generation. Lu Ziqiang met her gaze. His pale face turned even paler as he nodded with difficulty. Xiachu was speechless. I've been F***ked. President Zhou, he's my ex-boyfriend. He pretended to be a rich second generation to deceive me. Now he's pestering me endlessly. Xiachu said. Although she was angry, she still had this bit of shrewdness. She couldn't lose another financial backer. When the middle-aged man heard that, he immediately raised his eyebrows and said rudely, young man, since you've broken up, you're all adults. In the future, don't be too petty when others look for Chu. She's my woman now. This was a false accusation. It was true that Lu Ziqiang had deceived her first, but he had bought her gifts and bags. In total, he had spent nearly 100,000 yuan. However, while Xiachu had hooked up with a rich second generation, she had also hooked up with a middle-aged uncle. The green hat was placed on Lu Ziqiang's head. Love was a ray of light, so green that it made you panic. Oh, we're kindred spirits. Li Liang laughed. It's just a coincidence. I won't pester you. We're not at a disadvantage. Although we've spent tens of thousands, we've done what we should have done. Up and down, in and out, we're not at a disadvantage. Xiachu's pink face turned red as she scolded, you two be asterisk cheese, I was blind to fall in love with a dog like you. Get lost, I'm the one who's kicking you now. The middle-aged man said unhappily, don't interact with these people in the future. I don't want you to keep in touch with them when you're with me. Xiachu immediately said, they're the ones who pestered me. The middle-aged man nodded. Alright, they're just a bunch of immature brats. He glared fiercely at Li Liang. Obviously, Li Liang's words just now made him extremely unhappy. An old man with no hair left. Li Liang retorted. The middle-aged man pointed at him with his finger. Lowly person. Xiachu continued, that's right, lowly person. Why are you pretending to be a rich second generation? What did you say? Lu Ziqiang's forehead was blue with veins popping out. I'm talking about you. Xiachu glared at him. If you're poor, then you're poor. Why are you pretending to be a rich second generation? I was really blind to fall in love with you. You even said that you graduated from the University of Finance and Economics and were Qin Zai's roommates. Pooh. You hooked up with him behind my back. How shameless are you? Lu Ziqiang said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? We broke up a long time ago. Take a piss and look at yourself. Xiachu said disdainfully. Lu Ziqiang felt that Xiachu was a little different from the girl he usually knew. Every word from your mouth is true. I thought you really knew Qin Zai. Most of the girls who were beautiful, had a good figure, and worked in the modeling industry. Most of them had the ambition to enter the entertainment industry and become stars. Lu Ziqiang moved her not only with the gift, but also with the gift of tens of thousands of yuan. Being a rich second generation was only one of the reasons. The key was that Lu Zicheng said that he and Xianxia were roommates and even showed her photos. Xiaochu asked to see Xianxia several times, but Lu Zicheng did not agree. At that time, he was still a rich second generation. Whatever he said was the truth. Let's go. I'm too lazy to care about him. Xiaochu hugged the middle-aged man's arm and walked towards the gourmet city. Xianxia took a step forward and blocked in front of the two. But I really know him. Xianxia took off his mask. Xianxia took off his mask, grinned at Xiaochu and the middle-aged man, and put his mask back on. Xiaochu and the middle-aged man were dumbfounded. If their eyes were right, this young man was Xianxia. Did Lu Zicheng really know Xianxia? Was he really Xianxia's roommate? Were they having a meal together today? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, their faces turned pale. There was annoyance, regret, shame, and anger. All kinds of emotions surged in their hearts. Lowly person, are you talking about me? Xianxia smiled. Xiaochu bit her lips. When we were having dinner just now, I wanted to meet Lu Zicheng's girlfriend. I was wondering when this guy would hook up with a long-legged girlfriend. Now that I've met her, her legs are indeed long, but she's not a good person, and her taste is even worse. Xianxia glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was furious. He felt naked contempt. What do you mean? He said angrily. Your IQ is too low. You're not qualified to talk to me. Xianxia's words almost choked him to death. You're not convinced? How many assets do you have? Do you have 10 billion? You don't even have 10 billion. Your assets are too low. You're not qualified to talk to me. Xianxia gave him a disdainful look. His attitude, if placed in a novel, was exactly the attitude of a supercilious retard. You think you're so great just because you're rich? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in Shanghai? The middle-aged man said hatefully, you're just a nouveau riche. Which unit are you from? Show me your identity. Let's play if you dare. Xianxia sneered. The middle-aged man was terrified when he saw that the billionaire was going to be serious. Xianxia's reputation was so well known that rumors about him were flying everywhere. A young man who suddenly rose to fame in the entertainment industry in less than a year. He was the god of stocks, an investment company, and the antivirus software. There was no doubt that he was a big shot. Those rumors speculated that Xianxia had someone backing him up and knew some big shots. Otherwise, no matter how talented a young man was, how could he earn 10 billion yuan in a year? Xianxia looked at him with disdain, which made the middle-aged man furious. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't lower himself to his level and continued, if you want to enter the entertainment industry, that's not a problem. I can package you into a vase and become a big star. At that time, you will realize that the old man beside you is actually just SOSO. Look at his clothes, his entire body is less than 100,000 yuan. My pair of leather shoes is more than 100,000 yuan. Li Liang looked on enviously. When would I ever be able to match your beauty? But the premise is that you're still Lu Zicheng's girlfriend. Now that you're not, it's not good. If we didn't bump into each other today, he would still be in the dark. He did lie to you, but what he can give you is not something a typical rich second generation can give you. Xianxia stared at her. Because he is my brother. Lu Zicheng's eyes turned red. Lowly people like us can't afford to have a woman like her. It's better to get rid of her as soon as possible. In the future, when you find a woman, remember to open your eyes. Can beauty be used as food? Xianxia looked at Lu Zicheng. Lu Zicheng nodded. Xiaochu clenched her teeth tightly. She didn't dare to refute or curse. At the same time, she knew that she had missed a big opportunity. That's all. Xianxia paused. Then let's go. Let's go to the underworld. Li Liang laughed. What underworld? Let's go to Xianxia's company. There are models there. Let him introduce us to girls with good moral character. He especially emphasized the word moral character. Xianxia, okay, my company has more than 20 high-end models. You can pick any. Zhao Guoshan watched for a long time and added, for this kind of woman, it's better to use tissue. Xianxia was furious. What are you talking about? Is tissue for you? Zhao Guoshan? As they talked, they left along the road. Various expressions flashed across Xiachu's face. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Mr. Zhou, shall we go in and eat? The middle-aged man's face darkened and he pushed her away. No, I have something to do. He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, he stopped. Xiachu's face lit up. She heard him say, today's matter didn't happen. Who am I? Don't talk too much. I'm too lazy to lower myself to their level. Xiachu, she squeezed out an ugly smile. Got it, Mr. Zhou. At the corner of the intersection, Qinzai turned around and saw Lu Zicheng following behind them with his head slightly lowered. Are you serious? Qinzai handed him a cigarette. Lu Zicheng took it, lit it, and took a deep puff. I like her. Otherwise, I would be crazy to spend so much money on her. If you like her, you have to cheat her, Qinzai retorted. That kind of woman has been around for so many years. She's not a little girl who just graduated. She's more materialistic, Li Liang said. So you cooperated with him to play the role of a rich second generation? Qinzai whipped his leg, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Lu Zicheng held the cigarette and whispered, otherwise, she wouldn't even look at me. I don't have money, but when I see a woman I like, I always want to get close to her and understand her. Even if it's cheating, as long as I'm with her, I'll be happy. Qinzai sighed and patted him on the shoulder. That's true. If you like someone, you'll do everything you can to get close to her and have her. Have you slept with her? Lu Zicheng nodded. Just when he thought that Qinzai was going to comfort him with some chicken soup, Qinzai said, okay. This is not a loss. Lu Zicheng, Li Liang, Zhao Guoshan, was it an illusion? It felt like Qinzai's mouth was sharper than before. What a show of flowers, Qinzai just didn't know how to comfort him. Although it was quite tragic to be cheated by his girlfriend, Lu Zicheng had also cheated her. If not for this, Qinzai would have killed that pair of B** stars just now. Because he liked you, he pretended to be a rich second generation to get close to you and took advantage of you to make you smile. If this was in a novel or a TV series, they would first fall out and the female lead would wash her face with tears, but in the end, they would definitely change their minds and get married. However, the reality was that the man was not so charming, and the woman was not so naive and sweet to cheat on you. Go play a game. Lu Zicheng scratched his head. Don't look at me with sympathy. It's uncomfortable. Besides, I'm actually mentally prepared. What's fake will never be real. I was quite guilty at first, but now I don't feel guilty anymore. Scumbags, let's not talk about each other. The group of them found an internet cafe to play games. Just like every afternoon when they were in university, no one brought up this matter again. After they finished playing games, the four of them smoked a cigarette at the entrance of the internet cafe and went their separate ways. Before leaving, Qinzai hesitated for a moment. Brothers, if you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. Don't be shy. If you want to start a business or find a job, give me a call. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. There's no reason not to benefit the people around you. Seeing that no one spoke, he grinned and said, at least you want to be a big shot. I'll take you to the most high-end place in Shanghai and sleep with the most beautiful girls. Zhao Guoshan scratched his head. Then, before I go back, let's find a place to play? The four of them laughed. After drinking some wine, Qinzai stopped driving and took a taxi back to Purple Crystal Technology. As soon as he stepped into the office, he received a text message from Suyu. Come to my house tonight. Qinzai thought about the 2 kiss marks on his neck and replied, it's not convenient tonight. Suyu sent a questioning emoji, is your period here? Qinzai, Suyu, come on, I miss you so much. Qinzai suddenly remembered something, you're in a dangerous period recently, right? Suyu, oh, I forgot, I'll make you look more beautiful tonight. Qinzai. You're really naughty. Suyu, are you coming or not? Qinzai, you want to kill me, right? Suyu found that her little trick was exposed and immediately cut off the topic, I'm very busy here, let's not talk. By the so-called dangerous period, for example, was the menstrual period on the 20th, the ovulation period on the 6th, and the dangerous period from the 3rd to the 10th, so they couldn't have sex. And Wang Zijin, who was about to have her period, was in a safe period. But Sister Ziwei could see it, but not have it. Qinzai couldn't be too hasty with her. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Qinzai's phone rang, and the caller ID showed, Sister Man. It was strange that Sister Man rarely flirted with him. No, she rarely contacted him, probably because you can't covet your friend's wife, so she was a lot more distant to him recently. Sister Man? Qinzai answered. Are you free tonight? Nan Manpei said. What's the matter? Qinzai asked. Don't talk too much nonsense, are you free? Nan Manpei said in a cold voice. Yes, I have a lot of time anyway. It's Ziki's birthday, so I invited some friends over. I don't have time tonight, you go over and help me keep an eye on them, don't let a group of children make too much noise. Nan Manpei paused. Dong Lai and Ziki also wanted to invite you over, but they were afraid that you would refuse if they called. That's not a problem. As long as you're not the one cooking, I'll definitely come. Qinzai breathed a sigh of relief. What do you mean by that? Nan Manpei's killing intent was overflowing. It slipped out of my mouth. I'm sorry. Qinzai apologized. Nan Manpei was speechless. Qinzai, this little bumpkin, must be inflated. Half a year ago, he dared to say such words in front of him. This man, once he had money, he would become unbearably slutty. I think we should consider coming back earlier, Nan Manpei said. Huh? I'll come back and break your bones. Nan Manpei gritted his teeth. Big sister man, you're busy. I'll take care of the two brats for you, Qinzai said. Sure, he would not go home until he was drunk. If he went home in the middle of the night, his sister would not be able to see his love bites. With the recovery ability of the times as calling, the love bites would disappear the next morning. Is Suyu going? Qinzai was still worried and asked. I didn't inform her. Nan Manpei was curious. Why are you asking? It's fine. She's busy, so there's no need to inform her. I'll go over after work. Qinzai said bye-bye and hung up. Suyu was Nan Manpei's best friend, and she did not hang out with Ziki. She would definitely not come. At the villa, the spacious backyard was filled with tables and chairs. Electric wires were pulled up from shelves and installed with colorful light bulbs. 7 to 8 tables and chairs were fanned out around the bonfire. 5 or 6 barbecue staff were in charge of tonight's meal. They had rented a barbecue restaurant. A lamb was placed on an iron rack in the middle of the burning charcoal fire. As night fell, young men and women sang and danced in the backyard, laughing and chatting. There were wine, champagne, beer, and all kinds of drinks. There were about 17 or 18 young men and women present. Those who played at the KTV last time were the closest friends. This time, they were all present. For example, Bai Guowei, who met Qinzai a few days ago in Hangzhou. Old Bai, you're getting more and more stingy. My dad froze the card he gave me. I asked you to lend me a few tens of thousands, but you didn't even give it to me. The guy who spoke grumbled as he hugged Bai Guowei's shoulder. How could it not be frozen? This guy used his dad's card to sleep with women everywhere. He swiped a few million yuan in a month. The henpecked dad could not stand it anymore. Why did he have to work every day while his son could fool around everywhere? Dream on. Bai Guowei drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. I said I have no money. My pocket money for this month is gone, and the next 3 months' pocket money is gone too. Why? I was cheated by my sister. How old are you? Are you still afraid of your sister? Bai Guowei's face was full of tears. I'm not afraid of my sister. I'm afraid of my dad. What do you mean? You're annoying. I'm in a bad mood. Get lost. I'll beat you up if you keep talking. After being beaten up in the mall that day, he was dragged into the room by his sister when he returned to the hotel. Do you still have milk sickness? Not anymore. Aya, do you mean that my breasts are small? Then? Aya, how dare you faint my breasts? Have you asked for our dad's opinion? Sister, my mouth is cheap. Can you stop hitting me? Isn't it right for me to hit you? Yes. Isn't it right for me to spend some of your money? Yes. Hand over this month's pocket money and the next 3 months' pocket money to my card. Otherwise, we'll ask for Dad's opinion. If his bad-tempered father knew about this, Bai Guowei felt that his life would end in GG. Bai Guowei's intestines were green with regret now. He should not have listened to Qin Zai's words. How evil must her brother be to be able to tell his sister that he has milk sickness? He would definitely not reveal such a sad thing to his friends. He drank alone. Chen Qingyuan, who was among the acquaintances, sat quietly in the group of girlfriends. She was dignified and elegant, like a quiet little swan. She was a young girl. She had a thin and sharp oval face. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. After a few months of persistent diet therapy, her breasts were even more prominent than most girls her age. She already had a B cup, and her breasts were perky and her waist was thin. Ziki, is Qingga not here yet? Chen Qingyuan thought to herself. It's so tiring for me to pretend to be a virtuous lady. She was dressed especially beautifully today. She wore a purple off-the-shoulder dress and light-colored Roman shoes. Her 2 pairs of white and tender legs were very tasteful. On the other hand, tonight's protagonist, Pei Ziki, was dressed very plainly. She looked like a lively girl next door. She rolled her eyes. Dong Lai went to the door to pick him up. He'll be here soon. Hey, Chen Qingyuan, think about our idea. Get him drunk tonight, and you can do whatever you want. A beautiful girl with a C-cup winked and smiled mischievously. No, Li Shi. This kind of thing has to be consensual. He's drunk. How can he do whatever he wants? Chen Qingyuan thought about it seriously and shook her head. You're inexperienced. Li Shi laughed. Let me teach you a trick. Blow the conch. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki were dumbfounded. Li Shi was a freshman this year. She was 2 years older than them and 1 year older than Li Donglai. After going to college and getting a boyfriend, her temperament changed. She became charming and enchanting. Li Shi, go away. A young man came over with a bottle of wine and was chewing barbecue. He looked at Chen Qingyuan and stared at her with his slightly bloodshot eyes. Qingyuan, let's go over there and drink. Chen Qingyuan put on a straight face and refused. No. Then I'll sit here and drink. He pushed Li Shi away. Li Shi glared at him and said, damn you. She swayed her waist and sat down beside Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki minded her own business and ate the barbecue and eggplant. I'm so tired of eating barbecue. Do you have any vegetables in your fridge? I can cook. I'll go and cook some dishes. Li Shi poked Pei Ziki's waist. No, Aunt will kill me. Pei Ziki shook her head. The kitchen was forbidden to outsiders. Nan Man Pei never allowed outsiders to enter the kitchen. Even Pei Ziki and Li Donglai could only look around. They couldn't even cook egg fried rice. When Qin Zai comes, let him cook a few dishes. If it's him, my aunt won't be angry. Pei Ziki said, even if she's angry, I can push the blame to him. He can handle my aunt's anger. Really? Li Shi didn't believe it. Your aunt has such a good relationship with him? It can't be. The group of teenagers didn't know much about what Nan Man Pei had done in the past, but they occasionally heard their fathers mention it. Their fathers were very afraid of her. Anyway, she was a very difficult woman to get along with. She was strong and domineering. Being with her was like sitting on pins and needles. If she wasn't at home today, this group of juniors wouldn't be willing to come here to play. I'm afraid your aunt will break his hand. Yang Lingdong sneered. He doesn't come to my house many times, but whenever he comes, he will cook. Pei Ziki said. She didn't say that it was actually Qin Zai's good cooking that made the Hunan dishes very authentic. But in the eyes of others, it meant different things. Yang Lingdong gossiped, what's the matter? Is he having an affair with your aunt? Pei Ziki sneered, I will tell my aunt exactly what you said. Yang Lingdong immediately cowered. Coward. Chen Qingyuan attacked. So, this guy was completely incomparable to Qin Ge. Li Shi looked at her expression and sighed in her heart. This little girl was hopeless. People in their circle all knew that the little delinquent girl Chen Qingyuan turned over a new leaf and pretended to be a good girl for a man. At the same time, it surprised people and broke the hearts of many men. In the circle, which was neither big nor small, there were only so many beautiful women, especially a delicate girl like Chen Qingyuan, who was even rarer. Although the second generation of the rich and the officials did not lack beautiful women, they would only consider the beautiful women in the circle when they got married in the future. They could not marry a bar girl or a prostitute. Many young people were certainly dissatisfied with Qin Zhe, such as Yang Lingdong, who openly pursued Chen Qingyuan. When she was still a delinquent girl, Yang Lingdong often asked her to hang out. But now Chen Qingyuan ignored him. Li Shi, who claimed to be a big sister, was also disappointed because there were rumors in the circle that Chen Qingyuan was in a pitiful one-sided love and that he didn't even care about her. At this time, two people came from the path beside the villa. Pei Ziqi's brother, Li Donglai, and Qin Zhe, who everyone had seen on the screen. Chen Qingyuan's face bloomed with joy. She lifted her skirt and trotted to greet them. Yang Lingdong also followed with a face full of displeasure. He was really afraid that Chen Qingyuan would take Li Shi's bad idea, so he had to keep a close eye on the little girl. Qin Ge, you're here. Chen Qingyuan stood in front of him with a joyful smile on her face. Just like how many girls would react when they saw the boy they liked. Qin Zhe looked at her and asked curiously, "Did you grow taller?" A 17-year-old girl was indeed still growing. Chen Qingyuan nodded and said happily, "Not only did I grow taller." She puffed out her chest. Qin Zhe was very calm and did not even look at her chest. Her breasts were not as perverted as his sister's. Chen Qingyuan was a little disappointed but immediately smiled and took the initiative to hug Qin Zhe's arm. Qin Zhe struggled and she hugged him again. She struggled again and hugged him again. "Qin Ge." Chen Qingyuan called out pitifully. Qin Zhe looked at Li Donglai and Li Donglai pretended to look at the scenery with his hands in his pockets. It wasn't good to not give her face, so Qin Zhe could only let her hug his arm. Chen Qingyuan immediately bloomed a sweet smile. There was a murderous aura. Qin Zhe realized that there was another big-chested guy who was angrily staring at his arm. Chen Qingyuan's small chest was rubbing against his arm. "Hello." Qin Zhe gave him a friendly smile. "Hello?" Yang Lingdong stared at him. "Qin Zhe," Chen Qingyuan said, "Qin Ge, his name is Yang Lingdong." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "So your name is Yang Lingdong. I thought your name was Lu Shu." Chen Qingyuan frowned and said, "Go away, don't block the way. Qin Ge and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand." Li Donglai, was Chen Qingyuan really stupid or was she doing it on purpose? Old Yang was about to explode. Yang Lingdong was not reconciled. The girl he had been chasing after did not show any expression in front of him. Once she saw Qin Zhe, she threw herself into his arms like a love-struck fool. It hurt his heart. He knew that at this moment, he had to show his magnanimity and calmness. Verbally attacking someone without a word was the style of a jealous little boy. Thus, Yang Lingdong revealed a radiant smile. "I was just joking. I've heard so much about you." As expected of an actor. "You have good looks and are indeed super handsome." Qin Zhe pretended not to understand the sarcasm in his words and said brightly, "What are you talking about?" Yang Lingdong was speechless. This person is not easy to deal with, he thought. The charcoal fire in the courtyard was bright, and the rich aroma of meat wafted out. With the addition of Qin Zhe, the atmosphere in the courtyard became more lively. The girls all liked to sit around Qin Zhe, chatting and laughing. After a few glasses of wine, they started to show off. The men also often came over to propose a toast. They all hoped that Qin Zhe would help them make a fortune. Qin Zhe patted his chest and said, "If you want to invest, feel free to come to me, but the capital has to meet the requirements. Hundreds of thousands of yuan? Go play with mud." Li Shi sat on his left and Chen Qingyuan on his right. Chen Qingyuan silently helped him peel the lobsters. This girl probably had OCD, and the lobsters were neatly arranged. "Qin Ge, eat it. It's delicious." Chen Qingyuan sucked her fingers, looking a little cute. Qin Zhe was under great pressure. He forced a smile and ate the lobsters she had peeled. Qin Ge, eat it. It's delicious. Li Shi placed the cut mutton in front of him. Qin Zhe was speechless. He thought to himself, Miss, who are you? Do we know each other? I wanted to ask just now, but she sat beside me inexplicably and held my arm. If you don't like Chen Qingyuan, just tell her. Why do you keep her in suspense? Li Shi whispered in his ear. Qin Zhe was stunned. He looked around and whispered in her ear, I did, but it was useless. It was not good to say this kind of thing too loudly. It would hurt Chen Qingyuan's self-esteem. Li Shi sneered, you let her hold your arm just now. Qin Zhe said, just now, the girl was stubborn. Li Shi was so angry that she almost laughed. He obviously enjoyed it, but he pretended to be innocent. Well, what a scumbag. He was indeed in the entertainment industry. Maybe he rejected Chen Qingyuan because he was playing hard to get, playing the innocent girl like a monkey. She had not seen the conversation between Qin Zhe and Chen Qingyuan at school that day, and she did not know how stubborn Chen Qingyuan was in love. Your breasts are too small. They don't meet my aesthetic standards. I can increase my breasts. I have a sister complex. I'm not interested in girls. I can also be a domineering sister in the future. I already have a girlfriend. I can have a girlfriend and a wife. That was the process. At that time, Qin Zhe sighed with emotion that he finally had a successor. The Queen of Balls had perfectly surpassed their predecessors. Qin Zhe said, why don't you help me persuade her? Li Shi began to despise Qin Zhe. She suddenly turned pale with fright and cried, bastard, I can't sleep with you at night. I'm not such a casual person. The air suddenly became quiet. The atmosphere of singing, dancing, and laughter was suddenly cut off by her cry. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Everyone's expression was very complicated. The shock came too quickly. Pei Ziqi spat out a mouthful of wine. Chen Qingyuan was shocked in disbelief at first, then she felt sad and about to cry. Finally, she was slightly happy. Yang Lingdong despised her at first, then became excited. Look, Chen Qingyuan, the man you fell in love with is a scumbag. Your image is completely ruined. There were also male comrades present who glared at Qin Zhe. It was not enough for him to hook up with Chen Qingyuan. Now he wanted to sleep with Li Shi. Just now, Qin Zhe whispered in Li Shi's ear. It turned out that he wanted her to sleep with him at night. No wonder the two of them were whispering. Li Shi was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. She whispered in Qin Zhe's ear, sorry, I'm a psychology student. I just wanted to test people's reaction in an awkward situation. Qin Zhe stood up abruptly. What? 500 for fast food and 1,000 for a night? That's too expensive. Once again, the air suddenly became quiet. Li Shi, Pei Ziqi spat out another mouthful of wine. Bai Guowei murmured, only 500? I'll call my sister and ask for money. Li Shi glared at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe shrugged. Little girl, you're trying to be smart with me. Li Shi laughed and said, I'm kidding. We're just kidding. Qin Zhe picked up his glass and took a sip calmly. Chen Qingyuan leaned over and whispered, Qin Go, I don't want money. Pfft. Qin Zhe turned his head and spat on Li Shi's face. Li Shi, in the end, it was Pei Ziqi who came out to smooth things over. She was the main character today, so everyone gave her face and didn't ask in detail about what had happened just now. However, everyone looked at Li Shi strangely. Li Shi felt that everyone was looking at her and translating their gazes into words. Is it really only 500? Only 1,000 a night? So cheap? It was all her illusion. Li Shi felt that Qin Zhe was different from the boys she usually hung out with. He was very difficult to deal with. When other boys were teased by her like this, they would either blush or say awkwardly that it was okay. Qin Zhe was not on the same level as them at all. He fought back sharply on the spot. Not only was he not easy to deal with, but she felt that he was very cheap. After drinking for a while, Pei Ziqi came over. Qin Zhe, there's food in the fridge. Cook a few dishes for everyone. Xianxia said, what flavor? Mild spicy, medium spicy, or devilish spicy? Whatever, Peiziki said. Go ahead. Whatever is spicy. Today was Peiziki's birthday, and the birthday girl was the most important. Xianxia went into the kitchen and rummaged for ingredients. There were quite a lot of ingredients. Pei Naman's fridge was like a freezer. It had a lot of space and a lot of ingredients. Other than the lack of seafood, there were all kinds of home-cooked dishes, meat, and seasonal vegetables. According to his previous experience of eating here, a family of 3 usually only had 4 dishes. Including him, there would be at most 6 dishes. Sister Man couldn't have filled the freezer with ingredients in order to create the psychological comfort of I'm a chef and my kitchen is full of dishes, right? Women were really unreasonable when they were stupid. Could it be that they could really grow to 18 centimeters when they hinted to him every day that my dick is 18 centimeters long? Thinking of this, Xianxia repeated 10 times in his heart, my dick is 18 centimeters long. What if it came true? He cooked more than a dozen dishes in 3 pots in half an hour. The aroma drifted outside, and the smell of barbecued meat could not be covered. It smells so good. I suddenly want to eat. Spicy. I like this kind of spiciness. The young boys and girls who were drinking and eating meat outside were gradually attracted. Li Donglai quickly ran into the villa and brought out the dishes with a few of his buddies. Thus, they ate and drank as much as they could. Bottles of wine were opened one after another. The brothers competed in drinking, and there were even couples who performed mouth-to-mouth feeding. Chen Qing and Elder Yuan were envious as they watched. Their gazes frequently turned to Xianxia. Qingge, let's drink. Chen Qingyuan blinked her starry eyes. She found that Xianxia was good at cooking. You want mouth-to-mouth? Don't say it out loud. You're so annoying. Xianxia said in his heart, girl, are you arrogant? Our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. Chen Qingyuan had indeed drunk a lot of wine, and it was all drunk when he forced him to drink. However, Xianxia's kidney was a teddy bear's kidney, and he wouldn't fall even if he drank 1,000 cups. Sigh, it seemed to be the liver's problem. Everyone, come and toast. Chen Qingyuan clapped her hands. Immediately, 7 or 8 girls came over. Celebrity drinks. Handsome, I like you so much. Xianxia, let's get drunk today. Xianxia had always been the star of the birthday party. His appearance and reputation were there. Yang Lingdong looked at them and his heart turned cold. Chen Qingyuan, this girl, really wanted to get Xianxia drunk and then have sex with him. He glared at Li Shi and strode over. If you want to toast, you have to go through me. Yang Lingdong slammed the table and shouted. It's none of your business. Go away. The girls chased him away. How is it none of my business? I'm Xianxia's fan. The idol's business is the fan's business. Yang Lingdong said something against his will. After that, there was nothing for Xianxia to do. Yang Lingdong had to face all the girls by himself. Xianxia dragged a stool and sat aside with 2 skewers of barbecued mutton in his hand. This Yang Lingdong is so annoying. He won't even let me drink with you. Chen Qingyuan followed and leaned her delicate body against him. This girl must have recently studied 36 ways to seduce a man or something like that. In the past, she wouldn't dare to flirt with him like this in front of him. Sit away. You're pressing on my invisible wings, Xianxia said. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Sorry. With a serious expression, she shifted her butt and reached between the 2 of them. As if she had really caught something, she gently placed it on Xianxia's back. This way, it won't press on you. Chen Qingyuan leaned against him. Xianxia. Xianxia didn't know what to say. If he knew Chen Qingyuan before he got the system, and there was such a cute girl who wanted to sleep with him, he still wouldn't accept it. As a man with moral integrity, even if there were countless soft and cute girls throwing themselves at him, he would still be able to sit still. At most, he would be a little stiff to show respect. However, if he didn't get the system, he would be a loser. Would Chen Qingyuan still like him? In this world, there was someone who would always like you, no matter if you were a loser or a god, no matter if you were handsome or mediocre, Would there be such a person who would always like you? There was. Xianxia knew there was such a person. Chen Qingyuan saw that Xianxia was speechless and felt happy. She gnawed on the lamb bone stick with satisfaction, her white cheeks puffed up. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Shi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly came over. Xianxia, sing a song for everyone. How about it? Xianxia glanced at her. Thousands of mountains and rivers are always love. How about 500 bags of night travel? Li Shi, how could Chen Qingyuan like such a bitch? Wasn't I just joking with you? Why did you hold a grudge until now? Xianxia saw Chen Qingyuan's hopeful eyes and his heart moved. He turned to Peiziki and asked, do you have a guitar? Peiziki curled her lips. No guitar, but I have a piano. Ding, divinity show, host, please play a song and let the audience shout 666. Success will reward 70 points, failure will deduct the corresponding points. Ding, divinity show, host, please play a song and let Chen Qingyuan know the difficulty and retreat. Success will reward 100 points, failure will deduct the corresponding points. In his mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded. It was actually a double mission. You're too polite, are you ready to give me a double kill? The host finally has the desire to show off. Tears of joy. The system said. Why are there 2 missions? Xianxia asked. Mission conditions met. The system said, don't you know what you're thinking? Thinking back, he did have the thought of playing the piano to show off. Secondly, he wanted to sing a song for Chen Qingyuan, hoping that she would back off. Who knew that these 2 thoughts would be immediately captured by the system? And then a mission would be created. Where's the piano room? I'll go and play. Xianxia looked at the soft girl, Chen Qingyuan. I'll sing a song for you. Chen Qingyuan was stunned, and then her eyes sparkled. Peiziki said, come with me. She excitedly led the way, followed by Chen Qingyuan and Li Qian. When the little friends in the courtyard heard that Xianxia was going to play the piano, they all came to join in the fun. Li Donglai said, there are too many people. Let's watch it in the living room. It's the same. The piano room was on the 2nd floor. Looking up from the living room, the 2nd floor was circular. The piano room could also be called a glass room. People in the living room could look up and see the scene inside. Xianxia pushed open the 2 glass windows so that the sound could be heard in the living room. The people in the living room saw the corner of the piano and Xianxia sitting at the piano with a straight posture. At the door stood Peiziki, Chen Qingyuan, and Li Qian. When Xianxia's hand touched the piano key, the song searched in the mall had been exchanged and poured into his brain. Without a trace of hesitation, without the slightest unfamiliarity, the soft sound of the piano with a full rhythm floated. Everyone in the living room couldn't help but listen attentively. The sound sounded like a piano, but listening to the rhythm, it sounded like the sound of other instruments, such as organ, guitar. This level of imitation of the rhythm and sound of another instrument with one instrument was at the level of a master. When everyone thought that he was playing the piano, they heard his voice. It was a very pleasant voice. The organ in the classroom, ding dong ding dong ding dong. Like the sound of your confession, the movements have been very light. I smiled at your back when you turned around and left after delivering the letter. I like the concern in your delicate handwriting. A new song, everyone was stunned. Many of them were Xianxia's fans and were familiar with all his songs, but this song was obviously a new song. Was it written on the spot again, or was it a new song that hadn't been released? As expected of a fast shooter, he was as productive as a sow. Everyone was excited. Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. Qingge said that this song was written for her. This was a love song, a proper love song. It seemed that Qingge still had her in his heart, but he was a bit pretentious and wanted to reject her. Chen Qingyuan's heart bloomed with happiness. Li Qian looked disdainful. The song was good, and the singer was talented, but why was he so hypocritical? Just now, he vowed that he didn't like Chen Qingyuan, but now he turned around and sang a love song for her. Days are like a merry-go-round, spinning in my mind. The scenes of you being good to me appear. You said that holding hands was a promise. But my dear, that's not love. Too beautiful a promise because too young. But my dear, that's not love. It turned out that this was not a love song. In the glass room, the three girls had the same thought at the same time. There was only one melody in Chen Qingyuan's mind, but my dear, that's not love, the happy little flower, withered. The song ended, Qinzhe felt good about himself, but the system didn't send a message that the task was completed. It was okay. He had encountered this kind of situation many times and had experience. Qinzhe walked to the window and shouted down, "How was it?" Everyone applauded. "Yes." Qinzhe said, "Is it good or not?" Everyone applauded. "Yes." Ding. Task completed. Reward, 70 points. See, the task was that simple. Amidst the applause, Qinzhe walked to Chen Qingyuan and whispered, "This is my answer to you. It's the same as before." This was the second time he had directly rejected Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan lowered her head and looked at her toes, feeling a little sad. Just as Qinzhe was waiting for the notification that the task was completed, she raised her head again. "Although I'm a little disappointed, I already knew this result. I've been rejected once. It's okay to be rejected again." After a pause, she said, "In a few years, you won't reject me anymore." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest. "Girl, where did you get your confidence from?" Ding. Task failed. 100 points deducted. Qinzhe, it cost 30 points to redeem the song, and 100 points were deducted if the task failed. The total was 130 points. After deducting the 70 points he earned, he still had 60 points. It was a big loss for him to show off. Hope was always beautiful. For example, a group of people got rich first, and then another group of people got rich. Reality was always nonsense. For example, those who got rich would flaunt their wealth to those who didn't get rich every day. Qinzhe knew a long time ago that the system's tasks weren't guaranteed to be completed, especially these kinds of tasks like everyone is cheering 666, beat everyone up, and what kind of emotion do you make someone feel? They were the worst. Peiziki bit her lip, wanting to say something. Li Shi looked at Qinzhe and then at Chen Qingyuan. She thought to herself, this guy is crazy. There's a girl who's throwing herself at him. It's not like he's asking you to marry her. From a woman's point of view, there was nothing wrong with it. In this era of gunfire, it wasn't necessary to be in a relationship and get married. Many men and women liked to be in a relationship, but they didn't want to get married. If they had slept with you, how could there be so many single dogs? From a man's point of view, I've slept with this girl before. It's so good. In fact, from a woman's point of view, I've slept with this man before. It's so long. It's not a loss. After all, it's a matter of pleasure. Men think they're taking advantage, but in fact, women are the same. Therefore, Li Shi thought that since the girl was so handsome, he should accept it. What would happen in the future? Li Shi's values were in line with the values of most women. After playing the piano, everyone continued to sing and dance. Chen Qingyuan's mood was obviously much lower. She sat silently on the side, drinking wine. Her back was thin and slender. Peiziki took out a big cake from the refrigerator. After eating and drinking, she ate the cake again. However, everyone drank a lot of wine and ate more meat. They couldn't eat such a greasy cake. Someone's face was smeared with cream first, and then they began to fight in the yard. You can't underestimate a woman's narrow-mindedness. Li Shi, who was sprayed in the face by Qinzhe, held a grudge. She sneaked behind him and slapped the cake in her hand on Qinzhe's face. Qinzhe moved quickly. He tilted his head, grabbed her wrist with his left hand, and covered her face. Li Shi's beautiful face was suddenly covered with cream. It fell down her face and fell into her C-cup breasts. The girl was also tough. She glared at Qinzhe fiercely, turned around, and went to the villa to wash her face in the bathroom. Pa! A piece of cream hit Chen Qingyuan's forehead. The girl, who was drinking silently, was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she felt very wronged and cried. The boys around her were very embarrassed. Peiziki put her hands on her waist and kicked each of them to vent Chen Qingyuan's anger. I'll take you to the bathroom, she said. No, I'll go by myself. Chen Qingyuan sniffled. A few minutes later, Qinzhe also felt the urge to pee. He went to the bathroom in the villa. The 2 toilets on the first floor were full. He went to the second floor, and the toilets on the second floor were full. He went to the third floor and the 2 toilets on the third floor were still full. He tried to push Nan Man Pei's bedroom, but the door was locked. He couldn't get in. At this time, the door of the bathroom at the end of the corridor opened. Chen Qingyuan walked out with wet bangs. Her eyes were slightly red. "Are you okay?" Qinzhe asked. Chen Qingyuan shook her head. She bit her lip and looked at him. Qinzhe saw her red face and said, "Don't drink too much." "Okay." Chen Qingyuan nodded. When he walked into the bathroom, Chen Qingyuan suddenly shouted, "Qinggo." Qinzhe looked at her. "It's okay." Chen Qingyuan suddenly stopped talking. She lowered her head and hurriedly walked towards the stairs. Qinzhe took out the large magic tool to pee. He lowered his head and glanced, from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. Back then, the old man always said that he wouldn't be able to achieve great things. After using the bathroom, he walked to the stairs. Suddenly, he heard a conversation. "Qingyuan, I've been chasing you, but you turned a blind eye. That Qinzhe doesn't like you at all, but you can't wait to throw yourself at him. Go away. It's none of your business." "I'm not convinced. How am I worse than him? If you don't make it clear today, I won't let you go. Go and look in the mirror. How are you better than him?" Qinzhe stood at the corner and saw Chen Qingyuan leaning against the wall between the second and third floor. Yang Lingdong had his hands on the wall, blocking Chen Qingyuan. It was the legendary Cabidan. When he watched TV dramas in the past, he always envied the male characters who Cabidan. However, he didn't have a girlfriend and was a coward back then. He didn't dare to Cabidan his sister, so every time he saw a Cabidan, he would curse in his heart. Chen Qingyuan was also wondering why she fell in love with Qinzhe. At first, it was in the KTV private room. Qinzhe descended from the sky on a 7-colored cloud, and with a series of popping sounds, he rescued her from danger. If this was in ancient times, the girls would give themselves to him. Chen Qingyuan felt that she couldn't abandon the good virtues of her ancestors, so she secretly fell in love with Qinzhe. Although she liked him casually, her love was very deep. Since then, Qinzhe had been like a wild dog that had broken free of its leash. He was the fastest in the entertainment industry, the most accurate in the stock market, and the most ruthless in fighting. In the end, he was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Of course, she was attracted to such a man. There were many, many reasons for liking someone. The one that touched Chen Qingyuan's heart the most was still that time in the KTV. When she was at her most helpless and scared, her friends were all scared and were pressed to the ground. The only one who was tough was Qinzhe. Qinzhe had a cigarette in his mouth, like Sun Wukong holding the golden cudgel. Qinzhe wore a pair of 100 yuan sneakers, like a monkey stepping on a rainbow cloud. Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of security. This was something she didn't feel from her parents who kept saying that they were good for her. Liking someone is a touching experience. Falling in love with someone was a trigger. How am I not as good as him? Tell me, Yang Lingdong said loudly. Are you as rich as him? Chen Qingyuan asked. My parents are rich. Yang Lingdong was unconvinced. You're talking about your parents too. It's none of your business. Isn't my parents' money my money? Your parents might not be your money. What if your father has an illegitimate child outside? Your parents are dead, and the money is your money. That's a matter of decades later. Are you as handsome as him? Do you know how to play the piano? Can you write songs? When Qinzhe heard this, he beamed with joy. He thought to himself, Chen Qingyuan's only problem is that she's too honest. Don't say it out loud, it'll be embarrassing. Chen Qingyuan shrugged. Look, you can't beat him in anything. Why don't you give me a reason to accept you? Yang Lingdong muttered, I don't accept this, Qinzhe walked down and coughed behind him. Yang Lingdong was so scared that his body trembled. He looked at him in horror. Are you trying to scare me to death? Yang Lingdong said angrily. I don't look scary. Xianxia touched his face. I just look scary. Yang Lingdong was speechless. Yeah, you're Qin Ji's boss. Are you older than him? Chen Qingyuan sneered. Why should I choose you and not him? How big is it? Yang Lingdong couldn't accept this kind of thing. Damn, big chest, you're wrong. Shouldn't you be suspecting that we're in a fake relationship? Chen Qingyuan turned to look at Xianxia. Damn, why are you looking at me? I'll tell you that my brother is huge. My brother can go from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. My brother can go 20,000 miles under the sea. My brother, shrouding the heavens. Xianxia regretted speaking up for her. After Egyi's awakening, his thoughts were unconstrained. Chen Qingyuan tilted her head as a bright idea came to her mind. She said, Yang Lingdong, give up. I can't sit on your seat. Qin Ge, you're hurting my heart. Xianxia? Yang Lingdong? Neither of them understood what Chen Qingyuan meant. They thought that she had said something bad. Anyway, this girl had a lot of bad words. Xianxia thought to himself, this girl is messing around. I can't do that. It's not the right time to use it. Don't be so smug. I won't give up on Qingyuan. Yang Lingdong turned and glared at Xianxia. His eyes were bloodshot. When he spoke, the strong smell of alcohol assailed their nostrils. Xianxia frowned. He knew that alcohol made people fearless. This guy was so stubborn and drunk. It was easy for him to do something impulsive. What if he dragged Chen Qingyuan into the bushes on the way home and attacked her crazily? Therefore, he felt that he had to interfere. You're young and don't learn good things. You'll die early if you push girls around. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. Young man, listen to my advice. Go back. You can pursue her when you're sober. What's wrong with you? You don't like her and you're hanging on to her. Then don't hinder others from pursuing her, Yang Lingdong said loudly. Oh, you don't like her and you don't allow others to get close to her? Are you a pervert? Chen Qingyuan's eyes lit up. I didn't say that you can't pursue her. I said that you can come after you're sober, Xianxia explained. I'm very sober. Why do you care what I want to do? Yang Lingdong said agitatedly. You see, drinking makes you excited. You're not in the right state to talk about this, Xianxia said. Haha. Yang Lingdong said, yes, I'm not as rich as you. I'm not as handsome as you. So what? Who do you think you are? Why do you care? Xianxia didn't say anything. Yang Lingdong patted his chest and said provocatively, hit me if you can. Xianxia, Yang Lingdong kept patting Xianxia's chest and continued to provoke him. Hit me if you can. Come on, hit me. Hit me. Hit me, Xianxia sent him flying with a slap. Yang Lingdong spun 365 times and hit the ground with his head. I thought such a cheap request was on TV. My horizons have been broadened, Xianxia said in surprise. Chen Qingyuan, Yang Lingdong, this guy covered his face and sat on the ground, dumbfounded. Xianxia kicked him. Are you awake? If not, I'll hit you again. Yang Lingdong, I'm awake, I'm awake. Yang Lingdong got up awkwardly. Xianxia kicked his butt again and he ran down the stairs. Chen Qingyuan blinked and hugged his arm. Qin Gu. Xianxia dodged. Chen Qingyuan didn't mind. In fact, she was very happy. See, men were animals who didn't mean what they said. They said that they didn't like her, but they couldn't bear to see other men get close to her. Men were also changed from eels, so as long as she continued to work hard, he would definitely be hers. The birthday party lasted until 10 in the evening. Everyone came in high spirits and left to their heart's content. How are we going back tonight? Xianxia asked Chen Qingyuan, who was sticking to him. Sister Li Qian found a designated driver. We'll take her car back. I also took her car when I came here, Chen Qingyuan said obediently. I'm going to be 18 soon. My mother said that when I'm an adult, she'll buy me a car. Chen Qingyuan suddenly blushed. I can do a lot of other things when I'm an adult. Xianxia pretended not to understand. Qinzhe walked her out of the villa. On the way, Chen Qingyuan gave Li Qian a look. Li Qian rolled her eyes and walked forward, distancing herself from the two. Qingge, do you think that I'm still young, so you won't accept me? Chen Qingyuan walked briskly. I have a girlfriend, Qinzhe said. I know. I know you have a girlfriend. Can't you have a girlfriend? What do you like about me? I'm not handsome. Chen Qingyuan puffed up her cheeks and said indignantly, you're lying. Qinzhe, after a while, Chen Qingyuan said sweetly, well, if I get into Fudan University, you'll be my boyfriend, okay? Qinzhe, it's none of my business whether you get into Fudan University or not. Chen Qingyuan bit her lip and said, just say yes. That's what they say in the movies. Qinzhe, okay, if you get into Harvard, Cambridge, or MIT, I'll be your boyfriend. Chen Qingyuan felt wronged. I'm not that smart. Since we're talking about this, I'll talk to you for a while. Qinzhe sighed. Little girl, you're still young. You don't know what love is. You might admire me. After all, I'm handsome, rich, and talented. But this is definitely not love. Chen Qingyuan laughed. I like how shameless you are. Even my fart smells good? Yes, it smells good. Are you king crazy? Chen Qingyuan said seriously, after a girl turns 13, she knows what love is. So, Qingge, what you said is not reliable. I actually know what love is. Qinzhe was concerned about another thing. So, a girl's first menstrual period is at the age of 13, how old was his sister at that time? He couldn't remember. He only remembered that his sister was crying. She felt cold all over and her limbs were weak. Qinzhe was also scared to death. He ran to his mother and said, Mom, my sister's butt is bleeding. She's going to die. He should have just started elementary school. When Qin Baobao was young, she was really mischievous. Later on, she found out about the monthly hemorrhage, but she lied to little Qinzhe and said, last time, big sister went crazy while practicing martial arts and almost died. Fortunately, our mother's cultivation was high and she was lucky enough to heal her injuries and save big sister. At that time, the two of them were especially obsessed with Hong Kong martial arts dramas. After that, for a very long time, every time Qin Baobao had her period, she would run to Qinzhe with a pale face and say, brother, I'm going to die from qi deviation again. This time, I'm going to die. Qinzhe was on the side, crying in fear. Qin Baobao said, before Jie dies, I hope to have some pocket money in my pocket, so that I can show filial piety to the king of hell. Qinzhe gave all the pocket money he had saved to his sister. Time after time, his sister didn't die every time. Every time, Qinzhe would give his sister some pocket money. But she still had to sing with tears in her eyes, I'm willing to do it for you, I'm willing to do it for you, I'm willing to give up my treasury for you bastard. At that time, you could buy 5 spicy strips for 50 cents. Later, when he was in junior high school, Qinzhe no longer believed in his sister when he learned about his period. Many girls have already gotten boyfriends. They laugh at me, saying that I'm a love-struck fool and brainless. Chen Qingyuan wrinkled her nose and snorted, actually, they are the brainless ones. When I was in junior high school, my boyfriend liked to ride a motorcycle. I felt that it was very cool to ride on a motorcycle. I also rode on a boy's motorcycle before. I have to be honest about this. I was a little rebellious at that time. But I also took good care of myself. I had fun, but I didn't spend the night outside, and I didn't let men touch me. When I was in senior high school, they liked those guys with gloomy temperaments. They felt that it was a sign of maturity, scheming and shrewd. At this point, Chen Qingyuan giggled. But after I met you, I didn't like boys of the same age anymore. That young Lingdong just now was already not bad. But in front of you, he seemed particularly childish. While they were still pretending to be cool and proud of small things, you already had your own business. When they were still singing a few songs and feeling that they were outstanding, you were already a famous composer in the music industry. When they were still using tens of thousands of pocket money to show off their superiority in front of ordinary classmates, you were already worth tens of billions. Chen Qingyuan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. You see, what reason do I have not to like you? damn, I'm actually so outstanding. Xianxia thought for a moment and retorted, because I'm old. You're still studying, but I've already entered the society. This is the gap brought about by age. It doesn't mean that they're worse than me. Chen Qingyuan sneered. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be able to reach your achievements in their lifetime. Even if they relied on me, they might not be able to reach your current height. Moreover, you're only 24. You graduated from college less than a year ago, and you're only 5.5 years older than me. For a girl, this is the best. Xianxia said, but for a man, it's best for a girl to be 3 years older than you to hold a gold brick. Chen Qingyuan was about to cry. But I was born late. What can I do? Qingge was really an irredeemable sister complex. I know. It's because of your sister Bao Bao that you formed the idea of marrying a wife like your sister when you were young. But in a few years, I'll definitely grow into a big sister with long legs who can wear black stockings. I'm now 1.67 meters tall. It won't be a problem for me to grow a few centimeters taller in the future. I've checked online. A girl's bones will only close at 23 years old. Xianxia said, yes, that's true. A boy's bones will close at 25 years old. No, how did you know? Who told you about marrying a wife like my sister? Chen Qingyuan said, so you told me. She said that you especially liked your sister when you were young and didn't like your sister. If there's good food, you'll give it to your sister first and give the leftovers to her. Xianxia was speechless. I've been unknowingly betrayed by that brat Suyu? I really want to explode. As they spoke, they arrived at the villa's sentry post. Li Qian stood at the door and made a phone call to contact the designated driver. Is the designated driver a female? Xianxia asked. No, female drivers are too scary. Chen Qingyuan shook her head. Xianxia nodded and was about to turn back when he suddenly remembered something. He asked, Qingyuan, what did you mean by, I can't do it? He felt that something was wrong. It was the intuition of an experienced driver. Chen Qingyuan blushed. Xianxia was puzzled. Why are you blushing? I can't do it, Chen Qingyuan said. Yes, I can't do it. What's the problem? I can't do it. I can't do it. There's nothing wrong with that. Chen Qingyuan turned sideways and patted her perky butt. I can't do it. It's sitting, not doing it. With that, she turned around and ran away. Xianxia thought for a moment. In that case, if she couldn't do it, it meant she was small. It hurt, it meant she was big? Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia's face was full of tears. Look at this little girl. Sister, you've lived 8 more years than her. It hurt. Xianxia stood by the sentry box and watched Chen Qingyuan and Li Qian get into the car. The engine started, the car lights turned on. And the BMW rushed out like a cheetah. He returned to the villa the same way he came. The birthday party was over. The staff of the barbecue restaurant carried the barbecue props and tables and chairs away, leaving the yard in a mess, including bamboo sticks, wine bottles, paper towels, and tableware. After the party, the place was a little bleak. Peiziki sat alone in the yard. Her back was thin, and she looked particularly lonely. Give me a hand. Let's clean up the yard. Xianxia said, or, can you contact the property management? At this time, the property management probably couldn't be relied on. Nan Manpei would definitely go crazy when he saw the backyard. Sister Man asked him to keep an eye on this group of brats, but it turned out to be such a mess. He couldn't explain it. Drink another glass. Peiziki turned around. Her face was as red as an apple, very attractive. It turned out that she was sitting here in a daze. Xianxia thought that she would feel lonely when she saw the scene. How much is this? Xianxia put up a finger. 1. How about this? Xianxia put up 2 fingers. 2. Then who am I? Little uncle. Xianxia, it seemed that she was really drunk. Okay, I'll take her to the room and crazily attack her. Attack your ass, no one will help me clean the yard. Xianxia helped Peiziki up, took her into the living room, and threw her on the sofa. Li Donglai also fell on the sofa. Before the birthday party was over, Li Donglai was already on the verge of collapsing. This guy drank like he didn't care about his life. He drank all the wine and went around in circles. He didn't refuse any foreign wine or beer. After all, young people had the mentality that if they didn't get drunk, they weren't men. The brother and sister lay side by side on the sofa. Xianxia carried a big black garbage bag, a broom, and a dustpan in the backyard to deal with the funeral. The barbecue tools, tables, and chairs were provided by the barbecue restaurant. Now that they had been taken away, the burden was reduced a lot. Xianxia mainly dealt with the garbage on the ground, as well as some disgusting vomit. Xianxia had obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, when he spanked his sister's buttocks, he wanted it to be even. The toothbrush in the bathroom must be facing the same direction, and the towel must be spread out and not wrinkled. The courtyard was in a mess, which made his obsessive-compulsive disorder very uncomfortable. Peiziki walked out with a small stool in a daze and sat down at the bottom of the stairs. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at Xianxia with blurred eyes. "What are you looking at?" Xianxia took the time to look back at her. "Look at you." Peiziki burped. "Why are you looking at me?" "I want to see how handsome you are and make Chen Qingyuan like you so much." "Can you tell?" "No." Xianxia thought that this girl really knew how to say things that went against her conscience. Chen Qingyuan was much more honest than her. "I don't understand." Peiziki tilted her head and said. "What's the matter?" "Chen Qingyuan is not bad looking. She's not worse than me, and she's soft and cute, unlike me. I'm actually very shrewish. I'm also dead set on you. Don't be a hypocrite. You must be very happy in your heart." Xianxia straightened up, leaned on the broom, and touched his chin. "That's right. Why would I reject her? It's not like I have to marry her. It's not a loss to have a few times while I'm young." Peiziki gritted her teeth and said, "Scum. Look, I accept it. I'm scum. If I don't accept it, you little brats will say that I'm hypocritical." Xianxia shrugged. "Forget it. I'm not interested in a small asterisk. What are you glaring at? You're just a little girl of 18 years old. You're not convinced? But the little girl will grow into a mature lady in a few years. She's very malleable," Peiziki said. "Ha ha ha, are you talking about yourself?" Xianxia glanced at her small, protruding chest. "I'm not bragging. I've seen the whole process of a table tennis ball evolving into a football with my own eyes. At your age, you're only at this scale. You'll be a yo-yo for the rest of your life." Peiziki carried a small bench and chased him all over the yard. The two ran a few laps. Peiziki stepped on a puddle of vomit. She slipped and fell straight forward. Xianxia reacted quickly and opened his arms to catch her. Peiziki blushed and looked up at him. Perhaps it was because she drank too much, but her blurred eyes were especially charming. Such an ambiguous atmosphere made Peiziki a little helpless. Xianxia cleverly resolved the awkwardness. "Look, you pounced so hard, but you don't have the pleasure of dribbling the ball and hitting people." Peiziki was stunned for a few seconds and then exploded. "Xianxia, go to hell." She made threatening gestures and scratched Xianxia's face. "I'm a progressive youth of the new era who can always implement gender equality." Xianxia pressed on Peiziki's head and gave her a push, causing her to fall to the ground. Peiziki was not angry. She patted her butt and bent down to pick up the small bench and walked into the villa. "Hey!" Xianxia called out to her from behind. When she turned around, he asked, "When is your aunt coming back? Why is she so busy in the middle of the night? Don't tell me she's on a date with a man." Peiziki smiled faintly and teased, "Oh, you miss my aunt so much. Do you really want to be my uncle?" Xianxia said, "Little niece, you've lost your semen." Wretch Peiziki suddenly bent down and vomited. Xianxia, she had felt disgusted and uncomfortable just now, so she carried the small bench to the yard to get some fresh air. With such a fuss, her stomach was churning and she could not control it at all. Xianxia spent 20 minutes cleaning the yard. He put the garbage into a bag and washed the vomit into the flower bed. He stood on the steps and swept the yard with his hands on his hips. It was neat and tidy. Very good. All that was left was to send the two drunkards back to their room and wait for Nan Manpei to come back. After that, he could leave. Li Donglai lay down like a dead pig. Pei Ziki leaned against the sofa and frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Xianxia picked up his good-for-nothing disciple. It was a little embarrassing to carry her like a princess, but it was the easiest way to support an unconscious person. Li Donglai wrapped her arms around Xianxia's neck and looked up at him with misty eyes. After a while, she smiled shyly. "Qinggu, I like you, Xianxia, Pei Ziki." Pei Ziki choked on a mouthful of saliva and coughed violently. It took her a long time to stop. She stammered, he said he likes you." Xianxia's mouth twitched. "Seems like, maybe, those are the words." Pei Ziki felt as if thunder had exploded in her head. She was flustered. Pei Ziki cried, "You won't even let my brother go. He's still a child." MMP. Xianxia looked at Li Donglai sadly. How could a good young man turn gay just like that? If Sister Man knew, would she beat the shit out of him? A strange smell floated in the living room. It was the fragrance of soap. When the man was silent and the woman was crying, Li Donglai finally recovered and continued, "Really, I like you." She burped and continued, "This magnanimity." Xianxia, Pei Ziki. Xianxia carried Li Donglai up to the second floor in a single breath. His face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. Xianxia placed Li Donglai down, and when he went downstairs, he discovered that it was raining outside. The courtyard was first filled with raindrops, as if thick ink had been thrown onto rice paper. Then, the torrential rain poured down. The white curtain of rain instantly blurred the outside world. Pei Ziki looked at the rain and was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, she thought of something. "My aunt's clothes are still on the balcony. Help me take them back." Xianxia said, "Where's the key?" When he went to the toilet, he wanted to pee in Sister Man's room, but found that the door was locked. "I have the key. It's on the bedside table in my room, in the second cabinet," Pei Ziki said. Sister Man's room. Xianxia's interest was piqued. "Go, it's raining so heavily," Pei Ziki urged. Her head was hurting and her stomach was hurting. She kept wanting to throw up, so she ran upstairs to collect her clothes. Xianxia turned around and jogged upstairs. He had never entered Pei Ziki's room before, but he knew where it was. Girls' rooms were usually decorated cozily, and Pei Ziki was no exception. The room was decorated with warm colors and light pink bedsheets. There were no stuffed bears or childish toys. There were some cute decorations, such as a glazed teacup with a beautiful warrior, a small table lamp, a rattan chair by the window, and a weight scale in the corner. This seemed to be a girl's standard. Both of his sisters had one. Every other week, his sister would weigh herself. If she found that she had gained weight, she would whine, "Oh, I've gained weight again. It's all A's fault." Xianxia would always comfort his sister, "It means that your balls are inflated. It's a good thing." Xin Baobao would happily pretend to pout, "You're so annoying." His sister would also weigh herself every other week. If she found that she had gained weight, she would sigh and say, "I've gained weight again." Does A's like thin or fat girls? At times like this, Xianxia would be especially vigilant. He would say, "Sister Ziwei, no matter if you're fat or thin, you're still electricity, light, and the only word. You're my little cutie." He couldn't be blamed for being mushy. He had learned his lesson. Once, Wang Zijin asked him this. Xianxia didn't think before answering, "If you've gained weight, you should quickly lose weight. Of course, it's better to be slim." Wang Zijin pinched his waist and put on a fake smile, "You think I'm fat?" Xianxia endured the pain and said, No, Sister Ziwei is cute when she's fat." Wang Zijin changed it to Thomas's roundhouse pinch and said, "You actually said I'm fat." Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia found the key in the bedside table and opened Nan Manpei's room. A unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was faint and very special. It should be the fragrance of a perfume that Nan Manpei often used. Some women liked to use perfume to adjust the air in the room. For example, his family's maggot Bao Bao would spray her Dior perfume every morning. The first room they entered was a small living room. There was a genuine leather sofa of an unknown brand, a glass coffee table, and a tea tray. Sister Man was definitely a tea lover, and she often made tea. She placed the tea tray in the center of the coffee table, and small teacups were placed neatly around the teapot. Well, Sister Man also had obsessive-compulsive disorder. After passing through the small living room, the bedroom was inside. The layout of the entire suite had the unique elegance of a mature woman. Xianxia didn't know much about furniture and decoration, but at first glance, he felt that it was high-end and classy. No matter how pure a person was, they would still have a comfortable room and a comfortable bed. Opening the glass door of the balcony, a few clothes and women's underwear fluttered in the night wind. The window was open, and the rain was blown into the balcony by the wind, wetting the clothes a little. Xianxia put away all the clothes and threw them on the bed. Then, he glanced around the bedroom. Sneakily, he carefully opened the bedside table and rummaged through it, but didn't find it. The drawer of the desk was unlocked. When he opened it, there were documents and information inside, but he still didn't find it. Next was the wardrobe. He rummaged through it carefully, but still didn't find it. Xianxia scratched his head. Sister Man, she didn't need a vagina. If she didn't need one, then so be it. But you don't even have one, she really didn't. Xianxia rummaged through it carefully again, but still found nothing. Sister Man was still single, and Suyu also said that she didn't have a man. If she had a man, she wouldn't have used him as a shield. Since you don't have a boyfriend, you should have a vagina. You don't even have one. What kind of woman are you? What kind of woman are you? You don't even care about vagina. Finally, he looked at the safe behind the desk. Could it be hidden here? No, 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 who the hell would hide that thing in the safe? Xianxia was a little disappointed that he couldn't dig out Sister Man's little secret. Since he met her at the Huangpu River, her cold and strong aura had left a deep impression on Xianxia. It was the feeling of a little newbie looking up to a big boss. At that time, Xianxia was useless, not even a fast shooter. Xianxia's mentality of digging out Nan Man Pei's little secret was like a loser curious about what a goddess looked like when she went to the toilet. This metaphor was not very appropriate, anyway, that was what it meant. Sister Man was such a strong woman with a cold aura. If he could find something in her room, it would be very exciting. But there was nothing, he found nothing. Xianxia couldn't help but think, Sister Man didn't rely on tools but her hands. I used my hands to achieve my dream. Is Sister Man so naughty? Ba ba ba. Stop it. Xianxia was just on a whim, purely curious. There was no special meaning. If he couldn't find it, then forget it. It meant that Sister Man's worldview was very upright, even more so than a newspaper seller. Xianxia was boiling water in the living room, preparing to drink a cup of tea to relieve his hangover. After that, he would drive home. There were a few bags of tea under the coffee table, not too much, not too little. They were not canned tea leaves that could be bought in the market, but in plastic bags. They looked more like ordinary tea leaves that were fried by farmers. But with Nan Man Pei's status, these seemingly ordinary tea leaves were definitely worth a lot. Influenced by his grandfather, Xianxia knew a little about tea leaves. When he was free, he would brew a pot of tea to drink. Sister Man preferred coffee because it tasted sweeter. The fragrance of top-grade coffee was not inferior to tea leaves. She loved vanilla latte the most. Before the water boiled, he walked to the balcony, opened the window a little, lit a cigarette, and looked out at the pouring rain. On a rainy night, one's heart would be especially peaceful. He liked the sound of the rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The raindrops pitter-pattered against the window. The wind passed through the glass and made a sharp whistling sound. Xianxia held the cigarette between his fingers and looked into the distance. The world was full of the sound of rain. He seemed to be standing in the center of the world, accompanied by the sound of rain. It was a good time to pretend to be profound. If Chen Qingyuan saw it, she would be fascinated by him. The silver Maserati was parked in the parking garage beside the villa. Each villa was equipped with a small parking garage. Nan Man Pei opened a large black umbrella and stepped on the rain-covered ground with black high heels. Closing the door and locking the car, she walked into the villa with an umbrella. Nan Man Pei's height was undoubtedly tall among women, 1.7 meters, only a little shorter than Suyu. In terms of facial features alone, she was very beautiful, but compared with Qin Baobao and Suyu, who had flawless facial features, she was slightly inferior. But she and Suyu had attended several business activities at the same time. The eyes of the men present were always the first to look at her. This woman had an aura that was born to be the focus, as bright as a torch in the dark night. She was a woman in her early 30s, a ripe peach, slender and powerful legs, and a round buttocks that could always stretch her skirt. There was also a heavy and plump chest. Her body revealed a seductive style, but her temperament was cold and elegant. Xianxia used to think that if Sister Man could put on gorgeous lipstick and black eyeshadow, it would be a rare visual feast. Nan Manpei walked through the bluestone path beside the villa. The front door of the villa was basically closed. After entering the iron gate, she walked through the bluestone path from the right side to the backyard. Nan Manpei glanced at the yard deliberately and nodded with satisfaction. It was very clean. The hall was brightly lit. Nan Manpei closed the umbrella at the door and leaned against the door. The hall was also very neat. It was not messy like she had imagined, with pillows flying everywhere. There was also no trash. This made her, who was a clean freak, feel a little better. It seemed that inviting Xianxia was the right choice. He had always been reliable. Peiziki curled up on the soft sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Nan Manpei woke her up. Peiziki rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Auntie, you're back?" Nan Manpei smelled alcohol and frowned slightly. She was a woman who paid attention to health. She didn't smoke or drink. Even if she was busy, she would go home to sleep before 12 o'clock. Her work and rest were very regular. Except for her love of spicy Hunan cuisine, her diet and work schedule were impeccable. But since today was her little niece's birthday, she didn't care. Over the years, Peiziki and Li Donglai lived with her. They only went back to their father's house during the holidays. Both the brother and sister had stubborn tempers, heavy resentment and hostility. But she didn't have much time to accompany them over the years. "Why are you sleeping here? Where's Donglai?" Nan Manpei asked. Li Donglai was drunk like a dead pig. Xianxia sent him back to his room. Peiziki said. "Xianxia left?" Peiziki looked at the time on her phone and said blankly, "I don't think so. It was raining. I asked him to help you put away the clothes, and then I fell asleep. Maybe he didn't leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have woken me up." Nan Manpei nodded. "I'll go upstairs and take a look." Xianxia made the tea. It was boiling hot. He put it on the coffee table to cool for a while. Then he remembered that the clothes were still on the bed. His OCD was acting up again. He felt comfortable only when the clothes were neat. He went into the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, and helped Nan Manpei fold the clothes. In addition to the clothes, there were 2 pieces of underwear. One was black lace, and the other was blue. Xianxia noticed that Sister Man's underwear was so sexy. Underwear was essentially no different from clothes. There was nothing wrong with pursuing fashionable and beautiful underwear. It didn't have to be worn for men to see. It didn't mean that girls who wore cartoon underwear were pure. There was no cartoon underwear in the underwear closet for adult women. It felt great. It was a high-end product. Xianxia felt a similar feeling on his sister's and Sister Ziwei's underwear. During his 4 years in college, Xianxia did all the housework. He washed his sister's clothes. In fact, he just threw them in the laundry room and hung them up after washing. His sister was used to this. Sister Ziwei washed her own underwear at first. Later, Sister Ziwei also fell and pushed all the dirty and tiring work to Xianxia. How annoying. After a while, Xianxia's hands were covered with the traces of his sister's underwear. Xianxia touched his sister's underwear. It was like a sow wearing a crab bra, one set after another. However, other women's underwear except for his sister's and Suyu. It was the first time Xianxia touched such a powerful thing with his own hands. It was a piece. Xianxia also found another thing. Sister Man's chest size was also D, and it was not smaller than his sister's. Usually, it couldn't be seen at all because of the clothes. Xianxia only knew that Sister Man was broad-minded. but subconsciously, he felt that his sister's chest was number one. Only now did he find that it was not smaller than his sister's. He found it out by touching her underwear. After all, he was very familiar with it. He compared the size in his heart and immediately found it. At that time, Xianxia suddenly felt a shadow coming out of the corner of his eye. After a pause, he turned his head to look. Then, a very beautiful and melodic song inexplicably floated in his mind. The night is getting colder, the flowers fall into frost. His heart was cold. Nan Manpei's room was carpeted, so there was no sound of footsteps. Besides, the heavy rain outside disturbed Xianxia's hearing, so he didn't notice Nan Manpei going upstairs and entering the room silently. Pei Nanman, who was standing at the door, was dumbfounded. The moment she entered the room, the scene in the room was like this: a man was sitting on her bed, holding her bra in his hand, carefully observing and caressing it. Nan Manpei hadn't watched any Japanese educational films, otherwise, she would have immediately connected Xianxia with the men who loved underwear in the films. Man. Xianxia was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. He was comparing Nan Manpei's size with his sister's, so he looked very carefully. Who knew that Sister Manpei had seen everything at the door? How should he explain it? He couldn't explain it at all. Man? Nan Manpei's mouth twitched. Man. Sister, let me explain, Xianxia said. Explain what? Nan Manpei glanced at the bra in his hand coldly. Explain why you molested my bra? I wanted to help you fold your clothes. Xianxia said weakly. It was so awkward. Okay, you explain. Nan Manpei raised her eyebrows. I. Xianxia was suddenly confused. What was there to explain? How to explain? I just wanted to see if your breasts were bigger or my sister's. No, it was better not to explain. I just felt that the material of your bra was very good, so I couldn't help but touch it a few more times. That wouldn't do either. Wouldn't that make him an underwear thief? Explain, why don't you explain? Nan Manpei sneered. I didn't expect you to be like this, Xianxia. Since he couldn't explain it, Xianxia simply didn't try to explain it. He would just treat what had happened as a misunderstanding. Since you're back, then I should also go back, ha. Xianxia threw away the bra in his hand and hurriedly tried to escape. Nan Manpei's pale face was filled with anger. You want to leave without explaining clearly? This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. It was the first time a man dared to play with her underwear. Although she was stunned, it did not mean that she was not angry. For the sake of their past relationship, she did not fall out with him. However, Xianxia, seeing that the situation was not good, planned to escape. When they brushed past each other, Nan Manpei pulled Xianxia. Then, without any warning, he grabbed Xianxia's lower abdomen with a fierce kick. The moment Xianxia was kicked away, he was still stunned. He was really surprised that Sister Man had such skills. He always thought that Sister Man was just an ordinary businesswoman. Although he knew about her background in the north, it should be because of her father. Sister Man only needed to be as beautiful as a flower. Moreover, her family suffered a great change in the past. Wasn't it supported by her ex-husband? Why does elder Sister Man have such sharp skills? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Xianxia's body instinctively responded. The moment he landed, he supported himself with his arms and straightened his back. He stood up straight like a zombie in the movies. Nan Manpei raised her eyebrows. She was a little surprised. She knew that Xianxia was a man, so she punched him in the face. She had been curious about Xianxia for a long time. When they first met on the Huangpu River, Xianxia was just a rookie who had a rough understanding of internal martial arts. But at the end of last year, she heard from Suyu about the negotiation between Xianxia and her ex-husband. Of course, she knew what kind of person her ex-husband was. His wild character was integrated into his instinct. Although he had been clean for many years, if he encountered something he could not solve, he would subconsciously use violence. This was a common problem for many people in the underworld. It was hard to change one's nature. But that day, Chao Bing was as timid as a dog in front of Xianxia. He did not even have the courage to resist. Nan Manpei had never tried to crush a bone porcelain cup with one hand. Maybe he could crush it, but it was definitely not enough. Maybe his finger bones would be broken. But Xianxia easily crushed 2 cups in succession and completed the double kill. This was why Xiaobing chose to be timid. They were not at the same level at all. Xianxia tilted his head. His fist brushed past Xiaobing's ear and missed. He put his palm on Nan Manpei's lower abdomen and silently exerted force. Nan Manpei felt that she was pushed back by a huge force. Seeing that she was about to fall, Xianxia stepped forward and hugged Nan Manpei's waist. Small waist? Xianxia was surprised. Oh, he had discovered yet another woman with such a powerful thing like slim waist. In Xianxia's not-so-rich life of reading women, he had only seen his sister's small waist. Women needed to exercise to have such a soft and elastic waist. They needed to keep working out for a long time. It was useless to just run. It was impossible to train to have such a soft and elastic waist. Is this little pervert flirting with me? Pei Nanman squinted her eyes and tightened her waist. She went from leaning backwards to standing upright. At the same time, she dribbled the ball and bumped into Xianxia, causing him to stagger. Her elbow swept across Xianxia's face. Xianxia hit his head on the wall. Pei Nanman's face was expressionless as she tore a hole in her dress. If she didn't do that, she wouldn't even be able to perform a high kick. Again, she said. The two of them fought in the not-so-spacious bedroom. Her face and ears turned red as her flesh penetrated. Every attack was accompanied by the sound of panting. Every hit was dripping with sweat. The bed could not withstand their tossing and turning, and it creaked like a toothache. The two of them fought from the bedroom to the balcony and from the balcony to the living room. They even fought on the leather sofa for a few minutes. Xianxia tried his best to cooperate with Nan Manpei. Sister Man seemed to want to fight with him for 300 rounds. Since Sister Man wanted it so badly, Xianxia would definitely give it to her. It was a good experience. He was deeply surprised by Sister Man's kung fu. It was super good. Between Sister Man and the goddess of war, only a sword was missing. In the living room, Pei Ziki was startled by the fierce fighting. She endured her headache and ran upstairs to check the situation. The scene in the room was like this: her auntie, whom she had always respected, was lying on the sofa. One of her slender legs was held high in Xianxia's hands. Her nude-colored stockings were torn, her high heels were nowhere to be seen, and her skirt was torn. From Pei Ziki's angle, she could even see the color of her auntie's underwear. Xianxia was playing with her aunt's thigh with one hand. At least in Pei Ziki's eyes, he was playing with it. There was nothing wrong with it. His coat was gone and the collar of his knitted sweater was held tightly by her aunt. Her other hand was pressed hard on the sofa and she couldn't move. Pei Ziki, who had read a lot of romance novels, instantly imagined hundreds of plots where a domineering CEO forced himself on a naive and sweet female protagonist. Pei Ziki screamed and pounced on Xianxia. She punched Xianxia with her small fists. You bastard, you scum, you scum. Xianxia's face was filled with confusion. Come at me if you want to. Let go of my aunt. Pei Ziki scratched her hair and face. My aunt is still a child. Let go of me. Nan Manpei said angrily. Xianxia pushed Pei Ziki away, got up, picked up his coat and put it on. Pei Ziki hugged Nan Manpei with tears in her eyes. Pei Ziki cried. Aunt, are you okay? Nan Manpei thought for a while. Actually, Xianxia and I were fighting just now. Do you believe it? Pei Ziki looked suspiciously at the scratches on Xianxia's face and Nan Manpei's torn skirt. She cried. Why are you still protecting this scum at this time? A real fight wouldn't be the same as the regular taekwondo sparring. Not to mention fingernails, if necessary, one would even have to learn how to bite off the opponent's big guy, such a unique skill. As she spoke, Pei Ziki covered her aunt's shirt, which had a few buttons blown off, and a large patch of white and black lace bra disappeared. Xianxia looked away regretfully. 10 minutes later, Xianxia sat in the living room with his upper body naked. Nan Manpei sat behind him and applied ointment for him. Nan Manpei used all her strength. She didn't go easy on him except for the vital parts. Xianxia, on the other hand, was dodging all the attacks. He fought back occasionally but didn't hurt her. After all, there was a big gap between them. If Nan Manpei didn't use all her strength, the fight would be over in 3 seconds. If Xianxia used all his strength, he would finish the fight in 3 seconds. Therefore, he was always injured in this fight. Pei Ziqi stood aside and stared at the bruises on Xianxia's back. She finally believed her aunt's words. If it was just force, it couldn't have caused so many injuries. It looked like they were caused by a fight. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai were Nan Manpei's close relatives. Although they rarely talked about their mother's family, it didn't mean that they didn't know anything. When Li Donglai was young, he had seen Qiao Bing leading people to kill a few waves of ignorant foreign forces with his own eyes. He had also come into contact with the world. Although there was no such thing as leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls, kung fu that could take a person's life in 2 or 3 moves did exist. That was why he pestered Xianxia to become his disciple. Pei Ziqi said handsomely, "You obviously wanted to take advantage of my aunt during the fight. Fortunately, I came early." Nan Manpei looked at Xianxia. Xianxia kicked her little butt and scolded, "Get lost. Don't you have school tomorrow?" Pei Ziqi rushed over. Xianxia, who believed in equality between men and women, slapped her onto the sofa with the great monument-smashing hand. He even slapped his sister like that, not to mention a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. Pei Ziqi cried, "Auntie," Nan Manpei said softly, "Go back to your room and sleep." Pei Ziqi pouted and glared at Xianxia. Then, she rubbed her butt and left. 11:45 p.m. Xianxia was drinking tea. Nan Manpei changed into a nightgown. "Why aren't you leaving? Are you going to spend the night at my place?" Nan Manpei glared at him. "I feel that the smell of alcohol is still there. Drunk driving is very strict recently." Xianxia exhaled at Nan Manpei. "Smell it for me." Nan Manpei tilted her head and said angrily, "Do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" Xianxia said, "I'm not bragging. I've been holding back just now." Nan Manpei said gloomily, "How did you do it in half a year?" "Maybe I'm a rare martial arts genius." Xianxia was shameless. "Who are you kidding? When I was 3 years old and learned the horse stance, you weren't even born yet." "Not only was I not born, I wasn't even a little tadpole." Nan Manpei was speechless. "Who did you learn this from?" "A lowlife." The slender leg under the nightgown kicked over. Xianxia grabbed it and wondered, "You learned the horse stance at 3 years old. Why aren't your legs thick?" Nan Manpei blushed and said angrily, "Let go." Xianxia immediately let go. The two of them drank tea and did not speak for a long time. "I started learning the horse stance at 3 years old. My father forced me to." Nan Manpei played with the teacup with her fingertips. Her eyes were no longer clear. There were too many things in them, so complicated that it made people want to explore them. "I was born in a big city in the north. My family is very famous in the area and even in the nearby provinces. I lived with my nanny in a big house in the suburbs during my childhood. White walls and black tiles. The courtyard was eerie and there were 2 stone lions in front of the door." Xianxia subconsciously straightened his back. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Nan Manpei's eyes were more attractive than ever. Since the founding of the country had been in turmoil for a long time. From politics to the people's livelihood, from ideology to culture, everything was affected. The consequences of the turmoil on society were not short-term pain, but long-term pain. From fighting on horseback to ruling the country, crossing the river by feeling the stones, it had been a very long time. After the once beautiful ideals were ruthlessly attacked by reality, the old ideas were shattered, and the future was hopeless. Countless people lived in a state of confusion. Thus, many people had nothing to do and lived an ignoble life. They had hands and feet, but they were not willing to make a living. They were walking on a bright path, but they liked to take shortcuts. They were shameless and did not know what was good for them. Some people were forced by life, and some people were willing to fall. These people were called hooligans. From the 1970s to the 1980s, these groups gradually grew stronger by riding on the spring breeze of reform and opening up. The gradually recovering economy and the tiring suppression and regulation gave them the soil to nourish them. Among them, the North had the most. Nan Man Pei's father was born in the 1960s, was active in the 70s and 80s, and was shot in the 90s. Nan Man Pei had lived in a small town outside a small town in the north since she was born. She lived in a house with white walls and black tiles. She lived with her sister and an old nanny. When she was 3 years old, she saw her father for the first time. Her 10-year-old sister held her hand and waited for her father in the middle of the hall. When Pei Nanman was 3 years old, she had no concept or reference of a father at all. So when the man came and lifted Nan Man Pei up high, she was so scared that she cried and kicked the man's face with her legs. "Big brother, are you okay?" A confidant handed him a handkerchief. The man who got a nosebleed was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "My daughter is very strong. Ha ha ha." From that day onwards, Nan Man Pei was urged to practice martial arts because her father thought that she was good material for it. Computers needed to be learned from a child. Pooh, martial arts needed to be learned from a child. It was also after that day that Nan Man Pei found out what kind of thing his father was. His sister said that this man called father and the woman called mother worked together to give birth to them. As for how they were born, Nan Man Pei didn't know and didn't think about it. Otherwise, his sister might say that they were born when they held hands. After all, it was impossible for her sister to know. She was only 10 years old at that time. His sister had also told him that there used to be 2 older brothers in the family, but they had died prematurely due to a gang feud. His mother had died of massive bleeding after giving birth to Nan Man Pei. Man, give Dad a few more years. Dad will bring you back to the provincial capital." The man patted her head and left. After that, every once in a while, the man would come to visit the 2 women secretly. He did not bring many people with him, only his confidants. He would come in the middle of the night and leave in the middle of the night. She would always bring snacks and toys for Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei had also stopped resisting at the beginning. Every day, he counted the days until he could see his father. Once, her father did not come. She waited from midnight until dawn in the middle of the hall and slept in her sister's arms. The next day, a boy knocked on the door of the big house. That boy was called Xiao Bing. I'm your father's protégé." Xiao Bing stood at the door of the inner courtyard with bags of gifts. The boy's gaze followed the figure of a little girl running under the flowering tree. He was slightly absent-minded. "I have to interrupt," Qinze said. "Xiao Bing is a lolicon? He has no taste at all. Lolas are cute, but how can she compare to a mature woman? TSK, she's mesmerizing." After saying that, he was kicked hard by Nan Man Pei. "Who are you?" The little Nan Man Pei turned around and put her hands on her waist. "I'm your father's protégé. I lost my parents when I was young." Xiao Bing said, "Master Pei asked me to come over because I'm young and inconspicuous." "Where's my dad?" "He's seriously injured and can't come." How could one not be attacked when one was in the pugilistic world? This was a common occurrence. People in the pugilistic world thought it was common, but their families didn't think so. That year, the 12-year-old sister was disgusted by this. "You killed my brother in the past. Sooner or later, you'll kill us." After Xiao Bing left, the sister said to Nan Man Pei in the house, "Then I'll practice martial arts and protect my father." Nan Man Pei's answer was unexpected. The sister was so angry that she pressed her on the bed and spanked her butt. She told her that a girl should marry into a good family in the future and take care of her husband and children. She shouldn't be involved in fighting and killing. Pei Nanman grumbled unhappily. She said that she had never lost a fight with the boys in town. She started practicing the horse stance when she was 3 years old. 2 years later, every time her father came, he would teach her a move or 2. It was more than enough to beat boys of the same age. When she was 6 years old, Nan Man Pei and her sister were taken to the provincial capital by their father. That day, a Santana that the people in town had never seen before drove over and stopped outside the town. In her father's words, he finally unified all the forces in the provincial capital and became a powerful person who dominated the province. Nan Man Pei was carried by her father and surrounded by dozens of henchmen. She was 6 years old and naive. She asked her father, "My sister said that my father's job is very dangerous. Why does he continue?" Her father pointed at the luxury cars. Man, look. These things were bought by our brothers at the risk of their lives. If you don't want them, others will fight for them. Man Pei grabbed her father's clothes. Man, don't want them. There's no turning back. Her father said, "Others will not only take your things, but also your life. I have a group of uncles to take care of. They don't know how to do anything. They haven't been educated, and they don't even know how to write their names. They don't know how to do anything except walk this path. In this fictitious world, everyone is fighting for fame and fortune. There are so few winners and so many losers. It's not easy for me to get to where I am today." At that time, Nan Man Pei still didn't understand this era. Since then, Nan Man Pei lived the life of a rich young lady. She had followers everywhere she went. In the 80s, foreign goods that many rich people didn't have access to were already daily necessities in her eyes. When Nan Man Pei was 15 years old, she was already a beauty praised by everyone. That year, a young man visited her father. Her father was very happy and hosted a banquet to entertain him. During the banquet, her sister and the young man exchanged glances. After that, Nan Man Pei often saw her sister hiding in her room to write letters. One day, Nan Man Pei stole her sister's letters and ran all over the courtyard. Her sister chased after her. "Although I'm thousands of miles away from you now, my heart is full of longing for you. I wish I could turn into an eagle and fly to your side without stopping. You are my eyes, the moon in my heart. Without you, how can I be happy? Fong, I miss you more than anything." As Pei Nanman ran, she let out a barbell-like laughter. "Sister, I won't let you marry into the Li family. You're smart, you'll inherit the Pei family business in the future. I won't do fighting and killing. I'll do the killing. You'll be in charge of the ideas." Dad said so too. "Besides, all the uncles are convinced by you." Compared to Nan Man Pei's athletic prowess, her sister was smarter and got into university. In that era where there were bumpkins everywhere, a university student in a gang that barely knew how to read was simply as dazzling as a female literary star. Later, that young man from the Li family came again. He and Master Pei had a big argument at home. "Dad wants you to retire. If you retire now, you still have a chance to escape unscathed. If you're too late, he won't be able to protect you." "Retire? How? If I retire, will I still have a chance to live? What about the hundreds of brothers? The impact this time is more terrifying than you think. It's not a small punishment. Do you want to eat peanuts? Then I'll change. There must be a way to survive. Those brothers have been with me for so many years. I can't retire just like that. It's no use. You're the center of attention this time. As long as you don't retire, the trouble will continue. My dad is going to move up a little. He can't give you any protection now. Do you know how many eyes are watching?" The conversation ended on a sour note. Not long after, the famous Master Pei was captured and shot. The life of this ambitious man who had dominated the north for more than 20 years ended. In late spring, the young man from the Li family came again. He was here to take his sister away. He wanted to take away Nan Man Pei's last hope as well. That day, Nan Man Pei chased them out of the house. He drove for a few miles and stopped them. "Sister, you can't go." Nan Man Pei stood in front of the car. He looked stubborn. Man, let me go. I want to go to the south with him. Staying here is not the life I want." His sister got out of the car. "Dad has only been here for half a month. The people outside are all restless. They want to set up their own businesses and take away more than half of our business. You're going to leave them behind with just a few words? Dad is gone. Let his things disappear with him. It's not something we should bear." Nan Man Pei grabbed his sister's sleeve tightly. Tears streamed down his face. "But I can't accept it. I can't accept it." In the end, his sister left. Outside the window, the rain gradually slowed down. Nan Man Pei held a teacup and was immersed in his memories. It had been a few decades since the 80s. It felt like a lifetime. When he looked back, things were still the same, but people had changed. Xianxia coughed. Looking at this scene, I suddenly have an idea. I want to sing a song. As expected, Nan Man Pei's attention was caught. Asking the world, is this the highest mountain? Haha. Or, is there another mountain higher than this one? Haha. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Xianxia asked hopefully, what do you think? Yes, yes. It's great. My songwriting talent is recognized by the whole country. Yes, yes. That's amazing. What kind of bullshit tea song is this? Are you comforting me or stabbing me in the heart? Are you trying to tell me that there's always a higher mountain and that my dad didn't regret his death? Forget it. I'll let it go for the sake of his kindness. Yeah, nie, what happened after that? Xianxia asked. Nan Man Pei was in a daze. After that, I went home and thought about how to stabilize the situation. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. I'm afraid that everyone will kick a man who is down. My father has offended many people in the past few years, and he will definitely settle the score. At that time I understood what my father meant. There's no way to retreat, there's really no way to retreat. But I'm not willing to leave the north just like that. This is the foundation that my father worked hard for his whole life. My 2 brothers died here. But reality left me with no way out. I can't support it alone. So I went to look for Xiaobing. At that time, his status in the gang was very high. He dared to fight and many people chose to follow him, supporting him to set up his own gang. When Nan Man Pei found him that day, the sun was shining brightly. He was tempering his body in the yard. Do you like me? Under the sunlight, the beautiful girl asked straightforwardly. Man, I've liked you for many years. Xiaobing stared at her. Okay, help me protect this family business and help me take back what my father lost. When I'm 20, I'll marry you. That year, she was 16 and Xiaobing was 19. In the next 4 years, with Xiaobing's help, Pei Nanman gradually gained a firm foothold. However, times were different. Every gangster was racking their brains to clear their names. Many of the profiteering grey industries were gradually being withdrawn from the stage of history. Man, the situation has changed. We have to give up some things to manage other businesses. Nan Man Pei had no objections to what Xiaobing said. She had successfully protected her father's family business and didn't have a clean ending. As for Xiaobing, she was naturally satisfied. A woman didn't have to marry someone she liked, but she had to marry someone who liked her. Nan Man Pei thought so at that time. Xiaobing was a person who cherished old relationships. He was adopted by Nan Man Pei's father and was even more devoted to her. When she was 20, she married Xiaobing as promised. She thought that she would live like this for a generation, but in the 2nd year of marriage, she found out that she was infertile. This caused a fatal crack in her marriage with Xiaobing. The next year, Xiaobing placed the divorce agreement in front of her. They said that you have a mistress outside? Nan Man Pei didn't look at the agreement but stared into Xiaobing's eyes. I don't like her, but I need her father's help. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to clear our names. It's you, not us. Man, believe me. Give me some time and I will divorce her. The person I love has always been you. Nan Man Pei sneered. It's best if you have a son. Xiaobing, if you want to borrow a chicken to lay eggs, you have to ask for my permission. Xiaobing didn't say anything. Divorce is good too. I won't have to bear the pressure anymore. Nan Man Pei signed the divorce agreement. From that moment on, she and Xiaobing had completely cut off all ties. She was angry at the betrayal, but she was not sad. Instead, she felt relieved. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. At that time, she understood that marrying the person she liked was far more important than marrying the person who liked her. Later, Nan Man Pei came to Shanghai with a group of people who were willing to follow her and an unimaginable amount of money. From then on, she took root in Shanghai. Her grades were average since she was a child, but she was self-taught. With the help of the Li family, she completely cleared her name. With a solid foundation, she made a lot of money every day. Xianxia carefully observed Nan Manpei's expression, especially when she said that Qiao Bing had seduced the daughter of the Shengguan family and became Chen Shimi. He felt that Sister Manpei must be very hurt. She was such a proud woman. But she didn't. Maybe she was too shrewd and experienced, so she could hide her emotions in her heart. Xianxia coughed again. Sister Man, I have a sudden inspiration. Shall I sing a song for you to relieve your boredom? Nan Manpei nodded. Go ahead. I once loved a man. He said that I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept my innocence for him and closed the door of love. Xianxia nodded as he sang. That must be it. Otherwise, why didn't Sister Man find another man after so many years? Xianxia realized the truth. Nan Manpei was speechless. Omega winky face, it was such a fitting song. She was speechless. Hearing him sing like this, Nan Manpei felt that she was a pitiful person who had been abandoned by her lover. Thank you, but I am going to sleep now. Please get out of my sight. Nan Manpei grabbed Xianxia's collar and pushed him out of the room. The moment the door was opened, Xianxia and Nan Manpei were stunned. There were two little guys who were eavesdropping at the door. They were about to turn around and run away. Stop. Nan Manpei raised her eyebrows and anger flashed across her pale face. Who told you to eavesdrop? Pei Ziki lied through her teeth. Auntie, we didn't eavesdrop. My brother was too drunk and insisted on drinking. Li Donglai cooperated and fell into Pei Ziki's arms. Help me up. I still want to drink a bucket. Then, the brother and sister acted and quickly scurried away. Xianxia was speechless. Nan Manpei was speechless. Xianxia looked at his phone. It was almost 1 a.m. Li Donglai had already sobered up. Then, Sister Man, I will leave first. Xianxia stood at the door and said goodbye. Okay. Drive carefully at night. Nan Manpei nodded and said gently. Okay. Xianxia walked down the stairs and hummed a song. I once loved a man like this, you are still singing. Nan Manpei was angry. Xianxia changed the song. My balls are cold when the wind blows, 18 centimeters shake and shake. Thud, the cotton slipper hit the back of his head. Xianxia fled downstairs. Nan Manpei hopped on one leg, picked up the slipper, and put it on. She rolled her eyes at Xianxia's running back. Charming. The next morning, when Xianxia accompanied Wang Zijin for a morning run, the kiss mark on his neck had completely disappeared. The two of them rested by the roadside. Wang Zijin stared at his side profile. What's with the scratch marks on your face? The scratch marks caused by Nan Manpei had already scabbed over. However, with Xianxia's physique, it would take about 2 days to recover. A woman's scratch marks, to a certain extent, were no less lethal than a kiss mark. However, it depended on the location. If the scratch marks were on his back, Xianxia could type GG and pray that he would die a better death. Fortunately, it was on his face. Sister Man wasn't here yesterday. Her little girl, Pei Ziki, was dead drunk. I helped her into the room, but she resisted and scratched her face. He couldn't say that it was Sister Man who scratched her face. That would be a big misunderstanding. If he said that he and Sister Man had fought for 300 rounds, Sister Ziwei would imagine that they had fought for 300 rounds in bed. They didn't know that Sister Man was good at kung fu. During breakfast, Xianxia used the same excuse to persuade his sister. Baby Qin nibbled on a steamed bun. Her 2 feet were under the table, and her sparkling toes, which were painted pink, were fighting restlessly. Don't drink so much. Take care of your body. Qin Baobao tucked her hair behind her ear and took a sip of soy milk. There's a meeting in Tianfeng today. You should come too. Wang Zijin thought, this again? During this time, the company's restructuring was completed. The positions were more or less arranged. Some of the people with connections and parasites were fired. Now we need to improve our teamwork and integrate the new and old employees. Also, the company's scale has expanded. The finances are a bit strained. Xianxia frowned. Strained? How is it strained? How's Tianfeng's profit this quarter? Qin Baobao said, let's talk about it at the company later. After breakfast, he and his sister went to Tianfeng. As soon as they entered the office, an ordinary-looking assistant brought in the company's financial report and investment report for the previous quarter. It was Qin Zai's first time looking at this. Usually, he only paid attention to the company's income. After he and Qin Baobao entered Tianfeng, the company's performance did improve. This was the benefit brought by him and Qin Baobao. Whether it was Qin Baobao's song copyrights, film and television works, or her connections in the entertainment industry and advertising business as a big shot, Tianfeng's business grew greatly. But for a big company to develop positively and healthily, it couldn't rely on one or two people. After all, it wasn't a studio. It needed a large majority of middle management elites. Tianfeng clearly lacked such elites. Excluding the commercial performances, commercials, movies, and variety shows that Qin Baobao participated in, the other celebrities didn't have much work to do. Li Wei, who was ranked second, didn't even have half of Qin Baobao's work. In Tianfeng's investment report for this quarter, they had invested in a total of 3 movies and 2 television series. The loss reached 10 million. Tianfeng's investment department and business department were too ordinary. Qin Zai called his assistant. Announce that all department managers will have a meeting at 10 a.m. No leave, they must attend. 10 a.m., Conference Room 1. After the 2 entertainment companies merged with Tianfeng, the number of senior managers increased from 7 to 8 to nearly 20. The youngest department manager was in his 30s. Most of them were middle-aged men in suits. Qin Zai and Qin Baobao were the last to arrive. Qin Zai sat at the head of the table. Qin Baobao sat on his left. He looked around at everyone. This is the first meeting of our company's reorganization. Everyone has seen me before, but this is the first time I'm meeting all of you. Let me first welcome our new colleagues. Clap, clap, clap. After the applause ended, Qin Zai continued, there are 2 reasons for this meeting. Let's talk about the first matter. The personnel arrangements have been settled. In terms of business, we have to speed up. The bigger the company, the more expensive it will be. What do you all think about this? Tianfeng's marketing department manager suggested, CEO Qin, we can let CEO Qin hold another concert. It would be best if it was a national tour. After that, we can release the second album. Everyone nodded. If the concert was a success, it would mean a huge amount of income. Everyone had tasted the benefits of the previous concert. A national tour would be even better. With Qin Baobao and Qin Zai together, they would be invincible in the music industry. Moreover, a national tour could promote the new album, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Right now, Qin Baobao still held the new record for digital albums. No one had broken it yet. Some people in the industry said that perhaps only Qin Baobao could break the record. Qin Zai furrowed his brows. His train of thought still hadn't changed. Tianfeng's scale was not big before. It was not a problem to rely on him and Qin Baobao to support it. But now that Tianfeng's scale had doubled, this model could no longer work. My sister and I have to work so hard to earn money to support your group of employees? Who exactly is working for whom? Qin Zai frowned. Is there anyone else who disagrees? After a long time, an unfamiliar guy finally said, Boss Qin, I think we can invest. In a movie. Qin Zai nodded and waited for him to continue. I believe everyone knows which is more popular between singers and movie stars. Among the stars, movie stars are always the ones who earn the most money and are the most famous. Singers are second. The cost and manpower that Chairman Qin spent on a nationwide concert tour was far less than a movie or a TV series that was popular in half of the world. For our company, filming a movie is obviously more profitable. It's better than a concert in all aspects, and it can also promote our company's own artists. It's killing several birds with 1 stone. Someone objected. Filming a successful commercial movie is actually more difficult than a concert. After the concert, there will be an album. Everyone knows that Boss Qin's songwriting ability is top-notch in the country. This is where our confidence lies. The unfamiliar guy said again, looking at all the movies that Boss Qin has taken on, every one of them is a hit. In terms of film and television, we are also confident. A good movie will bring more praise than a concert. Instantly, the meeting was divided into two factions. One supported the concert and the new album, while the other supported the movie. The former had more support than the latter. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, the combination of two boss Qins represented a surefire way to make money without any pressure. Xianxia gestured with his hand, and all the arguing stopped. He looked at the guy who suggested the movie. "What's your name?" "Wei Xiang." Wei Xiang said. "Wei Xiang. Hey, Xiang," Xianxia's mouth twitched. "Wei Xiang?" Why did he suddenly feel that Xianxia's face was distorted? "Yes." Xianxia announced, "Next, we will prepare to film the movie. I will write the script, and the production team can start preparing. But next time, I hope you can come up with your own script and independently produce a good movie. The national tour and the new album can be discussed after the movie. Now for the second thing." Xianxia glanced at everyone. "Does everyone feel a little crowded?" Someone laughed. "Boss Qin, we are already looking for a new company address." Qin Baobao suddenly interrupted, "It is a little crowded. We can consider reducing the number of senior managers." The meeting room suddenly fell silent. When Xianxia was in the company, he always led the meetings, but most of the time, it was Qin Bao who dealt with these guys. Her words, to a certain extent, were more alarming than Xianxia. "My sister's idea is also my idea," Xianxia said. Everyone looked at each other. "Pa." Xianxia threw the financial statements and performance report on the table. "Look at your profits for this quarter. You lost 10 million renminbi. Indeed, this amount of money was not much. There were many people who had invested in a lousy movie and lost hundreds of millions. But in April, our movie If I Become Memories made a profit of 600 million yuan at the box office. This profit is included. If you deduct the money earned from this movie, you'll lose 610 million yuan. He slammed the table with a loud bang. "Are you all F***king trash? Answer me." The original staff of Tianfeng lowered their heads. The managers of the other two companies were gloating. Last quarter, the entire company lost 10 million yuan. If not for this movie made by me and Qin Baobao, if it was the original Tianfeng, they would have declared bankruptcy. Since Xianxia took over Tianfeng, the company had made a total of 1.2 billion yuan in 3 quarters. Last quarter, some investments made money, some made losses. After deducting from each other, the final result was a loss of 10 million yuan. This year, Tianfeng started to expand rapidly. The number of projects they invested in was more than 10 times that of previous years. The more projects they invested in, the more losses they incurred. Part of the reason was because they had to pay for their expansion. Another part of the reason was that the original staff of Tianfeng were indeed a little weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been half dead in the past. Since I took over Tianfeng, from Qin Baobao's first concert until now, the projects that made the most money were all done by her and me. I want to ask, what about you guys? Did the projects you completed alone make any money? How much did you lose? Has anyone calculated it? There's no need to calculate it. Let me tell you. A total loss of 1 billion yuan. If you cut off all the projects you invested in, Tianfeng would have made 2 billion yuan since last year. Tell me, what use do I have for you? This was a little too much. For example, if a company had 10 projects, some would make money, some would lose money. It was inevitable. But as long as it was profitable in the end, it was a successful investment. But this group of people from Tianfeng disappointed Xianxia too much. He didn't expect them to make much money, but at least they wouldn't lose so much. It's been almost 9 months. The school fees should be enough, right? Have your results improved? Is it worth the 1 billion yuan school fees? Unknowingly, Tianfeng had become the weakest of the 3 companies. Since the establishment of Baozi, Xianxia had made more than 30 billion yuan, although not all of it was his money. It was his biggest treasury now. Purple Crystal had the biggest potential and would become the most profitable company in the future. But Xianxia valued Tianfeng the most. Not only because of his sister, but also because of the mission from the system. He had to make Tianfeng a top 3 entertainment company in the country within 2 years. It was almost a year now. Let Qin Baobao hold a concert and release a new album. Not a bad idea. Quick money, no pressure. You just have to do the chores. Xianxia glanced at the people who agreed with the concert. Tell me, who is the boss? Who is working for whom? The last sentence was shouted. Even Qin Baobao was shocked by him. The air in the meeting room froze. This was the first time since the two Qins had joined Tianfeng that they were so angry. The company doesn't keep idle people, and we don't need incompetent people. Xianxia's voice was calm. From now on, all the departments in Tianfeng will implement an assessment system. Those who make losses for 3 consecutive months will be fired. There will also be assessments in the departments. Those who make losses for 3 consecutive months will be fired. Those with the most outstanding performance for 3 consecutive months will be promoted to department manager. The relevant details will be sent to your email in 2 days. Those who are incompetent will be fired. This includes the general manager. You will be excluded from the projects that Qin Baobao and I are involved in. If the company's profits are negative for 2 consecutive months, the general manager will be replaced. Xianxia stared at Zhang Fu. Do you understand? Zhang Fu's face was slightly pale. He nodded vigorously. Understood. One more thing. Xianxia said, from now on, everyone is a member of Tianfeng. You better treat everyone equally. If I know that you favor the senior members of Tianfeng, you will write your own resignation letter. The new management staff's eyes lit up. Zhang Fu said, understood, Boss Qin. Don't think about fishing in troubled waters. The era of Qin Baobao and I carrying the company's performance is over. You guys should think about it carefully. Also, I will announce one more thing. All management staff, your salary will be increased by 10% and your bonus will be increased by 20%. Alright, dismissed. Back in the office, Xianxia sat on the sofa and rubbed his temples. With his ability, managing a company of a few hundred people was actually a bit difficult. It had only been 10 months since he had upgraded from a salted fish to Hei's king. Unless he was a legendary reborn big shot, even with the system, it was impossible for him to become a Superman in a second. Well, the system was still a low-level ass. At this time, the existence of an elite management staff was crucial. If only there were a few more management talents like Suyu. His sister and Wang Zijin were already working hard to change and learn, but they still needed time. Grinding an iron rod into a needle was not something that could be done overnight. Qin Baobao sucked on a lollipop, straddling his lap, and gently rubbing his temples. Sister will help you rub them. Xianxia closed his eyes and enjoyed his sister's service. Don't be so troublesome. Tianfeng is already doing very well. No, I want to surpass Star Art in the next year. Qin Baobao was moved and shook her butt. You want to vent for sister? It's been so long. Xianxia, he thought, as long as I catch up with Star Art, I'll be almost done with the mission. It has nothing to do with sister. Here, I'll reward you with a lollipop. A lollipop was put in his mouth, and Xianxia subconsciously sucked it. Then he reacted and opened his eyes. Sure enough, the lollipop in his sister's mouth was in his mouth. Aren't you disgusting? Xianxia said angrily. After eating sister's saliva for so many years, now you know it's disgusting? Doggy, you've changed. Qin Baobao complained. As they were talking, the office door was knocked a few times. Qin Baobao's posture did not change, and she said crisply, come in. The plain-looking assistant came in with a few documents. Seeing his sister straddling his brother, he was stunned. When he saw Qin Baobao rubbing Xianxia's head, his expression returned to normal. The whole company knew that the siblings had a good relationship and were used to their intimate way of getting along. Although this posture was a little ambiguous, it looked very natural with the way she rubbed his temples. Xianxia threw the lollipop in his mouth. Who let you in? Go to the general manager's office tomorrow and ask Zhang Fu to change his assistant. The plain-looking assistant stood at the door, feeling wronged and at a loss. Qin Baobao said softly, you can go out first. Boss Jean is in a bad mood. What he said just now was out of anger. In an instant, Qin Baobao's image changed from a seductive vixen to a bodhisattva shining with love. The female assistant was so touched that she almost cried. As soon as she left, Qin Baobao's smile changed from a kind one to a fake one. He pinched Qin Zai's ear and smiled. Do you want to change your assistant? Qin Zai straightened his neck. Change, too insensible. Thomas twisted. Say it again, do you want to change or not? No, I'm not changing. Sensible. Qin Baobao reached out and touched his head. Qin Zai had a lot of complaints about the plain-looking female assistant setting. Tianfeng had 2 female assistants. One was a 40-year-old aunt, and the other was a 30-year-old mature woman. But their faces were too plain. Moreover, one of them already had a child in junior high school, and the other had a family. Qin Zai basically did not communicate with them other than when they were working. Purple Crystal Technology also had 2 female assistants. They had the same formula as Tianfeng and the same taste. He wondered if Wang Zijin had discussed it with his sister. Baoza had a female assistant, and she was super beautiful. That was Su Yu. This one was even worse. Why do you need a female assistant? I'm enough. She always said that. I've never thought about having anything with a female assistant, but there are eye-catching vases everywhere I go. How nice is that? Qin Zai yearned to have 1 or 2 tall and beautiful female assistants by his side every time he went on a business trip. They would wear a suit, and their long legs were wrapped in black stockings. It would be best if they wore glasses. Just thinking about it made him happy. Today, he would take Xiaoli out. Tomorrow, he would take Xiaohua out. After that, he would take Xiaomei out. Now, he did not even bring his assistant or secretary with him on business trips. It was an eyesore. This dream was the same as a man's martial arts dream when he was young. Qin Zai also dreamed of going out one day, surrounded by luxury cars, lackeys, and 2 or 3 beautiful female secretaries. That was how those acting tough on TV acted. Beautiful female secretaries were the standard. Su Yu, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin were all very beautiful. Any one of them could satisfy his requirements. But the way the sisters were used was different from the female secretaries. And when he went out with the sisters, he should be the one being their lackey. It was impossible to change secretaries. It was probably impossible in this lifetime. Qin Zai knew how to choose from the question in front of him. When we bought the 2 entertainment companies, we already had this idea. But wasn't it too rushed? Qin Baobao slid down from his lap, took off her high heels, and sat with her legs curled up. Sister's posture was especially seductive. It showed off the curves of her exquisite body. It's been 9 months. They haven't changed much. I'm very disappointed. If I didn't see this quarter's report, I wouldn't be like this, Qin Zai said. Choosing to buy the entertainment companies was to expand the company's manpower. Tianfeng was like a pool of stagnant water. It was difficult to revive it without introducing fresh water. But, Qin Baobao half knelt on the sofa, her eyes watery. You were so domineering just now, like a domineering CEO. Then is there a reward? Qin Baobao kissed him on the cheek. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Here too. Qin Zai tilted his head. Qin Baobao blushed. She hit his head with a karate chop and kissed him again. Qin Zai was a little lightheaded. I seem to have run out of facial cleanser at home. Qin Baobao, I'll buy you a new one later. Sister didn't seem to understand my hint. Sister is really a refreshing stream of female drivers. No, she's not a female driver. She doesn't even have a driver's license. At this time, he missed Wang Zijin and Su Yu, who could joke with him. However, it was because sister didn't know anything that he liked to flirt in front of sister. It was very exciting. For example, sister, I want to use facial cleanser tonight. His sister didn't know anything. She might even stupidly bring him some facial cleanser. For example, sis, I haven't been in a daze recently. His sister didn't know anything. For example, sister, I've thought it through. Have you thought it through? His sister still didn't know anything. Another example would be, sis, I used to find your stuttering annoying, but now I find it quite comfortable. No, this was too explicit. His sister would beat him to death. There was another knock on the office door. After Qin Baobao said, "Come in," Mou opened the door and came in. "Chairman Qin, what do you think about the new movie? At least tell us what the theme is so that the production team can prepare," Mou said. Tianfeng had several directors, some of whom were even more famous than Mou. But none of them were able to get Qin Zai's attention, so Qin Zai still chose to use the familiar Mou. Qin Zai had already thought about this question. "Journey to the West," he said. "Huh?" Mou was stunned. "The theme is based on Journey to the West," Qin Zai said. "The theme of Journey to the West, this has already been filmed too many times." Mou frowned. In recent years, there have been many such themes. It was okay in the past, but now they can't sell anymore. The audience is tired of the aesthetic. A few years ago, Sun Wukong's 100-meter dash to the White Bone Demon and Tang Sanzang sweeps the Spider Demon didn't do well at the box office. And last year, there was another movie, The Unspeakable Story of Zhu Beiji and Guanyin Bodhisattva. It attracted a lot of attention at first, but after it was released, the audience said that the plot was tired of the plot and it was not funny. The box office was a flop. Nowadays, office workers are under a lot of pressure at work. They like movies, TV series, and novels with light and funny themes. So we'll take this route as well, Qin Zai said. Then, we'll discuss it after you've written the script, Chairman Qin? Mou knew Qin Zai's temperament. To work with him, all he had to do was follow his orders. Qin Zai nodded. "Go out first. I'll write the script for you in 3 to 2 days." Mou nodded and left. "You know how to write a script?" Qin Baobao didn't believe him. "Nope." "Then why did you boast about making a movie? You're so thick-skinned. It's not that I'm boasting, but the current film industry is too materialistic and superficial. Directors are no longer artists, screenwriters are no longer writers. A bunch of stars who have only made a few comedies are blindly arrogant and change careers to become directors. There's a pile of bad movies." Qin Zai shrugged. "Since the threshold is so low, why can't I be a screenwriter? Then write the script. I'll see if I can play the female lead." Qin Baobao looked at him with disdain. "Then don't come. I'll find a way to play the female lead." Qin Zai rolled his eyes. "I can find someone else to do the sex scenes and kissing scenes. I'm tired of working with you all the time." "Huh? You want to do a sex scene with Li Wei?" Qin Baobao was furious. She straddled her brother and strangled him. "You black-hearted maggot. Say that again and I'll fire Li Wei right now. You're the one who doesn't want to do it. Didn't I say I'll read your script? Who wants you to read it? It's up to you." "No, there are kissing and sex scenes. No one else can act, not even a stunt double." "Why? You black-hearted maggot. I knew you had feelings for Li Wei. I'll beat you to death today." A few minutes later, the arrogant sister pressed Qin Zai down on the sofa, like a mermaid that had been thrown ashore and was struggling with all her might. "Get lost. I don't want you to act anymore. I won't let you live in my house." Qin Baobao felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. Her sister's dignity was shattered again. "You're asking for it." Qin Zai snorted. Qin Baobao felt that it was embarrassing to be bullied by her brother on the sofa. She sniffled and sobbed quietly. Qin Zai was speechless. "Don't you know how to coax me? You've never been fierce to Wang Zijin. You black-hearted maggot." Qin Baobao cried and scolded at the same time. It was as if she had been wronged because Qin Zai treated Wang Zijin well. He forgot that his sister was a girl after all. She would cry whenever she felt wronged. She would only cry in front of him. Fortunately, he was good at coaxing his sister. He leaned over to his sister but was pushed away by the angry Qin Baobao. After a few times, he simply reached out and hugged her legs. He carried her and put her on the coffee table. The sister and brother faced each other. Her long legs hooked around his waist. Qin Zai grabbed 2 tissues and handed them to her. "Don't be angry. You can read it after I finish writing the script." Qin Baobao twisted her waist, indicating that she did not want to accept his tissues. Qin Zhe understood and helped his sister wipe her tears. Look, your eyeshadow is smudged because of your crying. He saw that his sister was stunned and then angry. The witty Qin Zhe immediately added, you don't need eyeshadow at all. Sister is the most beautiful. Makeup is just superfluous. Qin Baobao sniffed and snorted. Near the end of work, Qin Zhe suddenly received a call from Suyu. Husband, I have a cold. His voice was thick and nasally. His sister, who was holding his arm, had sensitive ears and vaguely heard a woman's voice. Who's calling? His sister asked vigilantly. Suyu, she's sick. Qin Zhe replied. At the same time, he also told Suyu, my sister is on the side. Put away your words. Are you better? Qin Zhe frowned. No, I didn't go to work today. You didn't notice. Suyu felt wronged. I'm very dizzy. Do you want to go to the hospital? Qin Zhe said. You take me there. Okay. Hanging up the phone, he said, Suyu has a cold for a day. She's uncomfortable. I'll take her to the hospital. Qin Baobao reluctantly said, she has a cold. Why is she looking for you? Doesn't she have a family of her own? Qin Zhe was silent for a moment. She has a bad relationship with her family. She has lived alone for many years. Suyu's situation, except for Qin Zhe and Nan Manpei, few people know. Qin Baobao was stunned. Then you go. Qin Zhe smiled and touched his sister's dog head. Sensible. Qin Baobao was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She was retaliated against. Just in the office, she said the same words and did the same action. So she chased Qin Zhe and beat him. Since the story of laughing and touching a dog's head came out, touching the head has become a way for the brother and sister to compete. Qin Baobao always felt that if her head was touched, it would become a dog's head. Qin Zhe always felt that it wasn't impossible for him to accept this. Qin Zhe drove to Suyu's apartment and took out the key to open the door. It was more convenient for him to come to Suyu's place than to go back to his own home. He had to go through 3 procedures of fingerprints, electronic passwords, and keys. Qin Zhe almost trotted all the way and hurried here. Unconsciously, Suyu had a pivotal position in his heart. It was no longer the simple pity of the past, but more fetters that were difficult to give up. The well-decorated apartment was brightly lit, and the sound of the game came out of the bedroom through the sound system and floated in every corner of the room. Qin Zhe's anxious mood was like a warm fire in the desert and was extinguished by a bucket of cold water. He walked into the bedroom with his mouth twitching and saw a woman with long hair squatting on a chair, wearing a purple nightgown, playing a shooting game. Her slim figure swayed from side to side with the shooting action of the game character. Suyu loves to play games, and playing games is a good way to pass the time. Qin Zhe recalled the first time he played a shooting game. It was the same. The character in the game shuttled through the rain of bullets, and he kept dancing on the soft chair of the internet cafe. He couldn't stop at all. Suyu played a shooting game that was currently very popular. That's not the point. Don't you have a cold? Don't you feel dizzy? Qin Zhe's 2 fists turned on Suyu's temples. Pain, pain, pain. I'm dead. Suyu cried. The character she controlled was killed. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll beat the shit out of you today. Qin Zhe said angrily. Suyu didn't have the guilty conscience of a liar at all, but cheekily said, you are my medicine, and it works in a day. I'll fuck your mother. Qin Zhe burst out swearing. It's not enough for you to fuck me, and you don't even let my mother go? Beast. Suyu covered her mouth and looked shocked. Qin Zhe, damn it, his brain was shaking, and he wanted to beat her. Suyu was getting more and more naughty. After they were really familiar with each other, her cold goddess style was completely thrown away. A cold beauty is not in line with Qin Zhe's taste, but if Suyu can occasionally maintain that state, he will have a very good experience. One's body is upright and one's mouth is bad. Obviously, his body was honest, but his mouth was stubborn. With a red face, he pretended to be indifferent and said, I don't need your big magic tool. Another example was wearing a female teacher's uniform, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and wearing black stockings on her long legs. She stepped on his chest and said coldly, "Bah, scum. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. You are naughty with me." Xianxia sneered, picked her up from the chair and walked to the bed. Suyu's pale face panicked. Her two long legs kicked wildly as she begged for mercy. "Good man, please let me go." Boom. The whole person was thrown on the soft bed and bounced a few times. Then, there was a continuous slapping sound in the room, as well as Suyu's moaning and begging for mercy. After that, Xianxia stood up and stood beside the bed. Looking at the messy bed, he nodded with satisfaction. He was experienced in spanking. Suyu covered his buttocks and sucked in cold air. A man who hits a woman has a small penis of 5 centimeters. Suyu was not convinced and cursed. "Are you still naughty with me?" Xianxia was enraged. Come over here. I have a jar of homemade chewy wine. It's sticky and very sexy. 1 sip and you'll gasp for breath. 2 sips and you'll feel waves. 3 sips and you'll fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the newspaper seller." Suyu immediately flinched and stuck out her tongue at him. Since Suyu was fine, Xianxia was relieved. Her buttocks were also spanked, and he couldn't bear to blame her again. "You're fine, I'll go back first. Pay more attention to your body these days. Spring is not only the season for animals to mate, but also the season for viruses to be ashamed and impatient." Xianxia said. "No." Suyu rushed to the edge of the bed and grabbed his hand, looking pitiful. "How long have you not been with me, and you don't come to the company, you have no conscience and bad guy." Saying that, she wiped the tears that were forcibly squeezed out. Xianxia's heart softened. "Okay, I won't go back tonight. I just have to write the script." It was easy to explain to his sister. As long as he really had something to do, his sister would not care about not going home at night. After all, he stayed up late to write the script, which was what the scriptwriters did. Usually, if he was outside and did not go home to sleep, it would definitely not work. And if his sister had no opinion, she had always disguised herself as a gentle, considerate, and sensible sister Ziwei. Even if it was just to compete, she would also say that she had no opinion. Xianxia called his sister and said that Suyu was not feeling well and sent her to the hospital. He had to stay here and write the script. His sister really agreed, and she was very considerate to tell him to rest more, pay attention to his body, and don't stay up all night to write the script. Xianxia sat in front of the computer and raised the corner of his mouth. He had figured out the way to deal with his sister and sister Ziwei. Thinking of those years, he had been tricked by his sister since he was a child, and finally, the tables had turned. Thanks to the system, thanks to its IQ upgrade gift pack. System aside, I have been reduced to the tragic situation of occasionally mentioning it. Xianxia's eyes suddenly glanced at Suyu's sly smile, sneaky, like a little fox whose trick succeeded. This smile, this expression, so familiar. He thought of his sister. Not good, my salted fish Zay has been tricked again. I don't know when it started. After Xianxia found out the depth of Suyu, Suyu also understood his strengths and weaknesses. She began to become like her sister, like to trick him. Knowing that Xianxia had no resistance to acting coquettishly and cute, no matter what, as long as she whined and acted coquettishly and cute, Xianxia would follow. Maybe she learned it from Qin Bao Bao, or maybe Suyu discovered it herself. Anyway, she has learned how to trick Xianxia. For example, just now, Suyu immediately put away her sly smile and looked serious. System, give her a hose wisdom subtraction. I don't want a woman who is too smart. The system ignored him. Suyu, who didn't catch a cold, ran to the kitchen and made 2 cups of coffee. She sat beside him with the coffee in both hands, chattering and bragging to him that the coffee beans were sent by a foreign friend. It was super superior, and it was not comparable to the fake coffee in the market. Then she bragged about her coffee-making skills. First of all, the coffee beans were ground, not put in the machine, but she specially bought a small tool and ground it into powder by her own precious little hands. It's delicious. Suyu finished, blinked her eyelashes, and looked at him expectantly. Well, without your coffee, I can't live. Xianxia nodded perfunctorily. Exaggerated. Suyu rolled her eyes. But the flying eyebrows and the upturned mouth betrayed her. and there was a little sweetness in her heart. For the man she likes, even if she knows that it is exaggerated sweet words, women have no resistance. Suyu is even more so. As long as Xianxia says that he needs her very much and can't leave her, Suyu will be happy to explode, because in these 20 years of life, no one thinks that she is very important. Xianxia concentrated on writing the script. The movie was found from the Points Mall. Usually, as long as he opened the 3D projection interface of the Points Mall, he can listen to songs, watch movies, and watch small H movies, but others can't see it. There was a period of time when Xianxia would occasionally open a small H movie and watch it. He would watch the naked teachers moaning and moaning. All the other salted fish would secretly watch it while he was the only one who could watch it openly. He was the king of the salted fish. Until one day, Xianxia suddenly woke up and felt that poverty limited his imagination, so he no longer used the Points Mall to watch movies. Occasionally, in the dead of night, he would watch a few movies with great energy. He found that the database that the system packed from an unknown world, the movie has very similar development rules with his world. He realized that whether it was movies or cartoons, the quality and plot of the old movies were far better than the new ones. The production and special effects of the new movies have improved, but the plot and logic are not as good as the old movies. Lack of ingenuity. When commercial movies become mainstream, the selling point of the movie will change from quality to flow of small stars. Xianxia spent 100 points to convert the movie into a script mode and then copied it into the movie. Other systems could just connect directly to the network and transmit the information over here. Low system, there is an invisible gap between its existence and this world. Everything has to go through Xianxia as a transit station. In the words of the low system itself, I am safer because I am not in this world. If the situation is bad, I can run away. Other systems can't do it because space ability is my innate skill. Leave the group, it's a shame. Writing the script. In the process of copying the script, Suyu has been teasing him, either rubbing his thigh with her feet or blowing into his ear. Xianxia glanced at her, a pair of well-proportioned slender legs under the nightdress, got up and went to the bathroom. I'm going to take a bath. The hot water splashed against his body. Not only did Xianxia's anger not subside, but it also burned like a raging fire. Counting the time, he hasn't had in-depth communication with Suyu for a long time. She was busy these days, and Xianxia himself was also busy. After taking a bath, he found Suyu sitting in front of the computer, typing. She was still writing novels, and Wang Zijing told him about it. After knowing the power of the river crab great god, Suyu gave up writing very and very violent novels, and turned to writing sweet love novels. Xianxia especially went to read it. It was too ugly, and it didn't feel good at all. The male and female protagonists were stuck together all day long, either kissing or having sex. Suyu no longer described the sex plot in detail and omitted 500 words. The male protagonist did not have a poisonous tongue, the female protagonist did not show her divinity in front of people, the two were like a pair of teddy bears, and the plot was very boring. This kind of book can only be made into a TV series or a movie. Did you save it for me? Xianxia asked. Suyu was stunned, looked at him blankly, and asked, didn't you save it yourself? Xianxia suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. You won't close it without saving it. No, even if you don't save it, there will be a pop-up prompt when you close it. Suyu scratched her head. I don't know, I closed the software directly in the background. Xianxia, you closed it directly in the background, did you do it deliberately? I worked hard to write the script for half an hour, and you ruined it all. Xianxia scolded. Why are you so fierce? Suyu was not convinced. I saved it for more than 20 years, and you poked it with a needle. I didn't say anything, I'm so generous. She was righteous. Xianxia. Damn it. Speechless. No, why was it a needle? Perhaps one is marked by the company one keeps. Suyu was now full of flirtatious words. Most of it was learned from Xianxia. Unlike Qin Baobao who occasionally swipes Weibo, Suyu usually goes to work, goes home, plays games, visits forums, and spends most of her time on the internet. In the eyes of Qin Baobao, how can the internet be more comfortable than flirting with her brother? Wang Zijing was considered as someone who started later but reached first. Half a year of working as an editor and chief editor had allowed her to evolve from a newbie to a veteran of the internet. However, Sister Zijin would not be full of flirtatious words. She remembered her own persona. She was the noble Zijin, gentle and generous, with an extraordinary bearing. How could she say flirtatious words? Suyu asked. What are you doing writing the script? Are you going to make a movie again? Xianxia nodded, yes. Suyu's eyes lit up, like xenon lights, shining and jumping. I'll do it, let me do the heroine. Xianxia refused. No, the heroine has to be played by my sister. Suyu suddenly stood up from the chair and looked down, arms akimbo. Your wife is not as good as your sister in your heart. You are not my wife. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Suyu raised her foot and kicked, crying, Xianxia, you ungrateful bastard. The chair was too soft, and she stood high. Because Xianxia dodged, Suyu, who kicked the air, fell forward. Xianxia hurriedly caught it. If this exquisite and flawless face were to be damaged, wouldn't it be a great loss? He picked up Suyu, threw her on the bed, and took off her clothes. You go away, I'm not your wife. Suyu curled up, holding her chest and staring. You don't have to treat me as your husband, you think I'm a beast. Xianxia rushed up. Help, I'm molesting you. No one will come to save you. If you come over again, I'll bite my tongue. You still want to bite your tongue? Eat my lollipop. The two of them were having a great time. Don't make trouble, Suyu pushed Xianxia away. Her clothes were messy, and she said angrily, I don't really want to do it now. I'm not in the mood. Help me up. I'll write a chapter first. F***ck your sister. I have inspiration now. I want to come up with a plot. You can think of your own ideas. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. I won't let you in. Suyu closed his legs tightly. But it didn't matter. Xianxia had a piece of siege wood that was thicker than Su Lai's. Suyu saw that the situation was not good and rolled on the bed. It was difficult for heroes to roll. What the F***ck? There was no way, Xianxia could only let him go, and Suyu happily ran to the computer to write. Xianxia lay on the bed and smoked a cigarette in loneliness. The system, which had been lurking for a while, suddenly popped up, you should leave the group. How embarrassing. Xianxia was speechless. Was it taking the opportunity to take revenge? Why bother to make things difficult for salted fish? Xianxia sincerely apologized, I was wrong. I thought I would never complain about you again. The system ignored him again. At 10:30, Suyu wrote for an hour, climbed into bed happily, and hugged Xianxia. I'm done. Suyu said expectantly. You go away. I have a headache. I don't want to talk to you. Xianxia said. Don't be angry. You're a man. Suyu said. Man. This is the reason why you let me hold it for an hour? Well, the effect is great. I feel that the world is dull now. I want to write the script. If you haven't slept after writing, we can talk about something else. No. Suyu tried to act coquettishly. Suyu suddenly said, one up and one down is not class oppression. Build a harmonious society. Xianxia subconsciously replied, a few in and a few out is not a barbaric invasion. Create a new generation of people. Suyu smiled and said, come on. Xianxia sighed and said, you're really naughty. Xianxia held Suyu and attacked wildly, hitting tons of damage in 10 minutes. Suyu's blood was thin and she couldn't bear it. She gasped and said, I can't bear it. Hey, I haven't used my big move yet. Then you can do it today. No. We're not romantic at all. Xianxia stopped attacking and said, how do you want to be romantic? Suyu gasped and said, I'll be more romantic, you slow down. Xianxia, let's just take a break and I'll treat you to a double egg ham. Woo. After that, Suyu rushed to the bed and found a cigarette from Xianxia's coat. Her curvy back almost made Xianxia move again. She took out a cigarette, bit it in her mouth, lit it, and then stuffed it into Xianxia's mouth. Snuggling in Xianxia's arms, she said coquettishly, hey, give me the heroin. No. Xianxia still refused. Give me back the cigarette. Suyu grabbed the cigarette angrily. Xianxia turned his head and avoided it. He said helplessly, the investment in this film will be relatively large. In fact, we can do special effects, but the funds are used on the actors. Qin Bao Bao and I don't need to be paid. We can save a lot of money for special effects. I estimate that the movie will be made within 500 million yuan. This is not a low-budget movie. The heroine really can't be given to you. We can't afford to burn so much money. You just think I'm not professional. Suyu was not happy. It's a fact, okay. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, I'll cut off your baby. Suyu reached out and tried hard in the quilt. Hissed, Xianxia said angrily, pinch, see who regrets it. Suyu, she admitted defeat. Then at least let me play the second female lead. I've seen the bloody battle of Shanghai Beach. Qin Bao Bao was also not professional at that time. If she can play the second female lead, then I can also play it. I'm not worse than her. I have to say that your acting talent is really not as good as my sister's. I, Suyu, am not weaker than others in my life. Xianxia thought to himself, where did you get your confidence from? My sister is a professional actress. Although she didn't have a professional background and has never acted before, she has always acted with me in real life. She has acted for more than 10 years and almost fooled me. Looking back at your life, when you were sad, my sister pretended to be cute and pitiful in front of me. How can you compare with her? Then I'll see when the time comes and assign you a supporting female lead. Xianxia said. As for the supporting female lead, her acting skills don't need to be very good. She just needs to be online. She can just cut a few more times on the set and correct it little by little. So you climbed up the pole, is there a kissing scene? Yes. But not with the protagonist, but it doesn't matter, just use a stunt double. Is there a bed scene? This is not. So you thought about it and looked very reluctant, then I'll try it, just as honing my acting skills. In the future, I will be the heroine myself. Sister, please give up writing novels, give up film and television adaptations. Yo, this call is so cool, say it again. Although Suyu likes to stick to him, in fact, she is older than Xianxia and 2 years older than Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin. Xianxia was very cooperative and called a few times, for a siscon, cross it out. For a siscon, whether it's a Lolita or a soft girl, they can't make any waves in his heart. Being able to call sister to the woman around him anytime and anywhere, this is the most basic accomplishment of a siscon. Xianxia has always felt that those who like Lolita and soft girls, in fact, like their cuteness, take them home as mascots. Therefore, he advised Lolita and soft siscon to repent. Suyu frowned and suddenly retched. What's the matter? Xianxia asked with concern. Suyu waved her hand, lifted the quilt, and ran naked to the toilet. Xianxia hurriedly put on a nightgown, and then found a clean nightgown from the closet and chased into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Suyu leaned over the toilet and vomited. Xianxia put on a nightgown for her and patted her back gently. What's wrong, where are you uncomfortable? Suyu finished vomiting and stroked her stomach. It's just uncomfortable, I want to vomit. Xianxia said, what did you eat for dinner? Suyu said, I had porridge at night, and I retched in the afternoon. Xianxia was surprised, is there such a situation recently? Suyu said, occasionally. Xianxia was shocked again and said in his heart, it shouldn't be. I might be pregnant. Suyu seemed to have a telepathic connection. Go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Xianxia was a little overwhelmed, and his stomach full of complaints and flirtatious words disappeared. No wonder people said that every child was caught off guard, and it was true. He was not mentally prepared at all, but if Suyu was really pregnant, he would have to take responsibility. Xianxia was happy and nervous. Even if he would be dried up by his sister at home, this kind of thing must not be backed down, otherwise, if Suyu gave birth to a little salted fish, the little salted fish would look for his father. The little salted fish swam and saw old Wang, and said excitedly, Uncle Wang, are you my father? Old Wang said, no, I'm the father of Datu's son. The little salted fish swam and saw old Lord Taisheng, and said excitedly, are you my father? Old Lord Taisheng said, no, I'm Red Boy's father. How pitiful. Suyu said happily, my stomach has been uncomfortable these days, and I always feel like vomiting. It's easy to be full if I eat too much, so I have porridge for dinner. The more Xianxia listened, the more he felt that something was wrong, and asked, what's the adverse reaction? After eating, I feel bloated and uncomfortable, and sometimes it hurts, and there's chest tightness, and inexplicable hiccups. Xianxia looked at Suyu's tongue coating, and his face turned stiff for a second. Suyu said happily, I must be pregnant. No. Huh? You're not pregnant, you have gastric problems. Xianxia covered his face. Fortunately, it's just early symptoms. Go to the hospital tomorrow to get some medicine. Pay attention to your diet during this period. Maybe it's because you're too busy with work that you didn't eat on time. Leave Baozi to me first, you take care of your stomach. No, I don't have gastric problems, I'm just pregnant. Suyu said that she couldn't accept this truth, and her small fists pounded on Xianxia's chest. Her posture was just short of dubbing, give me back my child, give me back my child. The blue veins on Xianxia's forehead jumped. Your child is in your stomach? You must have eaten irregularly these days, and your work pressure is great, so you have gastric problems. How do you know I have gastric problems? Suyu asked. Go to the hospital tomorrow and you'll know. Xianxia said, I've exchanged for the primary proficiency in Chinese medicine, and I can still see this little problem. As a result, Suyu ignored Xianxia all night. She also took out a new quilt from the cabinet, covered herself with a bed, and then left Xianxia to see the back of her head. In the middle of the night, Xianxia was kicked awake and opened his eyes. Suyu's two legs were kicking, the quilt was kicked to the ground, and her mouth murmured as if she was fighting with someone. Finally, she stopped and frowned. Xianxia said in his heart, it's probably a dream. No one stole your child, because you don't have it at all. He held Suyu in his arms and felt a little distressed. Suyu woke up in the morning and subconsciously touched her side. She didn't feel anything. She sat up in shock and found that her husband was gone. Huge disappointment surged from the bottom of her heart. Suyu curled her lips, scratched her messy hair, and then sighed. She wished she could be with him all day long. It's good that he's gone. Suyu suddenly rolled her eyes. Last night, she had a dream that she had given birth. She was lying in the hospital bed, looking at the cute baby, showing a motherly smile. At this time, Wang Zijin suddenly rushed in from outside. Looking around, her eyes fell on the child, and she sneered, you, a concubine, dare to give birth to a child. You're lawless. Come on, take the child away. The concubine's child will be raised by the legal wife, and he will have to call me mother in the future. With that, Qin Baobao ran in, picked up the child and ran away, making a tractor-like laugh as she ran. You can't beat me in the game, and I'll take the child away from you, ha ha ha. Suyu cried and chased out, fighting with the two women, but she was weak and the child was finally taken away. Suyu, who had a mental breakdown, ran to Xianxia and cried, Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao took our child away. You go and get him back. But Xianxia didn't promise her. Xianxia said, you, a concubine, have no right to raise a child. The child will live with the legal wife in the future. Suyu was very sad. She thought that she could only have Nan Manpei as her best friend, so she ran to Nan Manpei to help her. But this year, Guzi changed, and so did Nan Manpei. She said, I can't have children, why can you? You deserve it. You should be a childless woman like me in the future. After that, Nan Manpei laughed with his hands on his hips. Our friendship is over. Suyu covered her face and cried. Suyu felt that she had been abandoned by the whole world, as if she had returned to her childhood, when her parents divorced and were sad and scared. She sat on the ground and cried. All the dreams came from the shadow in her heart. Last night, Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly punched or kicked. His heart ached for her and he didn't want to wake her up. He had been helping her wipe her tears and had wiped a few kilograms. He thought to himself, what the hell? What kind of dream are you having? There's more water above than below. In fact, Suyu had long accepted the reality. She was not stupid. She did not have gastric problems before, so she thought she was pregnant. After her beautiful dream was shattered by Xianxia, she checked the adverse reactions of gastric problems on her phone before going to bed, as well as the adverse reactions of pregnancy. Pregnancy would not cause hiccups and stomach distension for no reason. The child was not really in the stomach. I feel so thirsty. So you got out of bed, poured a cup of warm water from the table, and gulped it down. It seemed that he was really sick. He was not this thirsty when he woke up. She heard the sizzling sound of hot oil coming from the kitchen. She was stunned, and her beautiful face instantly bloomed with a sweet smile. She trotted out of the room on her slippers. In the kitchen, Xianxia was making breakfast, but what attracted the hungry Suyu was not the fragrant breakfast, but Xianxia's dressing. He was bare-chested, wearing an apron, and his strong figure could make the girls infatuated. Wait a minute, breakfast will be ready soon. Xianxia turned his head and looked at her. Suyu had messy hair, wearing a spaghetti strap nightdress, and the shoulder strap slipped down, and half a ball of snow could be seen vaguely. Suyu walked behind him, her cold fingers stroked his muscular back, and swallowed her saliva. I'm starving, I want to eat you now. Ah? Suyu squinted and smiled. It's said that women are very tempting in uniforms. It turns out that men are also delicious in uniforms. Dead man, you deliberately seduced me. The word dead man was very spiritual. Xianxia said, uniform your sister, don't say it, I have goosebumps. The apron was also a kind of uniform. Xianxia used to see this kind of uniform when he looked at the Japanese with critical eyes, but if the character wearing the apron was replaced by him, he couldn't think about it. If he thought too much, he would collapse. Suyu hugged Xianxia's waist and licked his back. She found that Xianxia was shivering. She suddenly smiled and licked a few more times. Go on, why don't you lick it? Xianxia said. Shouldn't you say yammeet, question mark. Suyu was stunned. If I don't shiver, how can I lie to you? Go on. Suyu held the fruit plate and gnawed the apple. Xianxia cut the apples, pears, and bananas in the refrigerator into pieces and prepared them as snacks after breakfast. Why don't you wear clothes? Suyu chewed the fruit. Xianxia turned his head and looked at her with a strange face. Suyu was stunned, and then reacted, her whole face flushed. Xianxia had a mischievous smile on his face. Is the apple sweet? Is there a lot of water? Suyu kicked him hard. Last night, when the two were deep in communication, Suyu was afraid of making the sheets wet. Suyu was very smart to cushion Xianxia's clothes under her body. When Xianxia saw it the next day, he found that the clothes had become diapers. He washed the clothes and hung them on the balcony. Breakfast was millet porridge with leek scrambled eggs and double egg ham. He said that he would treat Suyu to double egg ham, and a man has to keep his word. I may not be pregnant. Suyu sighed. Puff. I said you have gastric problems. Is your child in the stomach? Xianxia laughed. Suyu rushed over, pinched his face, and said angrily, don't you know whether my child is in the stomach or not? Xianxia didn't argue with her. At home, it was his sister, or Sister Ziwei. When it came to Suyu, they could fight equally. His relationship with Suyu gradually warmed up in the argument. Well, that's it. You rest at home today. You don't have to go to Bao's place. Xianxia drank millet porridge. I'll leave it to you. Suyu nodded cleverly. I won't go either. I have to write the script and try to finish it today. The sooner the movie starts, the better. After the movie, my sister will hold a concert and release an album. Xianxia said. Huh? What about the company? Suyu frowned. The company has no major decisions recently. We don't need to see it in person. If there's something, let someone call. Actually, there are a lot of things that you don't need to do personally. There are so many managers in the company, and each of them gets 1,000,000 yuan a year. If they can't even operate normally, what's the point of keeping them? We're not a state-owned enterprise with vermin everywhere, nor are we a family business where relatives of the emperor walk around everywhere. Those who can go up, those who can't go down. Xianxia added, just like us. Suyu glanced at him and said carefully, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Xianxia sighed, I'm angry because of Tian Feng and that bunch of trash. I finally understand why Sister Man can't help Tian Feng. There are too many mediocre people and too few elites. Xianxia roughly explained Tian Feng's situation, including how he flew into a rage at the meeting and implemented the management assessment system. And how he lost 1 billion yuan to that bunch of mediocre people after he entered Tian Feng. Suyu gloated, haha, Qin Bao Bao, that useless thing. She can't even manage a small entertainment company. Serves her right. She stole me, she stopped abruptly. It was just a pipe dream. But that dream was so infuriating. Everyone bullied her. Don't talk about her like that. Xianxia frowned and said, she's not a management professional. She's also a newcomer in the entertainment industry. It's already very good that she can manage the company well. In terms of business, she's the strongest in the company. If it's just a studio, she can manage it very well. If it's a company, she's actually very tired. And I'll just mention the assessment system. She'll be responsible for the details. Suyu snorted and said, I haven't married you yet, and you're already in a hurry to speak for your sister-in-law. When I marry into the Qin family, what if she and your mother gang up to bully me? She automatically ignored Wang Zijin. Suyu had always been like this. She valued the enemy in terms of tactics and despised them in terms of strategy. My mother will bully you, but my sister will probably kill you. Xianxia muttered. What are you muttering about? Nothing. After breakfast, Xianxia went back to his room to write the script. He had read a lot of scripts. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach and If I Become Memories were 2 movies that he had invested in. Xianxia had read the scripts, and he always remembered them in his mind because he had a photographic memory. It was another benefit brought to him by The Times Are Calling. The system said that the brain and the body were proportional. The better the body, the stronger the memory, thinking, and logical ability. Indirectly, it confirmed the theory of refining essence into qi and refining qi into spirit. In addition, he kept eating skill books and slowly developed his brain. His memory was now very good. He could remember things he had seen for a long time, and the shelf life was longer than that of ordinary people. It took him an hour to write down the script, read it over and over again, and figure it out. It was certainly impossible to completely copy the original work. Many things had indeed been eliminated by the Times. He had to make some improvements on the original plot and modify some lines. With the foundation of winning an award in junior high school and the foundation of the article on the bulletin board, he had no pressure to modify the script slightly, and he could make the movie better in details. But, he suddenly regretted his promise to hand in the script in 3 days. Other screenwriters, in order to write a good script, often crazily look for inspiration, and it takes a long time. If I hand in the script in 3 days, will it seem that I am too fast? At that time, I will have to bear the title of super fast gunner in writing scripts. Oh my god, I was too pretentious at that time. Suyu was sitting in the living room watching TV. The computer was occupied by Xianxia, so she could only watch TV to pass the time. By the way, she was thinking about her novel. Recently, she had sent the manuscript to the group. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin had all kinds of demeaning, saying that it was too sweet and not exciting at all. But when she wrote the novel, she automatically got into the role, and involuntarily wrote the plot as sweet as glue and paint. This was not good. She had to change it. Otherwise, even if the novel was written, there was no hope for it to be adapted into a movie. Her cell phone rang. Suyu lowered her head and took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket. It was Qin Baobao who had her in the group. Qin Baobao never talked to her privately. She basically said something in the group. Suyu felt that this was very good. Funny, as if no one wanted to have any friendship with you. Are you dead? If you are not dead, answer me. Qin Baobao was sharp-tongued. If you have something to say, say it. Suyu argued. Where is my brother, at your house or at the company? Qin Baobao asked. Guess. I guess your sister. Qin Baobao, speak with some respect, you little bastard. Suyu, speak with some respect. Looking for Xianxia, right? He is in my bed. Qin Baobao, hee hee. Wang Zijin, who rarely spoke, suddenly spoke. Apparently, she had been paying attention to this topic, hee. Qin Bao Bao, someone is infatuated again. Wang Zijin, don't be so harsh. It is her freedom to be infatuated. Qin Bao Bao, ha ha ha. Wang Zijin, ha ha ha. Suyu's head hurt, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She strode into the room and took photos of the shirtless Qinzai's back. Who asked you to rob my child? Who asked you to bully me? Suyu rushed to the room and raised her mobile phone to take a picture. Just then, Qinzai, who heard the footsteps, said without looking back, I found a suitable role for you, click. He heard the sound of a shutter. The sound of a shutter? Qinzai turned his head sharply and saw Suyu holding her mobile phone to take a picture of his back, and his heart trembled. Suyu had a criminal record, and more than once. She liked to take photos to show off, but later promised Qinzai that she would not take photos and send them to her circle of friends. What are you doing? Qinzai panicked. Taking a picture. Suyu said. And? Send it to the group. Suyu said angrily. What the hell? Comrade Suyu, please put down your phone. Qinzai quickly dissuaded. Which group? No need to guess, it must be his harem group. Bah, it must be the group where his sister and the others are. Qinzai asked Suyu to leave the group more than once, but she always perfunctorily took off her skirt. Since Suyu has always been well-behaved, Qinzai became careless for a long time. Sure enough, things like chat groups are a time bomb. No, your sister always bullies me. Suyu said. My sister bullies you, why do you send me a picture? Qinzai stuttered. Is it? Suyu also knows that I have a sister complex? She and Wang Zijin bully me together. Suyu said. They are really hateful. They are all black-hearted. Yes, they are all black-hearted. So I want to send a picture. You can't send it. Qinzai said in his heart, I am not ready to commit seppuku. Suyu thought about it and said in her heart, I don't have children yet, and I don't have enough chips to kill Wang Zijin. Now is not the time to launch a general attack. Then promise me 2 things, I won't send a picture. Suyu raised her mobile phone, otherwise, I will send it now. Say it. In the future, you have to stay at my place for 1 night every week. You have to stay at Baoza every Wednesday. Every week, you have to take 1 day off to go shopping with me. Now, enter the group and help me scold these 2 black-hearted maggots. Qinzai was speechless. Are you sure it's 2 things? Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were chatting in the group. After Suyu did not reply, they lost their goal and started a civil war. Qin Bao said, Zijin, I'll be filming with Ace soon. Wang Zijin, oh. Qin Bao Bao said, it's different from last time. We have to go to other places to film. This time, the production will take a long time. It might even take a month or 2. Wang Zijin, so? Qin Bao Bao, you stay at home alone. Pay attention to keeping warm. Remember to eat, remember to wash your clothes. Call me if you're lonely. Ace and I will take photos for you. Oh, by the way, if you're tired of eating takeout, go to my parents' place. We're all family. Don't be embarrassed. Wang Zijin, at this time, Nan Manpei couldn't stand it anymore. What a good girlfriend. Suyu, what a good girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao immediately turned the gun, oh, here comes the man crazy. Suyu, you're the man crazy, your whole family is man crazy. Wang Zijin, get out, you're the man crazy. Qin Bao Bao? Qin Bao Bao, why are you so excited? Suyu and Nan Manpei were both silent. It seemed that Qin Bao Bao didn't know about Qinzai and Wang Zijin, Suyu glanced at Qinzai and held back. She quietly sent a private message to Nan Manpei, Sister Man, what do you think is going on? Qin Bao Bao doesn't seem to know that Wang Zijin is his girlfriend. Nan Manpei, it's not seems, it's very obvious. Suyu, why? Nan Manpei analyzed, maybe she's dating her best friend's brother. She's too embarrassed to say it. Suyu, bah, hypocrite, I dare to say it. Nan Manpei, because you're not Qin Bao Bao's best friend. Suyu, this is good news. It turns out that Wang Zijin is also not a legitimate girlfriend. Then I have more courage. She's just a girlfriend in name, and she's very sneaky. Nan Manpei was silent for a long time. The rich circle is really messy. Are you tired? What's so good about Qinzhe that you're so dead set on him? What's not good about him? Tell me. Nan Manpei thought for a moment. Too unmanly? Suyu, wow, the electric motor is unmanly? The man who killed your ex-husband with one slap, unmanly? Sister man, you're just jealous of me. Nan Manpei said angrily, why would I be jealous of you? Do you want to die? Suyu, why are you so agitated? Nan Manpei, switching back to the chat group, Suyu sent a series of chuckles, filming a movie is good, I've been watching actors' self-cultivation recently. Sure enough, it attracted the topic. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin ridiculed, you still haven't given up? Don't count on that lousy book of yours. Don't think too much. Suyu angrily said, really? If the novel doesn't work, I can change it. Take it slow. I'm mainly improving my acting skills now. For example, I booked a role in the new movie. Qin Baobao? Wang Zijin? Suyu's eyebrows rose. Tian Feng's new movie, Qinzhe promised to book a role for me. Qin Baobao, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. Wang Zijin, you've lost your mind. Qinzhe joined the chat group. A notification popped up in the group. Suyu pulled Qinzhe in. Suyu, Qinzhe, fight with them. Qin Baobao, fight with who? Wang Zijin, fight with me? Qinzhe, don't be like this, I'm just a salted fish. Qinzhe, hello sisters. Anyway, the group was full of sisters. Suyu glared at Qinzhe. Didn't he say that he would help her scold them? Why did he give up as soon as he opened his mouth? Qin Baobao asked directly, you agreed to let Suyu act in the movie. Qinzhe said weakly, yes, yes. Wang Zijin, that's not the right answer, I'll give you another chance. Qinzhe said weakly, Sister Ziwei, listen to me. Seeing that her man was so disappointing, Suyu said, nonsense, I have a place in the new movie, this is an unshakable fact. It's even firmer than one country, two systems. Qin Baobao, how about I give you the female lead role too? Suyu, okay, okay. Scatter flowers, Qin Baobao sneered, why don't you rise with the wind and soar 90,000 miles into the sky? Wang Zijin, Qin Baobao was furious and Qinzhe, what do you say, if she wants to act, I won't act. Suyu, bye-bye, you. Qinzhe, oh, I already agreed with Suyu, it's not good to change your mind. Wang Zijin, I suddenly have a bold idea. Qinzhe, go ahead. Wang Zijin, reserve a role for me, I want to act in the movie too. Suyu was the first to object, no, you can't act. Qin Baobao, I'll say the same to you. Also, Wang Zijin, don't interfere. She and her brother's filming and traveling was not going to be ruined by these two little b****cheese. The three women quarreled in the group. Qinzhe said weakly, let's talk about it, don't quarrel. Qin Baobao, get out of here. Wang Zijin, don't talk. Suyu, kiss me. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin, huh? System notification, Suyu withdrew a message. Qinzhe sighed faintly and clicked on Nan Manpei's private chat. Sister man, what should I do? Salad. You're the oldest sister in the group. Nan Manpei was silent for a long time and directly sent a voice message. Qinzhe is reminding me that I'm old, do you want to die? Qinzhe said in his heart, you're 31 this year, you should accept your fate. No, I mean, you're the most considerate and steady, give me an idea. Who gave you the illusion that I'll give you an idea? Nan Manpei said, however, I do have an idea, do you want to try it? Please say. Do you want to change your name to Qin Outyin? Our friendship is over. Salted fish is not my fault, it's all the system's fault, it's too low, it didn't even learn Ho's wisdom subtraction. This is the passive skill of the flirtatious system. Qinzhe said in the group, don't quarrel, how about this, everyone act together, I'll arrange the roles for you. What do you think, sisters? If it wasn't for the last sentence, it would seem very imposing. Qin Baobao, no. Wang Zijin, no problem. Suyu's heart moved, no problem, 2-1, that's settled. Qin Zhe, that's fine, that's it. But Suyu and Sister Ziwei can only play supporting roles, and there are not many scenes. After all, you lack acting skills. Suyu's mouth twitched, and she suddenly found an opportunity. It turned out that Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were best friends, and they were not really united and friendly. It meant that she could operate well and stir up conflicts between the two. Several classic idioms appeared in Suyu's mind: drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, take advantage of both sides, make distant friends and attack near friends. I'm really witty. Hey, wait a minute, if you all follow me to shoot, who will be in charge of the company? Qin Zhe reacted and asked in the group. For a moment, there was silence. Don't pretend to be dead, please speak. Qin Zhe continued to speak. After a long time, Suyu said, I'm sick and need to recuperate. Leave the company for now. Wang Zijin, leave the company for now. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, didn't we just acquire a technology company? You seem to be unable to leave. Wang Zijin, it's okay, as long as the programmers keep working overtime and make the client, that's all they have to do. If there was no cooperation project that needed the boss's signature, then the boss was actually very relaxed. It just so happened that Bowser and Amethyst had just acquired the company and were in the accumulation stage. There were no major projects or decisions. All right. Qin Zhe compromised. He put his mobile phone aside, lit a cigarette, and continued to revise the script. Suyu stood behind him, hugged his neck from behind, and said sweetly, what is my role? Qin Zhe turned his head and blew smoke at her. Go away, I'll show you when I'm done with the script. Suyu threatened, then I'll send the photos to the group. As soon as she finished speaking, she was pressed on the bed by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe shook his hand, if I don't hit you, you'll go to the roof and tear the tiles. Suyu said angrily, you're so rude to me, why don't you do it to your sister? She was just saying it. In fact, she didn't dislike Qin Zhe spanking her at all, and she felt quite good. Qin Zhe smiled proudly, you don't know why my sister's butt is so perky. Suyu? What about her breasts? Suyu asked. Qin Zhe paused and said, tolerance is great, maybe my sister is more broad-minded than you. The two were chatting when an advertisement page suddenly popped up in the browser, and a deafening sound came out through the sound system. One cut for $9.99. Become a tycoon in a second. Tonight at 8 o'clock, if you're a brother, come and chop me up. Qin Zhe rubbed his temples. Where is Lightning Shakyamuni? Help me persuade Gu Tingle, Zhang Jiahui, Chen Xiaochun, and Lu Yi, these 4 internet addicts. I've had enough. Give them a profound, reformation, lightning strike technique. Qin Zhe's phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was his grandfather calling. Hello, Dad, why are you calling me? The old man sighed. It's all your fault. Qin Zhe, what the F***ck? The old man said, yes, you're right. Qin Zhe was speechless. Old Master said, Bao Bao said that you guys are going to film a movie. Yes, once the script is done, we'll start preparing for the movie. Your mother also wants to go with you. I really had no choice but to be forced by her. Huh? Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. I don't understand her either. When she heard that you guys were going to film a movie, she was especially excited and said that she wanted to go with you guys. The old man was confused. I just called to tell you. You, agreed? Qin Zhe was flustered. His mother had seen the youth romance film that he and his sister had filmed. So, this time, she was worried and wanted to come to the set personally to supervise. If I can't film a kissing scene with my sister, then what motivation do I have to film? If she leaves, what will I eat when I get home from work? Instant noodles? The old man said in a bad mood. I also think it's not good for Mom to follow. Qin Zhe was suddenly revived. How can she run away with us? You're still at home. Mom is too insensible. You should scold her and make her give up on this idea. The old man said. Your mother is a little stubborn this time. Qin Zhe said, you're the head of the family. If she's disobedient, you can teach her a lesson. Don't give me and my sister face. The old man was speechless. Xianxia said, women can't be spoiled. If you don't punish them, they'll go to the roof. After that, he glanced at Suyu, who was lying on the bed. Suyu rolled her eyes at him and gently kicked him. The old man was speechless. Xianxia said, Dad? Say something. The old man said, Hey, why are you so naughty? You're deliberately making fun of me, right? It's been decades, when have you seen me teach your mother a lesson? If I could be tough in front of her. I mean tough, I wouldn't have sold the house and carried more than $1 million in debt. Hey, you old salted fish. Xianxia comforted him. Dad, I'll talk to Mom? The old man smiled with relief. It's good that you know what I mean. Xianxia was speechless. You just called to throw the blame on me, right? The old man sighed. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I really can't beat her. When I was young, I couldn't beat her. When I grew up, I still can't beat her. Xianxia understood instantly. The old man was indeed a cultured person. Without showing the mountain and the water, he could tell the true meaning of men and women. It was amazing. Dad, you still have ideas. I have something to ask you. Xianxia glanced at Suyu, ran out of the room, ran through the living room, and went into the kitchen. What's the matter? The old man was very happy. In the past year or so, his confidence had been repeatedly damaged by his son, and his father's dignity had been seriously damaged. It was a very complicated psychology. The old man hoped that his son would be successful, but one day, when his son was so awesome that the old man had to look up to him, the old man would feel that he had no dignity at all. Suyu and Wang Zijing keep quarreling. What should I do? Xianxia whispered. He habitually consulted his father for advice when he couldn't solve the problem. The old man was silent for a while. How far have you and Wang Zijing developed? Xianxia said, still the same. The old man scolded, You're a good-for-nothing, Ahem. The old man said, The son has grown up. Don't ask your father. 3 women make a show. There's also my sister. Ahem. Xianxia said, My sister and Sister Ziwei are best friends. She always helps her. A showdown? No, you don't have the guts. Xianxia's smile was full of MMP. No one knows a son better than his father. You can do it yourself. Dad can't give you any advice on this kind of thing. It still depends on your fate. Although in today's society, mistresses and lovers are everywhere, and many women are well aware of it, but they pretend not to know how they operate. Your father has no experience. The old man said. If you have experience, my mother will explode. Dad, you won't scold me? Xianxia said. There's nothing to scold. Other people's children have changed girlfriends several times. What about mine? One refuses to date no matter what, and the other is even more useless. He hasn't even brought home a girl since he was young. The old man complained. I have something to ask you. Xianxia hesitated. Say it. If my sister falls in love with a man like me. I mean a man like me who's in a mess. Break his leg. But my sister still likes him. You say it as if I don't dare to break her leg. Xianxia forced a smile and said, Dad, when the time comes, you must call me. I'll help you. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, his knees went weak. This old fox, after talking for so long, it was as if he didn't say anything. He even sent him to persuade Mom. Xianxia dialed his mother's cell phone. Mom, what's up? Mopping the floor, Ma said. Dad said you want to go to the set with us? Can't I? We're shooting a mythological movie this time. We have to shoot scenes everywhere. It's tiring. You're already so old. Don't follow us. It's so tiring. Mom also wants to go and have a look. Xianxia knew what was going on. Sure enough, Mom was afraid that they would make another unsightly movie. It seemed that the last movie had a great psychological shadow on Mom. We're shooting the theme of Journey to the West. I'll play Sun Wukong, and my sister will play Immortals. Xianxia hit the nail on the head and pointed out the key of the problem. Qin Ma was a little hesitant. Besides, Suyu and Sister Ziwei will also go. They all have roles, Qin Zhe added. Qin Ma thought, so it's journey to the west. Everyone in the world knows that Sun Wukong doesn't get close to women. The 7 fairies can't move because of him, and he only knows how to eat peaches. Hearing that Suyu and Wang Zijin would also go, Qin Ma was relieved. Well, take care of yourself. Qin Zhe hung up the phone happily. Done, Qin Zhe returned to the room and saw Suyu sitting in front of the computer reading the script. Looking back, she said sweetly, I want to play the heroine. Qin Zhe knocked on her head, why are you so annoying? If you say no, then no. Acting coquettishly, almost catching up with her sister. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe finished the script. Suyu was lying on the bed looking at her mobile phone. Under her nightdress, 2 slender and well-proportioned legs were pleasing to the eye. Qin Zhe slapped her ass, get up and change your clothes. Let's go shopping. Suyu's buttocks were very good, but the waves were not as obvious as her sister's. Many women did not have that soft and elastic touch. Qin Zhe drove her to the pedestrian street and put on a mask and sunglasses. With his status today, it would be very troublesome to be recognized in the long stream of people. The star effect was very terrible. Suyu's appearance was not inferior to her sister's, but she walked on the spacious but fast-moving pedestrian street. At most, she received the appreciation or wretched sight of male comrades. She had a B-cup, a pair of long legs, a small slender waist, and a naturally beautiful face. If she didn't insist on comparing with Qin Baobao, she was basically invincible. Suyu took him into various clothing stores and shopping malls. Except for buying a flashy old yogurt in a glass bottle on the roadside, she didn't spend a penny. She ate half of it with a small spoon, said it was not delicious, and threw it to Qin Zhe. Qin professional eating sister's saliva Zhe. In addition to obsessive-compulsive disorder, Qin Zhe also has misophobia. Unfamiliar women, even if they are too beautiful, he will not eat other people's saliva. He and Suyu can no longer be described by the word familiar. A day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. They can't count clearly. Wang Zijin had feelings for him over time, and he also had feelings for Suyu over time. Before knowing Suyu, he had been living the life of Xing. After knowing Suyu, he was living the life of Kuan. Of course, their fetters and entanglements have long been not a simple physical relationship. Until passing by a women's clothing store, Suyu saw a light green hat outside the floor-to-ceiling window. She was so excited that she pointed to the hat and jumped. Husband, I want to buy it, I want to buy it. Qin Zhe's face was black. He couldn't help but think of Suyu's operation at the annual meeting. Qin Zhe's bad temper must not be tolerated. Her green hat was later secretly taken out and thrown away by Qin Zhe. Needless to say, he must be thinking of letting Wang Zijin wear it when filming a movie soon. Qin Zhe finished editing the script on the 3rd day and felt that he had removed all the flaws in the movie. He immediately printed out the script and drove straight to Tianfeng Film and Entertainment. When he arrived, he immediately called for a meeting with the production team. MOU was actually quite free these few days. Tianfeng had set up a professional film production team. The equipment and personnel were all the most advanced and complete. Qin Baobao was very willing to spend money in this aspect. She had always been a spendthrift. Dozens of people in the production team were ready. They knew that Boss Qin was going to shoot a new movie. Unlike the last time, which took half a month in Shanghai, this time, the filming might take a longer time. The longest was 3 months, the shortest was half a year. As for the specifics, they had to read the script first to know. For wuxia and Xianxia movies, the most troublesome thing was to set the scenes and special effects. A big production referred to this aspect. As for sci-fi movies, they relied entirely on special effects. All the scenes could be set up with money or be made with computers. The personnel and equipment were already made, so there wasn't much preparation work. MOU was in the production team's exclusive office. He sat down to drink tea and smoke with the heads of the production team, the head of lighting, the head of props, the head of logistics, the assistant director, etc. The assistant director said, "Director MO, Boss Qin can write the script in 3 days? Why don't I believe it?" The scriptwriter nodded. 3 days is too exaggerated. Although we have Journey to the West as a blueprint, we can't possibly copy the original book completely. It has long been overdone. In recent years, there have been movies based on Journey to the West, but they all ended up being terrible. Even if Boss Chin can write the script in 3 days, it won't be able to escape the rut. Sigh, when the time comes, we scriptwriters will have to suffer. We don't even know how to help him change it. The other team leaders were much more relaxed. These weren't their concerns. Whether it was the script or the filming, it had nothing to do with them. However, the head of logistics was a little worried. I don't know what Boss Chin's requirements are for special effects. If it's just average, our company can do it ourselves. If it's a step up, we'll have to find someone. The head of props exhaled a puff of smoke. Don't worry, the special effects in the country are just like this. Can we make it into a Hollywood effect? It's just barely passable. If Boss Chin wants to talk about it, you can explain to him that it's like this in the industry. Mou glanced at him and sneered, if you don't come back with the right attitude, I'm afraid the position under your butt will be unstable. The props boss was taken aback. What do you mean? Mou warned, a few days ago, CEO Chin flew into a rage during a meeting with the higher-ups. These days, he came up with a high-level assessment system. You haven't seen how angry he was during a meeting. I'm a famous director, and I was lucky enough to be in there for half an hour. CEO Chin definitely wasn't just talking nonsense this time. Coincidentally, there are new employees joining. There are more people, but there won't be many positions. I'm sure you're no stranger to the intrigue in the workplace. Don't even talk about your positions being coveted. You might not even be able to sit firmly in the general manager's position. So, if you want to continue working in Tianfeng, you'd better buck up. Don't be as perfunctory and casual as before. Mou flicked the ash off his cigarette. This is a piece of advice. They looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. How about Tianfeng Entertainment? If it was before Qin Zhe and Qin Bao took over, perhaps no one would agree. At most, they would get a decent salary. Since the second half of last year, although the monthly salary hadn't changed, the quarterly bonuses had increased by several times. And after the meeting a few days ago, all the employees' salaries had increased by 10%, and their bonuses had increased by 20%. At this moment, the office's landline rang. They looked and saw that the number was from the CEO's office. CEO Chin asked the people in charge of your production team to come to conference room 3 for a meeting, the CEO's assistant said. CEO Chin has finished writing the script? Mou asked. I don't know. Just come, the assistant said in annoyance. She really didn't know. She had a good relationship with CEO Chin in the company, but her relationship with the other CEO Chin was just SOSO. No, it couldn't be considered SOSO. She didn't speak more than 10 sentences to Qin Zhe every day. However, the female assistant with average looks realized that the more awkward her relationship with CEO Chin was, the more CEO Chin appreciated her and appreciated her. It was like seeing a mother's soul. Conference room 3 was a small conference room for department meetings. It could seat up to 10 people at most. Mou and the others knocked on the door and pushed it open. Inside the office, the two Chins were sitting side by side. The charming female Chin was hugging her brother's arm and leaning against him. Her other hand was swinging like a knife, as if she was enjoying chopping off his head. Qin Zhe had a helpless expression on his face. His sister was furious because of Su Yu and Wang Zijin's participation in the movie and wanted to settle the score. Everyone looked down and pretended not to see anything. They were used to it. When they were filming If I Become Memories, they were the same. The sister often beat the younger brother, and the younger brother was also very cheap. He always liked to tease the sister. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone and threw the whole box of cigarettes to Mou. Mou understood and gave one to everyone. Although there was a smoking ban, they could still smoke behind closed doors. It seemed that no one followed small rules, especially in the eyes of the rich and the privileged. They didn't commit big crimes and did as they pleased. Mou said, CEO Chin, have you finished writing the script? Qin Zhe immediately threw the printed script over. Take a look. There was a thick stack of several copies. Mou and the scriptwriter took a look first, and the rest were passed around for everyone to read. The few of them looked at each other and understood what each other meant. He was indeed a fast shooter, everything was fast, so fast that it made people doubt life. When he wrote songs, it made the composer doubt life. Now that he was writing a script, it made people doubt life. Being a fast shooter was a talent. They had to be convinced. For a long time, Mou and the scriptwriter didn't speak. This script was refreshing, especially some of the funny and humorous scenes. The script was written with a sense of humor. The two of them had also studied comedy movies, so there were some parts that they couldn't accept. The scriptwriter hesitated. CEO Qin, this script looks quite interesting. But. He hesitated for a moment. Isn't it a little improper? Chairman Qin was displeased. Nonsense. How can my script not be serious? This is a very serious script. Old Mo had a stomach full of complaints, but he didn't know what to say. First of all, the name of the movie was A Chinese Odyssey to the West. It was indeed the theme of Journey to the West, but the plot was completely unrelated to the famous novel. It was obviously a comedy in the disguise of a famous character. It was fine if the plot was unrelated. In recent years, many scriptwriters had been working hard to break through the constraints of the original novel and create a new style of Journey to the West. But it was too daring to do such a spoof in Qin Zai's script. Tang Sanzang was a talkative and filthy joker. What the hell was he doing? He was an eminent monk, all right. What, the wife of the bull demon king had an affair with Sun Wukong? Was he more delicious than dumplings and more fun than sister-in-law? That was too damaging. Damn, Sun Wukong actually had a real girlfriend, and she was a fairy. Sun Wukong was a stone monkey, how would he know about such a thing? He didn't even touch the 7 fairies. Don't tell me the 7 Calabash brothers, or else not even the 7 Dragon Balls. Degree? Journey to the West was secretly a satirical novel about society, but on the surface, it was a hot-blooded inspirational novel about subduing demons. No matter what, it had nothing to do with a romantic drama. Someone quickly pressed down on Wu Qing'an's coffin lid. Mo Yusen sighed tiredly. President Qin, isn't this too disrespectful to the original work? Qin Zai said angrily, poverty has limited your imagination. It is precisely because of your thinking that it has been difficult to jump out of the mold of Journey to the West. Besides, isn't a bold subversion also a kind of breakthrough? I feel that my movie will be popular. It won't be a problem for it to be popular for more than a decade. The scriptwriter almost laughed out loud. He did not deny the excellence of the script. If it was made into a movie, it might be a successful comedy or commercial film. However, it would be a joke to say that it would be popular for more than 10 years. You're shooting a fast food comedy, not a literary film, okay? Under the condition that the style and plot remain the same, the scriptwriter will help to see if there are any flaws in the script. If there are none, there is no need to change it. Don't add feet to a snake. Then, Qin Zai looked at Mou. We will start the casting in the afternoon. The male and female roles will be played by me and Qin Baobao. In addition, I want to reserve 2 roles, Guanyin and Xianxia. Mou could not object to the boss's request back then. The role of Guanyin was reserved by Qin Zai for Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei dressed up, she would be devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, she had a dignified temperament and was very suitable for the role of Guanyin. The key was that Guanyin was just a walk-on. The role of Xianxia was reserved for Suyu. She would have more scenes, but this character's personality was not clear and there were no highlights. Even if she had more scenes, the audience would not care about her. Therefore, the requirements for acting skills could be lowered. Moreover, if Suyu played this ordinary role, there might be an unexpected surprise. I want to reserve the second female role for Li Wei. As for the other roles, priority will also be given to the artists under the company. Speaking of this, Qin Zai looked at his sister. How many artists do we have in our company? Qin Baobao looked up and said, there are about 10 of them. There are 3 B-list celebrities, and there are about 11 or 12 C-list celebrities and small celebrities. Do you want the newcomers who have not debuted? Qin Zai shook his head. No newcomers. Director Mo, let all the artists who have no announcements gather at the dance studio at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I want to cast. He hoped that there would be a few good seedlings in this batch of artists. After the meeting, Xianxia sat down and smoked. He was thinking about where to shoot the movie after it started. Although the production crew would take care of it, if he was not satisfied with their choice, he could move the place he liked. Qin Baobao held her phone and ordered takeout. Her pink-painted fingers swiped the phone in boredom. What should I do? There's nothing I want to eat. Qin Baobao said gloomily. Then, do you want to try a lollipop? Xianxia suggested. What lollipop? Who eats lollipops for lunch? What are you saying that I don't understand? Qin Baobao waved her hand and gave him a light chop before continuing to look at her recipe book. Let's order a hu jianren. Xianxia said. Hu jianren is not delicious. Qin Baobao said with a smile, let's order a monkey programmer. Not a bad idea. Monkey programmers have a small belly with thick fat. It's very fragrant when roasted. It's better than pork belly. Xianxia talked nonsense seriously. Order a spicy single dog. I haven't eaten dog meat in my life. Qin Baobao was enraptured. Dogs are humans' best friends. Single dogs are still dogs. They can't be eaten. Xianxia said. After that, he looked at his sister strangely. What are you looking at? Qin Baobao asked. Nothing. Xianxia shook his head. His sister was also single. Why would a single dog make things difficult for a single dog? In the end, his sister, who had a phobia of choices, did not order takeout because she could not decide what to eat. They talked about the production of the movie. Xianxia did not intend to make a rough production of the special effects. Even if he had to spend money, he wanted to make a special effect that was 100 yuan. It would be better than the 50 yuan special effects. For sci-fi, Xianxia, mythology movies, the quality of the special effects would directly affect the box office and reputation. After coming into contact with the entertainment industry, Xianxia realized that it was not that China could not make good special effects. Many Hollywood movie special effects were commissioned from China. The price was cheaper than their local production team, but the effect was not bad. Everyone knew the reason why the 50-cent special effects were ridiculed. The funds were all spent on popular young men and female celebrities. What about the theme song? Qin Baobao rested her chin on her hand and stared at the song. Her sleeve slipped down, revealing a white and tender arm. His sister was such a great beauty, and her every movement exuded a strong charm. This was probably the meaning of the saying, Shisher's heart is sick, and her ugly heart is beautiful when people see her. As for women with average looks, even if they pretended to be coquettish, they would only be reduced to imitating others and making a fool of themselves. Fortunately, Xianxia had enough resistance and would not be aroused by his sister's usual seductive behavior. Scratch that out, throbbing. His great salted fish technique was trained to resist his sister's charm. Let her be beautiful, like a salted fish caressing the hills. She had great responsibilities. Salted fish shone in the great river. The great salted fish technique, 20 words mantra. I have the ending song, but I don't have the interlude. Xianxia frowned. Thinking back for a moment, that film seemed to have a song that served as the ending song, theme song, and interlude. Why don't we use the theme song of the classic original as an interlude? Xianxia asked, how do you sing the theme song? Qin Baobao cleared her throat. May I ask where the road is? Xianxia suddenly interrupted, jade is under the crotch. Sorry, it's a habit. Qin Baobao looked at her brother in a daze. She probably felt that there was some meaning in this sentence, but she could not see through it. It was undeniable that the naive sister unintentionally revealed her innocence at this time had a fatal attraction to the strange uncle. In the afternoon, in the dance studio, except for the artists who were running outside for work, the rest of the artists were basically all here. The second-tier Li Wei was one of the roles that had been decided internally, so she did not need to come. The other two second-tier artists also came. There were a total of 7 or 8 people. The women all had makeup on. The beautiful ones with good figures could be found everywhere. the staff brought over office chairs and tables for them. They poured tea and served fruit platters. The tea leaves were bought by Xianxia from Xianxia town. In order to gather enough tea boxes and distribute them to the employees, Xianxia spent a lot of effort. The more he talked about it, the more tears he would cry. Everyone was a celebrity, so they could not just stand there. In this group, most of them had interacted with Xianxia and Qin Baobao before, but they were not friends. They were now employees of Tianfeng. What kind of relationship could an employee have with their boss? Moreover, when Xianxia came to Tianfeng, he would just lock himself in the office and whisper sweet nothings to his sister. After a while, the door to the dance studio was pushed open. The staff came in with the scripts and handed them to the celebrities. Boss Qin said that you can read the scripts first. After reading them, you can compete for the role if you feel that it suits you. The staff spoke valiantly. He rarely had the chance to give orders in front of this group of celebrities. After about an hour, Xianxia and Qin Baobao finally came to the dance studio. Very tacitly, the man's gaze fell on Qin Baobao, while the woman's gaze fell on Xianxia. The two of them came together like a scenery. An hour is enough for you to have a preliminary understanding of the roles in the script. Xianxia said, then let's start with Tang Sanzang. Everyone would pick a role from the script. After finding the role they liked, they would spend some time to think about it. An hour was enough for them to have a rough understanding of it. It did not matter if they did not have a rough understanding. It meant that they did not have the talent for acting. They would be eliminated. Actually, Xianxia already had an idea for the role of Tang Sanzang. It was a B-list celebrity under Tianfeng, Zheng Qilong. Compared to the respected veteran actors in the entertainment industry, this uncle was not as good as them, but he was definitely good at acting. Moreover, he had experience acting in comedies. He was very suitable. Xianxia looked at him. Zheng Qilong felt Xianxia's gaze and was stunned. He said, CEO Qin, I think I'm suitable for the second male lead. Xianxia, for the second male lead, Xianxia wanted to find a more famous veteran actor in the entertainment industry to work with. Okay, then you try acting. He had to give him a chance. The result was unexpected. He acted quite well, making Xianxia's eyes light up. To be able to figure out the role to this extent in an hour, he was very good. Is there anyone who wants to compete for this role? Xianxia asked. Another uncle-level veteran actor expressed that he wanted to challenge, but the effect was not amazing enough. There was a big gap between him and Zheng Qihua. The second male lead will definitely be Teacher Zheng. Xianxia made the decision. There were some problems with the casting process. Xianxia was not satisfied with the results of the auditions of several celebrities. He realized that most of the celebrities were carrying the image of idols and acting happily. It was difficult for them to pull their faces down. Either that, or their acting was too exaggerated. Teacher Yi, your Tang Xuanzang is a little cheap. When he was telling the joke, he was too serious. And when it came to the thunder part, your performance was too exaggerated and deliberate. At this time, you should be serious, Xianxia said. The middle-aged Teacher Yi sighed helplessly. He felt that he had already figured out the initial stage of this role thoroughly. He did not expect CEO Qin's requirements to be so high. The other celebrities also frowned secretly. As an experienced actor, he was not convinced. CEO Qin, why don't you give us a demonstration? Okay. Xianxia snapped his fingers. Everyone's eyes lit up and stared at him in unison. Xianxia's acting was very good. Everyone who had watched his movies knew that, but so far, no one felt that he had the ability to act at the emperor level. They also wanted to see how Xianxia would act this scene. If he did not act well, there was no reason to blame others. Xianxia took a step back and leaned against the wall mirror. He raised his hands and pretended to be tied up. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took a deep breath. Be careful. Suddenly, he shouted, giving everyone a shock. Xianxia's expression was serious, and with the anxiety of I am the people, he shouted, there's thunder, it's raining, collect the clothes, everyone, he said such a shocking line in a serious manner. Teacher Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. It felt different, and looking at everyone's speechless and laughing expression, wasn't this the effect he wanted? CEO Qin, I understand, he said. Xianxia nodded, expressionless, and continued, next, Princess Iron Fan. No, no, you have to act as a noble Mrs. Niu. Although she has an affair, it doesn't prevent her from forgiving the old cow with a noble attitude. So you can't be too wanton. She is Mrs. Niu, not a flirtatious slut outside. Still not, you have to be charming and noble. Your current appearance reminds me of the female streamers on the internet. CEO Qin, why don't you demonstrate? After being ridiculed continuously, the beautiful female star couldn't stand it anymore and rolled her eyes at Xianxia bitterly. Qin Baobao frowned. That's why beautiful female stars, other than herself, were so annoying. They kept throwing flirtatious glances at my A's. Xianxia snapped his fingers again, indicating that there was no problem. This time everyone was full of interest, wanting to see how he would act as a woman. Xianxia waved at Qin Baobao, asking her to cooperate with him. This scene was Princess Iron Fan whispering to the main character. Qin Baobao quickly glanced at the script and nodded, indicating that she was ready. Xianxia's face instantly turned cold, making everyone think of the word cold. Tell me clearly, what happened? I said it before, sister-in-law. The cold expression melted, and she said angrily, you called me sister-in-law? Sorry, it should be Mrs. Niu. With a bitter expression, she said, in the past, when we watched the moon together, we called her little sweetheart. Now, the newcomer is better than the old, so we call her little sweetheart. Little sweetheart? With a sad and charming expression, she said, do you really think that I worked so hard to come here for this stinky cow? Everyone in the room slowly shuddered. They saw charm in CEO Qin's expression? Oh my god, a man could show the charm of a woman so vividly. It was so eye-catching. Qin Baobao slowly shivered. That's it, do you understand? Xianxia looked at the female star who played Princess Iron Fan. Understood. At this time, the door of the dance studio was pushed open, and a tall girl stood at the door. She was between 20 to 25 years old, but there was a strong charm in her eyes, making her look more mature. Seeing everyone turn around, the tall girl was a little embarrassed. Xianxia asked, you are? The tall girl bit her lip, CEO Qin, my name is Feng Rui. Feng Rui said, I just signed a contract this year. Then, she bit her lip and looked down at her toes. Xianxia, so. Then what, did you suddenly barge in to ask for my autograph? Xianxia was confused. Feng Rui gathered her courage and said, Boss Qin, I graduated from Beijing Film Academy. I heard that you are going to make a new movie, so I want to try. She was about 1.65 meters tall, which was considered tall for a girl. Her features were delicate, and she had a cute round face, but she had a mature charm. Xianxia looked at her and nodded slightly. She was indeed qualified to be in the entertainment industry. In the workplace, she was a beauty that could make male colleagues stiffen and respect her. What role do you want to play? Xianxia smiled. Can I read the script? Feng Rui said. Xianxia handed her the script and said, go to conference room 3 and wait for me. I'll find you when I'm done here. The stars in the room looked over and frowned slightly. This girl named Feng Rui violated the taboo of the workplace, newcomers trying to stand out, these resources should have been given to the stars in the room. Feng Rui was overjoyed, but she suppressed her excitement and nodded hard. Don't worry, Boss Qin. I'll try my best. I haven't agreed to let you play the role yet. Xianxia smiled gently and said, okay. Feng Rui blushed and walked away shyly. The auditions continued until 4 in the afternoon. The roles with more scenes were more or less settled, but they were only preliminary. There would be changes later. Except for the first male lead, the second male lead, and the second female lead, the other roles were not guaranteed and could be replaced at any time. Xianxia announced that the auditions were over and he and Qin Baobao left first. When they passed by conference room 3, they heard a sweet and flirtatious voice. The words were familiar and flirtatious. Xianxia remembered that they were the words he added after editing the script. Then he remembered that there was a newcomer waiting for the audition in the room. How's the practice? Xianxia pushed the door open and entered. Chairman Qin. Feng Rue, who was engrossed in her performance in the conference room, was pleasantly surprised. She felt that she might not have a chance today. Xianxia might have forgotten about her. After all, he was the president and was very busy. Or maybe Mr. Qin just thought she was interesting and wanted to tease her. Xianxia had indeed forgotten about her. He only remembered her when he passed by the door of the conference room. Do you have any characters that you like? Xianxia sat near the door of the conference table. He habitually took out his cigarette case but didn't smoke. Lady Xianxia, Finrui said. This girl's cup size was not big, but her ambition was not small. Lady Chen's screen time was definitely not less than the second female lead. It was really risky to let a newcomer play such an important role. Sure, you can pick a scene about Lady Chen, Xianxia said. No problem. Feng Rue nodded. She acted out a part of the plot, and when it was over, she looked at Xianxia expectantly. Xianxia rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. She was indeed a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy. Her acting skills were really good. Although there was some exaggeration of a stage play, for a comedy, it added a lot of points. But the character of Lady Xianxia was slightly modified by Xianxia. She changed from a cold and ruthless demoness to a slightly dirty demoness. Under her murderous appearance, she would occasionally say some dirty words. Therefore, although Finrui's image fit the role of Lady Xianxia well, mature and gorgeous, there seemed to be something missing inside. Xianxia said, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer correctly, you pass the audition. Finrui was a little nervous, but she nodded. Explain the meaning of the sentence an old chicken with 1,000 miles of ambition, Xianxia said. Huh? Finrui was stunned. Xianxia repeated it. Mr. Qin, you said it wrong. It's an old steed with 1,000 miles of ambition, right? She said. Okay, I got it. Xianxia sighed. Next question, please analyze the sentence I made a friend at the subway entrance. Finrui was stunned. Sure enough, this woman was not suitable for the role of Lady Xianxia. I'll start now. Finrui panicked when she saw Xianxia's disappointed face. No need. I know what I'm doing. Xianxia said. Then, did I succeed? I'm sorry. You failed. Finrui was about to cry. Mr. Qin, please give me one more chance. 3 days. Give me 3 more days and I'll definitely understand this role. Finrui said unwillingly with a bitter face. You have to know that the company's resources will definitely be given to famous artists first. A newcomer like you won't get any resources in a short time. What you need to do is to learn, train and improve yourself. Finrui nodded sadly. You know the rules of the entertainment industry. Xianxia lit a cigarette like a big boss. Then, take off your clothes. Finrui was speechless. Finrui was shocked. She thought to herself, what does this mean? Okay, it's obvious. This guy wants to sleep with me. I'm a virgin. You can't sleep with me just because you want to. But if she didn't sleep with him, she would have no chance of getting this role. She might even be bullied by her boss in the future. Finrui couldn't make up her mind. She chose to join Tianfeng Entertainment because of Xianxia's good reputation. A senior from Beijing told her that the president of Tianfeng Entertainment was Qin Baobao. As a female boss, she didn't have to worry about the unspoken rules. She was also a woman, so she understood the plight of women in the entertainment industry. Also, Xianxia came to Tianfeng Entertainment occasionally. But unlike the capitalists in the entertainment industry, he never paid attention to the female artists in the company. The senior built a harmonious company environment for Finrui with just a few words. But who knew, all crows were equally black. Man, your name is Beast. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes and let me see. Xianxia said, don't be so shy. Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? Finrui, okay, this was coercion. I want to see your figure so that I can have a better understanding of you. Maybe I'll change my mind, Xianxia said. Finrui, okay, this was a bait. In the end, Finrui took off her jacket. Maybe in this woman's heart, a small sacrifice in exchange for an important role would be worth it. Xianxia was too famous in the entertainment industry. Everything he produced, be it songs or movies, seemed to be popular. But she was careful. Before she got the actual benefits, she wouldn't foolishly compromise. Taking off her jacket wasn't important. What was important was that taking off her jacket meant that she was willing to make the deal. Xianxia looked at her from head to toe. She had a good figure. Although a B grade wasn't as outstanding as a D grade, she was still slender and elegant. He had high expectations for the quality of this movie. Not only did he want the plot and special effects to be perfect, but he also wanted the actors. Looks were always a barrier that celebrities couldn't avoid. Good figure. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. I'll give you 3 more days. Come find me then and we'll re-audition. Finruwei bit her lip and said in a small voice, What do I have to do? She waited for Xianxia to make his request. Xianxia thought for a moment. Look at me. Remember this smile. It'll help you understand the role. Finruwei looked over and saw Xianxia suddenly give her an extremely lewd smile. It was a smile that all men would understand. But Finruwei was a woman, so she took a step back in fear. From the casting call to the start of filming, 10 days had passed. An artist from Tianfeng Entertainment obviously wasn't enough to fill the role in the script. Therefore, the production team had to find a suitable scenic spot to meet the stars. All these trivial matters added up and took up a lot of time. In the end, the role of Lady Chun was given to a newcomer, Finruwei. To become a woman of substance in 3 days was indeed too difficult. Xianxia saw that she was good-looking and had a good figure. Most importantly, she was an artist under his company. She was cheap, practical, and durable. The production team flew to the first destination 2 days in advance. Xianxia followed behind with the sisters. Yes, the sisters. Hangzhou Airport, departure level. Xianxia walked in front, dragging a white suitcase. Qin Baobao held his arm with her left hand and dragged a white suitcase with her right hand. It was also white, a couple's suitcase. They were all wearing sunglasses and masks. Qin Baobao wore a loose jacket that covered her impressive breasts. Her almost iconic chestnut curly hair was tied into a bun. This way, no one would recognize them. Behind them were Wang Zijin and Su Yu, who were full of resentment. Hey, why is your girlfriend such a piece of trash? She can't even win against her sister-in-law? Su Yu added fuel to the fire. How do you know about my relationship with him? Wang Zijin frowned. In order to hide their relationship, Wang Zijin turned his real girlfriend into the sneaky Mr. Wang next door. However, Wang Zijin's scheming was shrewd. Even if she was exposed, she could still keep a straight face. I'm not stupid, I'm very smart. Su Yu sneered and said, Sister Man also saw it, maybe only Qin Baobao didn't see it. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said in her heart, it's not that she didn't see it. She already saw that I, the wolf in the house, was thinking about her brother. It's just that she didn't expect us to have confirmed our relationship. I'm going to tell Qin Baobao. Su Yu smiled evilly. Are you looking for death? Wang Zijin squinted. My father also has the same intention. Su Yu said sweetly. The two women looked at each other, and electric arcs flashed. Su Yu, this little scum, knew about my relationship with Xianxia. She didn't tell Qin Baobao. She must have some ideas. Just now, we were accidentally tested by her. We didn't dare to let Qin Baobao find out the truth of our relationship. We were careless. Wang Zijin, this little scum, was a coward. She deserved to give me something to use against her. The two women each had their own ulterior motives. It was the end of May and the sun was shining brightly. The green mountains were stacked on top of each other and the leaves were shining with a colorful halo. The mountains were steep and strange rocks stood upright. A person and a horse were slowly walking on the rugged mountain path. A charming beauty in colorful clothes was sitting on the back of the horse, bathing in the sun. Her heavy chest could carry a few pounds of flirtatious feeling. The camera turned from the woman's face to the side of her face and then to her back. Then it slowly pulled up and captured the undulating mountains. In the grass not far above her head, a few pairs of eyes were peeping at the beauty and the horse. After a while, they quietly shrank into the bushes, the branches and leaves swayed gently. There was a wooden house at the top of the mountain, occupied by a group of thieves. Second master, there's a woman at the foot of the mountain. She's passing by here alone. Should we capture her and have some fun? The scout came back to report. Second master, do you think it's the soldiers? Will the soldiers send a woman? No matter how many soldiers there are, we can make them run away. There was a burst of laughter. This group of thieves was a villager from a nearby village. They were oppressed by the government and simply became bandits. Every day, they were worried that the government would send troops to clean them up. In fact, in this dangerous mountain, not to mention caravans, even pedestrians were rarely seen. The government was too lazy to care about them. The thieves were more like villagers. Each of them looked sloppy. The boss was even more lowly and slovenly. He was full of unreliable aura. He called himself the gang leader. In the midst of the laughter, the woman leading the horse came uninvited. She walked gracefully and swayed her waist, immediately showing the charm of a mature woman. Second master shouted, "Who's there? Can't you see that I'm a woman?" The woman took off the water bag at her waist and took a sip. "What are you doing here? Do you want us to help you out tonight?" There was a burst of laughter. "I'm tired from the journey. I want to find a place to rest and wash off the dust on my body. Do you know where this is?" Second master's eyes shone. The woman glanced at the group of shabbily dressed guys. The weapons in their hands were either hoes or sickles. They were a poor mess. She blinked her eyes. "I'm afraid that your embroidery needles are beautiful but not useful." They were so poor that they were in a complete mess. The second master was furious. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to capture Miss Hua. Who would have thought that Miss Hua would wave her sleeves, and in a split second, a gust of wind would roll up, blowing away the few thieves who were rushing up. The woman flicked out a string of copper coins, which landed on the second master's head. She said word by word, "Where the peach blossoms pass, not even a blade of grass grows. When the money falls to the ground, the head cannot be kept." Second head's expression changed. "Lady Xianxia." Everyone's expression changed, and they dispersed. Crack. Mou nodded in satisfaction. "We can pass this part." Hearing this, Feng Rui let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. As soon as the movie started shooting, the scene was shot 3 times. The 4th take was finally done. For the first 3 times, the first time was because Jing Qilong, who played the second in command, laughed out loud. For the last 2 times, it was because of her. Chairman Qin said that when she came with the horse, her posture was too proper. In the script, Lady Chen was a ferocious and coquettish demoness. When walking, one should sway their waist and butt, and be as flirtatious as possible. For this reason, Chairman Qin gave her 2 breast pads, and forcibly raised her from B class to C class. She was only 1 step away from D class. She forcibly raised her class. "Is the scene ready?" Qin Zhe asked. "Yes," the staff responded. The crew was in a very famous tourist spot in Qing province. There were high mountains and steep ridges, and the scenery was unique. It was perfect for shooting the scene of the 5 Elements mountain. Most importantly, there was a karst cave here, which was also one of the tourist spots. A group of people rushed into the room, which was built into a simple recording studio. The first scene had just begun. The beginning of the story was in the famous 5 Fingers Mountain. The rebellious Sun Wukong only wanted to hide Tang San and eat his meat. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't stand it. She was ordered by Buddha to suppress Sun Wukong under the 5 Fingers Mountain for 500 years as punishment. Qin Zhe had read the original book. The original book was set in a desert. The reason why he changed the script was because the original book's setting and some of its logic were very flawed. Then there were the lines. After all, it was an old film, and many of the lines were not suitable for the current environment. It was very awkward to listen to. Qin Zhe changed all of them, changing them into lines that would make young people laugh. He removed the wheat from the chaff, and made the movie perfect. The opening scene was going to be done with special effects. The battle between Sun Wukong and Guanyin was destined to be exciting and spectacular. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva was played by the dignified beauty with an oval face, Wang Zijin. Xianxia gave her a few lines and asked her to recite them. She had already memorized them. Wang Zijin was very happy when she found out that she was going to play Guanyin. She didn't want to play a flirtatious slut like Qin Baobao. Wang Zijin changed into the costume prepared by the props team and appeared. In an instant, she stunned all the male comrades present. She held the jade bottle in her hand, stepped on the jade lotus platform, white clothes fluttering, dignified and beautiful, and her makeup was holy and majestic. Especially when the corner of her mouth raised and showed a smile, it was as if people saw the Virgin Mary. Ba, Guanyin Bodhisattva. 10 minutes of lines and opponents, in fact, were just gestures in the air, and post-production special effects were added. It was very simple, one shot. Wang Zijin lifted her skirt, walked down from the jade lotus platform, and turned around in front of Xianxia. Her eyes were watery. It's beautiful, A's. Xianxia nodded vigorously and gave a thumbs up, beautiful like a fairy. Yeah. Qin Baobao and Suyu pinched his waist on both sides at the same time, and his tears almost fell from the pain. Well, he was sandwiched by his sister and Teddy. Xianxia equals sandwich. Wang Zijin turned a blind eye to the small movements of the two and smiled gently. If it's beautiful, I'll wear it for you later. Qin Baobao sneered, I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Suyu, you think too much. Wang Zijin? Xianxia smiled dryly, Sister Ziwei, listen to me, the role of Guanyin is short-lived in the movie, and your part has been finished. Wang Zijin's eyes were filled with sadness. Qin Baobao sighed, the supporting roles are all like Zijin. Suyu added, Director, add a drumstick to her lunchbox. Wang Zijin's eyes rippled, and she looked at Xianxia pitifully. Xianxia, shut up, will you? Is it fun to add fuel to the fire? Aren't you two like fire and water? What's with this tacit understanding? Wang Zijin was very disappointed. It was rare for her to act as a friend, and it was the first time in her life to make a movie. Of course, she knew that her level was limited and it was impossible to give her too important a role, but only 10 minutes, that was too little. This was the standard king of extras, Zijin. So angry. Then, what about the two of them? Wang Zijin took Xianxia's hand. My part hasn't come yet, but I tell you, my part is not less than that of the second female lead. Suyu was proud. How strange, I'm the first female lead. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at Suyu. Xianxia's heart jumped, and he immediately looked at Wang Zijin. Sure enough, Sister Ziwei's face was calm, without joy or sadness. But Xianxia, who was familiar with her, knew that she was angry. The jar of jealousy overturned. When the two of them went to the cubicle to change their clothes, Xianxia hurriedly explained, Sister Xian, I think that whether the main character is outstanding or not has nothing to do with the number of scenes. Although you have a part in the movie, the moment you appeared, you were simply stunning. The role of Guanyin is the most admirable. Wang Zijin squinted at him. I also know that Guanyin is a scheming woman. Xianxia, you have to give up on yourself, what can I do? Sigh, I hope the three of you can get along well and don't fight. In the following time, Wang Zijin really didn't talk to him. When he took the initiative to talk, Wang Zijin would turn her head and pretend to look at the scenery casually. His sister and Teddy were smiling, as if they were very happy. In the whole plot of the Five Elements Mountain, there would be a lot of scenes, which were divided into daytime scenes and nighttime scenes. On the first day, the actors and crew were tired from the long journey. When they reached the part where Chen Shursan checked if there were 3 moles on the soles of the feet of the thieves, the sky was already dark. Entering the night, it was the battle of wits between the thieves and Chen Shursan. Here, Xianxia added a few minutes of scenes. The thieves used all kinds of methods and tricks and finally knocked Chen Shursan out with drugs. The unconscious Chen Shursan showed her true form, which turned out to be a spider demon. The whole scene was a mess, and the shooting was not ideal. After a few hours of shooting, Xianxia was still not satisfied. Fortunately, shooting a movie didn't follow the script. The movie was shot one by one and edited in post-production. Xianxia asked everyone to skip to the second scene. On the second night, Bai Jingjing appeared, played by Li Wei, this scene was also a bumpy one. The script was handed over to you for almost half a month, but your roles are so bad. MOU was furious on the set. There were extras, artists from Tianfeng, and artists invited by other companies. They were scolded by MOU. During this process, Qin Baobao, Suyu, and Wang Zijin sat in a row, eating melon seeds, eating fruits, and playing with their mobile phones. Suyu went crazy and asked the boss of the Back Mountain Business District for a deck of cards. The three played landlord. They didn't look like they were here to shoot a movie, but to travel. Why haven't you appeared yet? Wang Zijin asked. The plot changed again and again, but they didn't see Qin Baobao, the heroine, appear. I'm still behind, this script is too long. Qin Baobao was very calm. The only gain tonight was that the roast chicken scene was smoothly shot. Yes, it was the scene where she wore a samba dance dress and kicked the eggs. This scene was very successful, and everyone laughed wildly after shooting. Her sister and the others were very nervous. As soon as the director shouted cut, the three of them rushed over and asked about their well-being. Where does it hurt, tell me? Qin Baobao unscrewed a bottle of water and poured it on Qin Zai's crotch. Is it burned? The fire is so big, are the props reliable? Wang Zijin frowned. Hey, I'll help you rub. Suyu reached out and did a hand caressing the penis, sitting and sighing. Slap. Slap. The two slapped each other away. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin glared at each other. Shame on you. Suyu rolled her eyes. When I was nagging and nagging, you two were still illiterate. Qin Zai quickly said that he was fine and that the protective measures were very good. Even if it was burned 3 more times, it would still be intact. The sisters immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The fire was too big just now, and it made them a little scared. After shooting, the crew stayed on the mountain for the night. Qin Zai and the sisters took the cable car down the mountain, drove the car rented by the rental company, and took them back to the hotel. Everyone is tired. Let's wash up and go to bed early. In the elevator, he said dryly. The 3 sisters didn't answer. Qin Baobao leaned back against the car and pretended to play with her mobile phone. Wang Zijin threw caution to the wind. She hugged Qin Zai's arm and squinted at Suyu and Qin Baobao. Suyu rolled her eyes. There was something called murderous intent in the car. Qin Zai was stunned. What's wrong with this atmosphere? What's the matter with this face-scratching atmosphere? Did they have a conflict again when I didn't know? Was it because of Do Diju, or was it because of little Qin Zai's concern? End of chapter 459. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.